the son of destiny, in order to frame you for seeking pleasure, actually sent you into his own bride's room. You thought that after being discovered, you would be embarrassed and have no place to hide, but you just smiled faintly. Baby, even if I cheat on you, what can you do to me? Just because you had just crossed over to become the young master of the demonic realm in the novel, you found yourself lying on the bed at this moment, with intermittent female voices still ringing in your ears. Master Chen, I really can't control myself anymore. Please leave this room quickly, or knock me out. Your vision blurred for a moment, only to see a woman in revealing clothes snuggling up to you, her cheeks slightly flushed, her delicate hands leaving faint red marks on your body, obviously drugged. And you were no exception. Turning around, your gaze fell on the gorgeous wedding dress that had been taken off at the edge of the bed. So this is a bridal chamber? Is the woman next to me the bride of the grand wedding? Who forced this young girl on me? Well done. In the next moment, you may not be able to laugh. According to the plot introduction, your identity is the antagonist Mou Xiaozhu in the novel, and the girl lying beside you is even more terrifying. She is the original male lead Xiaoling's fiancée Suli, and also the biggest antagonist in the novel. At the same time, you have a more deadly character setting, which is the loyal dog of the original female lead Wen Wanru. Under your relentless licking, Wen Wanru has agreed to marry you, and you, under her instigation and brainwashing, increasingly feel that the path of magic is harmful to both heaven and humanity. In the end, you even ignore the parents of the Emperor realm until the final climax where all your loved ones are killed by Xiaoling, and only then do you repent. Tonight, you were supposed to attend the groom's wedding banquet with your fiancé Wen Wanru, but you were falsely accused of having an affair with the bride during the banquet. In the novel's plot, the reason why the male and female leads drugged you and Suli is simple. Wen Wanru wanted you to feel more guilty towards her, so you would agree to remove the demon bone and give it to her brother, Xiaolin. Xiaolin also wanted Suli to feel guilty towards him, allowing the saintess of the Bai Qi Holy Land to willingly be manipulated by him. This typical plot of eliminating the demonic path in a righteous manner was intriguing to you at first, especially since you were reading the book from the perspective of the protagonist. However, now that you have become the antagonist and a pawn in the male and female leads game, you have brought destruction upon your entire clan. Thinking about this, you immediately feel unable to be happy. Thinking, Su Li's hand moved back and forth, and you only felt a rush of heat all over your body. The girl slowly approached, her red lips kissed your face, and your heart rate instantly accelerated. At this point, accept what has come. 2.5 hours later, you began to enter the selection mode, and a loud system prompt sounded in your mind. Ding! According to the current situation of the host, the system gives the following 2 choices. Choice 1, if you can't beat them, join them, become the son of destiny, kill Suli before she becomes the main villain, and take it upon yourself to uphold justice. Choice 2, turn against your fiancé Wen Wanru, become the destiny villain, and take it upon yourself to torture and kill the protagonist. Seeing these 2 choices, Cutie just went to be the protagonist of destiny. I choose 2. Ding! The strongest villain investment system has been loaded. The host can plunder the protagonist's luck through methods such as severe injury and humiliation, in exchange for various rewards. The novice gift has been issued. Obtaining the extreme realm of divine consciousness and cultivation has reached the stage of Yuan-ing perfection. But before you could be happy, a series of urgent knocks sounded outside the door. I saw the bride and Master Chenzhe enter this bridal chamber over half an hour ago, and I don't know why they haven't come out yet. Hearing the commotion outside the door, you quickly looked at Suli beside you. At this moment, she was still in a daze, her face flushed as before, tightly holding her neck with both hands, her red lips almost about to kiss again. If it weren't for you having a higher cultivation level now thanks to the novice gift pack, you might have been easily pushed down by her again. Helplessly, you could only pinch out a refreshing pill and feed it to her. Suli's hazy eyes gradually regained clarity, and the blush on her face gradually faded. Where is this? Suli woke up looking confused, but soon some fragments of what just happened rushed into her mind. We were framed by Xiaolin and Wen Wanru. I will handle it later. You don't need to say anything. Suli's cheeks were flushed, her thick eyelashes flickered a few times and nodded heavily. You dressed and brought your own cloak to cover Suli, blocking that infinite beauty. As the biggest antagonist in this book with the chaos body and the swallowing heaven demon art, Suli will undoubtedly be your biggest help in the future, and you naturally do not want her to be exposed by these people. The noise outside the door grew louder and louder. When Wanru pretended to raise her voice, Shenzhe, what's going on? Open the door. Immediately followed by Xiaolin's voice, pretending to be anxious but unable to hide his satisfaction. Leer, are you inside? Open the door. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully pushed open by a strong force. When Wanru and Shaolin, along with a group of guests from the Xiao family, rushed in mightily, filling the room with people. The awkward scene between you and Suli was fully exposed. Suli stood behind you, her eyes full of helplessness. Guests saw the shocking scene inside the room, and immediately there was an uproar, with all kinds of sarcasm and ridicule coming one after another. Isn't this Master Chen? I heard that Master Chen is deeply in love with Miss Xiaowu, but now it seems that the rumors are not true. The charm of Lady Bai is too great, so it's understandable that Master Chen couldn't resist wearing a hat for her husband on the wedding night. TSK. This Bai family's young lady is a bit too wanton. These gossiping guests in the room chattered away, looking at you on the bed with a gleam of schadenfreude and disdain in their eyes. The fallen Xiao family has climbed up the social ladder, and to show off, they invited all sorts of distant relatives. As a result, the bride actually did such a scandalous thing at the wedding. Chen Zhe, you've really disappointed me. Kneel down and explain to me properly, otherwise I won't marry you. And you, Suli, today is your wedding banquet. How can you be so shameless? The one speaking is your fiancée. When Wanru, standing in the crowd with slightly red eyes, her voice full of grievance and disappointment. If you didn't know the plot well, you might actually believe her insincere words now. Ice Heart, speak up. Did this dang Tuzi force you? I will make the decision for you. No, Suli spoke intermittently, but didn't say much for a while. Enough. Shaolin's brother, Xiao Tian, said sternly, this scandal is too embarrassing. It concerns the dignity of our families. By dying, Chen Degongzi, you don't want this matter to be known by outsiders, right? In the original work, the Xiao family and Wen Wanru proposed many conditions before this matter could be considered resolved. Although the two antagonists didn't know how they ended up in bed together, they agreed to all the conditions in order to seek forgiveness. Xiao Tian then changed the subject, so all you need to do is, you immediately raised your head contemptuously, stop talking nonsense. I won't agree to a single word. Chen Zhe, how dare you be so arrogant in my Xiao family? Arrogant? You smirked, your eyes full of mockery. Even if I wear a hat on the head of the Xiao family today, what can you do to me? The whole room fell silent as soon as these words were spoken. What kind of tiger wolf talk is that? Messing around with someone else's new wife on the wedding night. Even a person in the devil's way would feel that he is at a disadvantage, right? How could he say that so shamelessly? Still in front of his fiancée. Is this a deliberate attempt to insult the Xiao family? According to previous Chuyi's lowly posture towards Wen Wanro, even if he wanted to insult the Xiao family, he shouldn't have said it in front of Wen Wanro. He wasn't afraid of kneeling in front of Wen Wanruo for 3 hours again like last time? Wen Wanruo was also confused. Shouldn't Chuyi be on her knees with a snotty nose and tears, apologizing to me and begging for forgiveness? How come it's not the same picture as imagined? For the Xiao family to do this matter would have been to put a hat on their own heads, and they were destined to be ridiculed. Only if Chuyi and Suli kneeled down and begged for forgiveness would their Xiao family salvage some thin air. However, Chuyi did not kneel in front of Wen Wanro as expected, apologizing to her and the Xiao family, but instead spoke out to humiliate Xiao Rin. Chuyi, what did you say? Have the guts to say it again. Xiao Rin gritted her teeth, clearly being completely enraged. Suddenly, under the gazes of a dozen or so people in the room, Chuyi violently rushed out, his body transforming into a residual shadow. Before Xiao Rin could react, he felt an oppressive sensation rush straight to his face. In the next second, Chuyi arrived in front of him and slapped a backhanded palm hard on Xiao Rin's face. Snap! Crisp sounds exploded in the bridal chamber. This slap directly slapped Xiao Rin's head buzzing. Just you in the lead. Ha! Snap! Another slap in the forehand. Snap! You asked for this hat, and I merely did what you wanted. Boom! This punch was thrown directly onto Xiao Rin's stomach. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Xiao Rin was sent flying out and smashed against the wall. A spray of blood came out of his mouth, mixed with a few dislodged broken teeth. Ding! Detecting that you have severely humiliated Xiao Rin. His luck value minus 500. Gaining twice the explosion rate. Host's luck value plus 1000. Aha! It hurts. I was beaten? So fast, so dominant and heavy. But it seems I'm the one who got green, right? I don't hit him, but he hits me instead? And, being beaten by him, why didn't I have the slightest bit of courage to fight back? Looking at the aura, it was at least a Yuaning cultivation. Wasn't Chuyi only at foundation cultivation before? It's so despicable to be playing the hidden strength game in this day and age. Unsurprisingly, the outsiders who came to the engagement party at the scene were also twittering at the sight. Is this an annoyed defense break after being dismantled? He's in a hurry. He's in a hurry. Are you still going to kill and destroy the bodies? I'm so scared. When Evening Row was even more furious. She couldn't stand the man she adored being beaten by her own licking dog. What's more, she couldn't stand the licking dog Chui, who had always obeyed her, being so reckless in front of her. Chui, kneel down for me. If you've done something wrong yourself, stand up straight if you're beaten. Where do you get the face to hit people? When Wanrui thought for a moment that hitting someone at this time would only make Chui even more unreasonable, it looked very much like a thief. It's a big deal that you can hit people? If you're capable of it, you should beat me up too. Who are you making a stinky face for? Obviously it's you and Su Li and can't control the lower half of the body. How do you still reverse the Big Dipper? She knew all too well how much Chui indulged and coddled her. Even if he slapped Chui a few times in front of everyone, he wouldn't fight back. And scolding him isn't enough? Hearing Wanrui's angry scolding, the Xiao family members looked like they had been given a license. If our Xiao family can't rule you, can't Wen rule you? Miss Wen has spoken. How dare you make a move? A Xiao family youth took a few steps forward, wanting to take Chui down on the spot and make him kneel in front of Wen Evening and Xiao Rin to kowtow and apologize. The youth walked over to Chui and was just about to reach out when Chui delivered a whip kick. Bang! He was kicked out of the door, his skull instantly shattering, blood and brain matter exploding all over the place. What kind of strength is this? Outside the door another group of Xiao family youths arrived upon hearing the commotion and came forward. Chui, don't go wild. Boom! Without waiting for them to get close, a terrifying pressure swept down, and the room's aura was in turmoil. In just an instant, this group of family youths of the Xiao family were strongly suppressed, grabbing the ground with their heads, and it was difficult to move again. In a sorry state, the crowd was confused, and a fear from their souls rose in their hearts. The entire Xiao family had been in shambles since the death of their oldest ancestor, except for the Xiao family head who was traveling outside, who was at the great perfection of the god transformation stage. The rest of the people were all below the middle god transformation stage. The extreme realm divine sense brought Chui the ability to be invincible at the same level. So naturally, he could easily pin down these wastes. The pressure grew heavier and heavier until it crushed the people present alive on the ground, which was littered with broken flesh and streams of blood. These youths could be the future hopes of the Xiao family, and now they're all dead? Chapter 3 Humiliating the Son of Qi. At this moment, the Xiao family finally realized that things were not going as expected and began to completely panic. Xiao Tian was at the Yuaning perfection cultivation level, and he knew that no one present could block Chui except him. Seeing the tragic situation of his clan members, he couldn't care less about what Chuyi's status was. His beard and hair were blossoming, his eyes were about to burst out, and he was holding a long sword with a sharp edge. Chui, don't seek death. Chui was very calm and just smiled at Xiao Badian. The aura is somewhat appalling, but the strength is just a bit weaker. Ridiculous. Fubris, you are so brutal. And see, without waiting for him to finish his words, Chui flicked his right hand. With a crisp, haunting snap, the Xiao Tian's head separated from his body, and blood gushed out from the broken neck. In the next second, Xiao Tian's head directly shot up into the sky. Thud! The head spun twice in the air and landed heavily on the ground, rolling a few times before coming to rest. The horror of dying still lingered in those round eyes. Quiet, deadly silence. It wasn't until Xiao Tian's dog's head landed on the ground that the people present slowed down. Spike? Xiao Tian was a Yuaning perfection cultivator, and he was killed in seconds just like that? Off the charts. Off the big spectrum. At this time in the back mountain hall, several Xiao family elders were gathering together, sipping tea while waiting for the outcome of this good show. Depending on the time of day, the adultery catchers should have already gone in. Ha ha ha. The current Chui is probably kneeling in front of Wen Ro begging for forgiveness, right? That Suli must also be lowly begging for Rinner's forgiveness. Can be a really good show. It's a pity that we elders are not very good to go to the scene, or else we must see that picture with our own eyes. This matter has always caused an additional green grassland to appear over the head of our Xiao family, and it has some impact on Rinner's reputation. It's fine, but when we get the chaotic body and the demon bone, Xiao Rin can also wear a hat on Chuyi's head, so it's considered even. That's right, strength in the cultivation world speaks for itself. When our Xiao family grows up, who will dare to mention Rinner being green? When Chui went on a killing spree, Xiao Ren took advantage of the chaos and rolled to the back of the Xiao family's mountain to inform the elders of the situation. They were very happy to see Xiao Ren arrive. Ren, seeing as you've rushed here in such a hurry, have you come to report your great success? Ha ha ha, once this matter is accomplished, you and Miss Wen will have it for the rest of your lives. Xiao Ren, you've done a great service for my Xiao family. As soon as the family head returns, he is bound to be very happy to hear this news. Father, several elders. No, not. Xiao Ren was in a great hurry, and his speech broke off and, not only did things not work out, Shuyi killed my brother. As soon as Xiao Ren's words fell, several elders glanced at each other, and their expressions became subtle. Then there was a flutter of uncontrollable laughter. Renner really knows how to joke. Ha ha ha, this is a trick to make us old guys happy now? Father and a few uncles know what's on your mind. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, that is, on Shuyi that goat-licking dog character. Kneeling on the ground to beg when evening row forgiveness is too late, but also kill people? Father, elder, I'm not joking with you guys, you'll know when you get to the scene. Xiao Ren's face became even more serious as he said with a straight face. Seeing how serious he was, the several elders collected their smiles and their faces became grave. What did you say? Shuyi actually did dare to kill someone? Xiao Ren continued. How would my child dare to deceive the elders? This matter is 1,000 times true. Upon hearing Xiao Ren's words, although the several elders were a bit puzzled, their faces suddenly changed and their anger was like a tidal wave. Greening the Xiao family and still dares to kill in the Xiao family? Who gave him the guts? A few people slammed their hands, shaking the tea lights, jumping and splashing the tea in all directions. Outrageous! My Xiao family will not allow others to be bullied like this. After saying that, he immediately ordered to blockade the top and bottom of Zhao's house, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. The elders were like the wind, walking briskly between the eaves of the corridors and going straight to the place of the incident. Outside the wedding room, rows and rows of Xiao family youths lay horizontally. Their blood had long since solidified into a dark red color, blending with the austere aura around them. Stepping into the blood-soaked room, I saw Xiao Tian's head on the ground, his eyes wide open and, witnessing this, Xiao Feng opened his eyes angrily and looked straight at Shuyi. His voice was like a bell that shook the clouds. Shuyi, you insulted the bride on the wedding night of the Xiao family, and now you're killing members of my Xiao family. How dare you explain? He drew his sword and sheathed it, pointing the tip of the sword straight at Shuyi as he snapped. How dare you, harlot! Today, I'll let you know that the majesty of my Xiao family is not to be violated. Second brother. Wait. The grand elder of the Xiao family blocked in front of Xiao Feng. I think Mr. Chu was only acting on impulse and did not intend to kill anyone, so it's not too late to listen to his explanation. Xiao Tian was Xiao Rin's own brother, Xiao Feng's son. He couldn't help it when he saw one son beaten and the other killed, but the other elders were calmer than him, and it wasn't their son who died anyway. The reason they put on this show was to make Chu-Yi and Suli feel guilty and willingly take out the root bones in their bodies. If we killed someone, wouldn't the previous effort be wasted? Moreover, Chu-Yi comes from a stealthy family, and he can only be dealt with by relying on his love for Wen Rui to outsmart him, not by force. Mr. Chu, this matter is your fault, not to mention sleeping with Rinner's woman, but also making a move to kill so many people. Remembering that you're a first offense, our Xiao family can forget about it. But there are a few conditions that you must agree to. When Chu-Yi heard the words of the Xiao family's grand elder, he raised his eyebrows and laughed. Oh, I would like to hear. What does the grand elder have to say? Seeing that Chu-Yi's mouth had loosened, the grand elder thought that he had really just acted on impulse and was still trying to make amends now. That's right. Chu-Yi's usual dog-licking behavior towards Wen Rou was in everyone's eyes. So how could he suddenly transform? Just a few hours ago at the wedding banquet, Chu-Yi had been scolded for accidentally chucking a piece of fatty meat to Wen Rui. My lord, so many of the people you killed were young talents that the Xiao family had spent a lot of effort on cultivating. Their deaths would be a great loss to our Xiao family. So, what do you want? In the next 100 years, you will need to provide the Xiao family with resources equal to those of the Wen family. Good man. Soft food is hard to eat. If your Xiao family had made a direct move against me, I would still think highly of you. And that's it? But anyway, the resources Chu-Yi gave to the Wen family in the future were zero, so there was no harm in agreeing to it. Moreover, the Xiao family elder on the opposite side was at the early stage of god transformation cultivation, so he was not a match for the time being. Okay, I promise. Chapter 4, Killing the Son of Fortune's Own Father. Hearing Chu-Yi agree so readily, the grand elder secretly regretted in his heart. That's a quick yes? You don't seem to have asked for much? Cough cough Mr. Chu, I just said it wrong. It's not 100 years, it's 1,000 years, and it's not equal to the One clan. It's twice as much as the One clan. Ha ha, no problem, I still promise. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Chu is truly a dragon and phoenix among men, and his hand is generous. Then this matter today, even if it's in the past, I believe that if you kneel down and apologize properly with Miss One, she will still forgive you. But old me also want to advise you again. Miss One is a lot of people chasing after her. Oh, you have to seize the opportunity. Chui knows that this old Biden's words are hinting at himself. Don't refuse any request from Wan. This one. In the original, Wan sent the bone to the Xiao family the first time she got the Chui demon bone. The Xiao family elder was laying the groundwork for Xiao Rin's bone renewal. The atmosphere of the scene was immediately cheerful, with the exception of Wan Rue. Chui, what do you mean? You slept with someone else here behind my back, and instead of compensating me, you're compensating someone else? You'll have to give me more resources for the Wen family in the future as well, otherwise I will never care about you again. Fine. From now on, the resources given to your Wen family will be 10 times that of before. Wan Ro's heart was beautiful when she heard it. He really did love me so much that he couldn't bear to let me suffer a bit. Despite being very happy, she still had to pretend to be a bit sad in order to trick Chui out of her demonic bone afterwards. At this moment, Wan Ro's face had a kind of twist that seemed like a smile, a sadness in the smile. After Chui lost her demon bone, although she managed to get married to Wan Ro, even after she got married, Wan Ro had never allowed Chui to touch her. The heroine naturally wants to save her first time for the high-minded hero. How could it be possible for him, a devil's advocate, to take one blood? Wanrua felt that it was an insult to her character and Dao heart. She dislikes the people of the devil's way for being dirty and cheap. Thinking of this, Chui once again angrily cursed Wanrua. At that moment, 2 men came in at the door. The 2 visitors looked to be full of aura, and the pressure emanating from their bodies was stronger than everyone present. It was none other than Chuyi's 2 old servants, Zhang Woya and Zhang Yu. They looked like they were only at the refined void realm, but they had actually reached the Xianxian realm, human realm, Qi refining, foundation building, Jin Dan, Yuan, transforming deity, refining emptiness, merging, Mahayana, and transmigration, immortal realm, Xianxian, true immortal, golden immortal, quasi-emperor, immortal emperor. The strongest of the others present was at the cultivation level of a transformation god, and the difference could be said to be a world of difference. The 2 old servants usually often advised Chui not to overtrust this Wanrue and to be more assertive. As a result, Chui grew distant from the 2 old servants who had watched her grow up, coupled with Wanro instigating from the sidelines. Chui even often spoke ill of the 2 old maids. Seeing the 2 arrive also added a few points to Chuyi's next killing spree. Great elder, there were many of you just now, so I lied to you. Now that my people are here, you can all go to hell. Chui, what do you mean? You just promised us and now you're backing out? Are you still being reasonable? Reason with you when you can't beat you, and reason with you when you can? So I don't beat it for nothing? Elder Jiang, and Jiang, that Xiao Feng across the street just drew his sword on me. What should I do? Elder Jiang understood. With a mere glance, pust, Xiao Feng's head shot up into the sky. Something that doesn't know what it's doing. Just a look, not even a move of the hand. And you're dead? Ah, Dad. Xiao Rin's pupils shrunk when he saw his father die horizontally. Slowly crawling to Xiao Feng's corpse, he stretched out his trembling hand and touched the lifeless body. Ding, detected that you had someone kill Xiao Rin's own father. His luck value minus 1000. Gain triple explosion rate. Host's luck value plus 3000. Pain. It hurts too much. This image of people close to him continuously dying in front of his eyes was too much for him to accept. Tears mixed with blood and dripped onto the ground, forming a flower of blood and tears. Xiao Rin and Wanro just felt that Chuyi's weak and good-tempered and was Wanro's licking dog. So they dared to count him like this. If they had known that Chui was so violent and murderous, they wouldn't have dared to count on the young master of the stealth ancient clan even if they had borrowed 10,000 of their guts. Why? Why is that? Xiao Rin's eyes were crimson as he looked at Chui. His eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. You devil! I want you to pay in blood. At this moment, Xiao Rin's gaze that was filled with hostility landed on the ring on his right hand. Chui also noticed Xiao Rin's eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's his golden touch, isn't it? There was no need to even guess. There was a wisp of a superpower's soul in this ring. In the novel, Xiao Rin was able to step onto the peak of cultivation by virtue of this master in the ring. As a matter of fact, it was impossible for those in the lower realms to detect the chaotic aura in Su Li's body as well as the demonic bones in Chu Yi's body. The reason they could discover it was naturally because of Xiao Rin's golden finger. In this ring lives a wisp of soul from the upper world, a great demon from the immortal world, commonly known as Master Sable. What puzzled Xiao Rin was that the Sable Master, who was usually at his beck and call, was now not doing anything no matter how he called out. The remaining elders in the wedding room were terrified, kneeling down and begging for mercy one after another. Sir Chu, the one who just tried to strike at you was Xiao Feng. It has nothing to do with us. Please be magnanimous. Sir Chu, we don't want your resources either. With the status of Duke Chu, it's an honor for our Xiao family to look at our daughter-in-law. If you like it, Miss Su will give it to you. Chu Yi let out a cold laugh. This Xiao family still really didn't have any backbone. Give it to me? If I wanted it, I'd come and get it myself. Why would I need you to give it to me? You think I'm a beggar? Right. In short, you can do whatever you want. Xiao Feng and his family don't know what to do, but we respect you the most. Oh, is that so? It wasn't just Xiao Rin's idea to drug me and Su Li, was it? You dare to say that you guys don't know about it? The Xiao family elder was stunned. How did he know that we drugged him? But the word is out, and it doesn't matter. Mr. Chu, to tell you the truth, we drugged you because we saw that you liked Miss Su, so we specially fulfilled you na. We have some painstaking efforts. Please sir smile. Ha 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 ha. It had to be said that Chu Yi was amused by these flexible bottom line words of the Xiao family. Damn it. Chapter 5. Who cares about broken shoes when you've had a state dinner? When Su Li on the bed heard the words of Xiao parent elder, she was also shattered in her three senses. Earlier, when Chu Yi said that Xiao Rin and Wen Ro had drugged her, she still had doubts. She thought maybe it was just outsiders trying to stir up their relationship. In her eyes, her status as a holy maiden to be married off to the raggedy Xiao family. The Xiao family does not say that the brightness, at least must be polite and respectful to herself, right? But the Xiao family actually did not appreciate it, and even beneficially drugged themselves on their wedding night, causing them to lose their virginity. Your Xiao family deserves to be wiped out. Su Li, as the holy daughter of the Yao Qi Holy Land, if it wasn't for the fact that her ancestors had made a marriage contract with the Xiao family, how could she possibly condescend to marry this waste of a man? Xiao Rin? In fact, Su Li could have completely withdrawn from the marriage, but she cultivated but sought a thought to pass, so she did not humiliate the Xiao family by withdrawing from the marriage. What she originally thought was in Xiao Rin cave room is impossible. Go through this wedding process, so that the Xiao family does not lose faces. She didn't hate Chu Yi. He really hadn't done anything out of the ordinary to her just now. It's her own fault that she can't handle the temptation and is lustful. No one else is to blame. Ecstasy only amplifies one's desires, and if one's heart is set on the path, one will not be affected. In the mind just those upside-down images. It seems that the whole process is their own initiative, and he is only in the defense counterattack. It is he who is so horny that he plots against him, and even Chu Yi should hate me now, right? However, this Chu Yi was not as dog-licking and cowardly as rumors had it. Instead, there were a few moments of killing, attentiveness, and calmness in the body. Most importantly, his face was a few points better looking than the rumors. A white coat of snow, untainted by dust, permeated with the meaning of transcendence, like a painting out of the banishment. Thinking about it, she felt more guilt inside her, and her face turned redder. Elder Jiang, do it, no one from the Xiao family will be left behind. With a few more glances from Zhang Wuya, the heads of the Xiao family's elders all croaked to the ground, not even having the time to cry out in misery. Xianxian immortal cultivation is as terrifying as it is. Chu Yi stepped over the corpse in front of him and walked toward Xiao Rin, who was kneeling on the ground. Chu Yi, you dare. When Wan Rui opened her hands to block Chu Yi, seeing that the man you admire is about to be exterminated, finally you can't help it? Stop pretending? Zhang Wuya and Zhang Yu, who were already ready to go forward, stopped in place when they saw Wan Rui's actions. Chu Yi had always obeyed Wan Rui's words without exception. They weren't sure if this was Chu Yi's real decision, or if they were just trying to scare Wan Rui. Second, old man, what are you waiting for? Do it! Chu Yi remembered that in the original novel, one of the important factors that allowed Xiao Rin to succeed was the great help from the people of the Xiao family. All of these people were on Chu Yi's list of certain death. Today, Xiao Rin's wedding, the entire Xiao family's 7 aunts and 8 aunts, these distant relatives all came. It also saves you from having to look for them one by one afterward and leaving a leak. The two old men received a confirmed order from Chu-yi and immediately moved their hands. The guards that Chu-yi had brought from the Sky Demon Sea were all at least at the Mahayana stage of cultivation. And the ragtag Xiao family. The strongest person is only the god of transformation. Chu-yi, you dare. The Xiao family head is traveling outside. And he is a god transformation powerhouse. The people of the Xiao family were still making a final struggle. But it didn't really work. Close the door. Not a single one. A group of demonic cultivators from the Sky Demon Sea appeared out of nowhere and went on a killing spree inside the mansion. Hearing the tragic screams rising and falling within the Xiao family mansion, Wan Ro's face instantly turned gloomy and she frowned as she urged, "Hurry up and make them stop. Didn't you hear me? How dare you? If you don't stop, I'll never care about you again in my life. Shut up, bitch." These two words played over and over in Wan Rue's head as she was making sure she hadn't heard wrong. After confirming it, a wisp of anger surfaced on her pretty face and she said in annoyance, "You've gone against the grain. I can't rule you? Do you really think you're the master if I don't get angry? For the last time, stop or don't stop." Chu-yi revealed a serious expression and teased, "What? Heartbroken to see your little lover beaten? Anxious? I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. There's more for you later." Wan Ro's face instantly looked wrong when she heard the words little lover. Her relationship with Xiao Ren had been very well concealed except for a few elders. How could Chu-yi know? Ding! Detecting that you have spoken ill of the goddess Wan Rue, her luck value is -500, gaining twice the burst rate. Host's luck value plus 1000. Inside the Xiao family residence, a head rose up in the air, and the heads fell to the ground without even being able to cry out for help. The smell of blood quickly spread throughout the Xiao family, mixing with the heavy aura to create a bizarre atmosphere. What a horrific scene that sends chills down your spine. The entire clan of more than 500 people, in less than a quarter of an hour, all ascended to heaven. In the current Xiao family, there were only a bunch of foreign guests left, and by all accounts, they were not within the Xiao family's 9 clans. Guests were kneeling in front of Chu-yi, humbly begging for mercy. The face was completely devoid of the clouded look of watching the show before. "Mr. Chu, this is a grudge between you and the Xiao family. It has nothing to do with us. So please raise your hand." Chu-yi laughed softly and said in a cold voice, "You guys had a part in the 7 mouths and yin and yang just now, didn't you? And you all saw me kill. So how could I possibly let you stay?" Seeing that Chu-yi's words were not right, the crowd stopped thinking and immediately riveted their energies and darted toward the door. Of course Chu-yi wouldn't give them that chance. A flick of the hand. Sword lights are streaking through the air. Next, Ka-chow. More than a dozen brain-bloodied heads shot up into the sky. The most interesting thing was that although their heads flew out, their bodies still lurched forward due to inertia. An extremely bizarre and appalling scene, now in the huge Xiao family residence. Other than the people from the Sky Demon Sea, only Wen Evening Ro, Xiao Rin, and Su Li remained. Wan Rue was really surprised that Chu-yi actually knew about her relationship with Xiao Rin, and also knew that it was the Xiao family that had drugged her. On top of that, he called himself a? That's a dirty word, and he uses it to call me names? Nope. Wen Evening Zhua had a flash of inspiration. Since Chu-yi knew that it was the Xiao family that had administered the drug, he had also executed the entire Xiao family. Is it because he thinks it's the Xiao family that caused him to lose his first time? He loved me so much that he always wanted to leave his first time to me, but he was victimized by the people of the Xiao family. So he's just venting his anger by executing the entire Xiao family? That's right. He killed so many people and beat up Xiao Rin, but he didn't touch a hair on my head. I was only scolded because I knew about my relationship with Xiao Rin and was jealous. I told you how Chu-yi suddenly became so murderous, so it was all for me. Wan Ro enjoyed this feeling of two men fighting over themselves. In his heart, he sighed. Fortunately, he was only browbeating Xiao Rin, and at most, he was just pulling his hand, and hadn't gone that far yet. If it comes to that, then there's really no room for redemption. After all, even the most skillful immortal can't know who they've held hands with, but the presence or absence of Yuan Yin can be easily known. Husband, it's me who misjudged you. I really didn't know that the Xiao family would actually drug you. It's all my fault. I made a wild guess without listening to your explanation. You won't be angry with me, will you? Wan Ro gently paced to Chu-yi's side, gently tugging on her husband's sleeve with those delicate jade fingers, with a few points of pettiness and currying favor in her movements. Chu-yi let his eyes go. Wen Evening Ro's eyes contained both tears of self-reproach and tenderness of desire, and her delicate cheeks couldn't help but blush. This kind of pathetic appearance, if it were his previous self, he would definitely immediately go forward to hug her and say to her, "It's okay, I forgive you. But the current Chui looked at her with this fake affectionate look and only felt her stomach roll and was very nauseous. For one thing, it was because Chui knew how hypocritical Wanwanrui was. Secondly, although this one evening row was stunning, compared to Su Li, it was far inferior. Who cares if you're a broken shoe when you've had a state banquet? Chui looked at Wanwanrui and her personal panel appeared in front of her. Name, Wanwanrua. Identity, daughter of luck. Age, 18. Cultivation, early Yuaning. Destiny, blue. Luck value, 10,000. Physique, Ice Phoenix Sacred Body. Technique, You Chill Frost Extinction. True Intent Sword Extinction. Vision, none. Encounter, conspiracy with Xiao Rin to scheme against the host. Husband, it's okay. I know you saved your first time just for me. It's enough that you have this heart. Xiao Rin and I are also just friends, and I still only love you. So don't get angry, okay? Wanwanrui said while still watching Chuyi's reaction with an expectant look on her face. Asterisk. Don't touch me. Chui let out a light laugh and shook off Wanwanrui's hand. Chapter 6. Another 3 strokes bet? Didn't you say you would love and pamper me for the rest of my life? Is this what you call love? This love is too cheap, isn't it? Aren't you afraid I won't marry you? Hearing Wanwanrui's words, Chui froze. How in the world can there be such a shameless? That's disgusting. After saying that, Chuyi's body was filled with killing intent as he slowly walked towards it. Ding! Risk. If you kill the Son of Fortune before its fortune value is gone, you risk being hit by the backlash of your fortune. What do you mean? If you kill a Son of Fortune at the high point of his fortune, you may be revolted by the heavenly Tao. Backfire? Is it one of those things where you choke on your food, choke on your water, and fall to your death when you walk? Expel breath. Had guessed this would happen. Chui could not help but curse Tendo inwardly. But it's good. Little by little, you could get these sons of Qi killed and still plunder the Qi. It was no less fun to slowly ravage these sons of Qi and cut the Qi from them before stomping them to death. And every time you ravage the son of Qi, you also get a random burst rate. Wouldn't it be a big loss if you gave it a one-time straight if you didn't get a blast? Men, take this woman back to the mansion and keep her under strict guard. Chui had already thought of how to ravage and punish this vicious woman. A few guards came forward and set up Wanwanrui, who was still down on the ground and didn't know what to do. When Wanrui's willow eyebrows rose up, her eyes filled with anger. Snap! Snap! 2 slaps to the squire's face. A lowly thing that deserves to touch me? Your masters don't even dare to beat me. Are you trying to usurp me? The guard had a few more palm prints on his face and was very stifled in his heart. These guards came from the Sky Demon Sea and were all at the Mahayana stage of cultivation. The Mahayana cultivation is placed in the lower realm. It is possible to be the head of a clan and be admired by 10,000 people. However, the guards were slapped by Wanwanrui, but they didn't dare to fight back, and didn't even dare to show the slightest bit of anger, because that's how Wanwanrui normally treated Chuyi's subordinates. Previously, there were a few maids who accidentally touched Chuyi's hand, and Wanwanrui actually wanted to cane them directly. Luckily, Jiamuya secretly sneaked the attendants who only had 1 breath left back to the upper realm, which allowed them to retrieve a life. It could be said that everyone Chui had brought from the heavenly demon sea hated Wanwanrui with a passion, but as long as Chui liked her, these underlings could only succumb to Wanwanrui's lustful authority and dared to be angry. After the guards were beaten, they almost instinctively knelt in front of Wanwanrui's body, because normally, if these guards dared to mess with Wanwanrui, Chui would also help her out. Stand up. No kneeling. I am the only one of your masters. There is no one else. The guard looked puzzled and stood up slowly. Besides me, in the future, whoever has a cheap hand and dares to hit you, hit me back on the spot, or else you are disgracing me. Do you hear me? The guards in the wedding room looked at each other, and a few words slowly strained out of their mouths. Hear that and don't do it? Snap, snap. The guard slammed 2 slaps, front and back, hard on Wanwanrui's face. As these 2 slaps went down, the guard only felt that the whole person was refreshed. This feeling of having a great revenge is simply too much. You actually really dare to hit me? Wanwanrui felt a fiery pain coming from her cheeks. It was as if there were countless ants gnawing at it, or as if it was being burned by a blazing fire, and an expression of disbelief froze on his face. Chui and I just had a fight. When he comes begging me to get back together, you're just waiting for your hands and feet to be chopped off. Her eyes widened as she stared dead at the guards who had once obeyed her. Take her down quickly, and gag her. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh, ding. Detected that you have severely humiliated Wanwanrui. Her luck value -1000. Gain triple explosion rate, host's luck value plus 3000. At this point, it was estimated that Xiao Rin was still immersed in panic. He couldn't figure out why Master Wolverine, who usually tried everything himself and could do anything, didn't dare to come out now. Is Master Wolverine not awake? Of course not. The reason why Master Sable didn't dare to come out was because it was also shocked by the cultivators around Chui. The killing is decisive and unforgiving. If this one remaining strand of his soul was killed off, wouldn't that be the end of the game for good? In the face of the 9 clans being executed, Xiao Rin's heart was consumed by endless despair. Today was clearly his wedding day. His big day. He himself would have immediately married a holy maiden for nothing. Along with Chu Yi's demonic bones, the good times are clearly coming. Why? Why things are the way they are? The whole family suffered. No one survived. What is this demon in front of him? Too many questions and hatred swept through him, leaving him almost in despair. His hands were clenched into fists and his eyes were bloodshot. There was both biting hatred in his eyes and a hint of longing for survival. Despite his heart pounding, he calmed himself. Anger at the moment couldn't change anything. The only thing that might buy him a chance of survival was outsmarting him. Shu Yi, even though I, Xiao Rin, am not talented, I am willing to use my own life as a bet to set a 3-move bet with you. Oh, this routine again? When their cultivation is drastically behind, the protagonist often likes to use this move to forcefully downgrade the villain's intelligence and gain a fighting chance for himself. Other strong people might have taken the bet because they wanted to save face. But how could Chui, who had read countless novels in his previous life, not know this age-old trope? The corner of Chuyi's mouth hooked into a playful smile, having seen through Xiao Rin's mind. Oh, a 3-move bet? Interesting. Tell me about it. You suppress your cultivation to the same foundation stage as me. And if I can take 3 moves from you without falling, you will let me go and promise not to pursue this matter any further. How? What if you can't catch it? Then my life is at your disposal. Chui narrowed his eyes for a moment before letting out a light laugh. Fine. As you wish. As Chuyi's words fell, the atmosphere around him suddenly became tense. Rinner, the strength of the person beside Chui is incomparably terrifying. It's impossible for me to defeat him. Master Sable, you're finally awake. What should we do now? Definitely don't let him know about my existence. I'll transfer the power to you later. That would bring your cultivation to the Yuaning stage. And it shouldn't be a problem to take 3 of his moves. Xiao Rin hummed in his head. Receiving Master Sable's answer, Xiao Rin rekindled her hope. This Chuyi is too much of a trustworthy person. 3 moves to beat me? Dreams have everything. When I escape alive, with Master Sable's help, I'll be able to kill my way back in less than 10 years. Shu-Yi? Su-Li? It's just sustenance on my way up. Xiao Rin revealed a steely look and was ready to take it. Master Sable's cultivation had also been infused into his body. Watch the first move. Shu-Yi's palm wind was like a sword, carrying the power to tear the air toward Xiao Rin. Xiao Rin clenched her teeth and condensed into a light shield. Although the light shield was formed, the moment it encountered the palm wind, it was like thin paper that could not be hit, and was easily penetrated. Xiao Rin only felt his internal organs fluttering, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He staggered several steps in a sorry state, his veins rippling in front of his forehead, his head broken and bleeding, looking extremely wretched. Second move. Before he could catch his breath, Shuyi's figure flashed and he had already reached his side, blasting out a punch. This punch appeared to be ordinary and uninteresting, but it actually contained the weight of a mountain. Xiao Rin desperately dodged, but was still affected by the aftermath. A heavy blow was dealt to his shoulder, and his shirt was instantly dyed red with blood. He let out a cry of pain and became even more unsteady, almost falling to his knees. The most desperate move was the third. Shui gently made a seal with both hands, and the spiritual energy gathered in his palm to form a ball of spiritual energy, and the might contained within it was palpitating. The ball of spiritual energy was pushed out violently, grazing his cheek and bringing up a bloody mess. Blood stained half of his face and lapel, making it even more miserable. Shui withdrew his hand and stood, his gaze faintly sweeping over Xiao Rin, who had fallen to the ground and was almost beaten into a wreck. His eyes filled with disdain. Xiao Rin was lying on the ground, gasping for breath and covered in bruises. Harm, waste is waste, can't even catch 3 moves from me. Chapter 7, like cuckolds? Satisfy you. In fact, these 3 moves are still Chuyi's collected hits. He was afraid of accidentally beating Xiao Rin to death. Xiao Rin certainly felt this. In these 3 moves, Chui had obviously gathered his strength. If he hadn't held back, he would have risen in place long before the first move. So I, lost? But why did he leave me alive when he could have killed me? Isn't he afraid that I'll rise up and seek revenge on him after I've escaped with my life? Could it be that he didn't see me as a threat at all? Am I so worthless in his eyes? That I'm that bad? Shu-yi, you, why don't you kill me? Kill me. Kill me if you dare? If you don't kill me, I'll definitely come to you for revenge, and I'll be immortal with you. Shu-yi froze for a moment when he heard this. Why would I kill you? You're a big, rooty leek in my eyes right now. Why would I cut a leek if it's not ripe? Funny. Shu-yi smiled faintly, his eyes full of disdain. A cheap life is just a life. When I kill you, what does it matter to you? You, put. The more Xiao Rin thought about it, the more angry he became, and he spat out a mouthful of thick blood. Ding! Detected that Xiao Rin's Taoist heart is damaged. The value of Qi -500. The host's method of attacking the heart. This system reads all the way, obtaining 4 times the explosion rate. The host's value of Qi plus 2000. Sheesh. This Xiao Rin is also too easy to break defense. The Qi value is really good. Before draining Xiao Rin's remaining value, Shu-yi would never let him just die. What's the point of uprooting a leek before you've finished cutting it? As for the follow-up on how to make Xiao Rin break the defense even more, Shu-yi also had an idea. Xiao Rin's only thought of surviving now was to take revenge on himself. And if he wants revenge, he'll have to rely on the sable in his ring. If I snatch his mink, doesn't that just cut him off completely? Shu-yi looked at Su Li and her personal panel appeared in front of her. Name, Su Li. Identity, Destiny Villain. Age, 18. Cultivation, Yuaniing Perfection. Mandate of Heaven, Gold, from low to high, Black, Red, Orange, Yellow, Green, Blue, Purple, Gold. Luck value, 50,000. Physique, Immortal Demon Chaos Body, Unawakened. Techniques, Linglong Heart Sutra. Devouring Heavenly Devil Technique, not yet acquired. Undying Heavenly Technique, not yet acquired. Vision, none. Encounter, before the awakening of the Immortal Demon Chaos Body, he suffered daily from the backlash. A top-notch setup for a divine destiny villain. No less. As long as we hug Su Li's big white legs tightly, lick her comfortably, and obtain her heaven-defying physique technique, wouldn't we be able to go back and take over the Heavenly Demon Sea in a better way? System, bind Su Li. Congratulations to the host on the successful binding. Currently, Su Li's favorability towards the host is 60 out of 100. The investment targets physique. Root bone and gong method are being synchronized. Holy Maiden Su, I'll take your future husband. The Xiao family has brought this upon themselves, and my marriage to Xiao Rin has been called off, so please make yourself at home. Mr. Chu, take this loser back to the mansion and put him on death row. Yes. Several guards came forward and dragged the dead dog like Xiao Rin out of the wedding room. Holy Maiden, let me send you back to the capital. Good. Su Li lightly opened her vermilion lips and slowly lifted the quilt. As the bedding slid down, a round, jade-like calf was quietly exposed. Jade feet gently probed out, with slim ankles and soft arches, stepping lightly on the floor. Shu-yi's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the scene, and his throat rolled involuntarily. The errand had just been swallowed whole, and he hadn't even had a chance to appreciate the near-perfect body. He hastily collected his thoughts and averted his eyes. Su Li didn't seem to notice Chu-yi's abnormality, or even if she did, she chose to ignore it. She continued her movements, easing her jade foot into the shoe. Crouching down, originally was a delicate figure. In the collection of skirt crouched down the moment even more revealed undoubtedly. Before walking out of the wedding room, she casually turned the red wedding dress into ashes. As if saying goodbye to this past, Su Li leisurely walked through the Xiao house, surrounded by mountains of corpses and scattered fragments of flesh and blood, failed to stir up the slightest ripple in the lake of her heart. She did not see the slightest fluctuation on her face and was very calm. Shu-yi couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. Worthy of being a future Heaven's Destiny villain. Worthy of being a woman who would step on the corpses of Heaven's pride to walk up to the 9 heavens. After Su Li left, Jiang Wuya and Jiang Yu immediately knelt down in front of Shu-yi and let out a cry. Despite having a lifeless face, a hint of relief could actually be seen on the faces of the two of them at the moment. Previously, Shu-yi for Wenwan Ro can even not want parents, much less randomly kill a house of people. The current Shu-yi, however, was so desperate for Wenwan Rue, and even snatched a woman at someone else's wedding banquet. It really was a perfect inheritance of the fine tradition of the Heavenly Demon Sea's demonic cultivators. Young lord, you are finally willing to walk the path of family cultivation. The old slave is incomparably pleased. Shu-yi didn't say anything, just smiled knowingly. By the way, Elder Jiang, this one Wanrui wanted to instigate me to dig up the demon bone. What? Digging up the devil's bones? Digging up the devil bone will not only result in the loss of cultivation, but even surviving is a problem. When Wan Ro, this woman, how can she be so vicious? Since she likes bones, then dig out the spirit bones of her entire clan. Jiang Wuya was shocked by Chu Yi's words. Young lord, people in the lower realms are not highly gifted, and the thing called a spirit bone is very rare. Those of the Winchesters who do not have spirit bones will make do with other bones, vertebrae, skulls, ribs, also, the bones of those dead people in the Winchesters' ancestral graves. In short, before tomorrow, I want the bones of the entire Wen family to appear in my mansion. She likes bones so much, so I'll put them in front of her so she can pick them out. Ha ha ha. Yes, young lord. Just now there were a few females who took advantage of the chaos and ran away. Now that they've been captured and returned, what do you think should be done about it? Saying that, Jiang Yu led 2 women to kneel in front of Chu Yi. This person in pink is Xiao Rin's half-sister Xiao Xian. The one in purple is Xiao Rin's stepmother, Xiao Xian's mother. All the people of the Xiao family deserve to die. Just kill them, why do you ask? Young lord, they all have some secrets on them. It would be a bit of a shame to kill them. Oh, yeah, Mr. Chu, we're all innocent. We're just women. Those things were all done by the elders of the clan. They have nothing to do with us. Chu Yi frowned, full of disinterest. What do I care if you're off? Young master, this Xiao Xian is a Xian beautifuling body. Jiang Yu has probed it. It's still a virgin body. And it's quite pretty looking, so it's barely qualified to serve young master. This Xiao Xian, I don't seem to have much of an impression. It seems like the character wasn't mentioned at all in the original novel, or just brought up in a few strokes. It's purely a sideshow. The noble Xiao family. The novel is naturally impossible for anyone to mention a word. Never would I have thought that such a runner would actually be a hearth-sacred body possessor. It seems that this fictional fusion world is very complex and has a lot of surprises that even the reader doesn't know about. Your Excellency, whether you kill me to vent your anger or make me a slave or a servant girl, I only beg you to spare my mother. Xiao Xian is willing to do anything for your Excellency. Yo-ho, still a big filial daughter nah. But you, sure you're willing to do anything for me? Chapter 8, the main character's forbidden body is the hearth-sacred body? It's mine. After Chu Yi spoke, his eyes unconsciously wandered around Xiao Xian's body, tasting it up and down. Xiao Xian's chest curves were round and full, her waist was as light as a willow, and a gentle twist gave birth to 1,000 flavors. She was shaken by Chu Yi's impish gaze, doubly ashamed, but for the sake of her mother and herself, she also had to do her best to puff out her chest and show off her marvelous figure without reservation. In reality, she was completely overthinking it. Chu Yi was merely observing her personal panel. Name, Xiao Xian. Identity, concubine daughter of the Xiao family. Age, 18. Cultivation, middle foundation stage. Destiny, Cyan. Luck value, 10,000. Physique, Xian beautifuling body. Technique, Jiutian Xian Nu Jing. Vision, none. Encounter, ostracized by the clan. Only Xiao Rin covets the beauty of Xiao Xian's mother and daughter, and takes care of her a little. TSK, TSK, TSK. Coveting his own sister and baby mama. What a niche text. I kind of know why the author of rarely mentions the Xiao Xian. It turns out that he was afraid of mentioning it to damage Xiao Rin's image as the male lead. This Xiao Rin, when it really is not even as good as. But that's the true picture of the novel's great and powerful male protagonists, isn't it? The Xian Jingling body? Chu Yi remembered that this was a physique that was considered to be of the very best even amongst a bunch of stovepipe physiques. This kind of physique even in the immortal realm, that was still very sought after. And the more heaven-defying the physique, the deeper it was hidden and not easily discovered. For example, Su Li's immortal demon chaotic body. The only 3 people in the world who knew about it were Chu Yi, her master and her. This might be the reason why Xiao Xian, as the male lead's forbidden domain, did not become Xiao Rin's furnace. Or is it that she will indeed become Xiao Rin's furnace in the future? Just that the author doesn't dare to write it? It doesn't matter. Your sister is beautiful. She'll be mine from now on. If you can take the Yin and practice with it, the speed of cultivation will be doubled at least 5 times. Plus, after the original Yin is taken away from the possessor of this physique, the possessor himself will be obsessed with the taste of that kind of pleasure, and will only recognize one person in this life, and so on. Did this mean that after each time she finished, she would get both pleasure and a boost in her cultivation? Well, isn't that kind of an investment? Excellent. When it's really superb. If you invest in her, don't even give anything, pure selling is enough. And Chu Yi happens to have all the strength in the world. Punch it and be done with it. Besides, Is it condescending for you to double cultivate with me, Chu-yi, and raise your cultivation while you lie down? This Xiao Xian could also be a sharp blade to strike Xiao Rin's Dao. Chu-yi didn't dare to think what Xiao Rin's expression would be when she saw her sister become her woman, stealing his fiancée, stealing her sister, and destroying his entire family. It's all a bit heartbreaking for him. Who let him be the protagonist? Who told the author of to crazily stuff him with chi and chance and women? I wish you'd be a villain in your next life. System, I want to invest in Xiao Rou, but I don't need her physique or anything. Don't synchronize it for me. Congratulations to the host on successful binding. Current number of bindings, 2/4. Current Xiao Xian's favorability towards the host is 10 out of 100. It's only 10, which is really less. Looks like it's going to take some tuning up after that. Chu-yi is not someone who thinks with his lower body. If it was only because of the Xian beautifuline body, he would never have taken this enemy family's daughter under his wing. But this good feeling function of the system made him come to be confident. It's like just give me the bloodstain and the gods kill you. By the same token, by giving me goodwill, I can monitor her status at all times. I'm not afraid she'll play a trick on me behind my back and stab me suddenly. The most important thing is to steal the male lead's woman and pluck the male lead's scales. This feeling, it's really cool, and it's very much in keeping with his villainous persona. 2. In the novel A Little Sheep Who Did Nothing is hardened by the main group of protagonists and forced to become the villain. Now, let's show you what it means to be a true villain of destiny. Elder Jiang, bring Xiao Xian back to the mansion. As Chu-yi spoke, she passed a look to Zhang Lao, as if hinting at something. Yes, Zhang Lao understood and immediately raised his sword to slash towards Xiao Xian's mother. Seeing this, Xiao Xian immediately shielded her mother, her mouth shouting, Mr. Chu, please let my mother go, please. Xiao Xian is willing to do anything. Chu-yi watched carefully, and in his heart, he murmured, check Xiao Xian's favorability. Xiao Xian's favorability towards the host, 15 out of 100. Elder Jiang, don't be so anxious. I didn't ask you to kill her either. Bring her mother back to the mansion as well. Settle her well and don't neglect her. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Chu-yi was speechless, then silently recited in his heart. Then check Xiao Xian's favorability. Xiao Xian's favorability towards the host, 25 out of 100. Ha ha ha. It's rising pretty fast. Is it actually that good of a feeder? Chu-yi had planned to spare the mother and daughter from the start. After all, with Xiao Xian's mother, she was also considered to be clutching her soft underbelly. The master and servant duo sang together and gave Xiao Xian a trick. That's it. 2. Originally a love-starved commoner's daughter, she was also coveted by her own lecherous blood brother. To put it bluntly, she was a member of the Xiao family, but did not have that deep of emotions for the Xiao family. Also, you guys handle the scene of the Xiao family's extermination. Make it the work of the devil's way. Young lord, we seem to be the devil's way. I mean, made into the work of the local devils of the eastern wasteland. Do we have any familiar forces here? Chu-yi asked. It's kind of true. Will they be reluctant to let them take the fall for this? No problem. Being able to take the fall for young lord, they'll wake up laughing in their dreams. Very good. Chu-yi was about to leave when a voice came to his ear. Young lord, wait. What is it? Young master, in 2 days it will be your eldest sister's birthday. Do you want to come and have some thoughts? The old slave will bring them over for you? As Zhang Lao spoke, he used one hand on his back to probe Chu-yi's divine sense with a spirit insect. Chu-yi laughed in his heart when he heard these words from Zhang Lao. Finally, but it's understandable. It's only been a short time, and he himself has metamorphosed from a first-grade saint mother of the immortal world to a living man. It's just so counterintuitive that anyone would be suspicious. With multiple major transformations in a short period of time, the first thing a normal person would think of is being taken over. But I have a clear conscience. He himself was originally reincarnated, counting himself as a native of this continent. It is only today that I have awakened the memories of my previous life on the blue planet, and have brought the correct values into this body. So no amount of probing would make a difference. Chu-yi pretended to look puzzled and said, Elder Jiang remembered wrongly. Isn't the eldest sister's birthday next month? Oh, yes. The old slave remembered wrongly. The old slave remembered wrongly. The desolate ancient forbidden land won't open for another year. Does young lord really not intend to return to the heavenly demon sea? This place is ultimately lacking in spiritual energy and is not suitable for cultivation. My mind is made up. Tell my parents that I'll be practicing in the lower realms for a while until I enter the ancient forbidden land and take out that item. Yes, right now one's system is still just the lower world version. I think you have to be invincible in the lower world before you unlock the immortal version. So many leaks uncut. Why go back? During this period of time in the lower realm, Chui would not casually expose his identity either. If these sons of Qi knew about their heavenly background, they would inevitably respect themselves and even take the initiative to send their daughters on their knees. It's as if in his previous life, he would never compare himself to Wang Tornonion, but only to his neighbors, friends, and classmates. Ask King Tornonion to find a couple of top beauties. Will you have a broken Taoist heart? You'll just think it's none of my business. We're not even in the same class in the first place. But if your brother's classmate finds a top-notch beauty, then you're going to be in a hurry and have your Taoist heart broken. Put it here for the same reason. It was necessary to make those protagonist Qi Lux sons mistakenly believe that they were on the same level as Chui in order to induce them to strike out against them. Elder Jiang and Jiang. Are you guys curious as to why I suddenly had a drastic personality change? Shuyi's tone was slightly mysterious as he looked towards the two old men. Chapter 9, Heaven Swallowing Devil Technique? I'm afraid it's hard to explain such a drastic change in a short period of time. Unusual things. And by informing the parents that they have awakened the immortal demon chaos body, they can dump the pot on that body. It was because of the awakening of the immortal demon chaotic body that the change in temperament was caused. After all, there are very few chaos bodies in the world, and there is no precedent to refute what one says. The two looked at each other, too embarrassed to be blunt. Even though there were a million unanswered questions in his heart, Shui was after all their young master, and this question really shouldn't be asked by them. However, since Chui took the initiative to speak, the two of them didn't care that much. Young lord, truth be told, the two of us are indeed very curious. Chui smiled faintly and said, have you two heard of the Heaven Swallowing Devil Technique and the immortal demon chaotic body? Heaven Swallowing Devil Technique? A feat created by that great emperor millions of years ago? This feat has been lost for too long. Jiang Yu also picked up. Immortal and demon chaotic body. That is the legendary holy body that can fuse the power of immortal and demon to achieve the supreme Tao. What is the reason for the young lord's question? Su Li and I, we both carry the immortal demon chaotic body. When these words came out, Elder Jiang got up violently, and his body swayed, so much so that he almost lost his temper. Young lord, what did you say? Su Li and I, we both carry the immortal demon chaotic body. Chu Yi repeated, his tone still weather flat. Young lord, don't seek the old slave's happiness. Shu Yi did not say anything, but only smiled faintly. For a long time, Zhang Lao felt more and more wrong, and his smile gradually solidified. The young master did not seem like someone who liked to joke. Really? Zhang Lao's voice trembled slightly as he finally couldn't hold back and quickly stepped forward. Coming before Chu Yi, the pair of hands covered in signs of age gently rested on his shoulders. Closing his eyes and concentrating, using his cultivation to sense the aura within Chu Yi's body. A moment later, Zhang Lao's eyes snapped open, a brilliant light blazing in his eyes, the corners of his mouth outlining in almost frantic joy. Chaotic Qi, indeed. Ha ha ha. Heaven blessed my heavenly demon sea, to have such a marvelous talent present. Since ancient times, there are very few people with this body, and most of them have long disappeared in the river of history. I didn't expect to witness it today. The two old men kneeled down on both knees and made a deep bow towards Chui, their respect self-evident. Both of you, do you know how I can awaken the immortal demon chaotic body? The immortal demon chaotic body is divided into as 8 layers. If you want to awaken a complete chaotic body, you need to gather all 8 heavenly treasures. 9 heavens bijou marrow, underworld ancient dragon saliva, primordial chaos stone, Xianhuang Woji dust, phoenix nirvana flame, bijou star sand, extremely cold Xian ice spirit, and 9 heavens resting soil grain. Apart from the 9 heavenly bijou marrow and the underworld ancient dragon's saliva, the other treasures are extremely hard to find even in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But don't worry, young lord, even if it's only part of the treasure, it's still enough to reign supreme in the immortal world. And once it's all gathered, the young master will have the qualifications of a great emperor. A great emperor? The immortal realm hasn't seen a great emperor in over 300,000 years. Young lord, I have a bottle of 9 heavenly bijou marrow right here, so take it and use it. The 9 heavenly bijou marrow originates from the rare spiritual liquid above the 9 heavens and on the top of the bijou, containing endless heaven and earth energy. It was the first key to unlocking the source of chaos. Chu Yi took the bottle, turned around with a smile, and returned to the divine carriage. Riding in the divine carriage pulled by the 3 demonic dragons, Su Li and Chu Yi prepared to rush back to the capital overnight. The night was low, and the silver glow was like a practice. A bright, clear moon hangs high in the sky, shedding a cool light that shrouds the earth in a pale silver veil. Ah! A delicate but pain-filled gasp escaped from Su Li's lips. The voice was small, but it was enough to make people feel the inhuman torture she was enduring at the moment. When Chui heard this sound, he immediately dismounted and called out to stop the caravan. The sedan chair curtains were half hidden, and her frail figure could be vaguely seen outlined by the moonlight with a faint silhouette. "I'm coming in." Just after entering the carriage, Chui saw tears welling up in Su Li's eyes. Tears slid down her pale cheeks and dripped onto the brocade quilt. Su Li's face became abnormally pale due to the pain, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, revealing a few poignant moments. She clenched her lower lip, trying not to make any more noise, but the occasional gasps and moans that leaked out added a bit more of a chorus. The moonlight reflected her painfully struggling figure, rendering the scene both poignant and heartbreaking. The air around her froze, and only the sound of her rapid breathing and the occasional low sob broke the quiet of the night. "Bear with me." This was the pain that Su Li had to endure every day in the middle of the night at midnight when she had not opened her chaotic origin. Chui knew that at this moment he couldn't do anything to help. 2 incense sticks later, the panting finally stopped. "Ms. Su, do you know why you have pain all over your body every midnight?" Of course, Su Li knew that the immortal demon chaotic body opening was not entirely the cause of his illness, but at the moment, she could only pretend not to know. Despite having skin to skin with Chui, the two of them were only strangers after all. According to Munchkin's ancient poetic history, the immortal demon chaotic body was destined to need to rely on devouring the heaven's pride origin in order to continuously evolve and maintain it. It also meant that she only had one way to become a demon: to kill to prove her path and pave the way with blood. Her Tao was destined to be the enemy of the world, destined to kill all the heavenly prides in the world, killing the 10,000 worlds to tremble and the stars to fall. Once such a heaven-defying physique was discovered, it would inevitably attract a crowd. After all, the pride of any dynasty or cultivation force could fall into the category of a potential target to be devoured by it. That was why every time a strong person found a chaotic body, they would kill it before it could grow up. The fact that Su Li had an immortal demon chaotic body was unknown even to her family, so it was even more unlikely that she would just inform an outsider. "I won't hide it from Ms. Su, not only do I know some fists and kicks, but I also know a little bit about medicine. So perhaps I can try to check your pulse." The moonlight reflected Su Li's slightly hesitant face. "No." Without waiting for her to finish, Chuyi's fingers had already gently rested on Su Li's wrist. "All right." Su Li's voice was as thin as a gnat, with a hint of shyness. The sensation of this physical contact brought back images of what she had just seen in the bridal chamber. The immortal demon chaotic body is already extremely rare. Even the ancient books don't have many records, and the people who know about it are very rare. Even if someone knew of the existence of the chaotic body, they would not be able to successfully awaken it due to not being able to gather all 8 rare materials. So there was no difference between the chaotic body and the waste body, and most people had never even heard of this physique. Anyway, it was impossible to know that she was a chaotic body just by checking her pulse. So let's just take her pulse. She bit her lower lip gently, that slender wrist looking extraordinarily soft and boneless in the candlelight. Chui put on a serious and earnest diagnosis. Ding! Physique detected: immortal demon chaos body, unawakened. Immortal demon chaos body, it needs to rely on devouring other people's body essence. The more essence devoured, the more powerful the body. Before the awakening of the first layer of the chaotic body, her body had to suffer the pain of physique backlash every day, and it is claimed that the process of opening the chaos body is very painful. So naturally, he gave her the 9 heavenly bijou marrow and let her take this suffering. All one had to do was wait until she turned it on successfully, then synchronize it and sit back and enjoy the ride. It really wasn't that Choyi was afraid of pain. Rather, this is more cost-effective and can save half of the 9 heavenly bijou marrow. Do you, by any chance, see anything? Do you know what kind of body you have? I should be a mortal body, right? Su Li replied instinctively in a broken voice. Have you heard of the heaven-swallowing demon technique? Su Li's heart shook slightly. He actually knows the heaven-swallowing demon technique? How did he know about something so cold? Most importantly, why did he suddenly bring up this technique? Chapter 10, 10,000 Souls Streamer? Human Emperor Flag. I've heard of it. Why? Not only are you not a mortal body, you're also the legendary immortal demon chaotic body. Shu Yi's words exploded in Su Li's ears like thunder. The shock that welled up in her heart was indescribable, and a flash of complexity flashed through her eyes. Fear, doubt, even instinctive murderous intent. But as soon as he remembered the night's events, the murderous intent was replaced by guilt. She hadn't expected that this man, with whom she had only crossed paths for a few hours, would be able to tell her secret in a single word. Suli struggled to maintain her surface calmness, her fingers unconsciously clenching the brocade quilt underneath her. She took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound more natural. Mr. Chu, are you kidding? How could I have such a thing as a heaven-defying physique? Ms. Su, although you and I do not have a deep friendship, but since I have already spoken out, I will not do so without a reason. The shock you feel at this moment shows that you actually already knew it in your heart. Being poked through so bluntly by Chui, Suli felt a wave of embarrassment hit her, and her face turned a few shades paler. No, this guy is too subtle, right? What kind of guy would expose a girl's lies to her face like that? She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes flickering as she imagined in her mind all sorts of purposes for Chui to say those words. The path of growth for this chaotic body was extremely cruel, destined to use other people's origin as sustenance. When others see this physique, they all avoid it. Worse, it will be publicized and attract a worldwide siege. However, Chuyi's face did not fluctuate in the slightest after knowing her physique, and was still as calm as ever, like the waves of a calm sea. Is he trying to threaten me with this? To make me do his bidding? Or is it that he has begged my master and wants to use this matter to climb up the ladder of the Yaoqi Holy Land? With the unfathomable strength of the servants around him, it shouldn't be. After thinking a lot, Suli could only barely squeeze out a bitter smile in the end. Mr. Chu was really knowledgeable. Even this kind of secret information can be insightful. My daughter admires it. Chui sniffed and softened his tone a few points. Ms. Su doesn't have to worry too much. I don't have any malicious intentions. On the contrary, I might be able to help you out. Oh, is that so? How does Mr. Chu want to help me? This is the 9 heavenly bijou marrow that I accidentally found. It's the key to unlocking the chaotic body. With this bottle of 9 heavenly bijou marrow, it will definitely be able to unlock the first layer of the source of chaos. Suli froze in place for a moment when she heard this 9 heavenly bijou marrow. How did Chuyi get this baby? His master had searched the entire eastern wasteland, and had only gotten 2 drops of the 9 heavens bijou pit spiritual liquid after exhausting all his efforts and machinations. It was because the 2 drops of spirit liquid were not enough to open the chaotic body that it was possible to suffer the pain of a conical heart and piercing bones every midnight in the future. But Chui actually took out a whole bottle at once? Fake, right? This was Su Li's first reaction. Chui did not say anything, only gently rubbing the small porcelain bottle in her hand. Slowly opening the cap of the bottle, an aura instantly filled the air. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your kind words. But opening the chaos body is a big deal, and I still need to discuss it with my master before making a decision. Chui ignored her and proceeded with her own movements. I hope Mr. Chu will keep his mouth shut about this matter, and I think you know it. Bring it to you. Without waiting for Suli to react, a few drops of the 9 heavens bijou pit spiritual liquid, which contained endless heaven and earth yuan qi, was quickly injected into Suli's body. Ah! Suli let out a miserable hissing sound, which was completely different from the panting she had just done. One could only feel a surge of power coming in from his wrist, instantly spreading throughout his body. The spiritual liquid went deep, and the chaotic body origin in Su Li's body was awakened and began to violently agitate. Ah! Ah! Endless pain ensued. The screams were endless, one after the other, and Chui was a little too happy to hear them. Even Jiang Oya and Jiang Yu outside the divine carriage could feel the pain that pierced their hearts. The pain was completely deep in the marrow, a call that originated from the depths of the bloodline. Su Li could clearly feel that his body was undergoing a metamorphosis. Every cell was cheering. Shortly afterward, the agitation gradually subsided, replaced by a wave of unprecedented relief. This power was like the warm spring sun, dispersing all the coldness that had been stagnating in her body for so long. She closed her eyes tightly, feeling the change, and a wave of anticipation welled up in her heart. Is this 9 heavenly bijou marrow real? Su Li slowly opened her eyes and tried to mobilize the spiritual energy in her body. Surprised, she found that the once stagnant and silent chaotic force was now able to flow freely with her intention, and even had a hidden tendency to enhance. This 9 heavenly bijou marrow, is it real? How do you feel? I feel like years of cold in my body have been dispelled. That's good. Su Li didn't know what to say at the moment, nor did she know how to repay Chui. Previously, he himself had stayed away from him, fearing that he was up to something. Now that I think about it, I was being petty. Previously, she was still wary of Chui, but now that she saw him being so honest, she also dropped her guard. This 9 heavenly bijou marrow is a supreme treasure, and is greatly beneficial to those who cultivate Opening the chaos origin was only one of the effects. And he just gave me this bottle? I cried. Ding! Successful investment, 9th Heaven Bijou Marrow. Reward, Human Emperor Flag. The Human Emperor's flag? Is it one of those cool, black emitting Human King flags? Then I'm not sleepy. Suri's favoritism towards the host +5. Su Li's favorability towards the host, 65 out of 100. Harm, only +5? I've helped you awaken the first layer of the chaos body. Putting it in the original. It took 10 years before you found 10 drops of the 9 Heavens Bijou Marrow and succeeded in awakening the first layer. Now I've saved you 10 years and it's only +5? Though he himself had similarly gotten this heaven-defying physique, which was not a loss in the slightest. Maybe it's that the higher the favorability level, the harder it is to move up. Detected the investment object Su Li awakening the first layer of immortal demon chaos body, is synchronizing the body. As soon as the system prompt fell, Chui felt his limbs and bones surge with the majestic power of the beginning of chaos and the return of all things to the source between a split second. The chaotic chi deep within his bloodline ran rampant in his meridians. The chaotic chi continuously flushed and tempered Chuyi's flesh, causing his sinews, bones, and flesh to become tougher. Cool. Not only did it not hurt a bit, but there was a sourness that went straight from the soles of the feet to the face. The perfect investment for the perfect leak. Jiang Wuya and Jiang Yu were outside the divine carriage carefully feeling the changes in the two of them. Within the divine carriage, a little bit of immortal demon chaos chi that was invisible to normal people was emitted. This kind of change could not be more obvious to people of the devil's way like them. With this, the two old men knew that both Chui and Su Li had successfully awakened their chaotic bodies. Young Lord is truly a youthful hero. Awakening the chaotic body was such a painful process, but he actually didn't say a word. Indeed, the awakening of an unusual demonic body can't be carried by anyone, let alone the immortal demon chaotic body, which is the second-ranked holy body in the immortal world. What kind of powerful master will my heavenly demons see welcome in the future? I don't even dare to think about it. Chapter 11, The Wen Family. After the deed was done, Chui left the divine carriage, opened the curtains of the car. Chui was dressed in a flowing cloud brocade robe, his sleeves fluttering, just like an exiled immortal coming out of a painting. The eyebrows are cohesive with the beauty of the mountains and rivers. The sword eyebrows fly diagonally into the temples, and the eyes are as deep and bright as cold stars. Thin lips pursed, a light smile hooked up at the corner of the mouth. Handsome that is called a tragic. Even Su Li, who has never been moved, seems to be moved. At this moment, Chuyi's image in her mind was infinitely elevated. With scenery and clouds, pulling up the curtain, Su Li's stunning face had an extra flush, followed by a smile. Inside the originally dimly lit divine carriage, this moment became bright because of her smile. Immortal world. Sky demon sea. Inside the vast and boundless heavenly demon domain, clouds and fog surrounded the area, and demonic sounds curled up. In the silence of the world, the only thing that remains is a touch of solemnity between the pale sky and the earth. Jiang Lao stepped on the void and headed straight to the depths of the heavenly demon sea, the heavenly demon great hall that symbolized supreme authority. Inside the palace, it was brilliantly golden and glittering. Chuyi's mother, Yuan Wanjun, was a legendary woman who had worked together with Chuyi's father, Chu Huaiku, to protect the peace of the heavenly demon sea for tens of thousands of years, with a quasi-emperor realm cultivation. At this moment she is sitting quietly in front of the jade case, a plain dress, not stained with dust, her eyebrows lightly locked with a faint worry. Ever since Chuyi descended to the world, Yuan Wanjun has been thinking about this only Sunday after day. However, he was unwilling to forcefully bring Chuyi back and affect the mother-son relationship. That's why they could only send two old slaves from the Shenxian immortal realm to look after Chuyi. Ma'am, I'm back with great news. Jiang Lao's voice carried an undisguised joy as he crossed the threshold and walked in briskly, sliding to kneel in front of Yuan Wanjun. Yuan Wanjun's eyes instantly lit up when she heard this. Jiang Woya, quick, is it news about ear? Jiang Lao slightly owed his body. Exactly, madam. Young master, he awakened the immortal demon chaotic body. At these words, the mother sprang to her feet, ecstasy flashing in her eyes, hardly daring to believe her ears. What did you say? Immortal demon chaotic body? Jiang Lao nodded heavily, receiving an affirmative answer. Yuan Wanjun's face blossomed into an overwhelming smile that he hadn't seen in a long time. It was an expression of emotion mixed with motherly love and anticipation. Not long after, seemingly thinking of something, Yuan Wanjun's smiling face disappeared, once again revealing a faint color of worry. Alas! So what? My son is bent on pursuing the righteous path. Even if he has an even more heaven-defying physique, it's still useless. Jiang Woya, don't let the rest of the people know about this matter except for the Demon Emperor and me. Those people of the righteous path who know about this will surely do everything they can to kill Ir to witness the Tao. If the other Heavenly Demon Sea elders know about this, they will definitely force Ir to return to the Heavenly Demon Sea to become a demonic cultivator. He has his own path to follow, and this seed is not willing to force him. Others, even less qualified. Your ladyship is relieved. Zhang Lao explained in detail the passage of Chu Yi's killing the entire Xiao family in the lower realm, as well as the various acts of killing and decisiveness. You mean that Ir also has her eyes on a woman from the lower realms who is also an immortal demon chaotic body? And he even snatched a bride and killed a clan for her? Right. When did my son become so decent? He's actually still robbing women? Ha ha, it has the demeanor of his father back then. Yuan Wanjun was the one Chu Huaiku snatched from the hands of the young master of the immortal hall next door tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, Yuan Wanjun was promised by her master to the immortal hall's then young master, who was also the current immortal hall master. On their wedding night, Chu Huaigui killed his way into the immortal realm with his golden immortal cultivation and forcibly brought Yuan Wanjun back to the heavenly demon sea. That's what made this immortal hall as well as the heavenly demon sea still deadly rivals until now. Young Lord does indeed have the demeanor of the demon lord back then, truly a natural-born demon seed. What is that woman's identity and how does she look? Is she a good match for Ir? Her name is Su Li. She is the holy maiden of a holy land in the eastern wasteland of the lower realm, and was born that is very clear. Haha, this descent into the realm is truly a blessing for my heavenly demon sea. God bless my son. God bless my heavenly demon sea. My son has not only awakened a heaven-defying physique, but he has also found me a daughter-in-law who, in time, will surely be able to set off shocking waves above the 9 heavens, which is indeed the fortune of my heavenly demon sea, she muttered, finally sweeping away the previous gloom, turning to face outside the great hall, her voice resounding through the clouds. Pass the order down, give amnesty to the whole world, and raise the world to rejoice together. Inside the Wen family residence, there was laughter at the moment. The crowd was full of anticipation, waiting for Wen Wanrui to bring back good news. This Wen family was originally just a small and insignificant family, barely second-rate in such nooks and crannies of the great Zhou dynasty. But in recent years, with Chui launching a frantic pursuit of Wen Wanrui, the Wen family followed suit. Chui used his resources in the immortal realm to curry favor with the Wen family with absolutely no upper limit. Every piece of heavenly material and treasure from the heavenly demon sea was enough to cause a sensation in the lower realm's cultivation world, triggering countless powerhouses to scramble for them. With Chuyi's assistance, the strength of the Wen family climbed rapidly and rose to prominence in the eastern wasteland. But the people of the Wen family are putting up their bowls to eat and putting down their bowls to curse. Not only did she not give thanks to Chuyi, but instead she indulged Wen Wanrui and Xiao Rin's illicit affair. In the Wen family elder hall, the door was gently pushed open. Elders, Duke Chu has brought a group of people to the mansion. A hint of greed flashed in the eyes of the Wen clan's elders when they heard that Chuyi was coming in person. Evening Rose work is just reassuring. It's only been a matter of time before she let Chuyi personally come to our mansion to apologize. Ha, I reckon he's still bringing a whole bunch of heavenly treasures to beg for our Wen family's forgiveness. Remember to posture higher later. Show that we are very angry. That way we can get more resources. It's just that I don't know if Chuyi has brought his own demonic bones with him this time. That's the most important thing. Anyway, we'll see how he acts later. If he comes to our request, we'll take the opportunity to offer to pick his demonic bones, and save Late Ro from opening her mouth to affect their relationship. Okay, let's do that. Several Wen family elders paced the hall. Mr. Chu, visiting my humble abode. It's really a loss to welcome you. Wen Lanrui's father, Wen Guozhu, deliberately stretched his tone, but had a nonchalant smile on his face. Then I'll get right to the point. Mr. Chu, you betrayed the evening and messed around with other women. This matter of our Wen family won't be settled so easily. Our Wen family is at least a famous immortal cultivation family in the eastern wasteland. There's no way we can swallow such a bad breath. Right. The other elders chimed in. Since Duke Chu has personally come to the door, then I guess he must have recognized his mistake and gained Evening Ro's forgiveness. Evening Ro has always been very soft-hearted. She was coaxed by you in a few words, but we as elders have to think about her future happiness. As Evening Ro's father, I'm putting forward a few conditions. If Mr. Chu doesn't agree, there's no way that Evening Ro will marry you. When Guozhu looked like he was on top of the world, turning his nostrils on Chuyi, his chin raised to the sky. Seeing that Chuyi didn't say anything, Wen Guozhu continued. First, the resources you give to the Wen family in the future should have no upper limit. You have to give whatever the Wen family wants. Second, you will kneel at the Wen family ancestral hall for a day and a night to make amends to the ancestors of the Wen family. Third, your parents will also have to personally come to your home to apologize and write a pledge that they won't do it again. Fourth, you will join our Wen family. And for your future children, your surname will be Wen. Fifth, we're going to remove the devil bone from your body. As collateral, pledge it to my Wen family. And if you commit another offense in the future, we'll sell the demon bone. These were plans they had discussed before. First, let Wen Wanrui make a request for compensation, and then the Wen family will raise the stakes a bit. Anyway, it was just a matter of moving their lips, and even if Chuyi refused they wouldn't lose anything. Chuyi finally couldn't help herself when she heard this, and the blandness on her face disappeared, revealing a smile. Chapter 12, Come and be a guest at the Human Emperor's banner. I can't believe I want my parents to come to my door and apologize. Ha ha ha. He had given so many heavenly materials to the Wen family before, but he had really fed the dog. Elders, compensation or not can be discussed thereafter. I do have a question. Wen Guozhu sneered. Humph. If you have something to say, say it. This is an hour's journey from the Xiao family in the divine state. How did you guys know about Su Li and I at the big wedding? Does it even need to be said? Of course it was the people who attended the wedding banquet within the Xiao mansion who came back and said it. Why? Does Mr. Chu want to deny it? Ha ha ha. Auntie Jiang. As I recall, weren't the people attending the wedding banquet at the Xiao mansion killed by you all? That's right, young lord. So everyone who knew about it is dead. Several elders, as you have heard, all the people at the wedding banquet were killed by us. So where is anyone to report to you? Wen Guozhu and the elders of the Wen clan were first stunned when they heard the words, and then a contemptuous smile surfaced on their faces, as if they had heard the most absurd joke in the world. The previous Chuyi had become effeminate and unassertive under Wen Wanro's tutelage, suddenly saying that he had killed an entire mansion, or at the sight of the wedding, would not have convinced them even if they were beaten to death. Ha ha ha, Lord Chu is still weirdly humorous. The corner of Wen Guozhu's mouth hooked into a cold smile, his tone full of disdain. Mr. Chu, I admit that you managed to make us laugh. So for this reason, your compensation will be reduced by 10 percentage points. Chuyi did not pay any attention to it, and a shadow-retaining bead projected a clear picture. It was a gruesome sight at the Xiao family's wedding banquet, where guests fell to the ground, blood flowed, and no one survived. The smiles of the Wen family's elders instantly froze on their faces as they stared wide-eyed and deadpan at the ever-changing images. It was as if they were trying to find some kind of break in it to prove that what they were seeing was just an illusion. How is this possible? As you can see, not a single member of the Xiao family has indeed been left behind. Chuyi put away the shadow-retaining beads and scanned the Wen family's crowd. Now, do you still think I'm joking? A dead silence fell over the Wen family hall. Chu Gongzi. What is going on here? You guys drugged me? Isn't that what Wen Wanrui likes about my bones? Since your baby girl likes bones so much, of course I, as his fiancé, have to satisfy her. Auntie Jiang, do it. Leave Wen Wanrui's parents to me. Their bones, I'll dig them out myself. Chuyi, what did you say? How dare you? Aren't you afraid that evening Zoe will never ignore you again? Chuyi didn't pay any more attention to them. Jiang Yu had already surrounded the Wen family with a large group of heavenly demon siege guards and started to move. Every member of the Winchesters, young and old, failed to escape. Their immortal bones were dug out one by one, accompanied by endless wailing. The entire Wen family residence was reduced to a hell on earth. This scene was 10 times more miserable than the Xiao family's extermination. When the Xiao family was exterminated, there was not much struggle at all due to the huge gap in strength, and they were often killed in seconds by a single look. But at this moment in the Wen family, the people just watched as their spirit bones were forcibly dug out. This incomparable tragic scene, even these guards of the heavenly devil sea had some uncertainty and fear in their eyes. Originally, as demonic cultivators, digging up immortal bones, extracting spiritual roots, and stripping precious blood were only minor occasions for them. However, after following Chuyi for a long time, they were also somewhat assimilated by the Holy Mother Chuyi, and actually did not adapt to the normal behavior of this kind of devil cultivator for a while. However, there was one person in the crowd who was watching with great interest. Yes, it's none other than Chuyi. He paced throughout the Winchesters with a dog's tail in his mouth, now and then with both eyes glowing like a Caiaphas. While enjoying the wonderful and incomparable scenery, he also personally instructed the guards under him from time to time. Hey, 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 be careful. Don't break the bones. This is a gift I'm going to give to Wenwanru. How can I take it out if it's broken? You can't do this either. The spirit bone was taken out, but the person was also screwed over by you. Go back and be punished with 3 glasses of wine. A good executioner can cut 600 slashes in a lynching, and the prisoner still won't die. So you all learn from it. Digging up immortal bones, extracting spiritual roots, and stripping precious blood in a one-stop service arrangement. I want a bunch of invalids. Young lord, what about some people who don't have spirit bones? Then use the vertebrae instead. Which section of the spine? The whole thing. Of course, the whole spine from neck to hip. After a moment of pointing, Chuyi got down to business of his own. Old dog Wen, this white moon immortal bone of yours is considered a top quality in the immortal realm. I gave it to you in the first place, so it's reasonable to take it back now, isn't it? Chuyi, you dare to do this to me? Dare? Why don't you dare? You shall not die. Your immortal bones are grafted after birth, whereas my demon bone is innate, connected to my flesh and blood. Didn't you guys want to dig up my demonic bones? Have you guys ever thought that when you dig up my demonic bones, I will only suffer more than you guys? When Guozhu, who had just opened his mouth to Chuyi with a lion's mouth, was now like a lost dog, being stepped on by Chuyi and rubbed repeatedly. Then, a knife cut through the skin of Wen Guozhu's back, the blade embedded deeply into his spine, and a stream of warm blood gushed out. Ah! Ah-ha! Wen Guozhu's miserable screams echoed through the hall in a chilling manner. No! No! Chuyi, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Not only did you scheme against me, but you also condoned your daughter's betrayal, and even attempted to seize my demon bone. For all of this, you have to pay the price. Chuyi's blade was vicious, each cut just right. Within a short time, the piece of white moon immortal bone was taken out by his own hands. The immortal bone was wrapped in blood and gave off a faint immortal aura. Next, it was time for Wenwanrue's mother. The Tsuweiwei immortal bone in her body was also a gift from Chuyi. He remembered when Wenwanru had pouted at himself, saying that several of her closest family members had immortal bones, but only her mother did not. Chuyi had asked people to search the entire immortal world, but they hadn't been able to find a suitable immortal bone for her mother, because her mother's qualifications were really too poor. If she were to forcefully implant the immortal bone, it would only make her unable to withstand it and burst into flames. Chuyi really tried her best, but Wenhwaro was unforgiving, saying that Chuyi didn't love her enough. He could only personally steal this Tsuweiwei immortal bone from his own mother Yuan Wanjuan's treasure trove, and even gloated about it for a while. Now that I think about it, how could a mother with her cultivation not know that something had been stolen? She just didn't want to get into it with her own son. Chuyi, Evening Row is a disciple of the Fixed Immortal Sect. The Fixed Immortal Sect will never let you go. Cut the crap and bring it to you. As the last piece of immortal bone was taken out, the screams within the Wen clan's residence finally subsided. Chuyi stood in the midst of a mess, looking at the blood and wailing Wen family members all over the ground, without the slightest bit of pity in his heart, trying to dig up people's demonic bones and take their chaotic bodies. Now that we have ended up in this situation, we can only say that it is self-inflicted. Soon, more than 200 people within the Wen clan's residence each contributed a piece of bone. Together with the dead people in the ancestral graves, Chuyi soon collected nearly 300 bones. Even Wenwanru's 2 spirit pets, which were usually the most precious, had their bones dug out. Men, take the Wen family members to a random courtyard near the capital and keep them in captivity. Young lord, I'm afraid it's not too convenient to carry so many people. Besides, many of them don't have a spine. I'm afraid they won't be able to stand up in the future. Taking care of them is going to take a lot of manpower, and rightly so. Then come and be my guest in my Human Emperor banner. Chapter 13, the first batch of Yekshas of the Human Emperor's flag. The corner of Chuyi's mouth hooked up a cold smile. That smile did not carry the slightest bit of temperature in it, as if it was the most piercing cold wind in winter. Slowly, he drew out an ancient, massive flag. It was his unique Extreme Dao Emperor soldier, the Emperor flag of the 10,000 Ancients, an existence that was enough to make the immortal and demon realms tremble in fear. Although the immortal realm was filled with demonic cultivators, almost all of them had a 10,000 soul streamer. However, there was only one extreme imperial armament like the Emperor flag of the 10,000 Ancients, which could be called the King of Streamers. Chuyi also intended to use the Human Emperor flag as his own innate immortal weapon. The more people that go in, the stronger the phallic treasures become. And the stronger the phallic treasures become, the more people they can hold. And the cycle repeats, pouring spiritual energy into it, The purple human emperor flag suddenly fluttered its flag. The wisps of black smoke emanating from the surroundings filled out, and the entire heaven and earth sensed the presence of this magic treasure. Above the Wen clan's residence, a miasma filled the air. Demonic fury spread across the area, and a creepy sense of terror greeted them. All the ants of the Wen clan, since your physical bodies have been crippled, let your souls be used for me along with them. With a flick of his hand, the human emperor flag opened up, forming a huge shadow. No, don't, Chu-yi, you shall not die. If you want to kill, just kill. Why do you need to use such despicable means? You want us all to become soul slaves of your 10,000 soul streamer? Snap. Chu-yi slapped Wen Guizhu in the face. Old Biden, which of your dog's eyes saw that this is the 10,000 soul streamer? This is the human emperor flag. Ask yourself, do any of you have the confidence to be able to ascend to the immortal realm? Naturally, no. Wouldn't that be enough? I'll send you guys to my human emperor flag for training, and when the time comes, I'll take you guys with me to ascend to the immortal realm. Isn't that a piece of heavenly merit? Besides, this human emperor flag of mine is brand new. You guys, as the first guests, can find a good spot inside, so that you won't have no place to stay when it gets crowded inside. Isn't that a benefit I'm giving you? Cut the crap and bring it on you. With a movement of Chu-yi's divine thoughts, the human emperor flag suddenly glowed with a great deal of light. Wen Guizhu's face changed violently. At this moment, a sense of utter despair and fear was finally visible on his face. Mr. Chu, evening row is given to you, and I don't expect to survive, as long as you don't let me go inside this 10,000 soul streamer as a soul slave. Snap. How many times have I said that this is the human emperor flag, not the 10,000 soul streamer? Also, when Wanrui is my fiancé, how can I just kill my prospective father-in-law? Get inside my flag. You'll have plenty of chances to see your precious daughter later, and maybe your daughter will even get to catch up with you inside the flag. Wouldn't it be a beautiful thing for your family to be reunited within the flag? I have a good heart, and I hate to see my flesh and bones separated. Chu-yi looked at the old and young Wen family with a silent expression. As soon as the words fell, a powerful suction force surged out from the face of the flag, sucking the souls of the Wen family into it one by one. Every member of the Wen family, young and old, their souls appeared even more fragile and helpless after losing the bonds of their physical bodies. Even though they were only souls, you could still see the twisted and unbelievable, life is better than death expressions on their faces. The moment the spirit was sucked in, it let out a final mournful scream. Wen Guizhu's soul also hissed in despair. He could only watch as his soul was pulled by an invisible force, slowly approaching the terrifying human emperor flag. Buzz. Almost instantly, the souls of over 200 members of the Wen family were refined by the human emperor flag. They will live and die as Chu-yi's soul slaves within the flag. The Wen clan, from today onwards, will be removed from the eastern wasteland. Night. Chu-yi returned to the mansion. View system panel. Ding. Name, Chu-yi. Age, 18. Cultivation, Yuaniing perfection. Degree of luck, gold. Current luck value, 10,000. Physique, heaven-swallowing chaos body, first level. Techniques, Linglong Heart Sutra, 30%. Devouring heavenly devil technique, 1%. Indestructible heavenly technique, 1%. Vision, none. Currently bound, 2/4. Suli is 65, Shaoxian, 25. Injecting chi value into physique. Techniques, cultivation, and visions can all raise the level. How much can I raise my cultivation level by injecting all of my current chi luck value? The system doesn't recommend injecting all of it. Zeroing the luck value will make the host extremely unlucky. It is advisable to keep at least 1/3 of the value of your luck for safety reasons. What about injecting 2/3 of the value of chi? 2/3 of the points of chi value is 6,666. 100% probability of cultivation after injection is still Yuaniing perfection. Asterisk. What about injecting the others? Heaven-swallowing chaos body can only be opened by gathering all 8 kinds of materials, and the system can't add points. Infused with any of the feats, it can be increased to 3%-5%. Too much pull. Moreover, the physique, techniques, and visions could all be obtained by synchronizing Suli. Leave the honest cultivation to her. I'll just sit back and enjoy it. How else do you call it a softie? Then can I go to the dark prison and slap Shaorin 2 more times to earn chi luck value? It's possible, but hitting the same son of chi in the same way won't produce an explosion rate. Got it. Is this a way for me to humiliate people for a change? Harm. You're hurting me. System. Elegant and easygoing. I really just want to be a good person with good people. You had to force me to be the villain of the day. For a moment, he couldn't find any new ways to humiliate Xiao. But 2/3 of the chi luck value injected into cultivation didn't work. It was just a watering hole. I would have been invincible below the transformation spirit by now. I'm going on a killing spree. How much chi luck value should be injected in order to have more than 60% certainty of raising one's cultivation to transformation spirit? 10,000 points all in. Another 5,000 points of luck. 15,000 in total. I remember the novel I read in my previous life. 98% of the probability of success of the fairy. Steady stream protagonist said and sent to death. What is the difference? Is this asking me to do the opposite? Chudi smiled and pondered for a long time. Stud. Must stud. Stud is an art. A life wisdom. Contentment is a mortal virtue. Timidity is a gambler's great sin. System. I'm loaning 5,000 chi luck value. Plus the original 10,000. Add them all to me. Are you sure you want to infuse all of your chi luck values into your cultivation? This will cause the host's luck to be zeroed out. Okay. Consuming 15,000 points of fortune. In the cultivation carousel lucky draw. Congratulations to the host. Under the host's hard cultivation, the cultivation level has been raised to the spirit transformation stage. And the current luck value is -5,000. Sheesh. Studs are really wise. Isn't that a winning bet? The system prompt had just fallen. As a clear dragon's roar resounded from the depths of his heart and sea, Shuyi's aura around him suddenly became deep and vast. It seems to be able to devour everything, and it seems to be able to nurture life. Underneath the skin, there was a vague flow of spiritual light that was radiant. Between his forehead, a light golden mark slowly emerged. That was the sign of a breakthrough in cultivation to the transformation god stage, symbolizing that his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth had reached a new level. As his cultivation stabilized, Shui slowly opened his eyes. The eyes shone with the wisdom of insight and the lightness of transcendence. The hidden roar of the great Tao, as well as the demonic intent brought about by the heaven-swallowing demon technique, flowed and permeated through the limbs and bones. Heaven and earth are the furnace. Creation is the work. My heart is the Tao. And the transformation of the gods is within reach. Walking to the outside of the house, the moonlight was like a practice, gently sprinkling down on top of his thin figure, adding a bit of transcendent atmosphere to him. From this moment on, Shu will be the first person below the refined void stage. If you and the others have not hidden your cultivation, then you can die. The dark clouds in the sky rolled on and on. Treacherous. There were even a few mysterious streams of light that cut through the sky from the depths of the void, seeming to be a blessing from the heavens. The noise of the commotion startled the people in the mansion. Jiang Yu followed the movement and looked towards Chu Yi's room. What a terrifying aura. The young lord has broken through? Chapter 14, The Heroine's Great Breach of Defense. At this moment, when Wan Ro knew nothing about the news of her family's destruction, she even thought that Chui only knew that the Xiao family had drugged him and assumed that the Wen family was not involved. It was because of this thought that she remained emboldened. Everything was just Chui having a little temper tantrum with her and getting jealous. She didn't understand what she had done wrong to deserve such and such a punishment. Why? Why did it come to this? When Wan Rui murmured, recalling her past with Chui. At one time, Chui had been obedient to her and listened to her, and no matter what she asked for, Chui would try to satisfy her by all means. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Oh, is this the love that comes out of a man's mouth? Love on their lips, but they bind me to pursue the life I love. I just had a fling and didn't give it, and I'm going to do this to me. But since he scolded me and condoned his subordinates to beat me, I can't be that capricious in the future. Xiao Ren's whole family was killed and his person was beaten to death, so he can't be counted on in the future. Then I'll suffer a bit of aggravation. Being a little woman by Chu Yi's side isn't bad. Raising flowers every day, walking my spirit pets, and swimming in the mountains. This kind of life is also quite beautiful. Cutting down demons and removing devils? Help the righteous? It's none of my business. As he was muttering to himself, Chu Yi came into the room. Since they didn't receive an explicit order from Chu Yi, the guards just locked Wen Wanrui in her original room, instead of being beaten into a damp dungeon like Rin Xiao. When Wanrui heard the door ring and quickly straightened her expression, changing into a pathetic little woman's look and welcoming Chu Yi. Husband, you're here. Late Ro missed you so much. Chu Yi's face was as frosty as ice, not showing the slightest expression. Husband, I admit that I did have a relationship with Xiao Ren, but it was always him who pursued me. We just held hands and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Now that the Xiao family has been destroyed by you, then I will no longer have anything to do with Xiao Ren. I thought you wouldn't care before. Since you care so much, then I'll cut ties with Xiao Rin in the future and love only you, okay? He ignored Wen Wanrui's pouting and walked straight to the center of the room. Don't you like my devil bones very much? I don't have any devil bones here, but I do have quite a few immortal bones. Taking out a piece of immortal bone from his storage ring, he placed it on the table. Seeing this, the corners of Wen Evening Rose's mouth involuntarily raised, and an inexplicable joy welled up in her heart. Chudi really does still love me. Husband is so good to me. It's obvious that Late Ro was wrong, but husband chose to forgive me. Late Ro doesn't even know what to say. She broke into a long-awaited smile and looked over at one of the fairy bones on the tabletop. Wow! So many immortal bones. How you immortal bone? Chui Wei immortal bone. Bai Lu immortal bone. Yu Lan immortal bone. Just how does it feel that all these immortal bones are so familiar? A horrifyingly cruel thought was born in Wen Wanrui's mind, followed by a slight change in her face, but soon the thought was completely dismissed by herself. Even if Chui was angry, he certainly wouldn't do such a thing to his future loved ones. No human being could do such a thing. Husband, this is, don't worry about it, read on. More fairy bones were placed on the table. This is my cousin's Brahma bone? This is my cousin's Xianling immortal bone? And all this, how is it all so familiar? How can it be so coincidental? The thought that had just been dismissed once again appeared in Wen Wanrui's mind. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. Chui loves me so much. He couldn't possibly do such a thing. He may just have a penchant for collecting fairy bones. And these are just purely coincidental. Yes, Chui must have just wanted to give these immortal bones, which are identical to my relatives, to our family as a backup. After Wen Wanrui's self-strategy, this thought was once again dismissed by herself. There's more. Take it easy. Soon the table was full. Newly appearing on the ground, it was no longer the immortal bones that gave off wisps of immortal aura. Instead, they were half a meter long, with blood and some broken flesh, similar to animal bones. Could this be the spine of a freshly hunted demonic beast? I haven't heard of any demonic beasts whose spines are useful for cultivation. Why did he send me this? When she was wondering, the scene in front of her made Wen Wanrui not believe her eyes. The next thing that presented itself to her was quite obviously the spines of two canine spirit beasts. Husband, what the hell is this? Don't sell it. Zoe is dying of curiosity. The thoughts in Wen Wanrui's mind were now infinitely amplified. She could not wait any longer, and her words were tinged with a slight tremor. Look, another rush. The last thing to come out was the ghastly white bones without any blood on them. There were still some traces of ants gnawing on top of the white bones, which looked pitted and very uneven. Aha! Husband, what are you taking this out for? Quickly take it away. Don't scare Zoe. Zoe is afraid. At this moment, Wen Wanru finally realized that the situation was not right. Her face changed from joy to shock, then from shock to fear, and finally became as pale as paper. Where did this come from? Her voice trembled slightly as she tried to find an answer in Chui's face. After waiting for a long time, Chui revealed a sardonic smile and finally spoke. These are the bones of your nearest and dearest. Wen Wanru sniffed, and her entire body froze in place as if she had been struck by lightning. Aha! She couldn't believe her ears, much less what was in front of her. No, no. She shook her head repeatedly. Husband, you must be scaring me, right? It must be. Chui didn't say anything, but the evil smile on his face had already said it all. The fact was right in front of her, making Wen Wanru have to believe it. Chui squatted down, close to Wen Wanru's ear, and whispered, You, the Wen family, conspired with the Xiao family to drug me, and try to trick me into digging up my bones in Su Li's chaotic body. Do you think I don't know? Do you think I don't know about your affair with Xiao Rin? My good lady, don't you like bones? Why is it that when I put so many bones in front of you, you blossom? It's not even beautiful anymore. No. Her entire body felt like it had lost all its strength, and she fell limp on the ground, her hands covering her face as tears gushed out like a spring, soaking her sleeves. Why are you doing this to me? You were once clearly just. She sobbed uncontrollably, her sobs echoing in the empty room with a poignant sound. Ding! Detecting that you have plunged Wen Wanru into despair. Her luck value minus 2,000. Gaining 5 times the explosion rate. Host's luck value plus 10,000. Stop crying. It hurts my brain to cry. Wen Wanru couldn't suppress her emotions. Her heart had been completely torn apart, and her sobs still echoed in the room. Wen Wanru had never regretted anything in her life as much as she did now, and it was all because of her. Her Wen family could obviously hug Chu Yi's thighs and accomplish something great in the Eastern Wasteland. She herself could have originally been with Chu Yi for a long time, and the two of them were in love with each other, and finally ascended to the immortal realm. But why did he make the stupid mistake of listening to Xiao Ren and doing the so-called big business with him? Snap! Chu Yi mercilessly slapped Wen Wanrue's face, knocking her entire body to the side. Stop crying. I remember that you still have a younger brother who was practicing in the number 1 ranked large sect in the Central State, right? But I haven't gotten around to killing him yet. Chapter 15, The Second Son of Qi Luck. When Wanrue heard that her brother was still alive, and immediately crawled to Chu Yi's side, looking at him with tearful eyes. Husband, my brother went to the Central State when he was 10 years old. He doesn't know a thing about what's going on over here in the Eastern Wasteland. Please, let him go. Will you? One evening Ro was slightly dazed by the slap, and a bright red palm print surfaced on her cheek. The thought that her brother was still alive and that she still had family in this world finally suppressed her sobs a little. Her brother was her only family in the world, and she herself was her brother's only concern. She forced herself to hold back her sobs, but the tears continued to flow unstoppably from her fingers. Broken and miserable, she tried to make her voice sound calm. Husband, don't call me husband. Sir Chu, I was wrong. All of this is my retribution. Many of my loved ones also know about this. They deserve to die as well. But please, please, let my brother go, will you? I'll do anything you want me to do. I'll die if you want me to. TSK, 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 it's really sibling love. I want to cry just watching it. Why didn't you wake up sooner? Do you think it's too late now? Previously, he knew from the system that a son of Qi could not be killed before he lowered his Qi and fell to immortal. One could not even tell one's men to kill either. So the best way to want a child of Qi to die without their Qi backfiring is to make them commit suicide. Chu Yi now preferred not to have the Qi luck value on Wen Wanro, rather than wanting her to live in this world. Under the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are 3,000 Dao states. The desolate ancient continent where it was now located belonged to one of the 3,000 Dao states. Within the desolate ancient, the central state belonged to the most affluent realm in terms of spiritual Qi, not comparable to the Eastern Wasteland. The central state possessed the Feathered God dynasty, the 5 immortal imperial dynasties, the 9 ancient kingdoms and the 100 sects of the suns. The cloud-hidden divine sect that Wen Huayu was currently in was the number 1, if not the number 1 immortal cultivation sect in the entire central state, and even the entire desolate ancient world. Since worshipping the cloud-hidden god sect, Wen Huayu had rarely contacted his family, and as Great Zhou was located in a remote area, many things simply could not be transmitted to the central state. The entire Wen family was wiped out, and the only one alive, Wen Wanrue, was imprisoned by Chu Yi. So the current Wen Huayu was still unaware of what had happened to the family. Wen Huayu was 16 years old, and when he was 10 years old, he was looked upon by a great sect in the central state and brought him to the central state to cultivate. Wen Huayu, one of the very heroes of the original novel. In terms of Qi alone, he was much stronger than the protagonist, Xiao Ren. If the original's heavenly destiny villain Suli cultivated following the ruthless emperor template, then this Wen Huayu, the template that goes with it is desolation. Wen Huayu is also the only man in the entire book who eventually proves to be an emperor. It's only because he doesn't have an emotional thread that he has a lot less ink in his writing than Xiao Ren, which makes Xiao Ren a lewd loser. The first protagonist. One of the reasons the original novels are hot is that the battle over who was the male lead is very intense among the fan base. There was even a sizable group kowtowing to Xiao Ren and Wen Huayu. Wen Huayu wasn't like Xiao Ren who didn't have a straight face, but was very calm from start to finish. The Heavenly Devil Sea was just one of the upper realm Dao lineages that he had destroyed. Chu Yi remembers that in the grand finale, Wen Huayu, who had the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, went 1v1 with Chu Yi's mother, Yuan Wanjun, and ended up killing her. The reason why Wen Huayu was able to ascend from the lower realm and become a heaven's remarkable corrector in the upper realm, his greatest reliance wasn't just the one sect in the desolate ancient world behind him. Instead, it was Luo Nishang, who was recognized as the immortal world's number 1 loose cultivator, known as the Lotus God, with a quasi-emperor cultivation. Luo Nishang had also put forth a great effort in destroying the heavenly demon sea. Naturally, she was on Chu Yi's list of certain death. Only now Luo Nishang is still busy with her own business in the upper realm, and as for what she's busy with, the original book doesn't mention it. Anyway, for the time being, she shouldn't have time to care about the lower realms. Future emperor, right? Stomp you to death as usual. One evening in Wen Huayu's simple sibling love is also a major attraction of the book. There was no emotion between them other than kinship. Wen Huayu had been born to die for Wen Wanrui many times, saving her from the fire. And Wen Evening Ro was equally affectionate towards this brother. Now that the siblings have no other family in the human world, the kinship between the two only grows deeper. Therefore, Wen Wanrui can't die that easily. That brother of hers wasn't a waste like Xiao Rin, her cheap lover. Wen Wanrui, perhaps, was the important pawn that finally killed Wen Huayu. Jiang Woya, dig out Wen Wanrui's immortal bone. Don't. Shui walked out of the room, leaving only Wen Wanru crying on the floor. The sound of weeping spread throughout the compound, and the entire mansion was rendered miserable. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the light curtains. A tantalizing aroma quietly filled the air, awakening Su Li's sleeping taste buds. She rubbed her eyes suspiciously and got up to push open the window pane, walk out of the room and follow the source of the aroma to the kitchen. Upon entering, Shuyi was busy. Originally, it was only intended to let the subordinates do it, but Shuyi himself did it himself, and the investment rebate calculated was completely different from that done by the subordinates. Su Li came closer to look at it, her eyes full of curiosity, like Lu Laowei entering the Grand View Garden. Picking up a piece of lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork, the soft texture instantly conquered her taste buds. Well, it's not bad. It's better than what those people from the Yaoqi Holy Land did. Although her mouth was hard, the chopsticks in her hands honestly betrayed her mind. The conversation at the table was intermittent, but Su Li's chopsticks never stopped. Su Li was worthy of being a holy maiden. While sweeping the food off the table in a windy manner, he ate with great elegance. It wasn't long before the table became empty of full china plates. After eating, Su Li gently sipped a mouthful of tea, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Ding! Suri's favoritism towards the host +3. Su Li's favorability towards the host, 68 out of 100. Investment, Deluxe Edition Breakfast, Success. Reward, Bodhi Dragon Saliva. Soul Blood, Bodhi Dragon Saliva, can quench the body, sense the ancient Bodhi tree and Bodhi heart, recover from injuries, nourish the soul. Soul Blood, can sign a soul contract with anyone, and the person signed will be erased if he or she has any thoughts of betraying the master. No! This system setting. Can I get a bug? Throwing the rewards given by the system to Su Li, brainless looping, and then becoming a god in one day? System, can I give your reward to Su Li? Feel free to do so, but only receive the investment rebate once a day. I am a very mature system. Please host, do not insult my intelligence. Want a card bug? You can think of what I cannot think of? Doesn't matter. If it's not stuck, it's not stuck. This Su Li is so easy to satisfy. One breakfast and he's bought. If you knock her up, won't that heavenly reward be at your fingertips? Chapter 16, Xiao family head wants to morally kidnap? But naturally, just conquering her taste buds is never enough. More food is eaten. The marginal benefits diminish, and the rewards get lower and lower with it. But even the smallest fly is meat. After Su Li finished eating, Shui took what was left in the pot and called out to Xiao Xian. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Xian hadn't expected Shui to treat her so well at all. She was incredibly moved, even to the point of eating her breakfast with tears in her eyes. Ding! Xiao Xian's favoritism towards the host +8. Xiao Xian's favorability towards the host, 33 out of 100. Investment, Deluxe Edition Breakfast, Success. Reward, Sunflower Sutra. Sunflower Sutra, the upper part practices Qi, using the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth as a guide, picking up the essence of the sun and moon, and refining a body of adamantine invulnerability. The lower part practices sword, with the intent of the sword to become a god, and when a sword is unsheathed, the ghosts and gods are all shocked. The two complement each other, and when cultivated to the extreme, one sword can break all laws, and one thought can move the Qiankuan, achieving the position of supreme immortal exalt. Oh, same thing, one person +3, one person +8. This Sunflower Sutra looks quite advanced. Shuyi's mind moved slightly, turning the first page with interest in the sea of consciousness, and there were 8 large words written. If you want to practice the skill, draw the knife to yourself. What's this thing for? The feats are nice, but at that great of a sacrifice, don't bother. The system is also really blinkered. Am I that kind of guy? But on second thought, if you can't practice it yourself, you can give it to someone else. For example, Rin Xiao. This one is a female and wants to stomp twice. Her own little mom and her own sister. Keeping that thing is also a scourge on the girls of this world. Why don't we just cut it off for good? Just in time. Something gleaned from her sister to give to his brother. A few days later. In the past few days, Rumors about the Xiao family being exterminated by the Devil's Way had been spreading in the Jianghu. Xiao Rin is nowhere to be found, and Su Li's engagement with him is also unsettled. The Xiao family head who was traveling outside was also very anxious when he heard about the family's change and his grandson's disappearance. The Xiao family, that great family that once stood tall in the Great Zhou, first declined step by step in his hands. To this day, he is even the only one left. The tragedy of his family's destruction haunted him like a nightmare, keeping him awake at night. The matter of the Xiao family framing Su Li had previously been discussed with Xiao Chen. It was too bizarre to have a tragedy where a family was exterminated on the big day of his grandson's engagement party. The most coincidental thing is that the only one of the whole family who survived is Su Li, while his own grandchildren are nowhere to be found. No matter what, Xiao Chen had to find the witness at the time, Su Li, and ask for clarification. In front of the Chui mansion, the vermilion red door was closed, but it couldn't hide the hint of nobility coming out of the door. Xiao Chen was dressed in a black robe, with white hair and a cold face. Lift your hand and lightly clasp the door ring. Not long afterward, the butler came hurrying. Opening the doorway, he saw a strange man and couldn't help but look puzzled. What is it? Xiao Dust's gaze was like a torch. My name is Xiao Dust, head of the Xiao family. I heard that mess. Su Li is here and have come to pay a visit to inquire about something important. The reason why Xiao Chuan knew that Su Li was in Chuyi's mansion was naturally because Chuyi had shouted for someone to secretly tell him. Just waiting for him to deliver himself now. The butler's face changed slightly when he heard this. Chuyi had explained long ago that Xiao Chen would be let in when he visited. The butler led Xiao Duan to the living room. Inside the living room, Su Li had changed into a plain dress and was sitting on top of the main seat, with a few imperceptible worries between her brows. When she saw Xiao Chen, she slightly owed her body as a sign of courtesy. Chuyi sat by Su Li's side and did not even look at Xiao Chen, only blowing on the tea in her cup. In the depths of his eyes, he could see some indifference that he didn't care about anything. It was the first time Xiao Dust had seen Chuyi. He had been stuck at the god transformation stage and had not been able to break through. So he had traveled around the eastern wasteland in search of opportunities and rarely returned to the Xiao family in the Great Zhou. Su Li said indifferently to Xiao Chen, Xiao family master, I wonder what is the purpose of your visit today. Xiao Chen similarly looked straight at Su Li, with some anger in his eyes, somewhat eerie. Great sage maiden Su. As the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, you don't live in your own mansion but live in another man's house in this huge capital. It's not in keeping with etiquette, is it? Duke Chu and I have cultivation issues that we need to exchange, so I'm staying at his house temporarily. Is there a problem? Humph. Great sage maiden Su. The Xiao family was wiped out with their entire family on their wedding night, and the rumor in the Jianghu is that it was the work of the Devil's Way. As the last person of the Xiao family, I must pursue this to the end. I came here to ask the Holy Maiden if you ever knew the inside story of what happened that day. I don't know what happened that night, so don't come asking me. She displayed an air of unconcern as she said this. The matter of drugging himself to take away his innocence. As the Xiao family's family head, Xiao Chen must have known about it as well. So why bother with him and give him the benefit of the doubt? Xiao Chuan displayed a slight anger on his face as he said, Holy Maiden, is that really the case? I'll put my words right here, believe it or not. Chuyi drank the tea and took a few grapes on the table and handed them to Su Li, completely not putting the Xiao Chen in front of her eyes. Although this move was nothing, in the eyes of Xiao Chuan, who was already suspicious, it was like a pinprick. His own grandson is still alive or dead, and Su Li is here to make love to another man? Chuyi's move was naturally intentional, in order to make Xiao Chen furious. He'd been on his list of certain death for a long time, waiting for him to strike first. Seeing this, the anger on Xiao Chen's face became heavier, and after a pause, he continued, Holy Maiden, my Xiao family is in this great trouble. As the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, you have the obligation to retrieve your future husband, as well as the obligation to avenge the Xiao family. My youngest daughter's cultivation is weak, so it's already a fluke for her to stand alone. How can I talk about revenge? If Family Master Xiao has the heart to do so, I can cheer for Family Master. Chuyi almost didn't laugh out loud when she heard that. Su Li was worthy of being the future Heaven's Destiny villain. This speech was all words and gloomy. However, Chuyi, as a bystander, was happy to see Xiao Chen break his defense. Humph. As a first-class cultivation place in the Eastern Wasteland, and you are the Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land, you can mobilize resources far beyond the Xiao family, so this shouldn't be too difficult, right? The Yaoqi Holy Land hasn't had anyone within the Eastern Wasteland that it wanted to find but couldn't, right? Even if the Yaoqi Holy Land is more capable and has a deeper heritage, It is impossible to take out resources to manpower for unrelated people. The Xiao family head is a bit overthinking. Irrelevant people? Your relatives were all killed on the wedding night. And you call this an unrelated person? Great Sage Maiden Su is a bit too thin-skinned and uncaring, isn't she? Also, my Xiao family's treasury has been looted by people of the Devil's Way. In order to rebuild the Xiao family, I hope that the Holy Maiden will lend a helping hand and fund 100 million spirit stones. Put. Speaking here, Shu Yi, who didn't open his mouth the whole time and had nothing to do with the matter, really couldn't hold it together and laughed out loud. Who are you? 100 million spirit stones? Why don't you go grab it? You're here to beg for food? And you're so proud of it. You've got to have some face. Chapter 17 Humiliating the Xiao family head. This shameless old Biden is blabbering here. Shui really can't stand to see it anymore and said coldly. Xiao family master seems to have failed to understand one thing. Xiaorin may or may not be dead. How can this marriage contract be considered a success? Even the process of the wedding has not been completed. What kind of daughter-in-law of the Xiao family is Miss Su? Xiao Dust was infuriated and furious. But on second thought, there didn't seem to be any problem with what the other party said. Xiao Chen, who was already filled with anger, immediately opened his eyes in anger and his sweaty hairs stood up when he saw this man, who had been living with Su Li for several days. Speak, Humph, Holy Maiden, my Xiao family's entire family was destroyed, and instead of wearing mourning for your loved ones, you're discussing cultivation with this outsider? And I don't see any sadness from your face. Your husband Xiao Rin's whereabouts are also unknown, his life and death unknown, and yet you act like you're full of unconcern, without any intention of trying to find him out. Xiao Dust became more and more angry as he slammed the table and stood up. Furious, your future husband's whereabouts are unknown, so you're in a hurry to find a new one? Is this Xiao family per capita? You came all the way out here to get yourself killed? Your whole family's dead and you come to my house? How many of your clans are enough for me to kill? Oh, his family seems to have died out. Indeed, there is only one person left in the household book. The funniest thing wasn't Suli sitting next to someone who was tragically handsome? How could he associate Suri with finding a new one? Thinking out of the box, aren't you? This Xiao Dust has no other skills, but he is good at withholding hats, and he just likes to masturbate. I say Xiao family master your whole family was killed by people of the Devil's Path. It's none of our business. Oh, you have time to go crazy here. Why don't you spend more effort to find your good grandson? The words were few. The insults were extreme. Xiao Chuan was completely broken by Chu Yi's yin and yang. Who the hell are you to talk here? Originally, Xiao Chuan deliberately went crazy in front of Su Li because he wanted to morally kidnap Su Li for a bit, so that she would use her own resources to take revenge for the Xiao family. But why is this Su Li not the least bit PUA today? Or even make a big deal out of it in front of yourself? The usual Suri isn't like this. Why? As a victim myself, venting out my emotions, shouldn't you tolerate me? Why does this man dare to dislike me directly? Even the princess is polite to me. How dare this man? Doesn't he have any respect for the strong? The opposite side doesn't look to be more than a yuaning cultivator. Isn't he afraid that I'll make a move to teach him a lesson? This man is so rampant. If I don't make a move to teach him a lesson, it will make me look bad in front of Su Li. After making a move to injure this person, he would have more confidence in negotiating with Su Li afterward. Thinking about this, the anger in Xiao Chen's chest erupted. He clenched his teeth fiercely, his body shook, his black robe was windless, and a thick spiritual energy surged out from his body. With a glance of his right hand, a long sword with a chilling light came out of the air from his waist, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Chu Yi as he angrily shouted, "The vertical sun is insolent. Today I will let you know what honor is." When Su Li saw this, she was a bit fluctuating in her heart. He himself was only yuaning perfection while Xiao Chen was already transformation spirit perfection. A large realm difference. Duke Chu, the opposite side is a god transformation stage cultivator. You're no match. It's better to shout. Boom! Chui gently raised his hand, his palm slightly opened, and a majestic pressure poured down from the top of Xiao Chen's head, like 10,000 pounds of heavy pressure. It led to the Qiankuan quaking and cracking, and the air solidified. Xiao Chen's legs went limp and he knelt on the ground, his hands desperately supporting the ground so that he did not grab the ground with his head. How is this possible? Xiao Dust looked incredulously at the young figure across from him. In his perception, a cultivator so young should not possess such terrifying strength even if he was gifted. Did he hide his cultivation? This thought flashed through Xiao Chen's mind, but was then dismissed by himself. Old Biden, pretend I'll make you fly. After saying that, Chui had already arrived in front of Xiao Chuan. Her arm swung out violently, wrapped in this fierce spiritual power. A palm fiercely slapped Xiao Chuan on the side of his face. Snap! A crunch echoed throughout the living room. Xiao Chuan's head was deflected by this sudden force. His cheeks instantly reddened and swollen, and the corners of his mouth spilled out a trace of blood. Nope. Why is my face burning? Could it be I'm beaten? Or was it a punch in the face? Doesn't he understand the principle of hitting someone in the face? This slap not only slapped Xiao Chen's face, but also slapped him on top of his self-respect and pride. Xiao Dust only felt a wave of humiliation surging through his heart, but he was powerless to resist, and could only kneel there, bearing it all. Chui stood right in front of Xiao Chen, condescending to him, contentedly enjoying the kneeling of this 100-year-old deng. Xiao Chuan mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy in an attempt to break free from this spiritual pressure, but no matter how much he struggled, he could hardly move a muscle. The current Chui is deservedly I am invincible below refined void, and above refined void 1 for 1. It's funny to think about. Chui relied on cutting Xiao Ren's leaks to get the Qi luck value to rise to the transformation stage. Then with this cultivation that was gleaned from the Xiao family, he stepped on the Xiao family head and abused his body. Sheesh. This Xiao family is really a leak family. Your Xiao family was a mess when they were exterminated, but they were really pretty when I cut their leaks. Saintess Su, I am your grandfather. No matter what, I shouldn't be humiliated like this, right? Playing the emotional card? Now you're scared? Snap. Chui slapped another big mouth on Xiao Chen's face. Grandpa? You old den. You just think about taking advantage of people's girls. An old man is a thief if he doesn't die. You old dog. Where did you get the guts to run to my mansion and spout off? Snap. This slap is hitting you with a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory. Snap. This slap is for your disrespect for the old. Snap. This slap hits you for your low cultivation level. In the world of immortal cultivation, if you can't be strong and still like to pretend, you're meant to be severely humiliated. This last palm directly slapped Xiao Dust to the ground. The hands supporting the ground were also unsteady, and the whole person was nailed to the ground by the weight of spiritual energy. At the moment, the right side of his face was pressed against the ground, looking very wretched. How's that? Dang. Honest now? You vertical son. I am your senior. Is this how you treat your senior? Boom. Chui stepped on Xiao Chen's head and rubbed the left side of his face repeatedly. It's a murder and a heart attack. No strength, but you like to put gold on your face. Seniors? I want to laugh. Only those whose strength is stronger than mine are qualified to be called seniors. You olden. You just take up an old. But your strength is so fella unbearable. Are you also worthy? Humiliation. Great humiliation. How had Xiao Chen ever suffered such abuse in his life? Being beaten by a brat under 20 years old who wrote his face out like this. He had no temper at all. Is there no sense of respect for the old and the young in his eyes? Even Suli was shocked by Chu Yi's maneuver and was hard controlled in place. Chu Yi's strength, compared to before, had been enhanced again, reaching the realm of transformation spirit perfection. How the hell did he do that? That night in the bridal chamber, Chu Yi had only displayed her foundation stage strength in bed. However, the ensuing fight easily decimated the Yuaning perfection cultivator. Suli thought at that time that Chu Yi just simply couldn't do it, and somewhat sympathized with him. But now, it seemed that Chu Yi's strength had progressed so rapidly that it was very likely that she was indeed only at foundation establishment strength when she was in the marriage bed. Chapter 18. Do you call this the human emperor flag? Xiao slumped to the ground in a sorry state and drank with all his strength. Aren't you afraid of being known by others if you bully your elders like this? So what if you know? Your Xiao family has been exterminated for so many days. No one has paid any attention to you guys at all, don't you realize that? In the front page headlines of the Eastern Wasteland Immortal Cultivation World these past few days, the news of your Xiao family's extermination was placed in the far corner. If you hadn't rubbed Miss Su the wrong way for the Xiao family, your whole family wouldn't deserve to be the talk of the town in other people's mouths even if you were dead. Understand? To put it bluntly, you're a third-rate family, tasteless to eat, no pity to discard. No one cares when you die. You're a waste of space who only cultivated to transformation spirit at more than 100 years old, so it's just as well that you're dead. Does anyone care? What do you mean? Do you still dare to kill me? You don't bully people too much. Come in my place first yourself and I can't just clean up the trash as I go along? Miss Su honored her promise before she condescended to marry into the Xiao family. You should have treated her like a living Buddha. But I didn't expect your Xiao family to have a crooked upper beam and drugged and framed and plotted against Miss Su and I. I really deserve to die. False accusations? You all know about it? Of course, you're going to die anyway. And I'm not afraid to tell you that your Xiao family's full door was precisely destroyed by me. How's that for a surprise? Ah. When Xiao Dust heard this, he finally broke his defense completely. I don't share the same fate as you. I don't share the same fate. What? You're allowed to count on others, but not allow others to count on you? You old dog. You've lived for so many years, cultivating and practicing the way. And the way has all been cultivated by you into a dog's stomach? Deceitful. Deceitful. I will kill you in my next life. I will kill you. Suli, you shall not die. You old Biden reminded me of that. Old Den. You just said you wouldn't let us go in your next life, right? That's right. You killed my whole family. And not only in the next life, but the next, and the next, and the next. I won't let you go. Ha 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 ha. Chudi laughed a few times, revealing an evil expression. GGG. Very good. Since you've made a threatening remark, there's no need for me to feel guilty about inhaling your soul into my human emperor flag. Oh no. I wasn't supposed to feel guilty. MS. Sue, this old denizen who calls himself your grandfather is mouthing off and is going to seek revenge on us in his next life. You shouldn't feel guilty if I kill him, right? Suli faintly said. Mr. Chu, it's really a coincidence. I originally didn't feel guilty towards the people of the Xiao family. Wait, what human emperor flag? Shui did not say anything. Teasing flashed in his eyes. A moment later, a deep black light gradually coalesced and transformed into an ancient flag. The flag was surrounded by black gas, emitting a hauntingly evil aura. Within the black gas, thousands of soul shadows could be vaguely seen traveling through it, either crying or laughing, angry or resentful. These soul shadows were naturally the Wen family members who had entered the human emperor flag as guests the night before. As Chui slowly unfurled the human emperor flag, the temperature of the entire Chu mansion plummeted, and a bitter coldness ravaged it. The black gas tumbled and surged on the surface of the flag, and each fluctuation was like carrying endless wails and curses. This is the 10,000 soul streamer? Snap! Shui slapped Xiao Chen towards the ground. Old undead thing, which I can tell that this is the 10,000 soul streamer? Oh, you take me for a cutie. What? What's this if not a 10,000 soul streamer? Suli, you're the holy daughter of the holy land of Yaoqi, but you actually colluded with people from the devil's path? I said where did you find the experts from? So it's like this. Now it seems that it's good that Rinner didn't marry you. A devil. The words were hard to hear, but the flag, it seemed, was indeed the 10,000 soul streamer without a doubt. Old Biden, cut the crap and come to my human emperor flag to gain eternal life. Your in-laws, the entire Wen family, are waiting for you inside, and your good grandson will soon go in to be reunited with you. Shui flicked his hand, and the black gas turned into a cage. Xiao Dust collapsed to the ground. His eyes rounded as he struggled to escape, but his body was still unable to move. All he could do was watch the black vortex come closer and closer to. No, don't. Not long after, Xiao Chen's soul was forcefully stripped out and sucked into the streamer accompanied by wailing bouts. Inside the 10,000 soul streamer was endless darkness. Xiao Chuan's soul was sinking in thousands of grievances, and every struggle seemed insignificant. In the end, it could only turn into an eternal wail, wandering in this endless torment, unable to be relieved for eternity. Chui put away the streamers and moved decisively. What had just happened was just a snap of the fingers. Old Den, honest now? Chui kicked Xiao Duan's dead dog-like body on the ground. Mr. Chu, is this the 10,000 soul streamer? Where did you get that devilish treasure? Miss Su, you're misunderstanding me. Which is my 10,000 soul streamer? I'm clearly the human emperor flag. What kind of a royal flag is sitting here with black gas coming out of it? Do you think I'm blind? Where's the black chi from? This is the Hongmeng purple chi. Isn't it normal for purple to be black? Hongmeng purple chi? I've only heard of this thing in legends, and I've never heard of anyone's human emperor streamer with a Hongmeng purple chi coming out of it. Wow, you kids know a lot. It's not the Hongmeng purple chi, then it's the Taoist smoking guns with pipes in the streamers. Or the streamers are too cold, the Taoists are burning wood and accidentally leaking out the smoke. Yes? Still don't believe? Take a close look. Are there 3 words on this flagpole? Human emperor flag? Suli came closer to take a look. Sure enough there is. Hey, could it really be that I'm looking the other way? That's natural. I'm covered in awe-inspiring righteousness. How could I possibly be a member of the devil's way? Suri is no cutie pie either. She could still tell the difference between the 10,000 soul streamer and the human emperor flag. As for whether or not Chui was a member of the devil's way, she didn't particularly care. Just the 9 heavenly bijou marrow he gave himself was enough to show his sincerity. Her own immortal demon chaotic body and heaven-swallowing demon technique doomed her to a future where she was destined to follow a path that was even more demonic than the devil's path as well. If you become friends with a great man, you are bound to turn against yourself in the future. And to be friends with a person from the devil's way would be considered a confidant. Speaking of which, Su Li had never had a confidant. Miss Su, are you curious as to why I know how you have the immortal demon chaotic body? Was a little curious. Next thing you know, Chui faced Su Li's curiosity and smiled mysteriously. Xiao Dust was lying on the cold ground. The shell that had lost its soul was no longer alive. Chui stood before the corpse and reached out to press her hand on top of Xiao Chen's chest. As the heaven-swallowing demon technique operated, an invisible suction force surged out from Chuyi's palm and penetrated straight through Xiao Chen's corpse. Xiao Chuan's corpse began to tremble slightly, and as visible to the naked eye, a trace of earth-colored aura was drawn out from his body and slowly absorbed by Chuyi's palm. This was the earth spirit body origin within Xiao Chen's body. Swallow, the heaven-swallowing devil technique? You also have an immortal demon chaotic body? Her eyes darted over Chuyi, her heart churning with waves of shock. Su Li looked on in surprise. She had thought of all sorts of possibilities, only she hadn't thought that Chuyi also had a chaotic body. Unexpectedly, there is a second person in this world who possesses the body of immortal and demon chaos, which is a miraculous chance that is hard to come by in the past. The most coincidental thing was that this person was now by his side and had just had skin-to-skin contact with him. Is this God's will? She could clearly sense the majestic chaos chi that surged out from within Chuyi's body. This is the heaven-swallowing devil technique, devouring the origin of all things and transforming it into one's own power, overbearing to the extreme. Chilling. Mr. Chu, wait. Chuyi froze. Could it be that Su Li felt that insulting the corpse was a bit too cruel? It shouldn't be. Isn't she the divine destiny villain? On second thought, that's right. This Xiao Chen was almost going to become her grandfather. Even if it is not much affection, but at least there is this layer of relationship in. Insulting the corpse in front of her is indeed some. Alright, since Ms. Su can't bear it in her heart, I'll just find someone to bury him. Chapter 19, The villainess is more vicious than me? No, Mr. Chu, I wonder if you can leave me a little of his origin. I just awakened the chaotic body. I want to see the effect. I'm going back to the clan soon. I don't always have such an opportunity in the clan. This heart, worthy of being a heaven's destiny villain, a bit of me, but also worthy of being the young lady of my heavenly demon sea. Chu-yi didn't care. After she finished devouring the origin, she herself would be able to synchronize over the next second. And don't put in the effort yourself. Why not? Luckily, one can synchronize the physique and feats of the investment object in real time. Otherwise, in the future, the appearance of the little two fighting over the corpses of the heavenly pride to devour in the sea of corpses and blood would simply not be too beautiful. Yes, of course, go ahead Ms. Su, this body is yours, but leave the head for me. That's a gift I'll give to Xiaorin. Thank you, Mr. Chu. When Su Li received Chu Yi's answer, she stepped forward with some delight and began to devour Xiao Chen's origin. As time passed, the earth spirit body origin in Xiao Chen's body was completely devoured by Su Li. Chu Yi could feel the chaotic aura of Su Li's body become even thicker. Soon, Xiao Chen's body was almost drained, and he couldn't die anymore. The soul was incorporated into the human emperor flag to become a soul slave, and the physical body was sucked away from the power of the origin. But that's not all. Chu Yi also planned to chop off his head and give it to Xiao Rin in the dungeon as a ball. Ms. Su, we are really the same kind of people. If you need anything in the future, you can ask me. If it's inconvenient to do this in the Yaoguang Holy Land, come to my Chu mansion and I'll send you leeks to devour every day. Su Li is here to thank you. Ding! Suri's favoritism towards the host +5. Su Li's favorability towards the host, 73 out of 100. Su Li had previously been a little worried that her secret would be eaten by Chu Yi for the rest of her life. Now it seems that it is actually wrong to blame this rare soulmate love. Chu Yi gift 9 Sky Blue Drop Mara was completely out of their own appreciation. When he thought that he was not walking alone on this path of reversing heaven and changing his destiny, he could not help but feel a surge of inexplicable emotion in his heart. Although his own master teacher tried her best to hide the matter of the chaos body for him, she was after all old and could only help him with some auxiliary type favors. And Chu Yi was of a similar age to himself, and also possessed the same physique as himself. Immortal demon chaos body, rapidly growing cultivation, the old servant with mysterious and unpredictable cultivation by his side, and the hidden forces behind. Chu Yi reveals the extraordinary everywhere, sometimes as cold as ice, looking out of the world. At times, It teases the earth and is so playful that its true meaning is elusive. But no matter what, having such a friend around gave Suli a little more confidence in the path she was going to take in the future. As he was pondering, the sound of air breaking in the sky approached. A figure like a shooting star cut through the sky and slowly landed in Chuyi's compound. Seeing that a strong person had descended, Jiang Yu, who had been hiding in the shadows as ordered, immediately came to Chuyi's side. The visitor was none other than Su Li's master, Qin Jiyu, the Grand Elder of the Yaohu Sacred Ground, with a transitional stage cultivation. The transitional succession stage was already considered the top group of combatants in this lower realm. Her complexion was as snowy as snow, her eyebrows as picturesque, and she wore a long, elegant, plain white dress, the hem of which swayed gently with the wind, not staining the dust. Elegant posture, walking on a dusty temperament, like a fairy under the moon, cold and noble. Her black hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, and was only gently pulled up with a simple jade hairpin. When Suli saw her master ancestor descending, she hurriedly went forward to salute, her expression full of respect and love. Master ancestor, you're here. Master, this is my friend Chui, late generation Chui. Meet Elder Qin. Mr. Chu, I'm going to return to the Yaoqi Holy Land with my master. Thank you for your help these days. Is this going away? Chuyi's heart was shocked. My leek just went away? How can I cut your leeks if you're gone? Yes, the desolate ancient forbidden zone will be opened in less than a year. And before that, there are still many things that need to be dealt with in the Holy Land. Well then, Miss Su, see you in the desolate ancient forbidden zone. Suli returned a bright smile. Mr. Chu, my family is here in the capital of Great Zhou. Please take care of Mr. Chu. That's natural. By the way, Ms. Su, wait, I have something for you. Chui took out some hand scroll painting from his storage ring and handed it to Suli. Mr. Chu, I'll see you again. After that, the two of them smiled at each other. Suli turned around and followed his master as he rose up into the air and flew toward the sky. Lear, this Duke Chu's origin is not simple. That strong man beside him, his cultivation is unfathomable, and he has an oppressive and murderous aura that I've never seen before. Is she stronger than master? Not just stronger than me. I vaguely feel that she is much stronger than everyone in the entire Eastern Wasteland. Master, my disciple has awakened the first layer of the immortal demon chaotic body. Then, Suli told Qin Jiyu everything that had happened in these days. Everything was the truth, except for the lie that he was so strong-willed in the bridal chamber that the ecstasy didn't work on him. Qin Jiyu was so shocked by this series of surprises that she couldn't speak. It also made her a little more interested in this Chui. Lear, open that hand scroll painting just now. Suli immediately took out the painting and slowly unfolded it. Although Qin Jiyu didn't recognize the painting, the supreme Tao contained on it was something she could sense. This is an immortal weapon. Ding! Suri's favoritism towards the host +3. Suli's favorability towards the host, 76 out of 100. Successful investment, immortal artifacts, immortal maps. Reward, extreme imperial armor, white bone tower. Ha ha ha. Investing in an immortal artifact and returning an extreme imperial soldier. This deal isn't a loss by any stretch of the imagination. It's awesome. In this book's setting, extreme imperial soldier immortal weapon. The white bone tower? Listening to the name, I know that this tower needs to be piled up with corpses. And the more corpses and bones there are, the more powerful it will be. And the human emperor flag just complemented each other. Souls go into the human emperor's flag, and corpses and bones go into the white bone tower. No longer will the enemy have to worry about dying in the wilderness with no one to bury them. The white bone tower is your unified home. Chapter 20, Digging Up the Main Character. After taking Xiao Chen's life, Chui already had a plan within her heart. It was time to give Xiao Rin a surprise. It's time to cut the leeks that have been raised for a few days. He carried Xiao Chen's head and walked towards the cell where Xiao Rin was being held. The bastard was probably still counting on his grandfather to come to his rescue. Why not let him break his defense and earn another wave of chi points? Slowly, he stepped into the dim, dank cell. Hearing the footsteps, Xiao Rin immediately hit the ground running and was very alert. It wasn't until Chui came in front of him that he got a good look at the face of the visitor. It was a face he would never forget in this lifetime. The owner of this handsome face sabotaged his plans, killed his entire family, and destroyed his Tao. The hatred between them cannot be resolved without death. Chui, what are you doing here? You, let me out. He hadn't eaten for days, and his face looked haggard, and with his teeth bared and grinning, he looked even more wretched, not at all the young and spirited look he had before. Chui, I advise you to let me out quickly. Or else my grandfather will definitely make you pay when he finds this. Xiao Rin's own heart was at a loss when he said this. He only hoped that Chui would be intimidated by his grandfather's reputation as a strong transformation god. Chui smiled instead of anger at his words, and slowly produced an object from behind him, and with a gentle wave, the object rolled down in front of Xiao Rin, and he looked at him across the cell. Oh, let's cut the crap first and show you something. Chui's voice carried a sense of playfulness as he locked his gaze on Xiao Rin, waiting for him to react. In the dim light, it wasn't possible to see what the round object was, only that the round object seemed to be dripping liquid. Xiao Rin's first association was that it was a human head, but to whom the head belonged he had no answer in his mind. He slowly crouched his body, his eyes slowly moving down, and the familiar face came into view. Xiao Rin's pupils shrunk and he shouted, "Ah!" The bloody heads looked hideous in the dim candlelight. No, no, this can't be. How dare you? You, how could you kill him? Where did you get that strength? My grandfather is a transformation god powerhouse. Transformation god powerhouse. You're lying to me. Yes, you must be lying to me. It's a fake. It must be a fake. Chui shrugged lightly. Fine. Go ahead and lie to yourself if you think it makes you feel better to say that. By the way, I have one more thing. Chui threw the Xiao family master's token that Xiao Chuan was carrying to Xiao Chuan's side. You are now the only child of the Xiao family, so this token will be given to you, and from now on, you will be the head of the Xiao family. You? Why did you kill him? Why on earth? How did my Xiao family offend you? Ah, like I said, pretending makes him fly, and then his head really does go up in the air. Master Sable, who was in the ring, was at the moment incredibly glad that he hadn't exposed himself in the first place. Xiao Rin had never imagined that he would face such a desperate situation, much less that his grandfather would meet such an untimely end. Fear overwhelmed him like a tidal wave, but he was powerless to resist and could only curl up helplessly in a corner, letting tears and sweat mingle down his face. Ding! Xiao Rin's grief is detected. His luck value is -2000. The host killed his only elder in the world. He got 4 times the explosion rate. The host's luck value is +8000. What a strong leak. Looking at the Xiao Rin who had broken the defense, Chui didn't feel guilty at all. For one thing, he or she is supposed to be the villain persona. Secondly, this Xiao family is indeed a family without a worthy living. In the original story, hadn't his entire family, along with all the demonic cultivators in the Sky Demon Sea, been eradicated by Xiao Rin? How about it? Xiao Rin, have you cried enough? After you've cried enough, it's time to talk about business. You, what's there to talk about? Kill me if you want to. Do you expect me to wag my tail at you? You dream. I, Xiao Rin, have acted honorably all my life. Isn't it just a death? Just come though. Chui was instantly amused when she heard the 4 words bright and bright come out of Xiao Rin's mouth and said with a heartfelt smile, "Stop acting like a pussy, and then I'll make you fly too." Actually, I wasn't supposed to come to you. Xiao Rin looked around. He was the only one left here except for one person locked up in the next cell. Who else could it be but to come to him? Don't sell yourself short. Who else could be here but me? Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Chui stepped aside and lit all the candles, and the entire dark prison was illuminated. I'm here to see your Sable Master. What are you talking about? What Master Sable? His mouth was in denial, but inside he was already beyond panicked. Why is it that in front of him, I'm like a fish on a plate, with no room to struggle at all? When he met Master Sable, it told himself 1,000 times not to tell anyone about this. Even the favorite one, Evening Row, and her parents and grandfather didn't know about this. Why does Chui know? You take a piss and look at your own obscene face. Your little secret is written all over your face. Still pretending? If you keep pretending, do you believe I'll let you fly? Xiao Rin unconsciously swept a glance at the ring on his right hand. Chui was right. He really can't act. Whatever is on his mind is written on his face. Don't pretend for me. Little Sable, come out. If you don't come out, you won't be able to come out in this life. This Master Sable, or Little Sable, was originally a great demon of the immortal realm. Because inadvertently obtained a treasure of the immortal world, was hunted by the enemy, was forced to blow up his own flesh, will be a strand of demonic spirit into this ring, left behind in the lower realm. It had been sleeping in this ring for tens of thousands of years until Xiao Rin inadvertently obtained this ring. In the original, the treasure that Sable got was called the Reincarnation Disc. This immortal treasure was not on the Little Sable at the moment, but was hidden by it somewhere in the immortal realm. At a later stage, Xiao Rin came to the immortal world and got the Reincarnation Disc. It was this Reincarnation Disc, which ranked second amongst the extreme Dao Emperor's soldiers. That allowed the protagonist group to turn danger into danger many times over. The most hilarious thing, Chui still remembers Xiaorin's mouthful of Master Sable when he was in the lower realms, and then his mouthful of Little Sable when he became an immortal. Because of this contrast, it has also allowed Xiaorin to accumulate a lot of black powder, rather like a third brother. Chui, as a reader of the original, had insight into the secrets on Little Sable, and naturally, he would not let go of this reincarnation disc. However, the hiding place of the reincarnation disc was not written in detail in the novel, so it was necessary to take in the Little Sable and make it his aid. But after all, the Little Sable acted as Xiaorin's aid, and without it, the heavenly demon sea would not have been overthrown. Therefore, Chui has no good feelings towards it, and even more unlikely to call it Master Sable. Did not call you Wang Kai is already giving face. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Chu, don't make things difficult for me. Xiaorin, if there's anything you want to do, come at me. The remnants of Master Sable's soul emerged from the ring. Master Sable, how? Don't talk, I'll talk to him. Sir Chu, the Xiao family has already paid the price. I still hope that Sir Chu can be magnanimous and let Rinner live. Master Wolverine, I would like to thank my little friend here. Sable, you take me for a cutie. Do you think I'm a little cutie? I killed Xiaorin's entire family. This Xiaorin will let me go when he goes out? Don't worry about this little friend. I will supervise him from the sidelines and bring him onto the right path. Elder, people go up, water flows down. This is the law of the world. So why are you wasting your time on this waste? Xiaorin was still feeling a hint of comfort that Master Sable had spoken for him, but Chuyi's words made Xiaorin even more nervous. Chapter 21, Crazy Seducing Protagonist Goldfinger. People go higher? Is he trying to come in for a dig? I don't think Master Sable will be seduced by him, right? I was the one who woke up Master Sable, otherwise he would never have seen the light of day, and he would never have given up on me. No, definitely not. If Master Sable really abandoned himself, he would be facing an unimaginable abyss. I still don't know how Chui this person will abuse himself, whether it is locked up in this dark and sunless cell for the rest of his life, or directly cut by him with a knife. Master Sable glanced at the indomitable apprentice and said, Prince Chu, Rinner is not a waste, he's just a bit young and unruly. I believe that this lesson will make him a new man. Little Sable, can't you realize that Xiaorin has already had his Dao heart damaged? Are you sure that the current him can bring you back to the top? As an old saying goes, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Why don't seniors follow me from now on? It's definitely 10,000 times better than following this waste of a man. Xiaorin, what does this mean? Little friend? Is this an attempt to sow discord between our master and disciple? Mr. Chu, I was previously only at a measly harmonization stage cultivation. I'm not much of an expert in this desolate ancient continent. With your natural talent, you can completely go and find someone even more powerful. Why do you need to rob others? Harmonization stage? Are you treating me like a 3-year-old child? You've been injured so badly yet you still have your current cultivation. I think Senior should have already become an immortal when he was at his peak. The phoenix doesn't live unless it's a wutong. The gentleman doesn't stay unless it's a bright ruler. Does Senior think that following this loser will really be able to bring you back to the top? Chui replied lightly. Now that Xiaorin was still here, it was better not to bluntly point out the Little Sable's heaven-defying identity. Following this fool, Senior should let go of the idea of returning to the top. You don't want to spend every day trembling and walking on thin ice like you do today, do you? Master Sable was silent. I didn't realize that the fluttering gentleman in front of me, who seemed as calm as water, was so knowledgeable. I can't believe I knew I had previously become immortal. Chuyi's words were word for word, each one poking him in the heart. The words are rough, but the reasoning is clear. Xiaorin was also shocked by Master Sable's cultivation when he heard what Chui said. Master Sable had previously become immortal? If you keep following it, don't you have to take off straight away yourself? The benefits gained from following a former immortal were naturally not to be mentioned. This makes it all the more important not to let Master Sable slip through your fingers. Seeing that it was silent, Xiaorin immediately roared loudly. Chui, you despicable villain! Sowing discord in front of me. Master Sable won't listen to you picking the bar. It was I who awakened Master Sable, and it was I who protected Master Sable's soul with my spiritual power day after day. Or I who healed Master Sable's wounds. Our relationship as master and disciple is unbreakable. Okay. Playing the emotional card. Ha! This Xiaorin was born before dying, not as stupid as before. Chuyi's words had originally caused Master Sable to hesitate a bit, But after hearing Xiao Rin begin to reminisce about the past, his thoughts were immediately pulled back. Why is Senior suffering? Why the Xiao family's people are feuding with me? Senior should know, right? When Chui spoke, he always wore a light and breezy smile, as if everything was under control. This confident and incomparable smile made Xiao Rin feel uncomfortable as a gust of coldness rose behind her. Why is he always so calm? Even when something big happens, his face doesn't change. Senior stayed in the ring. Every move outside can't escape your eyes. And I think you know everything about the Xiao family drugging us. Master Sable was somewhat dumbfounded. This matter was indeed their Xiao family's fault. I know about this matter, and I also tried to admonish Xiao Rin, but he didn't listen to me, and even told me that it wasn't for his own sake, but for the sake of the entire Xiao family. He also assured me that he would treat Suli well in the future and wouldn't start and stop. He was very insistent and I couldn't say anything else. Senior mustn't be fooled by this punk stripe. A dog can't change its ways. There's a second time for the first time. Xiao Rin was listening to Chuyi's mouthful of wastes from the sidelines. Plus, Chuyi was so blatantly digging in his face. If you can tolerate it, you can't. Anger was ignited in his heart, and he rose violently to his feet. His eyes red as if they could spit out fire and, Chuyi, you shameless man, how dare you covet my sable master? You are simply. In the next second, an illusory palm imprint suddenly appeared, carrying a terrifying momentum and ruthlessly smashing into Xiao Rin's face. Pop! A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the cell. Shut the up. Adults are talking. Why are children interfering? Under Master Sable's horrified gaze, Xiao Rin hit the stone wall heavily, then slid down helplessly and collapsed to the ground. He opened his mouth to say something. However, he only felt a fishy sweetness in his throat, and then his consciousness began to blur until his eyes went black. So strong. Master Sable was secretly surprised. The palm was so fast that even he didn't react to it. Why was his cultivation so much stronger compared to the last time we met? The man in front of me is just under 20 years old. Against all odds. Really against all odds. Think carefully about what he just said and combine it with his cultivation. Seems like a better choice to follow him. He was still carrying a blood feud, so he had to recover his strength as soon as possible. The Xiao family's demise was also due to their own faults, and they were to blame. However, although Xiao Rin was not competitive, but after all, it was its savior, so how could it turn its back so easily? Master Sable's heart was now very torn. Chuyi saw that Master Sable had been very shaken and knew that the time had come. Don't worry, Senior. He just slept over. His life is not in danger. Now that there are no more outsiders, we can talk properly, right? What else do you want to say? We have nothing to talk about. I will not abandon Xiao Rin. That's quite a mouthful. Chuyi's hesitation just now was all in his eyes, seeing that there was a good chance of taking it down. That's why he slapped Xiao Rin unconscious, so that he wouldn't have to play the emotional card again to interfere with Master Wolverine's decision-making. Little Sable, I know that you come from the Immortal Realm's Purple Demon Sable clan, and are still a contender for your clan's next patriarch, but were plotted against by others. So follow me and I'll let you return to the Immortal Realm. Master Sable was so shocked by Chuyi's words that he couldn't speak. This junior, how could he know so many of his secrets? Mr. Chu, you. Saying that, Chuyi took out a crystal case and handed it over. Open it up. Master Sable opened the box with confidence. Just as he opened it, he felt a wave of energy greet him. In the crystal case, it's a sticky substance that leans towards a greenish color. As it wriggled, layers of liquid rolled over, like a living thing. This is Bodhi transforming dragon saliva? Although Master Sable deliberately suppressed his emotions, the shock on his face overflowed. How could you possibly have this? This is considered a valuable item in the immortal world, Chuyi faintly said. So what if it's worth a lot? It's nothing more than something outside of my body to me. How about it? Little Sable, if you follow me, this will be yours. Chapter 22, The Protagonist's Golden Finger. Arrival. Chuyi took out half of the Bodhi transformation dragon saliva rewarded by the system and used it as a hook, just hoping that Master Sable would take the bait. Bodhi dragon saliva can quench the body, restore injuries and nourish the soul. This is exactly what Master Sable needs right now. Looking at this amount, after taking it, one might be able to directly transform into a form and never hide in this ring again. Master Sable had to admit that his heart was in the right place. Surprised, it was also very emotional about the identity of the teenager in front of it. Is it really just the young master of a hidden ancient clan in the lower realm? Master Sable's heart fluttered, his eyes darting between Chuyi and the crystal box, his inner struggle almost written on his face. It stammered, several times, weighing the pros and cons. In its heart, it understood what Bodhi transformation dragon saliva meant to it. It's not just a gift, it's a chance to regain your freedom and strength. After a long time, Master Sable finally let out a long sigh and, Mr. Chu, you've won. From now on, I'm willing to follow you. Chui sniffed and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. But I have a request, and I hope you'll grant it. But there's no harm in saying it. Xiao Rin is at least my savior. Without him I probably would never have had the chance to be awakened. I hope that little friend can let him live. Well, Chui pretended to hesitate. He had actually planned to let Xiao Rin out of his cell before he came, so that he could go outside and bounce around a few more times. Now that Master Sable had opened his mouth, he might as well go along and sell him a favor. Yes, but I only promise to keep him alive, and if he messes with me again after that, I will never let him go again. He saved me once, I saved him twice, and there's a clean slate between me and him, and there's nothing more after that. Master Sable said this with great certainty and some sort of determination. The purpose of Chuyi's trip had been achieved, and the next step was to make sure that the gold finger of the protagonist in this original story would not betray him. Chuyi had figured out the whole process before he came. Until now, the process has been followed exactly and has not deviated from the established track in the slightest. Little Sable, there's one more thing. You still have some affection for your disciple. Just follow me around like this, but I don't feel much security. I know what you want to say. Since you promised me to let Xiao Rin live, I will naturally follow you well in the future. Tell me, what kind of natal treasure do you want to bind to me? How does it need to be so troublesome? Just place this drop of immortal soul blood in your heart. Immortal soul blood? You actually have this kind of thing. Mr. Chu, you've brought me quite a few surprises indeed. It knew that if it was merely the secret method of the immortal sect that restricted or bound the innate magic treasure, there was still the possibility of cracking it after the cultivation level was raised. But once he absorbed the immortal soul blood, then in the future, unless he proved himself to be an emperor, he could only be loyal to him for the rest of his life. Once they had the slightest descent towards their master, the immortal soul blood would obliterate their physical body along with their souls in a matter of moments. Master Sable was a bit hesitant. When he was with Xiao Rin before, this little kid called out Master Sable Sable every day, and it was great to hear himself. However, this Chui had a mouthful of little sables, making it a bit uncomfortable. But since he had an immortal soul blood such as the immortal realm's greatest treasure, he must have an absolutely terrifying background behind him. Mr. Chu, your clan should be more than just the Eastern Wasteland hidden ancient clan, right? Could you tell us your true identity? The Sea of Heavenly Demons. Chui didn't mind telling the little Sable about his background, and even telling it about his background would make it more attentive to working for him. When Master Sable heard the words Heavenly Demon Sea, his entire body suddenly shook. They, the Purple Demon Sable clan, could only be considered a medium power in the immortal world. The mighty Heavenly Demon Sea, however, was a superb power in the immortal world, one of the immortal races, and also a place that all demonic cultivators in the immortal world could only dream of. Master Sable didn't hesitate anymore and immediately absorbed the immortal soul blood to show his loyalty. Inside, he was also secretly glad for his decision. Even if it was to be a dog for Chui, the young master of the Sky Demon Sea, it was still more affordable than being a father on Xiao Rin's head. In the sight of Xiao Rin so long, it privately jealous, timid, sensitive and inferior, colorful and weak, see a small profit and forget life, do great things and cherish the body, all kinds of bad, and this Chui is just the opposite. When he encountered being slandered, he acted very calmly and struck viciously, and was as decisive as his previous self, proving that he was a natural cultivator. Since he was willing to let Xiao Rin live, it proved that he had a big heart, willing to work together as equals to achieve great things. The frankness of his people, without the slightest bit of condescension, is really a dragon and phoenix among men. Compared to the two, Xiao Rin was really nothing. After saying that, Chui opened the cell door and took the ring from Xiao Rin's finger and put it on her hand. At the same time put something else on his finger. A few hours later, Xiao Rin woke up leisurely in a stupor. The body still retained the sharp pain of being hit hard by the palm imprint. He sat up violently and looked around, only to see that the cell was dark and out of reach, and he was the only one lying alone on the cold stone slab. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart and he hurriedly called out, Master Sable, where are you? All that responded to him was dead silence. Master Wolverine has overconsumed and fallen asleep again? Xiao Rin's heart tightened. Nothing could be seen around. Even the original faint candlelight was extinguished. In the pitch blackness, it was a good thing he could feel the ring on his right index finger was still there. There was still some pain in his body, but to his relief, Master Sable had not been taken away by Chuyi. I think it should be that during the time he was unconscious, Master Sable preferred to die, which made Chuyi return without any success. That Chuyi went to great lengths to poach me, and he wants Master Sable to follow him? Chuyi, I've finally won you for once. I swear, this is just the beginning. In the future, what you take away from me, I'll take back little by little. Not everyone in the world is bought off by obscenity. In this world, there are still true hearts, and there are still people who hold fast to their own. It was the only solace that could be given to him in his present situation. Previously, Xiao Rin had only taken Master Sable as a booster on his journey to prove himself, but last night Master Sable had fought hard for him against Chuyi, and it had warmed his heart. Master Sable, if you do not fail me, then naturally I will not fail you. One day, I will stand in front of you and protect you. Nourish your body so that you can channel more spiritual energy to Master Sable. After an impassioned speech, Xiao Rin then proceeded to lie down and rest. Daytime. In this dark prison without seeing the sun, a beam of faint light finally shone in from the entrance. Xiao Rin had just woken up from his sleep when he saw his grandfather's head lying on the cold ground outside the cell. Strange. Usually the door to this dungeon is covered tightly. Why is it open today? When he turned his head, Xiao Rin's sleepy eyes unconsciously fell on his right hand. What? On the index finger of his right hand, the jade ring that originally emitted a faint spiritual light had now turned into a rusty iron ring. His eyes snapped open, panic flashing in his pupils. What's going on here? Xiao Rin's voice echoed in the empty cell with a few tremors. He quickly thought back, everything that had happened last night flashing through his mind like a walking light, finally settling on Chuyi's impish smile. Master Sable. Master Sable it. Xiao Rin's heart sank violently, and a sense of loss surged through him. Aha! Master Sable, why did you leave me? Why does everyone betray me? Ding! Xiao Rin has lost her last battle and has completely collapsed. Luck value -3,000. For times the rate of explosion. Host's luck value +12,000. Chapter 23, Tricking the Son of Luck into Self-Immolation. At this moment, Chuyi was standing at the entrance of the dungeon, quietly listening to Xiao Rin break the defense and go crazy. At first, Xiao Rin almost instinctively blamed Master Sable, but then, sanity returned and the self-rating began. No, it won't. Master Sable won't give up on me so easily. Last night Master Sable almost fought the devil Chuyi for me. Xiao Rin shook his head violently to dispel the haze in his heart. Chuyi, it must be him. Xiao Rin gritted her teeth and burned with rage, thinking back to Chuyi's chesty appearance and the last scene he saw before he passed out. In this moment, all the doubts found an answer. All the anger found an outlet. Chuyi, you despicable villain. How dare you take advantage of my unconsciousness to forcibly take away Master Sable? Master Sable, wait for me. No matter where Chuyi takes you, I, Xiao Rin, will definitely find you and take you away from that bastard. After getting high, he immediately returned to reality. Now he had nothing to lean on, and had become a true loner. There must be a way. There must be a way. In a panic, he looked at his grandfather, Xiao Dust's head, and was struck by an idea. Right, Grandpa's storage spirit device is not a ring, but an earring, which is usually always worn above the left ear. He raised his head violently, his gaze eagerly sweeping over Xiao Chen's head that had lost its vitality and was somewhat rotting. Sure enough, in his left ear, the familiar earring still hung silently. Ha ha ha, a village in the dark. As he remembered, his grandfather's storage earrings had quite a lot of good things in them. Spirit weapons and spirit medicines, enough for him to recover from his injuries. Even if he couldn't defeat Chuyi for the time being, he could still ensure that he escaped. If you find a good time, you will have a chance. Without much thought, Xiao Rin reached out with trembling hands to her grandfather's ear. In his panic, he accidentally tore half an ear from his skull, but there was no longer time for that. Clutching the earring halfway down the band, he poured his spiritual energy into it. With a flash of light, the space within the earring slowly revealed itself to him. In the space, all kinds of items, full of anticipation and hastily swept through. Most of them are just some ordinary things. Several bottles of precious elixirs came into view. Immediately took it out and took it, feeling that the injuries in his body were recovering at an amazing speed. An ancient and simple family sword was lying quietly in the corner, and although the sword was unsheathed, it was faintly revealing a biting sword intent. However, as good as these items were, they still couldn't get Xiao Rin out of her current predicament. The disappointment in my heart is hard to express. Just as he was disappointed, his eyes were drawn to an ancient scripture. The cover of this scripture was yellowish, with obscure runes engraved on it, and it didn't look like an unusual thing. There's no choice now. Xiao Rin's heart stirred and he hurriedly took out the scripture and carefully flipped through it. The three large, ancient characters of the Sunflower Sutra came into view. Pick up the scriptures and peruse them. This scripture looks ordinary, but it has hidden mysteries. He opened the scripture, read the introduction, and was overjoyed. Each page of this scripture seemed to contain spiritual power, requiring the cultivator to complete the previous page before continuing to the next page. This type of scripture is certainly not mortal. Xiao Rin immediately began to cultivate the first page according to the guidelines in the scripture. As he shined the cat and danced, a stream of spiritual energy surged out from his body. It slowly flowed along the 8 odd meridians, repairing his damaged meridians and at the same time growing his cultivation. Surprised, he realized that the cultivation within his body was actually rising at an astonishing speed, far beyond his expectations. Ha ha ha, the sky is the limit. This scripture far surpasses any gongfu I've seen before. How come I hadn't previously heard of Grandpa having this scripture? It must have been collected on this excursion. Or perhaps it was Grandfather who brought it especially for me. But it is a pity that he could not give it to me in person. But thankfully, it wasn't handed to me personally, but it was handed to me with my own ears. As Xiao Rin spoke, he looked at the half of the ear on the earring and couldn't help but shed a few lines of hot tears as he spoke. Grandpa really does still love me. And even though he's gone, he's still blessing his grandchildren from heaven. This seemingly insignificant Sunflower Sutra was actually the key to the turnaround. He continued to immerse himself in cultivation, vowing to thoroughly comprehend this scripture. Feeling the aura fluctuations coming from the dungeon, the corner of Chuyi's mouth curved up and quietly walked away. Stupid. The sky's the limit? But there is the path of extinction. This scripture and that head were of course a hook buried by Chuyi. But instead of the original edition, a topographical version with the order of the contents changed was given. And only the first volume was given. In the original Sunflower Sutra, on the first page, it is written if you want to practice this technique, lead the sword to the palace. Instead, in this version, Chuyi puts those 8 words in the center. It took a long time for Chuyi to reformat, make old, and infuse this scripture with spiritual energy, but it wore him and his men out. But when I think of the results, I don't feel tired at all. Once this technique was cultivated, there was no turning back. If one tried to give up halfway through the cultivation, then the body would suffer unbearable torture, and even the entire body's power would be wasted. By the time Xiao Rin was full of joy and felt that she finally had a chance to take revenge, it was discovered that in order to proceed to practice, you had to cut off the things you cared about the most. His heart had reserved harem seats for several women. Even the seating was arranged. TSK, TSK, TSK. How can you make a brother desperate? Of course, I'll turn him into a sister. How beautiful that image was. Chuyi couldn't even dare to think about it. By that time, his Tao heart would no longer be damaged, but completely shattered. The author of Dog Heaven's Way likes to give the green light to the sons of Qi. As usual, I'll play you a little bit to death. Like to protect the waste? When I deplete your own son's Qi value, then I will use my heaven swallowing devil technique to devour his origin. Let's see if you guys are still laughing at that point. Oh, inside the Chuyi mansion, between the light and the shadow, the miraculous effect of the Bodhi transformation dragon saliva is revealed in the body of Master Sable. The formerly weak and illusory soul body is now able to weave a solid body. This Bodhi transformation dragon saliva is truly a rare treasure in this world. When I absorb all of it, I will never stay in this ring again. Chuyi is still generous. My Sable Master is back again. He. Little Sable, after recovering a bit, you can follow Xiao Xian. Master, I'm so eager to follow you around and protect you. You're now at a mere transformation god cultivation level. You can't even defeat me. So what are you going to protect me with? Master Sable's usefulness would have to wait until after the immortal realm. The current one was not the least bit useful to Chuyi. Besides, Master Sable in the ring could see every move of Chuyi outside, and he didn't want to do something all day long to be visually raped. Chuyi had always been curious in his previous life. Weren't those protagonists embarrassed to be stared at by Goldfinger when they did something? Especially when they do that thing. It's like they're watching it live with their gold fingers and their jade pendants and rings. It would be even more awkward if Goldfinger was female. Chapter 24, Heart's Sacred Body. After Su Li, a quality little leak, left, Chuyi was left with only one investment. That being said, after so long, the heart's sacred body hadn't even been used yet, so it would seem like a bit of a waste. Chui walked towards Xiao Xian's room. Through the window, he saw mother and daughter Xiao Xian in the room looking at a book at the table. Xiao mother sat at a carved wooden table, slightly plump, looking is also charm. Xiao Xian had inherited her mother's beauty, with delicate features and fair skin. Mother and daughter were looking down, engrossed in their books, occasionally smiling at each other. Chui pushed the door open and stepped into the room. The two of them looked up at the sound of the voice. A flash of panic flashed in their eyes, and then they hurriedly got up and fell to their knees. Chui pointed at Xiao Xian's mother and said indifferently, "You, get out." After Mother Xiao left, Chui called up Xiao Xian and sat at the table. One of the slender hands clasped her waist and sat her in his lap while the other flipped through the book she had just been reading. While flipping, his hands were naturally not honest. In fact, that book Chui had taken down, but it did not matter, and Xiao Xian knew that he was not drunk. Xiao Xian was as meek as a deer, not showing the slightest resistance, only waiting for the storm to come. Chui rubbed his face against her neck and escaped with a sigh. "You smell good." He then carried him directly to the bed. Looking at that rosy and beautiful face, flushed with faint shyness, Chui kissed her on the lips. 2 hours later, ding! Xiao Xian's favoritism towards the host +10. Xiao Xian's favorability towards the host, 70 out of 100. Investment, Kuan, success. Reward, 9 turns reincarnation pill. Without realizing it, Xiao Xian's favorability towards herself was almost as good as Su Li's. It wasn't just his own role in creating a persona in front of her, but also Kyer and Linger. The Heavenly Devil Sea has a special technique called the love mantra. The two of them who had practiced the love mantra were able to subconsciously change Xiao Xian's mind with what they said. Chui had found 2 heavenly demon sea attendants to secretly sow discord between their siblings in Xiao Xian's ears every day, by pulling and stepping on Xiao Rin. The tallness and greatness of Chuyi's image is emphasized. Chui preferred to call it the PUA method. It seems to be working remarkably well now. Day 2. It was almost noon when Chui woke up with a start, although he often slept until noon in his previous life. After coming here, Chui lived a regular life. "I guess I was a little tired after tossing and turning halfway through the night last night." Xiao Xian, on the contrary, had woken up a long time ago and was currently snuggling in Chuyi's arms. A pair of big eyes were admiring Chuyi's blooming beauty, which was as soft as a kitten, and it was endearing. The few bite marks on Xiao Xian's collarbone and neck were specially left by Chui last night and would be of great use afterwards. "You're awake, young lord. Xianer is changing your clothes for you." Saying that, he prepared to get out of bed, but accidentally tugged on the sore spot, and his beautiful eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. "I'll do it myself. You had a hard night last night too. Get some more sleep." Xiao Xian's small mouth pouted as if she was somewhat proud of her performance last night. "Xianer isn't sleepy. She woke up a long time ago." Then it seemed to think of something and immediately blamed himself. "Young lord, Xianer knows that you're busy, and didn't wake you up just because I wanted you to stay by my side for a little while longer, delaying your cultivation. Xianer was wrong, and won't dare to do it again next time." "Silly Xianer, I'm not busy at all. If you like it, I'll come to you every day from now on." That's a true statement. Relying on humiliating the sons of fortune to take the fortune value to raise their cultivation level. Just think of all kinds of ways to humiliate the protagonists. It really isn't busy at all. As for coming to Xiao Xian's place every day from now on, it was even more of a matter of course. The furnace cauldron's sacred body wasn't that easy to find. After Su Li left, the daily investment rebate pointed to Xiao Xian. Not to come here where else? Seeing Chui treating herself so well, Xiao Xian's heart felt as sweet as if it had been filled with honey. She felt like the happiest woman in the whole world at the moment. Looking at Xiao Xian, who was PUA'd to the bone by herself, Chuyi's guilt that she had thought she had discarded was hooked up a little. But the thought that Xiao Xian could be a sharp sword against Xiao Rin instantly made any sense of guilt dissipate. However, on second thought, Xiao Xian would not be wronged if she followed her. In the Xiao family, Xiao Xian was not valued due to her mediocre talent, and even her mother was marginalized. Only Xiao Rin coveted the beauty of their mother and daughter, only secretly poked and prodded to give some care, not to let them suffer. "Your brother has been locked in the dungeon and hasn't eaten for days, so later you'll take a few candles with you and bring him some food. Deliver it and come out. And don't say anything else." Xianer understands. The young lord's heart is truly kind. He couldn't help but tsk a bit and secretly admired the power of Kyer and Linger's love chanting spell. The point of Chuyi's words, as she saw it, was not "haven't eaten for a long time," but "send some food." It was true that a woman in love would automatically filter out what she wanted to hear, and Chui sort of knew the gold content of that statement. Climbing out of bed, Xiao Xian served him to get dressed. Before leaving the house, his eyes swept over the bed, leaving trails of blood at some point. Spinning a light smile, he walked straight out the door. Holding several oil lamps, Xiao Xian carried a food box filled with meals and walked in the direction of the dungeon. The dungeon was located in the deepest part of the mansion, dark and damp, with the smell of mold and rust in the air. As Xiao Xian gradually approached, a piercing chill involuntarily crept up her spine. She didn't expect Xiao Rin to be locked up in such a place. Instead, he and his mother lived in a compartment and were cared for on weekdays. Comparing the two, Xiao Xian's love for Chui was a few points deeper. In the depths of the dungeon, Xiao Rin was cultivating the Sunflower Sutra in full swing, a smile appearing on his face from time to time. The Sunflower Sutra came from the immortal realm and was not considered very top tier in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Adding to the fact that the things that needed to be cut off to cultivate this method were too important to men, it could only be considered a parochial technique. However, it was a first-class treasure for these so-called heavenly prides of the lower realms. Or a random spit from someone in the immortal realm would be enough for many people in the lower realm to break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Hearing the unhurried footsteps, Xiao Rin immediately stopped practicing and pretended to be resting. At the same time, he secretly eyed a figure in front of him. Chui, let me out! Let me out! Only Chui had come here in the past few days, so Xiao Rin tacitly assumed that it was Chui who had come to humiliate himself again. For so many days, he hadn't even taken a bite of food. It took licking the dew that condensed on his cell door and windows every morning to keep him from dying from lack of water. As he was cursing angrily, he got a good look at the figure, which looked like a female. She was dressed in an exquisitely embroidered robe, and as she got closer, Xiao Rin could also smell a faint floral scent on her. When he reached the front, Xiao Rin finally saw that it was the figure of his sister. Xiao Xian. Surprise instantly flashed in his eyes, and then a bitter smile was barely pulled from the corner of his mouth. Xianer, you are still alive? Xiao Xian's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, but she didn't say anything more, just walked silently to the front and puts the food box on the floor. Inside were a few simple meals, although plain, for Xiao Rin at this moment, it was like a mountain of food. Eat something. Chapter 25, Siblings Dislike. Xiao Xian did not look at Xiao Rin, and her voice was somewhat cold, without a hint of emotional color. Under Kair and Linger's anticlimactic brainwashing, Xiao Xian not only develops feelings for Chui, but also develops a slight hatred for her own brother, Xiao Rin. Previously in the Xiao mansion, this first eldest grandson of the Xiao family had treated Xiao Xian as his own possession. Xiao Rin is also the one who picked up the ring to worship Master Sable after Master Sable could see his every move, and only restrained himself in order to keep up his image. Plus, the Xiao family's demise was also due to Xiao Rin's underhanded tactic of drugging the Council of Elders. This brother of hers was even more sinful. At this moment, Xiao Rin looked at the meal in front of her, and then looked at Xiao Xian's indifferent face. Her heart was full of mixed feelings, trying to say something, trying to explain, trying to apologize. Xianer, it's my fault, it's me who has harmed Day. There's no need to say it. Xiao Xian's tone was cold and directly interrupted him. Xianer, what happened to your shoulder? Why are there some bite marks and some redness? Are you allergic? Or is Chui bullying? Tell brother. Brother will do it for you. No, brother, take care of yourself. My sister will go first. Xianer, take care of yourself too. Make sure you take care of yourself. Brother will come find you. When she finished, she turned around without stopping. Seeing the obvious bite marks on Xiao Xian's shoulders and the reddish skin near the bite marks, Xiao Rin guessed the reason. Adding to the fact that they were also members of the Xiao family, why was Xiao Xian able to dress gorgeously and spray perfume, while she herself stayed in this dark and sunless cell and ate rat meat? Thinking about it, we all knew what Chui had done to Xiao Xian. Just a few steps out, Xiao Rin suddenly called out to her, and her entire body flopped to the ground. Xianer, can you put in a good word for brother in front of Chui and ask him to release me? Xiao Xian didn't even turn around and faintly said, there's nothing that can be done. Xiao Rin, who was rejected, was a little sad. As soon as the thought of his sister under Chui crossed his mind, he felt an unbearable sense of humiliation sweep over him. It must be Chui spying on her in secret. That's why Xianer is so cold to me. She must have been Chui'd. How could my sister willingly commit herself to an enemy? Chui, why? Why do you take everything from me? You've taken everything from me, and now you're going to take even my sister? Exasperated, he kicked over the meal Xiao Xian had brought. but as soon as he smelled the aroma emanating from the meal, he couldn't help but gulp and his stomach rumbled. This must have been secretly sent to me by Xianer. I can't let her down with this peace of mind. Couldn't care less. Xiao Rin lay down on the ground, and by the candlelight, grabbed the food on the ground with her hands and stuffed it into her mouth one by one. A few rats were also attracted by the scent over here and ran over to grab it from him. Stinky rat, get out of here. My sister made this for me herself. Each bite was like a long drought, eaten almost in one gulp. As the food was digested, Xiao Rin gradually regained some strength, and her spirit was slightly revitalized. People just like to ramble when they're full. Recalling that I was just on the floor in a state of distress, grabbing food from a mouse, and Chui was probably lying on a chair, eating the food Xiao Xian fed him. This sense of contrast was so strong that it made him extremely unbalanced inside. Chui, I don't share heaven with you. We don't share the same fate. Pust. A mouthful of old blood jetted out from his throat. Ding. Detected Xiao Rin's Taoist heart is damaged. Chi value -500. Host net will bully cutie. Only twice the explosion rate. Host's luck value +1. 000. Only twice as much? Chui was a little disappointed. It seems that you need to strike a fatal blow when your opponent is hesitant in order to be most effective. The current Xiao Rin was close to despair, so the system's chi value only exploded twice as much, which was too little. However, remembering Xiao Rin's current exasperated look, he still laughed out loud, pinching Xiao Xian's nose, who was sitting on his lap. Xianer is so good. Kyer, Linger, take good care of Xianer and her mother from now on, and everything will be according to the highest standards in our old home. Yes. I'll give you some Gongfu elixirs from the old family. You've been cultivating well lately. There's still a lot of immortal bones in the treasury. Auntie Jiang, take the time to pick the best one for Xianer to attach. Yes. Xianer, thank you, young lord. Do you have any thoughts about your brother, Xiao Rin? What do you think I should do with him? I don't know. It's all up to the young lord. Xianer, although it was he who killed your family members, you shouldn't hate him too much. After all, he's your brother. And you're bound to have some feelings amongst your relatives towards him, so don't be blinded by momentary hatred. When Chui said this inverted Big Dipper's words, she did not blush or jump, and she was serious. To make you feel better, I'll release him in a couple days. Hearing this, Xiao Xian could not help but feel a warm current welling up in her heart. As Xiao Rin's younger sister and also a member of the Xiao family, Chui not only did not mistreat herself, but instead was considerate of herself. For my own sake, I was even willing to let my enemy, Xiao Rin, go, just to make me feel better inside. Ding. Xiao Xian's favoritism towards the host +5. Xiao Xian's favorability towards the host, 75 out of 100. Actually, Xiao Xian's indifferent attitude towards Xiao Rin just now was not just because of Chuyi's command. If it wasn't for Xiao Rin's suggestion to the Council of Elders to falsely accuse Chuyi and Suli, where would all this have happened? Chuyi was defending her reputation. And although her hand was very vicious, the source of this matter was in Xiao Rin. However, when he thought of the inhuman suffering he was now enduring in the dungeon, and with Chuyi's false enlightenment, this blame faded a bit. Luckily, Chuyi netted the mother she cared about the most and let her live. As for the rest of the Xiao family, they were already rusty with themselves. Even some of the clansmen who usually bullied them, there was a hint of pleasure in remembering that they were dead. Chuyi certainly wasn't willing to put him away because of Xiao Xian. The natural reason for letting him go was that Xiao Rin still had a large portion of his chi luck value on him that had not been harvested. If we don't let him go outside and bounce around a bit to get his confidence back, are we going to let him waste his time in this cell and fall apart? If you don't jump around anymore, where will I get the doubled luck value? Seeing Xiao Xian almost move to tears, Chui couldn't help but feel a sense of pride within her heart. It's quite a success to set up your own people. The current Xiao Xian was nothing more than a furnace tripod come upon to humiliate Xiao Rin for herself. The concubine of the young lord of the Sky Devil Sea is not that easy to be. Chui had already set a big test for Xiao Xian in her heart. It was for Xiao Xian to kill her brother with her own hands. It was only after Xiao Rin's death that Chui would truly walk with her. As for before you die? Of course it's the kidneys. Chapter 26, Death Before the Immortal Determination Gate. When Wan Rui's master, Yun Yuzi, an elder of the Dingxian sect, is anxious when he hears that his beloved disciple has disappeared and the whole family is in danger. He led a group of masters and brothers of the fixed immortal sect throughout the entire Great Zhou to search for places where Wanru might have gone. All to no avail. Then I heard that Chuyi was unharmed in that blood-colored wedding, so I wanted to come and ask what happened. Following behind Yun Yuzi were several of Wanrui's senior sisters and brothers. and at this moment, they were even carrying a bit of unbeatable arrogance. They are all the best in the Dingxian sect, and they are used to being favored by their masters in their daily lives. Of course, if that was all it wasn't enough for them to dare to be like this in the Chui residence. They also knew that the gap between this small fixed immortal sect and the hidden ancient clan was not a single star. The reason why he dared to strut around so much in the Chu mansion was naturally because when Chui licked Wenwanro, he loved the house and incidentally licked a few of these sisters and teachers. Every time she upset Wenwanru, Chui would lower her voice to find Wenwanru and these master and sisters to intercede, sending a whole bunch of top magic treasures along the way. Even the immortal bones in their bodies came from Chuyi's gift. Chui, come out quickly. I have something important to ask. The leading senior sister's voice was clear and cold, echoing over the Chu mansion as if she was giving orders. Chui came at the news. He was dressed in a brocade suit and his face was cold. Oh, so it's a high-ranking person from the Immortal Determination sect who has arrived. I'm sorry to have missed you. Chui was polite on his lips, but there was not the slightest bit of respect in his eyes as he slowly walked forward, his gaze meeting Yun Yuzi's with a hidden sharpness. Although the fixed immortal sect was only a small sect, it was a great help to Wenwanru, the heroine, in the early stages of her growth. So without a doubt, the fixed immortal sect was also on Chuyi's list of certain death. As for why they were allowed to waltz in like this, it was naturally Chuyi's order. Although a few immortal bones were nothing, those could be evidence of one's guilt as a licking dog. How can we say goodbye to our past dog-licking persona without getting the incriminating evidence back ourselves? Chui, the Evening Rose family was in distress, and her own whereabouts are unknown. Have you ever known about this matter? Yun Yuzi opened the door, his tone carrying a bit of questioning. Don't know, don't understand. Chui responded lightly, and there was no trace of panic between his words. Logically speaking, when Wenrui's disappearance, the most anxious person at this moment should be Chui. Previously, Chui had to transmit his voice to Wenwanru every hour, fearing that the beautiful person would suffer the slightest aggravation. But why wasn't there a hint of panic on his face at the moment? At this time, a senior sister could not hold back and stepped forward, pointing at Chuyi's nose and drinking. Chui, you don't have to pretend. Elder sister Evening Ro was with you before the accident. If anything happens to her, you can't absolve yourself of the blame. Although I have friendship with Wenwanru, how can I know her whereabouts? Besides, the immortal cultivation world is full of dangers. Who can guarantee their safety at all times? Seeing this, the other senior sister was even more furious as she waved the long sword in her hand, pointing it straight at Chui and said sternly, "We hadn't suspected you before, but after so long we haven't heard of your move to look for Evening Ro, and with this matter-of-fact look of yours now, there must be something unspeakable going on. Maybe you have something to do with the disappearance of Evening Ro. Say, did you want to imprison Evening Ro to monopolize her? And specially killed her entire clan so that Evening Ro would only have you to rely on to serve you better?" Several of the sisters and teachers were talking and chattering, causing Chui to have a headache from the noise. Of the people who went to the wedding banquet of the Xiao mansion that day, only you and Suli survived. How do you explain this? Chui would smile and faintly said, "You also said that 2 people who attended the wedding banquet that day survived. Why don't you guys go question the other one? Suli, but she's right here in the Yaoqi Holy Land." In a few words, Chui had left the several sisters across the room speechless, not knowing how to answer. That's naturally because the Yaoqi Holy Land is heavily guarded to prevent outsiders from entering. So how would we dare? So you dare in my Chu mansion? Am I, Chui, no better than a mere Yaoqi Holy Land? Chui, don't talk nonsense. Yaoqi Holy Land is the #1 sect in the Eastern Wasteland. What are you touching people with? Chui, if you don't hand over senior sister Evening Ro, don't blame us for being impolite. Chuyi's eyes suddenly turned cold. His aura swept out like a storm, killing intent spreading in the air like substance. Cloud Wanderer wasn't as stupid as those cheap disciples of his. The fact that Chuyi's attitude had undergone such a drastic change compared to before, coupled with the killing intent that was visible to the naked eye on his body at this moment, caused the alarm bells to ring in Yun Yuzi's heart, and he suddenly felt that something was not good. "Stop it," Yun Yuzi hurriedly voiced out. "Mr. Chu, since you don't know the whereabouts of Evening Ro, then we'll take our leave first." Yun Yuzi let out a light sigh and owed a slight bow to Chui as a token of thanks. Then he led the several cheap disciples who had not yet gotten over cursing to turn around and prepare to leave. "Did I tell you to leave?" When Yun Yuzi heard these words, his body shook and froze in place, the sweaty hairs on his body standing up. Only that childish young sister, oblivious to the atmosphere of gravity, turned around and rolled her eyes, grinning loudly. Shuyi, why you ask that? Talkative. Only a sword sound was heard, and her expression froze. That white eye that hadn't rolled down yet stopped halfway. All she could feel was a flash of. Immediately afterward, to his horror, he realized that his head had left his body and shot straight up into the air. Don, don, don. The head bounced on the ground a few times and rolled to Shuyi. Shuyi crouched down and admired the head in detail. That white eye that rolled up to the sky never fell again. And the whole face looked very creepy. This guy straight up killed someone? How dare he kill someone in broad daylight? When several senior sisters saw that their junior sister had been killed, they immediately broke into a fury, angrily denouncing Shuyi's atrocity. Shuyi, who do you think you are? How dare you kill at will? Is there still a king's law? Kneel. As the word falls, a spiritual pressure descended from the sky, pressurizing the person who had spoken, and he fell to his knees with a thud. What do you want? Report to the police. We're going to report to the police. Noisy. Pust. A few sword lights flashed, and 3 more heads catapulted from their necks and rushed into the sky, blood splattering and coloring the sky and earth. He actually dared to make a move? Why doesn't this guy follow the rules? Scared. This time they were really scared. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into Shuyi's eyes again, and even more so, not daring to speak back, secretly thinking, Shuyi's methods are so cruel, must not be good. Right now it was important to save his life, so he had to bow down for the time being. Shuyi, we were just too anxious because of Lianro's disappearance. That's why we spoke out of turn. We didn't mean to offend you. Lies. Blood splattered and several heads rolled off again. Aha! Don't! We won't dare to do it again. Please beg Mr. Chu to be lenient. We promise that we will definitely not set foot in the Chu mansion again, and we will walk around the path when we see Mr. Chu in the future. Late. Chapter 27, Extermination. Suddenly, an eerie wave filled the air. They only felt their bodies tighten around them, unable to move. Immediately afterward, sword chi that was as thin as a thread burst out from Chuyi's body. The sword chi traveled through the crowd at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, cutting across their throats. No sound was made, only blood spurting like a fine fountain. The sword chi did not dissipate after completing the kill. Instead, it slowly rotated around Chuyi, forming a blood-colored barrier that would isolate it from this bloody scene. Chuyi stood in the middle of it, his clothes fluttering, untainted by dust, the indifferent smile still hanging on his face. After some bloody killings, within the courtyard of the Chu mansion, the visitor was left with only Yun Yuzi alone. His disciples had fallen in a pool of blood. Yun Yuzi's face was like ashes. His legs went soft and he knelt down in front of Chuyi, his voice trembling as he begged, Mr. Chu, please, let me go. My disciple's mistake has nothing to do with me. Chuyi's eyes were as cold as knives, and he was not the least bit moved by Yun Yuzi's pleas for mercy. He still had that indifferent smile on his face. When Yun Yuzi saw Chuyi's indifference, a wave of despair welled up in his heart, and then, on second thought, he hurriedly uttered a threat. Chuyi, I am an elder of the Fixed Immortal Sect. If you dare to kill me, the Fixed Immortal Sect will absolutely not let you go. At that time, you will be the public enemy of the entire Fixed Immortal Sect. Chuyi smiled even more at the corners of his mouth and shook his head contemptuously. Seeing that the threat was ineffective, Yun Yuzi was even more terrified in his heart and continued, Chuyi, if you kill me, the powerhouses of the Fixed Immortal Sect will surely seek revenge on you, and at that time, you will face the pursuit of the entire Great Zhou Immortal Cultivation Sect. So think clearly. Chuyi was unmoved. His pace was calm and steady as he slowly walked towards Yun Yuzi. When Yun Yuzi saw Chuyi approaching step by step, the fear in his heart reached its peak. He desperately retreated, but realized that he had been locked by Chuyi's aura and was unable to move at all. Mr. Chu, can you let me die? It's simple. Because you are Wanrue's master. Saying that, Chuyi's sword was already out of its sheath. With a flash of swordlight, Yun Yuzi's throat was marked with an additional bloodstain, and the shock and unwillingness on his face was forever fixed. Chuyi's swordsmanship was vicious and precise, sealing the throat with a single stroke without the slightest delay. Sheathing his sword, he watched as Yun Yuzi's body slowly fell. Although this Yun Yuzi seemed somewhat knowledgeable and harmless on the surface, this was merely his disguise as an older cultivator. Those who had lived for hundreds of years in this immortal cultivation world were still very accurate in this aspect of reading people. After that, Chuyi took out the human emperor flag and absorbed these souls that were about to dissipate. The human emperor flag gently waved, and as Chuyi's mind moved, the soul silk wriggled like a living thing. They frantically pounced on the corpses that fell to the ground, stripping out their remnant souls one by one and inhaling them into the streamers. For a while, the air echoed with mournful wails and unwilling roars. After all the residual souls were absorbed, Shui gathered the corpses together. The heaven-swallowing devil technique quickly operated, frantically inhaling the life essence into his body. After the life essence was transformed and refined within Shuyi's body, it eventually turned into a stream of pure energy that nourished his physical body and soul. As the origin flowed away, the corpses rapidly dried up and eventually turned into a skin and bone wreck without a trace of vitality. Shuyi's cultivation seemed to have subtly increased at this moment, his aura becoming even more unfathomable. After that, the guards of the mansion removed their immortal bones one by one and put them into the treasure trove. After this is done, Shui took out the Extreme Dao Emperor's Soldier White Bone Tower. The body of this tower was as white as jade, and even though this tower was still brand new and had not been piled up with flesh, the tower was already permeated with an eerie aura. To the corpses that had lost their souls, the White Bone Tower suddenly glowed brightly. The tower door opened automatically, and a powerful suction force surged out from it, sucking those corpses into the tower one by one. Inside the White Bone Tower, these corpses would be thoroughly decomposed, quenched, and ultimately become valuable nutrients to nourish the White Bone Tower, and the remaining white bones will be piled up in the tower forever. If the human emperor flag is that the earlier you go in, the more you can get a head start on finding a suitable space within the flag. That White Bone Pagoda, which was also an Extreme Dao Emperor soldier, was the worse off the earlier one went in. The White Bone Tower has 10,000 floors, and the white bones that enter the tower early will be crushed at the bottom. Every time the White Bone Tower is activated, it's like whipping a corpse over and over again. Unbelievably brutal. The Immortal Determination sect, right? Looking for revenge on me, right? Anti-Jiang. Come with me to the Fixed Immortal sect. Shu-Yi, along with Aunt Jiang and a group of powerful people, traveled to the Fixed Immortal sect in great numbers. The Fixed Immortal sect was situated on top of the Spirit Mountain in the territory of Great Zhou, with a treacherous mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a heavenly land on earth. Although the Immortal Determination sect is not good in the eyes of Shui, it can be destroyed with the lift of a hand. However, in this nook and cranny of the Great Zhou dynasty is considered a first-class force, but there is also a refined void stage ancestor sitting in the town. Reaching the entrance, the gate towers tens of meters above the mountain. On either side of the mountain gate are two mighty stone lions. Above the stone lions were long stone steps, each of which was polished as smooth as a mirror and glowing with a faint aura. Above the mountain gate, a huge plaque hangs, inscribed with the three big words Fixed Immortal Sect, with strong strokes, silver hooks and iron paintings. Around the plaque, clouds and mist surrounded it, and cranes flew, making the sect even more transcendent and awe-inspiring. The stone pillars on both sides were carved with diagrams, as if they contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Bull ****** Avenue. This trashy sect from the lower realms is worthy of talking about the great Tao? It's funny to say. The top power of the immortal world, the heavenly demon sea, and the heavenly demon hall where the demon emperor and demon empress resided didn't even have a row that big. The palace door was also just a plain-looking palace door. Of course, this palace gate is actually the top-level immortal artifact 10,000 Devil's Gate. What a beautiful mountain gate. Let's hope it's still as beautiful when it's time to be exterminated all over the place. The group arrived before the mountain gate, only to see two guarding disciples standing in front of the gate. Who are you? This is the important place of the Immortal Determination sect. No one should enter here. Hey, don't you hear me? I told you to stop. Shui followed the voice and a female disciple let out a loud voice, her eyes filled with contempt. The female disciple looked like she had an early stage of foundation establishment cultivation, and she was also quite clean looking, but she had a long mouth and was still blind. It should be a fresh one. Otherwise, how could Shui not recognize Wen Wanrui when he ran to the Dingxian sect to lick Wen Wanrui twice in 3 days? The other disciple appeared to be courteous. He recognized Shui, and even more so, he felt the strong aura emanating from the person behind Shui, and hurriedly saluted. Your guest is at the door. There is a loss to welcome you. I don't know what the matter is, but please come inside and have a chat. Lead the way. After saying that, the group followed this disciple towards the sect's interior. Li Xian, who told you to let them in? You deserve to be removed from the inner sect. You can't even look after the gate. Stop. I said stop. Shui turned his head, his gaze coldly looking at the unruly female disciple, and with the effort of a single glance, an aura quietly chopped out. Before the man could react, His head had already fallen to the ground and blood gushed out. The other disciple, Li Xian, was so shocked that he turned pale and backed up. Duke Chu rest his anger. What is the meaning of this? Li Xian's voice trembled in horror. Chui responded indifferently. Those who are rude do not deserve to live in the world. Continue to lead the way. Good. Good. May I ask what is the important business of Your Excellency and his party who have come to the Immortal Determination sect? So that I can inform you. Chui remained unchanged and said, Exterminate the door. Chapter 28, Tricked Out and Killed. Can you say that again? Your Excellency? I don't quite understand. Literally, we've come to exterminate the immortal sect inheritance. It's fine if you're not willing to lead the way. Read that you know some etiquette. Leave here and I won't kill you. Li Xian hurriedly flung himself to the ground. I'm willing to lead the way. Please accept me. Li Xian is willing to serve you as a dog and horse. Chui glanced at him blandly, his brain working frantically, and something seemed to come to his mind. This Li Xian, it seemed to be the same as his original self, a tool man for the protagonist to pretend to beat his face. Li Xian, in the original story, was originally an inner core disciple of the fixed immortal sect, and was the earliest cultivator to break through to Yuaning among this group of disciples of the fixed immortal sect. During one of the Great Zhou dynasty's Heaven's Pride trials, Li Xian and Wen Wanru, who was the female lead, argue over the ownership of a spirit beast. Theoretically speaking, this argument was indeed a loss on Li Xian's side, as the spirit beast was indeed discovered by Wen Wanru first. In the beginning, Wen Wanru was not able to defeat Li Xian, but Xiao Rin arrived halfway and saved her heroically. After a very classic assortment of mindless mocking clips, Xiao Rin, with a cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, crossed the border and defeated Yuaning stage Li Xian and his juniors, successfully pretending to fight and taking down the spirit beast for Wen Wanru. It was also from that time that Wen Wanru developed a crush on this teenager. Chui remembered that after this Li Xian was defeated by the foundation establishment stage crossing realm, he was directly damaged on the spot in his Dao heart and his realm fell. Coupled with the fact that Li Xian had been marginalized by the fixed immortal sect since then due to offending Chuyi's sweetheart, Wen Wanru, and even directly expelled from the inner sect, there was no picture of Li Xian in the future. This episode was very cool to watch on its own at the time, and I felt that Xiao Rin's cross-border challenge was simply not too combustible. Now it seems that this former Dingxian sect's #1 heavenly pride is not living a good life. Even if he was expelled from the inner sect, he is actually still here to watch the gate. Are you sure you want to follow me? I'm going to kill your fellow disciples. Oh, I'm sure. I'm willing to do anything as long as I can be allowed to worship under your excellency. Then come along. It seems that this Li Xian didn't mix too well after falling from the clan's #1 heavenly pride, and he's even become a usher. Under Li Xian's guidance, Shu Yi and his group arrived at where the Dingxian sect was located. Everyone from the fixed immortal sect, immediately come and gather at the sect square. Miss Wen Wanru has been found. She is about to leave the fixed immortal sect, and before she leaves, she has specially brought gifts for all of you. Although Jiang Yu's voice was calm and waveless, it was like a morning bell or a drum, resounding throughout the entire sect. Every word and every sentence was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone in the fixed immortal sect. Wen Wanru was a big celebrity of this immortal determination sect. Even the patriarch and elders were all respectful to her. After all, with such a lickspill as Chu Yi on the list, the entire fixed immortal sect was also blowing as a result. One of the magic treasures that Chu Yi had casually taken out previously was still being used by the immortal determination sect as the treasure of the clan. Hearing that Wen Wanru had been found, and that there was a parting gift to be given, the entire clan, even the long-closed sect head of the Dingxian sect, rushed to the clan square. Soon, the square was filled with over 600 cultivators from the entire clan. Not long after, an old man dressed in a gorgeous Taoist robe hurriedly arrived, and it was none other than Wang Xiafeng, the patriarch of the fixed immortal sect. Previously, when Chui came to the Dingxian sect to lick Wen Wanru, all came alone, and this Wang Xiafeng still pretended to have a clear face. Now Chui came with a whole bunch of superpowers and said that he wanted to give away gifts, giving Wang Xiafeng a lot of joy. Wang Xiafeng said with a smile on his face, "Ha ha, so it's Mr. Chu visiting our clan. It's really a loss to welcome you from afar. A loss to welcome you from afar. Are all the people from the fixed immortal sect here? Almost there. Very well. Although I, Chu Yi, am not poor in these small magic treasures and pills and whatnot, I am rich, but I am not stupid. Tell the people below to split into two sides. Those who usually have a good relationship with Wen Wanru will stand on one side and I will present gifts. The others who have an average relationship will stand on the other side. And later when Wanru will personally come to hand out the gifts and say goodbye to the masters and brothers. Okay, I'll set it up. Because Chui had said that when Wanrue would be there in person. The people below were also very honest. When Chui was licking Wanru, in order to make it more difficult for him to test his sincerity, he specifically told everyone around him not to give Chui a good look. This would allow Chui to develop an inferiority complex and mistakenly think that everyone around Wanrue did not accept him. Only then would Chui spare even more effort to get Wanrue. She had always believed that for men, what came easily was always unappreciated. Only if he is made to go through 991 difficulties to get it again will he regard himself as a treasure. This method is called the invincible brainwashing method, but it is useless to normal people, and is only useful to the Chui before awakening the memory of his past life. Such a bottomless licking dog. Even as long as someone had ingratiated themselves with one evening row, she asked Chui to give her treasures to show off her generosity. In no time at all, the people below split into two sides, with almost half on each side. Anti-Jiang, those people on the left can die. Yes. Jiang Yu's eyes that were filled with killing intent looked down to the group of disciples on the left below. In an instant, a terrifying immortal aura surfaced for no apparent reason, and the aura was astounding. The 300 or so disciples had been immersed in the joy of receiving their gifts 1 second. In the next second, more than 300 heads ascended to the heavens almost simultaneously, and heads flew about in the sky above the fixed immortal sect. Extremely lurid scene. The elders and patriarchs witnessed this sudden bloody scene and panicked. The other disciples in the square were also in a mess, not knowing what to do. Screams and cries rose up, and the entire clan was thrown into chaos. Wang Xiefeng's face was pale, and he trembled as he pointed at Chui. Chui, you, what are you doing? How dare you commit murder in my Ding Xian sect? Seeing this, several elders also stepped forward, furious and furiously cursing Chui as a devil and the scum of the immortal cultivation world. The voice echoed in the square, every word revealing the hatred for Chui. Chui, you devil, how dare you go on a killing spree in my immortal determination sect? Today I will make you pay for your blood. Patriarch, immediately activate the protector formation. Never let this fawn go. Not bad. Today is the end of this devil. Follow me to kill this devil. The elders sacrificed their magic treasures one after another. Their spiritual light flickered, and a channel of mana surged into the formation eyes in various parts of the sect. In the sky, clouds tumbled and thunder roared as the entire clan's aura seemed to be activated at this moment. Once the sect protector formation was activated, the entire plaza was enveloped by a huge shroud of light, and above the formation, runes flowed, emitting a palpitating power. The elders were full of confidence, believing that even a void refining stage powerhouse would find it difficult to easily break through this grand formation. However, Chui only glanced at that patriarchal grand formation with contempt. Jiang Yu stepped forward with faith. Her jade hand flicked up, and a wave of immortal chi spread with it. With a rumble, the clan protection formation instantly shattered under her strike. The moment the light shield shattered, several elders were also backfired by this force and were seriously injured, flying out backwards and spewing blood from their mouths. Kneel. As Jiang Yu's word fell, the entire living capita of the Ding Xian sect was pressed to the ground in death, prostrate in front of Chuyi's body. Anti-Jiang, don't shoot these mole crickets into a bloody mist. I still have a use for their corpses. Yes. One of Jiang Yu's hands lightly probed out and grabbed Wang Xiefeng's head. Wang Xiefeng tried to struggle, but realized that all the bones in his body were making cracking sounds under Jiang Yu's palm force. Old ancestor, save me. Only heard a click. Wang Xiefeng's head was crushed by Jiang Yu. Brain matter and blood spilled from between her fingers as his body fell limply to the ground. Dead. The Grand Elder's chest was pierced through, and his internal organs were shattered into mush. The second Elder's head was twisted off and thrown up like a leather ball. The lower half of the fourth Elder's body was cut off at the waist, leaving only the upper half of his body crawling on the ground. Chapter 29, the villain certainly needs some hawks and dogs. In less than 10 breaths, all of the middle and upper levels of the fixed immortal sect all fell. Boom! At the edge of the sky, the pressure of a powerful void refining realm warrior suddenly surfaced. An old man came from the back of the mountain, but it was too late. Now the entire backbone of the fixed immortal sect had already gone up to the sky, leaving only a group of disciples who were kneeling on the ground and did not dare to utter a single breath, shivering. The old ancestor looked at the corpse of the elder patriarch in front of him with a very ugly expression. When he looked at the Ding Xian sect disciples lying on the ground, his heart was even more twisted. This fixed immortal sect is, although not really deep, But to him, it is also considered to have 3,000 years of history of the clan. Under Chuyi's dog-licking poverty alleviation, he was about to become famous in the eastern wasteland. Now it's all fizzled out. The old ancestor stood in a pool of blood. His eyes glazed over. Ha ha ha, the old immortal has not come out of seclusion for 80 years. And the first time he comes out of seclusion is the day of the destruction of my fixed immortal sect? The old ancestor's grief had been replaced by a hint of madness at this moment. The sight before him was a great stimulus to him. The time is also destiny. My immortal determination sect's inheritance of more than 3,000 years will be severed at this point. Although I know that I absolutely cannot defeat you guys, as an old ancestor of the fixed immortal sect, even if I die, I will still fight for the remaining disciples. Today, even if I die, I will make you pay. With those words, his figure shot up into the sky, and his cultivation at the refined void realm exploded in full force. The old ancestor's right index finger pointed angrily at Chuyi as if he was going to pierce him through with his gaze. Click! Jiang Yu's thoughts moved slightly, and all 5 fingers of the old ancestor's right hand broke under the force. Get down! Jiang Yu softly drank. Her voice was light, but it was like a heavenly authority. The old ancestor's body slammed heavily to the ground under the suppression of this spiritual force, and his entire body was unable to move. He felt the greatest sense of powerlessness he had ever felt in his life at this moment. It turned out that in front of a truly strong person, one's own cultivation at the perfection of refining void realm was as powerless as a baby. In 5 breaths of time, break both your arms and disable your own cultivation, and I'll spare the lives of your disciples. 5 breaths, 4 breaths, 3 breaths. Click! The old ancestor's arms were chopped off by the spiritual energy emanating from his own body, and the meridians in his entire body were shattered with it. Chuyi slowly walked to the old ancestor's side and looked at him condescendingly. The fixed immortal sect, from this day forward, will cease to exist. In the next second, as Jiang Yu's mind moved slightly, pounds of majestic immortal chi pressure erupted from within her, spreading out in all directions. Boom! Boom! Ancient halls, delicate pavilions, and cultivation caves all collapsed at this moment as if they were papier-mâché. Stone pillars broke, walls collapsed and eaves fell. The entire building of the fixed immortal sect quickly disintegrated under Jiang Yu's pressure like a sandcastle swept by a gale. The magnificent mountain gate, stone steps inch broken, stone lions fell to the ground. The plaque on the fixed immortal door, 3 big words in the dust became blurred. The entire clan was reduced to rubble under Jiang Yu's single thought. Dusty, smoky, and obscuring the sky. The surrounding mountains were also affected by the waves of this force, making loud rumbling sounds, as the mountains slid and boulders rolled down. A few moments later, the dust had settled, and the original aura-drenched fixed immortal gate no longer existed. The once glorious number 1 clan of the Great Zhou was now left with broken walls and devastation. Considering that you have a few bones, I'll spare your life, but your physique essence is of some use to me. After Chuyi said that, the heaven-swallowing demon technique was suddenly exerted, yanking out his origin hard. Next, Chuyi came to these bones and drew out the valuable origin as well. Next, the human emperor flag and the white bone tower were still not absent. The souls, bodies and bones of those who had just died not long ago from the fixed immortal sect were each absorbed into the place they were supposed to go. After everything was in place, Chuyi looked at the disciples who were still kneeling on the ground. After casually scanning a few times, the system panel didn't show any people with great chi. Those who could be called a son of fortune had to be at least 10,000 points or more in fortune value. These people in front of them had less than 300 chi luck values at most. In this immortal cultivation world where the heavenly Tao dominated, one could not become an immortal without chi, much less become a threat to oneself. 5 breaths, self-destructive cultivation, can live. Ah, ah, ah. The wailing continued, and within 5 breaths, all of the disciples were very sensible and abolished their own cultivation. It was only here that the fixed immortal sect disappeared completely. Elder ancestors, patriarchs, elders, backbone, disciples, sect sites, Taoism, inheritance. You may leave, go to your homes, and be ordinary people from now on. Li Xian was on the side and was shivering the entire time. He knew that Chuyi's background was powerful, but overshooting the mark like this was something he would never have thought of anyway. This female powerhouse beside him actually had this heavenly cultivation. Don't even move your fingers, and you can make mountains and rivers crumble and entire clans raze to the ground. The most frightening thing was that it would be understandable if this female powerhouse called Chuyi disciple, but she called out young master. So such a strong person is also just a fighter or a slave of Chuyi? When he reached here, Li Xian Boo 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 secretly celebrated a bit. If he hadn't happened to be guarding the gate today, he wouldn't have met Chu Yi. If he hadn't summoned the courage to kneel in front of Chu Yi and begged him to take him in, he would have either become a nutrient in the mysterious immortal tower by now, or he would have lost all his cultivation and become an invalid. In this world of immortal cultivation, it was true that choice was greater than effort. The current Li Xian was very thankful that he had offended Wen Wanrui. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have been able to climb the high branch of Chu Yi in his life. Young Lord is wise and mighty. It is indeed the honor of my 3 lifetimes to witness young Lord's divine might today. Li Xian began to frantically curry favor with Chu Yi. His face was piled with flattering smiles, and his words were extremely flattering. While speaking, he carefully observed Chu Yi's expression, fearing that his flattery would be too revealing and cause Chu Yi's displeasure. Young Lord's tactics are truly an eye-opener for me. Those normally high and mighty elder patriarchs don't even have the power to resist in front of young Lord. It's really a great joy. Li Xian's fawning words were as incessant as a mighty river, itching to use all the beautiful words in the world to describe Chu Yi. Young Lord's heart is even broader like the sea, still giving them a way out. This benevolence, I admire. Chu Yi condescended and looked at Li Xian with a look of a retard. Name, Li Xian. Identity, Tingxianman. Age, 18. Cultivation, early Yuaning. Mandate of heaven, green. Luck value, 6,000. Physique, 9 spirits sword body. Technique, wind chasing sword technique. Vision, none. This Li Xian was really a perfect illustration of what it meant to be a villain. But then again, isn't it normal to curry favor with the strong and serve them as dogs? Who asked for a horrible background? The protagonist can be licked by the supporting characters, but the villain can't? What kind of reasoning is that? Besides, as a Heaven's Mandate villain himself, how could he not have a few hawks and minions around him? There would be plenty of opportunities for this Li Xian to do the dirty work in the future. Moreover, Li Xian had a few points of qi in his body. Although he could not be called a son of qi, he was quite a bit stronger than an ordinary person. It's good enough to use as a pawn leak. Anyway, there are still 2 openings for investment, so it would be a shame to waste them. Whenever the leaks are done, just throw them away. I want to bind Li Xian, Chu Yi secretly thought in his heart. Congratulations to the host on successful binding. Current number of bindings, 3/4. Currently Li Xian's favorability towards the host is 80 out of 100. Sheesh, that's quite a dog. With an initial value of 80, it seems to be completely dumbfounded by the forces behind me. This kind of script of not saying a word and not doing anything and having a heavenly pride come to kneel on one's knees was sound. According to the system description, favorability of 50 to 70 represents willingness to serve the host and exchange benefits with the host. With a favorability rating of 70 to 90, it's unlikely that you'll entertain thoughts of betrayal. At 90 or more, it is absolutely loyal and willing to trade its life for that of its host. Right now, Xiao Xian's favorability towards herself was 75, Su Li was 76, and Li Xian was 80. 3 good leaks for me. Ha! Chu Yi would smile, obviously pleased with his own power to buy people's hearts. Back to the house. Chapter 30. The newly acquired junior brother is not very honest. Back in the mansion, the first thing to do is naturally to tell Wen Wanru the good news of the Dingxian sect's extermination, cut another wave of leaks, and earn a wave of luck value. Chu Yi led Li Xian into the room where Wen Wanru was being held. The door to the room was pushed open, only to see Wen Wanru curled up on top of the cold bed, the once beautiful and elegant face carrying a pain and haggardness that could not be concealed. Wen Wanru on the bed had been gouged out of her immortal bones, and from time to time, severe pain came from her body, like there were millions of needles going through her body. Her clothes were soaked through with cold sweat and clung to her body, making her appearance even more miserable with her thin figure. She barely looked up when she heard the door slam. When he saw Chu Yi walk into the room, he got up from the bed without thinking, staggered to Chu Yi, and fell on his knees. Both hands clutched the hem of Chu Yi's coat, and there was a sobbing and pleading tone in her voice. Mr. Chu, please, I know I'm wrong, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I only beg you to spare my brother Huayu. Chu Yi looked down at Wen Wanru. Her current wretchedness and despair contrasted sharply with the high and unrivaled Wen familyness of yesteryear. Without a trace of pity in his eyes, he broke Wen Wanru's hand that was gripping the hem of his shirt and then violently flung it away. Wen Wanru, your brother's life depends on what you do next. Wen Wanru was thrown aside, her forehead hitting the edge of the bed. For a moment, the pain made her tears well up again. Not caring about her injuries, she just looked at Chu Yi with tearful eyes and choked. Now her brother is Wen Wanru's only hope for survival. Li Xian was also shocked to see this scene, and even sympathized a little with Wanwanrui. But on second thought, this sympathy immediately transformed into gloating, even moving some evil thoughts towards the tiger. Previously, one evening Ro and Xiaorin had caused their own Dao heart to be damaged and their realm to fall, and the sect had even relegated themselves to the outer sect in order to please this woman. Falling from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley, the tonsely Xian receives naturally rained down on him, while it's customary to be mocked, and protagonists get mocked like crazy as usual. You're unfortunately not a protagonist. The protagonist gets taunted and immediately pulls off a stunt of pretending to punch him in the face. And you, a toolman villain, want to taunt him back? All these are Wanwanrui's retribution. Just now, he was still confused as to why Chui had to wipe out the Ding Xian sect to exterminate the sect for no reason, and had specifically used Wanwanrui's name to gather the people of the sect together. Now it seems that it was Wanwanrui who had offended Chui, so Chui was taking mad revenge on her. What puzzled Li Xian was that Wanwanrui did not know what mortal sin she had committed to make Chui turn from a complete licking dog into this crazy appearance now. She was even going to execute her entire clan, taking the entire clan with her to pay for her mistakes. There seems to be only one thing that can make a man so angry. Thinking about this, Li Xian had an answer in his heart. Along with Wanwanrui, the entire Xiao family was also exterminated, plus the previous scene in the secret realm where Xiaorin heroically saved her. It must be that Wanwanrui and Xiaorin's affair was discovered by Chui, and that's why she hated Wanwanrui. Chui was not even willing to kill Wanwanrui with a single sword, but kept it here as a plaything for fun. Li Xian secretly resolved to serve this master Chui properly so as not to end up like her. My good lady, not only your clan, but your masters, sisters, brothers, and your clan have all been thrown into my human emperor flag by me. Oh. Chui coldly smiled, took out the human emperor flag, gently shaking. A bunch of souls scattered from the flag. Countless souls were chained to the flag. Their expressions varied from horror to anger to despair. Wanwanrui's gaze was firmly fixed on the human emperor flag. Among these spirits, she saw her familiar faces, her master, her brothers, and her parents and family. This magic treasure Wanwanrui also had heard of. It will be imprisoned in the soul of the streamer to become a soul slave, so that it will endure eternal suffering. That's what I call a real life and death. Ding! Detected that you have made Wanwanrui feel guilty and guilty. Her chi value minus 2000. Gained quadruple burst rate. Host's chi value plus 8000. Unlike usual, this time Wanwanrui didn't just cry, but quickly organized her thoughts. Sir Chu, all of these people have more or less been favored by you. It's all because I killed them. I'm a damned sinner. But the central state is millions of miles from here, and my brother doesn't even know of your existence. So I hope that your excellency will be merciful enough to let my brother live. These words were also something that Chui never expected. Wanhuayu is actually that important in her eyes? It's actually more important than her little lover, Xiaorin? It was funny to say that since Wanwanrui had been locked up here, she had never heard Wanwanrui mention Xiaorin even once. If we meet again, Wanwanrui can't wait to kill Xiaorin this with her own hands. All of these things were because of Xiaorin. If Xiaorin hadn't stepped in between one evening and Chui, maybe the two of them would have fallen in love and gotten beautifully married. Where's the rest of this? The matter of Chuyi's body having a magic bone was also brought up by Xiaorin, who pouted in front of Wanwanrui, hoping that she would trick Chui into digging out the magic bone to renew it to him. It's all because of Xiaorin. Whether your brother can live or not, that depends on your performance. Oh, Chui revealed an evil smile, as he was about to go out. Li Xian's expression was a bit strange, as if he was struggling with something, and asked carefully from the side, "Young lord, how did this offend you? My good lady and Xiaorin that together drugged me and tried to cheat the treasure on me." As soon as Li Xian spoke, Wanwanrui noticed that this follower beside Chui seemed somewhat familiar. After running his mind for a while, he remembered that he was the punk who had previously been defeated by Xiaorin across a great realm. Why did this man survive the destruction of the fixed immortal sect and become Chuyi's follower? Young master, you treat this so well, but she is beneficent to revenge, and collude with Xiaorin that ways to harm you, really deserves to die. As Li Xian spoke, he also revealed a lewd expression with a hint of evil on his face. Wanwanrui felt a sense of crisis at this expression. You just keep this here is too cheap for her. It is simply a waste. Look at her posture is actually still so enchanting. Must not have eaten anything bitter. It was only when Li Xian mentioned it that Chui took a serious look at Wanwanrui in front of her. She had been kept in her room, but she had eaten and drunk just as much. It was a stark contrast to Xiaorin, who was locked up in the dungeon. Although not powdered, one evening Ro's face is still clear and elegant. Beautiful. A violet-colored palace dress clung to her delicate figure, perfectly outlining her plump and seductive figure. The peaks on her chest seemed to be about to break out of her clothes, and she couldn't help but make people look at her more. The fleshy thighs looked just right, and a slender waist swayed lightly in the curves of the front and back. It was as if it would break with a light grip, making her more graceful and flavorful. Secretly sighing a sentence. Before he was not allowed to look at people, but the aesthetics is also online. If not for the fact that this woman was so vicious, she would have been qualified enough to become the same character as Xiao Xian. So, what are you trying to say? Li Xian hemmed and hawed and knelt on the ground. Doesn't she like to seduce men? Why don't you just hand her over to my subordinate, and my subordinate will guarantee to toss her around as if she were as good as dead. Shuyi's face changed slightly as she looked at Li Xian. What do you want? Naturally, Li Xian informed Chui of his detailed plan. The more he said, the more revealing, the more excited he said. The viciousness of the plan. Even Chui sighed secretly. Of course, it's definitely the young lord who comes first, and my subordinates are in line behind the young lord. Chapter 31. You're not even a corpse. In the past, Li Xian would never have dared to have such thoughts towards Wen Wanro, who had Chui pampering her. But now, seeing his enemy end up in such a miserable state, evil thoughts occupied Li Xian's mind. The thought of the scene of humiliating his enemy caused Li Xian to feel an inexplicable sense of excitement, as if he was pumped with chicken blood. Wen Wanro listened to Li Xian's plan, gradually showing fear on her face as she hissed miserably. Li Xian, I have no grievances with you. Why are you doing this to me? It was you who robbed me in the first place before you were relegated to the outer sect, and now that you're a villain you want to come and take revenge on me? You are shameless. It's not your turn to say anything about me and Mr. Chu, you dogfighting scumbag. Snap. Li Xian didn't know where he got the guts to directly step forward and slap Wen Wanrui on the ground, then revealed a sardonic smile that seemed to be more excited. GGG, don't you like red apricots? I am fulfilling you. Why are you not happy? Li Xian seemed to have forgotten his identity and who was the master here at the moment, completely consumed by the evil thoughts in his head. Duke Chu, please don't let Li Xian this touch me, or else I would rather die than be humiliated by him. At this moment, Wen Wanro was like a chaste martyr, but unfortunately, this modesty came a little too late. Li Xian continued, don't you understand? The young lord is deliberately torturing you just for the sake of it. If you die, will your younger brother in the central state still survive? After carefully observing Chui and seeing that his face was expressionless, Li Xian became even bolder and actually went straight forward to hold Wen Wanrui down. Li Xian, come here. Chui secretly sighed. This Li Xian is also an unproductive one. His mind is actually netted with some despicable and dirty thoughts. As a party himself, he had yet to do more than lock up Wen Wanrui and let her witness the deaths of her fellow disciples and clansmen because of her, mentally torturing her and harvesting a little bit of chi value along the way. Of course, one has had similar thoughts before, but with his own ability in that area and this handsome to the point of human and God's anger face, double cultivation with Wen Wanro that was not punishing her, it was rewarding her. He himself had Xiao Xian, the hearth's sacred body, so how did he need Wen Wanru? When Li Xian heard Chui call out to him, he mistakenly thought that he had agreed, so he ran his ass over and said with a flattering face, Young lord, what position would you like to use first? Snap, snap. Chui slapped Li Xian in the face twice. Li Xian was suddenly beaten up, and hurriedly kneeled on the ground, begging for mercy one after another. My subordinate deserves to die. My subordinate deserves to die. My subordinate doesn't know what I've done wrong. Please ask the young lord to show me. Chui crouched down and pinched Li Xian's face in death. The bodies don't even get a turn. For a moment, Li Xian thought that this matter was a done deal, and a smile was on his face. I didn't realize that not only did the good thing not work out, but it also upset Chui. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed vigorously as if he were mixing garlic, in stark contrast to the lewd ghostly appearance just now. Bang! 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 Young lord, spare your life. Young lord, spare your life. Young lord, spare your life. Enough. With a small head controlled by a small head, using his lower body instead of thinking, no wonder Li Xian could only be considered as a small karami of the original, with the small barge of selfishness, bumping in the sea of desire, letting the lower body desires pull, forgetting the green cloud of cultivation. This is the nature of the heart. All day long net think about double cultivation thing. Do not go to study cultivation. This still want to become immortal? Although Chui herself never delved into cultivation and also double cultivated every day. But he's got a whole bunch of thriving leeks waiting to be harvested. You do too? For such a person, it was enough for the Sky Demon Sea to have one Chui. By this point, Chui was certain that Li Xian was a doohickey that couldn't be helped. It's impossible to take someone like that and take him to the immortal realm. Unless, ahem, Li Xian, you are young, but your mind is trapped by the common thoughts of the red dust. The idea of dual cultivation is like a maggot on your tarsus. How can you take on a great responsibility? Chui said in a serious manner, his face very serious. Li Xian was terrified at his words, kneeling down and trembling. Young lord, forgive me. Subordinate is just a momentary spermatozoa. The usual subordinate is not like this. Subordinate promises to never commit the offense again. Just talking about it, but it's not much use. The corners of Chuyi's mouth curved up as she looked towards Li Xian, already having a plan in her mind. Li Xian, is dual cultivation or immortal cultivation more important to you? Young lord, to be honest, both are equally important to my subordinate. That's quite honest. What if I have to ask you to choose one? Dual cultivation and becoming immortal. You can only choose one of the two. Become immortal? Li Xian was completely frozen in place. The word become immortal can be too gold for the people of this lower realm. Isn't what all the cultivators in the lower realms pursue in their lives is to ascend to become immortals and see the scenery of that immortal realm? Li Xian replied, my subordinate's long-cherished wish in this life is to be able to get a glimpse of an immortal face one day. If I can become an immortal, my subordinate would be willing to spend my whole life without dual cultivation. Chui smiled even more at his words, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, an ancient book fell lightly in front of Li Xian's knees. Very well, since you've made your choice, I'll give you a hand. Here's a reward for your immortal realm now. Li Xian's two eyes immediately glowed, immediately picking up the book on the ground. The book cover was clearly written with the three big words Sunflower Sutra. This was the original version of the Sunflower Sutra, the lone copy in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. All the others were topographies and were incomplete. What was secretly given to Xiao Ren was also only the upper volume of the Sunflower Sutra and changed the page number. Giving this immortal law to Li Xian is a sign of how much you value him. Chui has good intentions. Li Xian touched the scripture and immediately felt the majesty of the residual spiritual energy in it. It was as if merely looking at it was tainted with karma and touched the veins of the laws of heaven and earth. He held this Sunflower Sutra with both hands as if he were holding a holy object. Li Xian had just thought that he had offended Chuyi's forbidden domain, and for a moment he was in despair. He even thought that he was going to become a nutrient in the human emperor flag and the white bone tower just like his fellow disciples of the fixed immortal sect. But instead of punishing him, Chui gave him a scripture of the immortal world. The immortal cultivation clans in the lower realms all held the broken Tao laws of the immortal realm in high regard, treating them as the treasures of their clan and their strongest reserves. It could be said that the entire power of the lower realm couldn't come up with a complete Tao. Chui just gave this to me so lightly? Li Xian burst into tears and cowed out frantically towards Chui in thanks. Ding! Li Xian's favoritism towards the host +10. Li Xian's favorability towards the host, 90 out of 100. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Don't you want to open it? Li Xian wiped away his tears and solemnly opened the cover. Only the title page reads in 8 large letters. You want to practice this technique and draw the sword to yourself? Li Xian was confused and looked at Chui with teary eyes. Young lord, this is, didn't I just say that? You chose to become an immortal yourself, so I'm gifting you this immortal realm Tao. Li Xian was speechless. He just thought that the mouth is almost enough. Private double or not double, you do not know. Even if you really can't double, it's not a bad idea to do it yourself. But is Chui going to directly cut off Yongji? You won't even give yourself a chance to do it? Li Xian hesitated once again, as if his heart was being torn apart by a raging storm, gazing at the Sunflower Sutra in his hand with mixed feelings. After some intense thought struggles, the color of determination gradually emerged in Li Xian's eyes. So, he took a deep breath, forced down the unwillingness and fear in his heart, slowly raised his head and looked at Chui, his voice trembling but firm. Young lord, my subordinate has made up his mind and is willing to follow this Gong method in order to seek the immortal path. But please, young lord, allow my subordinate to enjoy worldly pleasures for another week. Li Xian, the path of immortal cultivation is based on perseverance. A single thought can lead to the end of one's previous endeavors. One night at the most. Many thanks to the young lord's fulfillment, my subordinate will live up to his expectations. At midnight tonight, I will self-commit myself to clear my mind. Li Xian, the only way to climb the unattainable path to immortality is to give up the mundane thoughts of the mortal world. Don't let me down. After saying that, Chui walked towards Xiao Xian's room. Chapter 32, I regret. Chopping up the roots. Ding! Investment, Sunflower Sutra, success. Reward, 9 turns of the yin-yang mind. 9-turn yin-yang heart decision, focusing on the harmonization of yin and yang, pursuing the balance and complementarity between men and women. Isn't this 9 revolutions yin-yang heart decree an untold secret of the immortal realms Acacia Hall? I just broke Li Xian's mortal thoughts, and you give me this? Ha ha, this system is quite good at what it does. After Chui came to Xiao Xian's room, he wanted to upgrade the secret technique of the Hall of Harmony before doing his business. After practicing this method, you can improve your root bone and cultivation level in the process of cultivation. View personal panel. Ding! The system has automatically deducted 5,000 chi points from the balance of the last loan, of which 5,000 is principal and 1,000 is interest. The latest investment targets practice has been synchronized. Name, Chui. Age, 18. Cultivation, late transformation. Degree of luck, gold. Current luck value, 33,000. Physique, heaven-swallowing chaos body, first level. Fabulous treasure, extreme imperial soldier, human emperor flag, white bone pagoda. Techniques, Linglong Heart Sutra, 35%. Devouring heavenly devil technique, 3%. Undying heavenly technique, 3%. 9 turns of yin-yang heart decision, 1%. Vision, none. Currently bound, 3/4, Suli, 76, Xiaoxian, 75, Li Xian, 90. The Linglong Heart Sutra, heaven-swallowing devil technique, and indestructible heaven technique have all improved. It seems like Suli is cultivating quite hard. System, to what extent can injecting 30,000 chi value into the 9 revolutions yin-yang heart technique raise this technique? 20%-30%. That's still a bit low. It's better to raise your cultivation first. How many chi luck values can be injected to raise one's cultivation from the late transformation god stage to the early refinement void stage? 60% success rate for 20,000 injections. 80% success rate for 30,000 injections. Inject 30,000. Are you sure? Okay. Consuming 30,000 points of fortune. In the cultivation carousel lucky draw. Congratulations to the host. With the host's hard work and cultivation, the cultivation level has been raised to the harmonization stage, with a remaining value of luck, 3,000. After some meditation and tempering, Chui officially broke through to the void refining stage. As his cultivation increased, Chui's aura also changed drastically. The already powerful aura became even deeper at this moment. From this moment on, Chu will be the first person below the harmonization stage. Xiao Xian had been accompanying Chui, and she could clearly feel the changes in Chui's body and the heaven and earth visions outside the room. She could feel the avenue roaring. This is the aura of the refined void realm? Young Lord has actually refined the void? At 18 years old, there isn't even one void refining in the entire eastern wasteland, right? With the piles of immortal treasures given by Aunt Zhang, plus the added bonus of being with the young lord night after night, I've only just reached the middle stage of Jiedan. When Chui opened her eyes, Xiao Xian immediately stepped forward and owed a slight bow with a joyful expression on her face. Congratulations, young lord. Your cultivation is further advanced and you are now a void refining powerhouse. Young lord is truly unrivaled in the world. As bright as the stars, as brilliant as the sun and the moon. It is Xiao Xian's 3 lifetimes of fortune to be able to follow young lord around. Chui smiled slightly. Being a villain is cool. Being chased and patted on the back as soon as your eyes open. And being patted on the back by a stunning beauty like Xiao Xian was even more enjoyable. But, young lord's cultivation enhancement also has some credit to Xianer. Xiao Xian's eyes were slightly shy. Her thick eyelashes fluttered a few times, and her cheeks were even more flushed. This was true. Xiao Xian's beautiful lean body had increased Chui's cultivation enhancement speed by 5 times. And down the road, with the addition of the 9 revolutions yin-yang heart technique, it might be able to be raised up to 10 times. Chui didn't expect Xiao Xian to actually be able to open up with herself so quickly, all the way to inviting credit and joking around. That's good. That's a little bit of one of us. I just don't know how Xiao Rin will feel when he sees his own forbidden wife and his enemy having a good time. He might still be stupid enough to think that Xiao Xian was being me. Xianer, although your current mid-Jiedan cultivation is quite alright among your peers in the lower realm, the desolate ancient forbidden land will be opening in less than a year, and you're going to have to accompany me in. Xianer will definitely cultivate well. That is, I hope young lord will also help me more. Xiao Xian's cheeks turned even redder. This was the first time she had taken the initiative. What do you think I came here for? With a bad smile, Chui took Xiao Xian into his arms. On the other side, Li Xian took a night off with Chui, and after leaving the Chu mansion, he immediately ran to the greenhouse, because after tonight, he's going to say goodbye to this mortal world. This night, he took out all his savings and vowed to have a good meal. Dang! At the stroke of midnight, the clock struck midnight. At this moment, Chui and Xiao Xian were making love to each other on the bed. Ah! Suddenly, a mournful and incomparable scream resounded inside and outside the mansion. Although Chuyi's residence was a mansion, it was actually not much smaller than the palace. To be able to run through a quarter of the mansion, one could imagine what a desperate hiss it was. Amidst the screams of misery, Li Xian closed his eyes tightly and sliced the blade in his hand viciously. From that moment on, he lost his dignity and identity as a man, but he also understood that this was a necessary path for his pursuit of the immortal way. He didn't hate Chui at all, and was even very glad that he had followed the right person. Of the cultivators in this lower realm, I believe that 5 out of 10 would make the same choice as Li Xian. Xiao Xian was attracted by the screams and said in some alarm, "Young master, what is this sound? Are there assassins?" "There's no such thing as an assassin. It's just that there's one more cultivator in the world with an unmixed mind." Let's continue. 2 hours later, both sides had raised their cultivation levels by a large margin. "Young master, is Xianer delicious?" "Yum, that's delicious." During the night, Chuyi was a bit distracted. That incident with Li Xian during the daytime did make Chuyi realize one thing. You have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Previously, when Wenwan Ro had gained power, she didn't know if her heart had softened or she simply didn't treat Li Xian as an enemy. Because of a momentary difference, it made Wenwan Ro almost to be abused by this former enemy in the way that a woman least expects. The more Chuyi thought about it, the more she felt a twinge of nervousness. Those disciples of the fixed immortal sect who were mercifully spared during the day, as well as that old ancestor of the refining void stage, I killed their fellow disciples, destroyed their inheritance, wasted their cultivation, and cut off their path to immortality. Those people will inevitably hold a grudge against me. They had all destroyed their own cultivation though, and their chi luck values were not high. But what if, by chance, like Li Xian, he ran into someone with great fortune and went on a path to turn the tide against the wind? After all, this fictional world's plot goes to pieces after the arrival of himself, the X Factor, and it's a stitched-together weird world of multiple novels blended together. Nothing is known, everything is unknown. Even if they have no hope of revenge in this life, if they pass this hatred on to their sons and grandsons, what if there really was just one destined son among their descendants? Can't pin your hopes on those people thanking you for not killing them. Just like Li Xian had never thanked Wenhuaro in his heart for not killing him either. I can't sleep until they're dead. A thought. A word. A word. A word. A word. So through. Chui made up her mind and called Auntie Jiang. Auntie Jiang, did the rest of the people from the fixed immortal sect go back to their respective homes during the day? Not yet. They're still staying at the clan, sorting through the ruins for relics. And with a big clan, there's always something still worth some money. Very well, I'm backtracking. You personally take a group of people and go kill all of the people from the fixed immortal sect that you let go during the day, not leaving a single one behind. Yes. Wait. Jiang Yu had just taken a few steps out when Chui called out to stop. Young lord, don't you need to go? Chui pondered for a moment and slowly said, bring my white bone pagoda with me. So good sustenance can't be wasted. The human emperor flag doesn't want them to enter, and let them reincarnate and vanish into reincarnation. Young lord is wise. Give those people's families 50,000 spirit stones each. Those are enough for a family to be worry-free for a lifetime. To the outside world, just say that the fixed immortal sect was working for a large sect in the central state and offended another power in the central state. So the sect was exterminated, and these spirit stones are their reward. Yes. Chapter 33, Siblings Meet, Family Discord. 1 week later. This week, Shaorin's Sunflower Sutra cultivation did not fall behind at all. The current him had almost touched the threshold of Yuaning. This cultivation speed was nearly 10 times faster compared to the previous cultivation technique. The current him could easily break through the cell's metaphysical iron. Tonight, he was ready to escape the cage that had given him countless humiliations and run to freedom. Shaorin carefully opened the iron cage, afraid to make any noise to attract attention. But before he escaped this place, he had things to do. Xiao Xian is forced to succumb to Chuyi's lechery as he takes his sister far away from his clutches. If this Chuyi's identity was even more heaven-defying, could he still extend his hand to the entire eastern wasteland? However, this time when he left the Great Zhou, the next time he returned, it would inevitably be the time when his feats were accomplished and he came to seek revenge on Chuyi. He believed that day would come sooner or later, but it was just a matter of whether it was sooner or later. Xiaorin carefully walked through the mansion, looking for where Xiao Xian was. Finally, stopping by a secluded courtyard, his eyes locked on a window that let in a soft light. Through the gap in the window pane, he vaguely recognized the familiar figure of Xiao Xian, doing something with her head down, her figure slightly lonely. Xiaorin forced down the agitation in his heart and carefully rolled over the window to enter, trying not to make any noise. Inside the room, Xiao Xian was embroidering with her head down and did not seem to notice Xiaorin's arrival. Xian Xiao Xian jerked her head up and saw the cloaked and dirty Xiaorin. Brother? What are you doing here? You escaped? Doubts flashed through Xiao Xian's mind and her willow brows frowned slightly. Although Chui had promised that she would let Xiaorin go, it was obviously not now. Xian brother is here. Brother will take you out of this cage. Xiaorin spoke with a manly air. When he finished, he wanted to go up to his sister and give her a big hug. Xiao Xian, however, used her folding fan to block in front of her, and instinctively took a step backward. She knew very well inside that she was now Chui's woman, so how could she let another man touch her? Not even if it's your own brother. Ha ha, brother's fault. Brother's body is too dirty. I know Xian loves cleanliness the most. Xiaorin laughed awkwardly, making amends for himself. In reality, Xiaorin did not feel the slightest bit touched by Xiao Xian upon seeing herself. Instead, he saw a rustiness in her eyes that he had never seen before. It seemed to be deliberately distancing itself. The strangeness made him feel bad. Xian brother will take you away. Let's leave Great Zhou and get away from this great devil Chui. Xiao Xian was silent and her eyes were still a little misty, as if she wanted to say something. This silence caused Xiaorin to be very embarrassed, and the air at the scene seemed to freeze. Shouldn't the more emotional sister cry harder in this kind of reunion scene after a big disaster? Why was it that he, a big old man, was crying so hard, but his sister wasn't sad at all, and was even a bit distracted? Xian what are you waiting for? Let's go together. Don't pack your things. We don't want anything from Chui. When we go out, brother will buy you nice clothes and jewelry. Brother, Xiao Xian finally spoke. I am not going to leave. The young lord has no intention of letting you go yet, but I can't stop you if you want to go. Xiaorin froze and said, Young master? The young master you speak of? You mean Chui? Sure. Why do you call the enemy young lord? I see. Ha, I see. So it wasn't Chui you, but you slept with him of your own free will? Xiao Xian didn't say anything, but at this moment, no sound was better than sound. The silence was completely deafening at Rin Sha. Chui that but he killed father and grandfather, and a whole family of us. You're actually really willing to commit yourself to him? Why did the young lord kill them? Wasn't it because of your good idea? If it wasn't for your greed, how would they have ended up like this? How dare you come to accuse me? Snap! Xiaorin was poked and prodded and angrily slapped Xiao Xian in the face. You hit me? Xiao Xian hissed in anger, her voice getting louder and louder. At this moment, she finally couldn't hold back her tears, which fell straight down. Who are you to hit me? This is all because of you. And now you dare to hit me? Humph. Xiaorin looked toward the embroidery that had been knocked over on the floor and, did you do this embroidery for Chui as well? Next then, are you still planning to give Chui a big fat boy? It's none of your business. You have no business interfering in my life, and I've had nothing to do with you since that night. Xiao Xian, you recognize a thief as your husband. Xiao Xian was very disappointed in Xiaorin and roared, Get lost. If you don't get out, I'll call someone. It was clearly your own fault for killing so many people for no reason. Chui was just fighting back. What's wrong with submitting to the strong for the sake of surviving for yourself and your mother? Besides, she didn't feel and follow Chui herself to commission anything. Double cultivation when looking at Chuyi's handsome face of people and gods, and even feel that he is taking advantage of him. Hearing that Xiao Xian was going to call someone, Xiaorin immediately panicked, and the anger on her face disappeared for a few moments. He had managed to escape with great difficulty, but he didn't want to go back to that dark and sunless dungeon. Before coming, Xiaorin had fantasized about so many images. There was Xiao Xian leaning on her shoulder and crying with pearly blossoms. There were siblings who cried tears of joy and hugged each other after escaping their cage. There are two of them practicing together and plotting revenge plans together. But the only thing that's not there is this image right now. Was there a problem with any part of the process? At that moment, there was a sound of footsteps not far away. When Xiaorin heard this, he looked around. If he went out now, he would definitely be bumped into. After his brain worked frantically for a bit, he immediately knelt in front of Xiao Xian. Instead of the exasperation on his face just now, there was more than a little bit of humility. Xian, I don't want to go back to the dungeon anymore. Can you let me hide for a while? Please, Help my brother one last time. Xiao Xian didn't know how to answer. Even if it was Xiao Rin who had killed the family, he was after all the only person in this world who was related to him by blood. Seeing the once mighty brother's now lowly and unproductive appearance, Xiao Xian finally softened her heart and nodded at him, saying, "This is the last time. It's a way to return the favor of raising the Xiao family. From today onwards, we don't have any relationship. If you dare to go against Mr. Chu again, then we'll be enemies." Xiao Rin received a reply and immediately burrowed under the bed, collecting his entire body's breath. Just as he got inside, there was a knock at the door. Xiao Xian simply cleaned up her room, wiped away her tears, and walked to the door. Opening the door, a figure appeared before him. It's none other than Shui. In reality, with Xiao Rin's three-legged kung fu, it was impossible to escape the detection of the many heavenly demon sea experts within the mansion. The weakest maid here had a Mahayana stage cultivation. Pinching Xiao Rin to death was as easy as pinching a mole cricket. It was even easier to detect his movements. And Xiao Rin was able to wander around the mansion for so long without being discovered. Naturally, because Chu Yi had given the order. As soon as they sensed that Xiao Rin was out of the dungeon, all the guards in the mansion immediately hid themselves. Chu Yi had long guessed that Xiao Rin would come back for Xiao Xian after escaping the dungeon and had specially set up this trap. At the same time, this setup was not only set up for Xiao Rin, but also for Xiao Xian. Chu Yi needed to use this one bureau to test whether Xiao Xian had unreserved loyalty to herself. If one did not pass this test, then Chu Yi would simply let Xiao Xian, along with her mother, go underground to be reunited with Zhao's family. Loyalty without absolutes is absolute disloyalty. Chapter 34, The Protagonist Who Listens Under the Bed. Just after entering the door, Chu Yi smelled a faint stench. Following the source of the stench, Chu Yi quickly locked onto Xiao Rin, who was hiding under the bed, but still pretended to find nothing. As soon as he entered, two hands held at the bend of Xiao Xian's knees and picked her up whole. Xiao Rin watched all this from under the bed, but could only grit his teeth, not daring to make any movements, not daring to make any sounds. Chu Yi carried Xiao Xian just like that towards the bed, and Chu Yi personally took off Xiao Xian's shoes, revealing a pair of jade feet. "Xianer, why is the left side of your face red? Are you missing me?" Xiao Xian's expression was a little unnatural, but she still hid her imperceptible heartiness well. "Yes, Xianer has been waiting for young lord for a long time. She's impatient." She was now very torn, wondering if she should tell Chu Yi that Xiao Rin was right under the bed. On one side was the man she adored, and on the other was her own brother, the only man in the Xiao family. Chu Yi naturally saw the entanglement on Xiao Xian's face and was somewhat disappointed in her heart. What he wants is unreserved, unhesitating loyalty. He didn't want a woman to stab him in the back when he was fighting in the 9 heavens. Then the two of them lay down on the bed, and seeing that Xiao Xian had not yet confessed, a hint of killing intent had already arisen in Chu Yi's heart at this point. However, looking at the face in front of her that still had some hesitation in its absolute beauty, she still decided to give her another 10 breaths of time. If she didn't confess after 10 breaths, Chu Yi would be prepared to let Xiao Xian die in front of Xiao Rin. The method of death Chu Yi had thought of it all. A direct sword thrust down her body and through the bedboard, letting the blood drip onto Xiao Rin under the bed. This pain of having his own sister die in front of him would also be a fatal blow to his Taoist heart. 9 breaths. 5 breaths. Lit. 2 breaths. I gave you a chance. Chu Yi's mind moved, and the demonic sword within the system space was already stirring. Just as she was about to make her move, Xiao Xian rolled over and climbed onto Chu Yi's body. She moved to Chu Yi's ear and transmitted a voice through the air. "Young lord, be careful. Xiao Rin is under the bed." When Chu Yi heard this, he would smile and his killing intent dissipated. "That's good." 1 second later, "You mother and daughter will die." Instead of speaking directly, he responded with a meaningful smile and hugged her tighter. Once again carefully scrutinized, the embrace of the beauty of the makeup is delicate. Each stroke seems to be ingenious, especially the rouge on those lips, which was red with watery color. The throat moved slightly, and an unspeakable emotion crept in. Xiao Rin, that trash cultivation, and then cultivate 100 years cannot hurt himself. Why for him to delay their own business? By this point it was necessary to boast about the 2 maids who were blowing in Xiao Xian's ears. A PUA master, or at least a distribution head in a previous life. Xianer, even though it was the Xiao family's exhaustion that was self-inflicted, after all, it was me who gave the order to kill the entire Xiao family. Now in this world, you only have 2 relatives, mother and Xiao Rin, that punk. You are ultimately a little lonely. Xiao Xian interrupted with a small hand on Chu Yi's mouth. Young lord is also Xian's kin. It's enough for Xian to have young lord and mother. Shuyi would smile. Also, but as compensation, I will have a new litter of kin with you, and then you will no longer be alone in this world. Xiao Xian's little face instantly reddened. Shyly, young lord is so bad. Shuyi's words were not only spoken to Xiao Xian, but also to Xiao Rin. Have a baby with Xiao Xian? Then won't I be an uncle? No way. I won't recognize this child even if I die. Xiao Rin had more grievances, but could only break his teeth and swallow them in his stomach. He knew that as soon as he made a sound, it would be hard to escape certain death. Facing Chu Yi, he was truly afraid and panicked, crushed and humiliated over and over again. Staying green is not a worry. Chu Yi, Xiao Xian, you pair of dogs, from now on, Xiao Xian is no longer my sister, but my enemy. Whether you live or die, it's none of my business. As he was making up his mind, Xiao Xian's voice came from the bed, even though Xiao Xian didn't want to do this in front of outsiders. That's right, she had already treated Xiao Rin as an outsider inside, but there was nothing she could do without Chuyi opening her mouth. Xiao Rin collapsed, his heart like a knife. Although he said that Xiao Xian has nothing to do with him in the future, but in reality, he had long ago treated this half-sister as his forbidden property, not allowing anyone to get their hands on her, and now she was actually pleasuring her enemy in front of her. You and me, you're in the middle of me, I'm in the middle of you. It was a feeling that was worse than seeing my father and grandfather die in front of me. He tried to plug his ears to not listen to Xiao Xian's continuous panting, but the sound seemed to be everywhere, making him have to listen to it. He could only fantasize himself as Chuyi for comfort. Ding! Detected Xiao Rin's heart damaged. -1,000 value of chi. Host kills and kills. Forcibly takes the protagonist's forbidden domain. Obtains 4 times the explosion rate. Host's chi +4,000 value. Hearing the system prompt, Chuyi moved while the corners of his mouth even revealed a bad smile. Very satisfied. Xiao Xian's favoritism towards the host +5. Xiao Xian's favorability towards the host, 80 out of 100. 1 hour later, Chuyi got dressed. Xianer, the moonlight outside is nice. Go enjoy the moon with me. Good. The two of them put on their clothes and walked out the door, also leaving Xiao Rin a chance to escape. Chuyi was already in sage mode at the moment, so refreshed and relaxed. On the contrary, Xiao Xian was walking a bit awkwardly, and at a glance, she knew that she had suffered from old age. Chuyi also very sweetly came forward to assist her. In actuality he is much more than that. She was only at Jiedan cultivation level, and she definitely couldn't carry a void refining powerhouse alive for 3 hours. But since Xiao Xian hadn't betrayed herself, she would be her own person from now on. To her own people, Chuyi had always been kind. Walking to the garden, Xiao Xian spoke first. Young lord, you know that Xiao Rin is in his room. Why don't you poke him? Of course, it is to let Xiao Rin feel the warm and active atmosphere on the spot. Otherwise he'd still be foolishly thinking about his woman. Chuyi smiled and touched her head in a very doting manner. Although Xiao Rin deserves to die, he is at least your relative. Letting him listen and watch it live and immersed is also a way to cut off his vile thoughts, and he won't bother you again in the future. As long as you follow me well, I promise I won't do anything to kill him. Xiao Xian bit her lip and nodded vigorously. Not kill him? Before he became a girl like Li Xian, of course he would not be killed. It's not too late to kill him after he turns into a girl. What was said now was fine as long as Xiao Xian believed it. Xiao Xian was indeed touched by Chuyi's words. She also didn't realize that she weighed so heavily in Chuyi's heart. I didn't have time to think that much when I was just panicking, but now that he calmed down and thought about it, was Chuyi testing himself just now? No wonder he looked so serious before confessing to him and laughed when he did. She couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. A slight chill for no apparent reason. If he had been a few seconds late, he and his mother might have been in the sky at this very moment. Choice is really very important. Choose the right glory and wealth. Choose the wrong body and head. The man was so terrifying that everything seemed to be under control. In his body, you can always see some fooling around and playing with the blandness of the world. With this in mind, she was even more determined that she would not be able to hide anything from Chuyi in the future. Men, especially those with such horrible backgrounds, are very possessive and will not allow a single infidelity from their women. Winnie is the best example. The fact that he was willing to test himself showed that he had taken a place in his heart. If anything, Xiao Xian had previously harbored a bit of fear and wariness towards Chuyi. At this moment then, Xiao Xian admitted that she had completely fallen. This feeling of being crushed on all fronts from IQ, talent, cultivation, background, means, and urbanism not only didn't make her feel afraid, but even brought her a full sense of security. because these are the things that Chuyi's enemies need to worry about. And one happens to be on Chuyi's side. Chapter 35, the son of luck who was bullied everywhere. When the moon was almost appreciated, Chuyi sent Xiao Xian back to her room. Just as I reached the door, I saw a line in blood on the wall. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. Chuyi, the humiliation you inflicted on me, I will surely get it back one by one, and every night in the future. You will live in fear because I will come to you at any time. If Xiao Ren had written this to make Chuyi laugh, then he had to admit that he had succeeded. When Chuyi saw this line of bloody characters, he actually laughed outright. Canonical. Too canonical. Xiao Ren, although his mouth is very hard, saying harsh words and leaving words, makes it look like a proper cool text big male lead style, but the feet were running faster than anyone else. As soon as he left the Xiao mansion, he didn't dare to stay for a moment and headed directly to the post station, preparing to leave the Great Zhou in a flying boat. On this trip he was heading to the Central State. When he arrived in the Central State, he could use the Sunflower Sutra as a bargaining chip to worship a great sect. With the blessing of the great sects of the Central State, even if Chuyi had a stronger background, it would be game over. So what if Chuyi is from the Eastern Wasteland hidden ancient clan? I'll you up as usual. Xiao Xian, you betrayed me. I will never let you go. Tonight had become a shadow in his life that he couldn't erase even if he wanted to. He sat on his stomach at the bottom of the bed and witnessed the duo standing on the floor. Xiao Xian's jade foot was less than half a meter away from herself. She stood on her tiptoes as if every toe was firing and making a show of it. This was still with Xiao Xian knowing that she was in the room. If there were only the two of them in the room, Xiao Xian wouldn't dare to think about how active she was herself. Could her own sister really manage to ignore herself? Does she have no shame at all? Or does she not take me seriously at all? It was a great humiliation, no matter how she felt about it. Is this your revenge on me? Even if it was my idea to have the Xiao family drugged, I was thinking about the interests of the entire family. My good sister, why can't you be considerate of me, and to humiliate your own brother to his face like this? But it should not say. This Chuyi's ability is quite strong. Live more than an hour passed, walking on the ground but the pace is still steady. Thinking of this, Xiao Ren became even more sour, and a heart full of jealousy was born. When I've practiced the Sunflower Sutra to perfection, my ability hours will naturally increase. I'll definitely be stronger than Chuyi. But the image he had just witnessed had given him a touch of passion as well, and it had been a long time since he had exercised. To put it mildly, said, Xiao Ren also cannot care about what chase or not chase. Straight toward the green building to go. After a night of indulgence at the greenhouse, Xiao Ren regained his composure. Walking down the street, he got a new outfit. The whole person was refreshed, and there was no trace of the previous wretchedness in the dungeon. When he walked into the greenhouse last night all dirty, he was even stopped by the guards who asked the door and paid some money to let him in. Even the women in the greenhouse didn't dare to serve him. The body is so dirty that it may have some kind of disease, and it would be a bad deal to lose your life for that kind of money. It was also that Xiao Ren's grandfather's storage earrings still had quite a few spirit stones in them, or else Xiao Ren would have lost even this small wish. It's so hard to escape, so I have to treat myself. If you don't say that Xiao Ren is a pure and innocent waste without her chi, just escaped from life, thinking not how to stay away from Chuyi's line of sight, but still stay in the capital of Great Zhou. First go to the greenhouse to indulge in a handful of things, and then go to the tavern to eat and drink a meal. Xiao Ren was thinking about the fact that his Xiao family had been exterminated, all of its strongest members had fallen, and Master Sable had been snatched away by Chuyi, so it seemed that he had already lost the chance to turn the tide. But Chuyi was so humble in front of Wen. Even if she knew she was having an affair with her, she definitely wouldn't do anything to the Wen family. Xiao Ren is ready to go to Wen's house and call Wen to elope with him. He sat in the corner of the tavern with a hearty table in front of him. Ha ha ha, Chuyi, I've finally won you for once. The woman you love the most is actually me. You're just that bad in her eyes. Not only that, I'm going to elope with your fiancé and see how pissed off you'll be. I can't wait to see that look on your face. Even though Xiao Ren knew that the Wen family was definitely being watched to death by Chuyi's people right now, he didn't care in the slightest. To Xiao Ren, who was now psychologically twisted, any risk was worth taking. It wasn't because of how much he loved Wen either. Simply the imbalance within Xiao Ren. Chuyi, you've robbed me of so many things, and now I'm going to rob you of your favorite woman. More than that, I'm going to take Evening Zoe's one blood tonight. You took my sister, then I'm going to take your fiancé too. Having already been abused psychologically by Chuyi, he desperately needed to prove that he hadn't lost to Chuyi by eloping with Wen. also known as the spiritual victory method. For the sake of this obsession in his heart, he was willing to risk being captured by Chu-yi back in the dungeon. He wanted to win Chu-yi so badly that it was almost to the point of a sickness. Chewing the food with a big mouthful, his mind was still immersed in the anticipation of meeting Wenwanru soon. Have you heard? The Xiao family was tragically wiped out in one night. It's really the way of the world. A low voice came from the neighboring table with a hint of shock. Isn't that so? It's said that even the soul lamp of that old Xiao family master has gone out. This time the Xiao family is considered completely finished. When Xiao Rin heard them discussing his family, the chopsticks in his hands lurched, and the originally satisfied look on his face instantly solidified, even shed a few tears. I had already forgotten about it for the time being, but when I think of the entire clan being wiped out, I can't help but feel sad. The Xiao family is already bad enough. I didn't expect the Wen family to be spared. The same full family was wiped out. Not even a single survivor was left behind. Alas, the three major cultivation forces of Great Zhou perishing one after another within a few days is really a bit strange. The Wen family? The Wen family of Wenwanru? Xiao Rin stood up involuntarily, the chopsticks in his hand falling to the ground. The crowd in the tavern was attracted by his actions and cast curious glances. Yeah, it's that Wen family of Wenwanru's. There's not even a corpse left, don't you know? It was all days ago. What about Wen Evening Row? Xiao Rin hurriedly asked after her. It should have died along with the other Wen family members, right? Anyway, the bones can't be found, and we only see a bloodstain at the Wen family site. Wait, you just said that the three major immortal cultivation forces perished one after another. Aside from the Xiao family and the Wen family, which other family is there? Of course it's the Great Zhou's #1 sect, the fixed immortal sect. Not only did all the people die, even the sect was reduced to rubble. You don't even know about this. Were you just released from jail? Ah. Anger and despair gripped him, and he snapped his hands together. The dishes on the table flew up one after another, and with a clatter, they turned into pieces and scattered in the air. What kind of madness are you in, little friend? The destruction of other people's family clans is none of your business. What are you excited about? How can we eat if we are staggering? Have some quality, okay? The shopkeeper came at the sound and looked at the mess on the floor. His face sank. This guest, smashing our dishes. This matter is not over. Isn't it just a few pairs of dishes? I'll pay you back. Xiao Rin raised his eyebrows, looking very disdainful as he casually threw out a few spirit stones on the ground and coldly said, Are these enough? It's not like I can't afford to pay for the fuss. Guest, this number of spirit stones of yours, I'm afraid it's not even enough for the sides of my bowls and chopsticks. Get, 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 get. Considering that the guest is young and doesn't know the rules, we'll give you a discounted price of 1,000 spirit stones. Chapter 36, A New Chance for the Son of Luck? 1,000? You're lying to Cutie. What? 1,000 for these broken bowls and plates? Are you blackmailing me? You don't know. These bowls and dishes are all made from the unique cold jade of Yunin Peak, which not only has a hard texture, but also contains a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy, which is greatly beneficial to those who cultivate. Therefore, their value is far beyond that of ordinary mortal goods. Xiao Rin sniffed, his brows tightened, and he hummed disdainfully. Nonsense! This is clearly made of the most ordinary ceramics. How dare you ask for a sky-high price? With that, he looked around, his eyes sweeping over the other bowls in the store. Look at that. That's it. You say it's cold jade? The shopkeeper's smile deepened at the corners of his mouth when he saw this, and he slowly turned around and gave a wink to the other customers in the store. The crowd immediately understood and chimed in. This little friend is afraid that there is some misunderstanding. This shopkeeper said every word is true. We often come here. The objects here are most clear, but the set you smashed is indeed the most precious set in the store. For a while, the store was abuzz with talk, and all eyes were focused on Xiao Rin, making him a target. Xiao Rin's face turned blue as he sniffed, feeling a pang of inexplicable suffocation. He was well aware that his whereabouts might be exposed if this became a big deal, but it is not a good idea to recognize this unwarranted high compensation. At that moment, there was a sound of footsteps coming from outside the door, and several policemen in official uniforms hurried in. The leading officer looked around and said in a deep voice, "Who is causing trouble here? Tell us quickly." The shopkeeper rushed forward, bowed respectfully, and reported what had happened to the officer. After hearing this, the errand boy's face sank as he turned to Xiao Rin and said sternly, Do you know that those who damage other people's property and refuse to pay compensation will be punished according to the law? This cold jade bowl and saucer is worth a lot of money. If you can't pay the corresponding compensation, I'm afraid you have to go with us to the government. These dogs are clearly in cahoots, and they can't fight them on their own. Although the cultivation level of all these dirt chickens and dogs had not yet entered the rank, their own Jiedan perfection powerhouse killing them was like killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog. But once things get out of hand, being taken to the authorities will not only ruin your face, but you may also be delayed in your trip because of it. With no choice but to grit his teeth and take out a piece of jade with a warm color and lingering aura from his storage pouch, he fiercely threw it on the table. This piece is enough to be worth your so-called cold jade disc. A flash of satisfaction flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes, but he still pretended to be calm as he examined the spirit stones and nodded. Well, this stone is of superior quality and is indeed sufficient compensation. Xiao Ren walked out of the tavern. The faces of those people just now already burned into his mind. You already have a way to die. The next time I come back to seek revenge on Chui, I don't mind eradicating your entire family one by one as well, to relieve the hatred in my heart. In the past, as long as one takes out the identity of the firstborn son of the Xiao family, one can scare these lowly and unruly people half to death. Now it is ultimately a tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog. Shu all of this is caused by you. I don't share the same fate as you. The entire Wen family as well as the fixed immortal sect were also wiped out. It must have been Chui. This hand. Who else in Great Zhou has such strength besides him? I didn't think that Chui could actually be ruthless enough to kill his own in-laws. That's his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Now that late Ro's life and death are uncertain, I'm the only one who's going to walk the road ahead. The great way travels alone. And ultimately I alone carry the responsibility of avenging your deaths, which is also my mission as a man. Chui, wait for me. After leaving the tavern, Xiao Ren no longer stayed in the capital and boarded a spirit boat and headed to the border between the eastern wasteland and the central state. Without the Wen clan and the immortal determination sect, the only thing he could do now was to head to the great powers of the central state. Evening Ro's younger brother, Manhwa, is in the cloud-hidden divine sect, and the entire Wen family was killed, so he might not know what's happening over here right now. Manhwa is extremely talented, possesses the desolate ancient sacred body and the supreme bone, and is also a disciple of the cloud-hidden divine sect. He carries the same hatred as I do and has the same enemy. The cloud-hidden divine sect's new disciple recruitment will arrive in a few months. If I become a disciple of the cloud-hidden divine sect, not only will I be blessed, but I'll also be able to obtain resources. So when the time comes to seek revenge on Chui together with Huayu, won't it be easy? But we can't let Huayu know that it's because I brought up the idea that the two families were all wiped out. If he knows about it, it's inevitable that suspicion will arise. Ever since Xiao Ren had left the Chu mansion, someone had been secretly monitoring his every move. Seeing Xiao Ren get on the spirit ship heading to the border of the central state, Chui knew that he must have gone to find Huayu to rendezvous. In the original story, the matter of Huayu possessing the desolate ancient sacred body and the supreme bone was only known to Wanru, Xiao Ren, and a few elders of the clan. Originally, Xiao Ren and Wanru were going to fight their way through the eastern wasteland and would only head to Zhongzhou to join Huayu at the god transformation stage. Now by mistake, are these two male protagonists going to meet early? That's not a good thing for me. It seemed that he had to rush to kill Xiao Ren before they merged, and it was a good thing that he didn't have much chi luck value left, only the last 5,000. Elder Jiang, you personally keep an eye on Xiao Ren, and report every move to me in a timely manner. Yes, the desolate ancient continent was a vast area, and even for the fastest spirit boat in the lower realm, it would take at least a few months to cross the eastern wasteland to reach the cloud-hidden god sect. On this journey, Xiao Ren had been cultivating the Sunflower Sutra on the ship, and his progress had improved rapidly, to the border between the eastern wasteland and the central state. These months of seclusion on the spirit boat had suffocated Xiao Ren, and he was finally able to get off the boat after arriving in central state. As soon as he arrived in Qingcheng, he couldn't wait to go to the biggest greenhouse in the area. Previously, because to maintain a good image in front of the Sable Master, Xiao Ren did not try to step foot in the place of the brothel, lest there is damage to its reputation. Now that Master Wolverine is not here, the covetous and lustful nature of the red earth within him is like spring water breaking through the ice and flowing unchecked. After escaping from the greenhouse for a while, Xiao Ren walked around Qingcheng City, his eyes filled with amazement at this prosperous city. Compared to the great Zhou he was familiar with, the scenery of Qingcheng was like a fairyland falling into the mortal world. The buildings are lofty, with flying eaves and horns, and the stores are full of goods. Cultivators shuttle between them. Cultivation breath hidden. Rough feeling. Compared to the people of Great Zhou to be a lot stronger. Even in the greenhouse. The woman of the wind is also a unique charm. The posture is different. Looking at the light. Attracted Xiao Rin, heart of that obscenity quietly breeding. Secretly thinking about this exotic flavor. Have some taste. He. Chui can only flaunt his power in a poor countryside like Great Zhou, but if he steps into the central state, I'm afraid that he won't even be able to turn over a single wave. And once he comes, he won't make a single squeak. If I really worshipped the cloud-hidden divine sect, a great sect in the central state, wanting to take revenge would naturally be a breeze. While he was thinking about it, the sound of people in front of him was so lively that it attracted his attention. Looking around, he saw a crowd not far away bustling in a circle, seemingly watching something lively. Xiao Rin curiously squeezed into the crowd, but saw a martial arts platform standing in the center. The two of them were in a fierce battle on the stage, and their auras were splashing around, attracting a burst of applause from the audience under the stage. Next to the martial arts stage, a huge plaque was written with the words Qingchang by family, imposing and golden. Xiao Rin turned around and asked a middle-aged cultivator beside him, arching his hand, "This senior, may I ask what is so special about this Qingchang by family? What is its origin? To actually organize a tournament in this downtown, the family is quite thick." The middle-aged cultivator glanced at Xiao Rin, and seeing his extraordinary clothes and calm demeanor, he nodded and explained. The Qingchang Bai family is a famous immortal cultivation family in the central state. The family has a long history and deep roots. There is no lack of strong people in the clan. There is even an old ancestor who ascended to the immortal realm to become an immortal, and will return to the lower realms in the near future to bestow blessings on the clan. So it is. At those words, Xiao Rin's heart shook as a flash of light flashed in his eyes as he secretly pondered. Since the Bai family is so extraordinary, then this trip must make a good friendship. Maybe it can help for their future path. Elder, you said that there are still old ancestors from the White family who will come down to the realm. Is that true? The middle-aged cultivator laughed. Of course it's true. This is something that everyone in my generation of cultivators knows. That old ancestor of the Bai family has achieved success in cultivation in the immortal realm. And this time he is going to come down to the realm himself to bestow precious cultivation resources and guidance. If little brother is interested, he might as well stay and watch the ceremony. Maybe he'll have a chance to see an immortal. Oh, a flash of cunning flashed in Xiao Rin's eyes, and in his heart, he calculated how to approach this chance. In that case, it would be a great event not to be missed. Chapter 37, The Epileptic Son of Qi. Suddenly, his gaze turned and landed on the woman on the martial arts stage. I just feel that her posture is outstanding, just like a fairy in a painting, and she shows her gentle and heroic spirit between her hands and feet. Especially the body is graceful, light veil covering the face, revealing only a pair of autumn water eyes, looking at the time as if it can take the heart. Even the flower girl can't match her by a third. His eyes lingered on the woman, and an evil thought could not help but arise in his heart. Who is that absolutely beautiful woman on the stage? She, the Bai family's most gifted youngster, Bai Kanji, is already a Jiedan perfection cultivation at only 16 years of age. Xiao Rin retreated to the side with a faint smile. I've figured it out. This is a marriage contest? The white porridge on the stage is the protagonist of this match? As he was muttering to himself, White Kanji saw the right moment and appeared behind the male challenger in the ring with a flash of his body. A palm slapped out, and the palm wind containing majestic spiritual power instantly sent him flying, landing heavily on the edge of the ring, completely losing his fighting ability. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Rubbish! With this you still want to be the Bai family's son-in-law? You can dream of anything. Xiao Rin, who had cultivated the immortal realm's Taoist law, Sunflower Sutra, had now also come to Jiedan perfection in his cultivation, and was just one step away from that yuaning. Ha! Woman! I'll admit you did get my attention. White Kanji, right? 2 years younger than me but already equal to me in cultivation. Such a heavenly pride is worthy of being my woman. Miss White, you can only belong to me. The White family, as a desolate ancient family, had an immortalized ancestor in attendance. Most coincidentally, this old ancestor was about to descend into the realm. If we could climb into a relationship with the Bai family, wouldn't it be easy to seek revenge on Chui? With such an immortal in place, even if Chui came from the eastern wasteland's hidden ancient clan, wouldn't he be able to be destroyed with the lift of a hand? Evening Zoe, I'm sorry, although we haven't gotten the exact news of your death yet, but probably you are in a bad way. In order to avenge you, I had to marry White Kanji with a grudge. While thinking that, Xiao Rin even licked her lips. Immediately afterward, a light smile crept up to the corner of his mouth. At this moment Xiao Rin had already regarded the white kanji as a bag of tricks. Elder, if I go up there and beat Miss Bai Kanji Bai, will I be able to marry Bai Kanji? A few passers-by looked at each other and actually laughed out loud at the same time. Put, little friend, I see that you are young. Why are you so unaware of the sky and the earth? Ha ha ha, what's going on in your head? You think this is a martial arts competition? And marrying Miss White? It's really a bit whimsical. Xiao Rin asked with a puzzled question. Oh, you guys are just jealous of me. Isn't this a martial arts competition? Recruit your ass. Toad wants to eat swan meat. Are you crazy? This is just a competition to choose a sword squire. White Kanji. Miss White will soon be joining the Cloud-Hidden Divine Sect as a core disciple. And according to the rules, each core disciple can bring a man and a woman with 2 sword attendants to join the sect. Therefore, the Bai family is organizing a competition here. As long as you can survive 2 incense sticks under Miss Bai, you will be able to become Miss Bai's sword attendant. Xiao Rin's face didn't change. Even though it wasn't a match, it was still an opportunity. By becoming White Kanji's sword servant, they would be able to worship the Cloud-Hidden Divine Sect together, which would save them a lot of trouble, even if it's not a match. So what? If you become a sword servant, you will be able to get close to the water, and I, Xiao Rin, will have my own way to make her willingly become my woman. With my handsome face and my perfect Jiedan cultivation, can she resist my temptation? Joke, another person answered. As for what you said about marrying Miss White, Miss White has already had a wife. See the one sitting up there? Xiao Rin's mirth was mercilessly poked and prodded again, looking in the direction the passerby had pointed. On the stage sat a young gentleman, about 20 or so, with a handsome face and a transcendent aura between his brows. He was dressed in a simple white coat, holding a folding fan that he gently shook, a bland smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. That fluttering gentleman is the strongest person of his generation within 1,000 miles of Qingcheng, as well as an alchemist named Lin Yan, an existence that has mastered the foreign fire at a young age. Mr. Lin Yanlin and Ms. Bai Kanji Bai are already engaged. You'd better stop thinking about it. Although there were waves in Xiao Rin's heart, he pretended to be calm on his face and asked in a casual manner, "Dare I ask what cultivation level Lin Yan is?" Early Yuaning. Xiao Rin smiled awkwardly and immediately moved away from the crowd. In fact, not only did he not feel frustrated inside, he even felt a twinge of excitement. Xiao Rin, knowing full well that Chu Yi and Wenwan Rou were a pair, still chose to pursue Wenwan Rou in a deadpan manner. Not only because Wenwan Rou was stunningly beautiful, but also because he was happy to snatch food from his mouth. He enjoys the exhilaration of success in this male competition, and is more than happy to see the impotent rage of the loser, and takes pleasure in it. And after his own forbidden domain Xiao Xian was forcibly taken by Chu Yi. This way Wu legacy is even more in Xiao Rin's heart as if the wild grass grows wild and crazy. Not only did he vow to snatch Xiao Xian back, he also vowed to carry forward this way Wu legacy. Right now, it was an excellent opportunity that Xiao Rin naturally would not miss. After practicing the Sunflower Sutra, Xiao Rin's cultivation skyrocketed, and even if his cultivation was not as good as Lin Yan's for the time being, his growth was clearly better than his. In time, I'll surpass Lin Yan. Won't it be easy for Bai Kanji to fall in love with me? By marrying Bai Kanji, the two forces, the Bai family and the Cloud-Hidden God sect, can become my biggest backstage. At that time, not to mention taking revenge. In time, seizing the White family and dominating the desolate ancients was not impossible. Evening Zoe, if you're still alive, you should support me too, right? A man like my eagle cannot give his love to only one woman. Not even you. But I swear, if you are still alive, in my harem, your position will never be much lower than Bai Kanji. At least a flat wife. Xiao Rin's eyes were glowing, as if he had already seen the day when he was powerful and beautiful. Every move here was watched by the people Chu Yi had sent to keep an eye on them. The first report was made to Chu Yi, who was still in Dezhou. Xiao Rin, the teddy that goes around showing love, has also moved on to Bai Kanji? It's really dog-eat-dog. Lin Yan and Bai Kanji, respectively, are the male and female protagonists of the second installment of the 5-part series written by the author of, and are also the sons of Qi of this fictional world. In this fictional sewing world, the wheel of fate turns quietly and everything is laid out in the unknown. All 5 parts take place on this continent, just at different times. This stitched world allows the protagonists of the 5-part series to meet, similar to how they did in Spider-Man Heroes Without Return. When the second installment was written, the Sea of Heavenly Devils, which appeared in the first installment, no longer existed. so theoretically none of the main characters in the later installments have a grudge against me. But so what? Just say if you're the main character and be done with it. As long as you are, then you're dead. Everything is getting interesting. How could I miss this beautiful picture of the sons of Qi tearing each other apart? Not only can't you miss it, you have to see it live. Chapter 38 Teddy like Xiao Rin, Elder Jiang, and Jiang. Let's go. Set out for Central State Xinjiang. Call Xiao Xian as well. This bureaucrat Xiao Rin has run out of gas. On this trip, I will kill her. I just don't know where his Sunflower Sutra has been cultivated to. It's quite curious. On the other side, I don't know how many hours had passed, but Bai Kanji was still unable to find an opponent in the ring. Within Xinjiang, there is no one who can last more than 2 incense burners under their hands. Even if they can barely hold on to 1 incense burner, there are very few. If it wasn't for the fact that the gap between the disciples within the Bai clan and Bai Kanji was simply too great, the Bai clan wouldn't have been willing to give up this opportunity to an outsider. Now it seemed that there was truly no one in the vast Xinjiang who could compete with White Kanji. Bai Yuchu, the current head of the Bai family, looked at Bai Kanji's lonely figure and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh softly, with both pride and a hint of regret in his heart for his granddaughter. Since no one has defeated little Kanji after all this time, let's call this ring tournament to a close and choose the best from the White family's children. Grandpa Bai, I have long anticipated this outcome. Although Porridge's strength is not as strong as mine for the time being, he is already unrivaled in his generation in this part of Xinjiang. At this time, Lin Yan, who was watching the battle by his side, stood up with poise, his words revealing his pride in his fiancée but also implying a sense of bragging. Although the Lin family where Lin Yan was from was also a famous local immortal cultivation family, it was ultimately a step behind compared to the Bai family. In the original story, Lin Yan joins the Bai family and takes advantage of the Bai family's ancestors descent to the earth to gain the trust of the Bai family's elders. Of course, as the protagonist, Lin Yan has no shortage of mysterious helpers. His golden finger is the master medicine old man in the jade pendant. Originally a golden immortal of the immortal world, Pill Elder was forced to come to the lower realm because he was betrayed by several disciples who joined forces and was awakened by Lin Yan. With the help of Pill Elder, Lin Yan broke through the Jiedan stage at a young age, and also obtained the foreign fire. Alas, it seems that there is indeed no one who can defeat little Kanji. So let this ring match end. Bai Yotsu stood up and shouted to the bottom. This trial of the ring will end here. All of your efforts have been seen. Thank you for your support. Lin Yan smiled a shallow smile at his words. He didn't want to have a male swordsman staying by Bai Kanji's side, adding a layer of uncertainty to their relationship. The group was about to turn around when a voice came from the stage. Wait, I want to challenge MS. White. Compared to those peers who had previously challenged on stage, this voice sounded confident and resolute with a hint of contempt. It was none other than Xiao Rin. The reason he chose this time of year for the challenge was also very simple. At the same Jiedan perfection cultivation level, Xiao Rin was not certain that he could defeat Bai Kanji. Wait until the White Kanji after some rounds of battle, spiritual energy consumption and then fight with all their strength, is bound to conquer this beautiful woman in one battle, Xiao Rin thought while his mouth tilted, revealing an evil smile at Lin Yan on the stands. Provocative. The others didn't pay much attention to the smile and look, but only Lin Yan felt a sense of crisis and inexplicably broke out in a cold sweat. This bastard came looking for death, right? I've never heard of such a character before. Which small sect is he from? Maybe it doesn't even have a sect. It's purely here to touch the porcelain. MS. Bai, ignore him. Isn't this the man who just said he would marry Miss White? Did too many deer give the deer hallucinations? Xiao Rin froze in the face of the taunts from the surroundings, not changing his color and still staring at Lin Yan on the stage. That look, aggression all over the place. Dare I ask you, little friend, from which family, which sect? Bai Yotsu asked from the stage. I'm not from Xinjiang, nor am I from the central state. I'm from the eastern wasteland. Eastern wasteland? That's a rarity. It's been a long time since I've fought with my peers outside of the central state, so please come up, my lord. Friend from the eastern wasteland, please enlighten me. Bai Kanji held a long sword, the tip of the sword lightly tapping the ground in an elegant stance. Xiao Rin smiled faintly and did not immediately draw his sword. Let's see how I can teach you a lesson. Xiao Rin slowly circled around the ring, secretly adjusting his state, his mind quickly reviewing all the previous battles of Bai Kanji. Half a quarter of an hour had passed, and Xiao Rin was still spinning blindly on the stage, with absolutely no intention of starting. What's the crap here? If you're not going to fight, get your ass down there and delay here. This move caused the crowd on stage to become disgruntled as well. Miss White, Please. During this half a quarter of an hour, the moves, stances, and trajectory of the flow of spiritual energy from the white kanji just now had finally formed a clear picture in his mind. This was the battle of what felt like a lifetime, and Xiao Rin would not allow himself to make a mistake. Finally stood still, gently drew the long sword on his waist. The sword light was as clear as autumn water, but hid a sharpness that could not be ignored. It is the sunflower sword technique. White Porridge, perhaps losing patience, took the lead. With a flash of his body, the tip of the sword went straight for Xiao Rin's throat. As if Xiao Rin had anticipated this, his figure slightly sidestepped and easily avoided the powerful strike. At the same time, he backhanded his sword, utilizing the inertia of Bai Kanji's attack to transform her attack into a boost for his own counterattack, the tip of the sword pointing straight at the vitals of Bai Kanji's waist. The quickness of this change of stance left everyone present in awe. Bai Kanji was also startled in his heart and quickly adjusted, turning his sword's momentum, turning attack into defense, and clashing with Xiao Rin's sword tip. The battle that followed became exceptionally intense. With his deep insight into Bai Kanji's moves, Xiao Rin was always able to anticipate her movements in advance while making the most effective responses. Bai Kanji wasn't willing to show weakness either, and kept changing his sword techniques. Previously fighting, White Kanji's spiritual energy began to deplete somewhat, and his attack weakened, and Xiao Rin became more and more courageous the more he fought. His sword technique gradually became harsh and overbearing, each strike carrying the momentum of a mountain and a sea. He seized a fleeting opportunity and slammed his sword straight into Bai Kanji's chest. Just at the moment when the sword was about to touch Bai Kanji's skin, Xiao Rin violently retracted his momentum, the tip of the sword stopping half an inch away from her chest. Understood. Ms. Bai. Xiao Rin put away his sword into his sheath, and there was actually a hint of gentleness in his tone. From the sparring and then after winning every action, every word Xiao Rin has been well thought out and rehearsed several times in his mind, to make a good impression in front of the White Porridge and create a perfect persona. Bai Kanji's face was a bit unhappy. She had never thought she would lose before. At the same time, she also knew that her several attacks had been perfectly neutralized, and coupled with her lack of spirit power, Xiao Rin was completely outmatched. But the rules were such that, besides, the other party was indeed at a perfect Jiedan cultivation level, qualified enough to enter the Cloud-Hidden God sect. I am obliged, and I dare ask the gentleman's name. My name is Xiao Rin. From now on, Mr. Xiao will be my sword servant, and I will call you when I go to the Cloud-Hidden God sect, Bai Kanji said in a cold voice that seemed to not contain a trace of emotion. Ha, woman, just pretend. You've got a deer in the headlights, don't you? But I like this character. My woman, just need to be passionate about me is enough. It is natural for outsiders to be as hard to approach as an iceberg. Let's see how I can train you from now on. Xiao Rin's face was expressionless, but in his heart, he had already thought of what to call the child. A few days later, the Lijiang secret realm, which is 100 miles outside of Qingcheng, will be opened, and at that time, if Mr. Xiao is interested, he can go with us. I will definitely be on time, and with me here, I will make sure that Miss White will be able to return home with a full load. White Kanji thanks Mr. Xiao. After Xiao Rin talked with Bai Kanji, his gaze turned provocatively to Lin Yan on the stage. Lin Yan's face turned from initially bland to iron blue as he looked at Xiao Rin's smug expression, anger burning in his chest. Chapter 39, Xiao Rin turns into a girl. Xiao Rin became famous in the ring and came to the cave that the Bai family had arranged for him. The cave was deep and clear light sprinkled down, and he sat quietly in it, his mind free of distractions, renewing the cultivation of the Sunflower Treasure Classic. Although he had won over Bai Kanji today, Xiao Rin himself understood that he had not won. What's more, one's primary opponent was not Bai Kanji, but Lin Yan, the one who had already formed an infant. A sense of tension was pushing Xiao Rin forward, filling him with motivation. When the cultivation proceeded to page 107 of the Sunflower Sutra, a strange change occurred. The originally smooth flow of spiritual energy suddenly became stagnant, and inexplicable forces raged within the body, impacting the meridians like a violent wind and rain. Xiao Rin's face suddenly changed, only to feel discomfort all over his body, especially the fifth limb of his lower body. The pain hit as if a million needles were stabbing through his body. Clenching his teeth, he tried to suppress the sudden pain, but his body felt as if it was out of control, his strength gradually draining away, and even the most basic spirit power coagulation became exceptionally difficult. Sweat slid down his forehead and dripped onto his lapel, where it was instantly evaporated, leaving only a faint circle of water stains. What's going on here? Poisoned? Xiao Rin was horrified. having never encountered such a bizarre situation before. Attempts to channel spiritual energy to counter this force were as useless as an ant trying to shake a tree. Am I going off the deep end? Thinking of this, a wave of panic surged in Xiao Rin's heart, forcing through the severe pain and barely maintaining the posture of sitting in a coiled position. He tried to reverse his spiritual energy and look for a way to break it, but every attempt was like a stone sinking into the sea. Instead of lessening, the pain intensified as time went on. Xiao Rin's consciousness began to become blurred, and everything before her eyes became illusory. Finally, after numerous attempts, the pain began to ease. The force that had been running amok in his body also seemed to have found an outlet for venting, and gradually calmed down. Xiao Rin let out a long breath. Although the symptoms were alleviated, it was still difficult to mobilize spiritual energy throughout the body. The physical state is no different from that of a mortal, even weaker. The Sunflower Sutra was an immortal realm technique. How could it have such side effects without a hint? That's not possible. This is the supreme Taoist law that Grandpa selected for me. How could there be such an omission? Maybe there's a solution behind it. Xiao Rin tried his best to mobilize his remaining spiritual energy and turned the next page of the Sunflower Sutra. 108 pages. No contents, illustrations, only 8 big words. If you want to practice the skill, you have to bring the sword to the palace. As the handwriting came into view, Xiao Rin's pupils contracted violently. His face turned pale, and his entire being was not well. These 8 words seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and ruthlessly slammed into Xiao Rin's heart. Moving on, I saw a detailed note about why you need to self-flagellate in order to cultivate this Tao. Xiao Rin looked at the words and gained an understanding about the cause of the attack that had just occurred. And when he thought about it, it was true. No, I can't. I don't want it. I don't. Never. So many beauties are waiting for me to save them. So many beauties are waiting in agony for me to double cultivate with them. Wen Wanru, Xiao Xian, Bai Kanji, and countless other women I haven't seen. Once you choose this path, it means giving up your dignity as a man, as well as the possibility of double cultivation with all of you beautiful people, according to the Kung Fu. If not, then the entire body's power will be dispersed, and one will be reduced to a complete invalid. Though with my charisma, even if I really become an invalid, a few beauties will still fall in love with me in the beginning, protect me for the rest of my life, give birth to my babies, wash my feet, and take revenge for me. But how can a man be protected by a group of women? I can't pull this face. Chui this I must personally kill it, in order to solve the hatred in my heart. Is this really the only path? Grandpa, is this the path you chose for me? Aha! Xiao Rin hissed miserably in the cave, venting his inner conflicts and unwillingness. Is the road I have to travel in this life really so rocky? Can I really make it to the other side? At this moment, he was completely unable to calm down. This choice was truly too much for him. The notes on page 109 make it very clear that even with the ability to reattach a severed limb, once it is reattached, such pain will still continue to come. This means that if you want your cultivation to remain intact, you must do as you are told, and it can't be recovered for the rest of your life. If I do become an incomplete person, will they still love me? Definitely. True love is something that doesn't have to be about physical pleasure. My personality is the necessary magic to conquer a woman. Maybe they'll even be shocked to love me even more for my courage to do whatever it takes to get revenge. After some agonizing struggles, Xiao Rin always finally made a decision. Despite all the reluctance in his heart, there seemed to be no other choice for him now. A miserable cry resounded from Xiao Rin's cave, echoing in the air. Ding! Detected that Xiao Rin became a girl under your calculations. Her luck value minus 2,000. Gained 5 times the explosion rate. Host's luck value plus 10,000. And under the distant sky, the corner of Chuyi's mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. The smile on Xiao Rin's face did not disappear, but shifted to Chuyi's face in the distance. After 5 days of traveling, Chuyi and Elder Zhang's group had arrived at the border area between the eastern wasteland and the central state in the 3-devil dragon god chariot. This imperial divine carriage from the heavenly demon sea, its speed is naturally not comparable to the lower realms, and it only takes a few days to cross the eastern wasteland. If someone from the lower realm wanted to cross the entire eastern wasteland, it would take at least a few months. According to his memories, in the upcoming opening of the Lijiang secret realm, Lin Yan would obtain the second foreign fire in his life, the Phantom Orchid Ghost Fire. There is only one copy of the foreign fire in the world, and whoever gets it is the one who owns it. The Orchid Ghost Flame ranked 19th on the list of foreign flames, so it was worth Chuyi's effort to take this chance. What's more, there's one of the 9 secrets in the secret realm, the lineage secret. People who mastered the 9 secrets were not common even in the immortal realm, and at the great late stage, Lin Yan alone had mastered all of the 9 secrets. These 2 major opportunities became an indispensable aid to Lin Yan's growth in the future, especially the lineage secret. Several times Lin Yan had escaped from death by relying on it. Shui had 2 goals for this trip. The first was to take Xiao Rin's dog's life, and the second was to snatch Lin Yan's chance. After cultivating the Sunflower Sutra, Li Xian had also obtained various heavenly treasures from the immortal realm provided by Chui. The current Li Xian has long since returned to the peak. His cultivation has already broken through the Yuaning, and the regrets of the past are now snowed over. Xiao Xian had also broken through to Yuaning under Chuyi's essential daily care. As for the 2 elders, Jiang Woyat and Jiang Yu, because of their merit in assisting Chui in stepping into the devil's way, they were rewarded by the heavenly demon sea with heavy treasures, and were now at golden immortal cultivation level. The crowd traveled to the central state's Qing city, and the entrance to the Lijiang secret realm was close at hand. This secret realm is a golden immortal before the fall left, containing his life's work and immortal treasure. For the lower realm of cultivators, is undoubtedly a great opportunity. In the immortal world, the vast majority of cultivators can only stay at the Xianxian cultivation level for their entire lives, and breaking through to the golden immortal is already considered a minority. But even so, in the vast immortal world, there are more than tens of thousands of golden immortal cultivators. In the eyes of those in the immortal world, the legacy of a golden immortal was not yet enough to cause a stir. However, for Chu-Yi, the orchid ghost flame, and the secret of the walking character, were things that he had to take on this trip. At the entrance of the secret realm, all the major sects in the central state had long since converged, and the group of heroes had arrived, each with their own agenda. Chapter 40 Sword Mound, Lin Yan in the Limelight. The formations of this secret realm are truly extraordinary. Several elders of my Rainan sect joined hands and failed to shake it even by a fraction. A Rainan sect elder's brows furrowed as he sighed softly to his fellow disciples beside him, revealing a few points of helplessness in his words. This is extremely true. Since the formation is a legacy of the Golden Immortals, it is not something that mortal cultivators such as myself can easily peek into its mysteries. Another elder from the Red Flame Dao sect chimed in. Suddenly, he heard a magnificent sound that shook the clouds. A lanky green cloud sword sect elder with a huge sword on his back strutted out, his voice like a bell, full of confidence. A mere formation. How can it stop my sword sect sons and daughters from seeking the path? My sword sect is based on the sword to prove the way. A sword out of the sheath. All laws are broken. Let's see if I can split the door of the secret realm with the sect's best skill. After he said that, his figure suddenly unfolded, like an eagle fighting in the air. His sword light was brilliant, like the Milky Way pouring down, cutting through the sky and pointing directly at that secret realm formation. When the sword light touched the edge of the formation, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, silently swallowed up without even a ripple being stirred. Oh, the cowhide blew a lot, but it turned out to be no use at all. In the crowd, a subtle but mocking wisp of a voice quietly rang out. It was none other than Xiao Rin. Although the injury was just about sharp, it was time to mouth off, but it is also limited to whispering. Even a little louder will be pulled out by the elders of the realm of the body instantly killed. Although Xiao Rin was stupid, she was still able to grasp the timing of when to pretend. At that moment, an old man with white hair slowly walked out of the crowd. This old man was the Soul Temple's elder Hu Mingyu, with a great circle cultivation at the harmonization stage, the strongest person present. He was holding an ordinary-looking walking stick, but his eyes were shining. All of you do not worry. I have seen a similar formation in an ancient book. This formation is called the Big Dipper North Dipper Formation. Need to gather 7 harmonized cultivators with comparable cultivation and complementary attributes, in accordance with a specific orientation at the same time injecting spiritual energy, in order to break it. Oh, the Big Dipper North Dipper Formation? The crowd sniffed and cast astonished gazes. Then who should be chosen? I have a very sufficient number of candidates here. It's just that I don't know if you all are willing to do so. How could one be unwilling? Isn't it just breaking the formation? Anyway, only juniors under the age of 25 can go in. It's not a big deal for old guys like me to contribute a little bit for our juniors. That's right, if it's needed. I, the Rainan sect, am willing to contribute. The same goes for my Red Flame Dao sect. The same goes for the Green Cloud Sword sect. All of you be at ease, and listen to me finish my words. Hu Mingyu said with a serious face. This formation is not that simple. I only understand some of the skin, although my method of breaking the formation is effective. But the 7 people who break the formation will be subjected to the backlash of the formation. losing at least 50 years of cultivation, and in severe cases, will even have their Dao heart shattered and their realm fall. Ha! When these words came out, the entire room fell silent. Those elders of the various sects who had just volunteered also shut their mouths and lowered their heads, pretending that they hadn't said those words. Ahem. But even so, with how many immortal treasure opportunities there are in the immortal mound, my soul temple is willing to pay some price. If you all are unwilling, then my soul palace will not make things difficult for everyone. We can afford to send out 7 harmonized cultivators to be able to break open this formation. Hu Mingyu faintly said. When the elders of the other sects received this answer, their eyes lit up with renewed hope. The soul palace is worthy of being a great sect. It just has a bearing. From now on, we will definitely only follow the orders of the soul palace. But, Hu Mingyu deliberately made a pause. If all the people come out of the soul temple, then this secret realm, only my soul temple's disciples will be able to enter, and everyone else will be able to go back. Che, I said how this soul palace suddenly became so dignified. So it's waiting for us here? On what grounds? The secret realm has no owner. Why should only people from the soul palace be allowed to enter? I'm not convinced. What's not to like? You have the ability to break that formation. People are putting in the effort and you still want to go in and get a piece of the action? The other Dao protectors from the other major sects were a bit hesitant when they saw this. If they really let the people from the Hall of Souls monopolize the immortal treasures and opportunities in the immortal mound, then it would be even harder to compete with them in the future. Whatever. I'm willing to contribute. My Red Flame Dao sect has been preparing for the secret realm for a long time. I can't just give up. Soon, several clans had each produced a harmonization stage cultivator. It was also agreed that the younger generation of these 7 sects could enter the immortal mound first, and the rest of the sects or loose cultivators could only pick up the pieces after them. Gentlemen, there's no need to be so troublesome. I can break the formation alone. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Yan. Of course, with Lin Yan as a junior, he naturally couldn't know how the immortal realm formations were broken. He relied on the medicine old man in the jade pendant. Pill Elder came from the immortal world and was very familiar with the formation known as the Big Dipper North Dipper formation. This formation belonged to the Bad Street formation in the immortal world. So even though medicine old man couldn't do it himself, as long as he taught Lin Yan and followed the steps little by little, he could also easily break this formation. In the original, it was by breaking the Immortal Mound formation without any injuries and returning to the Immortal Mound with a full load for the Bai clan and the Cloud Hidden Divine sect that Lin Yan was fully cultivated by the Bai clan and the Cloud Hidden Divine sect. Otherwise, letting the Hall of Souls steal the limelight here would be detrimental to the subsequent fight with them for the right to speak in the central state. Chui saw this scene from the back and smiled slightly. A very classic protagonist pretending to be a punching bag plot. Lin Yan's voice rang out in the crowd's astonished gazes, appearing extraordinarily firm. Seniors, Junior Lin Yan, although his cultivation is still shallow, there is a method that may be able to try and crack this Big Dipper North Dipper formation. The scene erupted in an uproar when this statement was made, and questions and disdain were intertwined. Humph, yellow-mouthed child. Don't talk nonsense here. What's a little doll doing here? Ignore him, let's get ready to start. A Yuaning child actually blabbered about being able to break the golden immortal formation. Lin Yan, however, was not in a hurry and said calmly, Senior, listen to me. Although this formation is strong, it is not insurmountable. My method is to simply utilize the meager spiritual energy of each senior present, and collectively converge into a single force that will be used to impact one point of the formation. In this way, the risk will be dispersed amongst the crowd, almost negligible. When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other with both doubt and curiosity in their eyes. Elder Hu Mingyu pondered for a moment and was the first to speak. This method is interesting, but how can we ensure that each senior's spiritual energy can converge at one point with precision and accuracy, and will not interfere with each other? Lin Yan smiled faintly and took out an ancient jade pendant from his bosom, gently rubbing it. I can temporarily construct a spiritual power guiding spell formation to ensure that each senior's spiritual power is accurately injected into the weak points of the formation. Seeing Lin Yan speak with such confidence, the doubts in many people's hearts were slightly reduced. After some heated discussions and weighing the pros and cons, the crowd finally decided to give Lin Yan a chance. Alright, as you say, if it really works, you, Lin Yan, will be the first credit. Elder Hu Mingyu sealed the deal. Immediately afterward, Lin Yan followed the steps that Pill Elder had instructed in detail in his jade pendant and began to set up the temporary spiritual energy guiding spell formation. His figure was agile, and his hands kept forming seals as complex runes gradually emerged in the air, surrounding the crowd. Seniors, Please follow my instructions and slowly inject your spiritual energy into the spell formation. As the spiritual energy gathered, the entire space seemed to tremble as a force coalesced at the center of the spell formation. A flash of determination flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and following Pale Elder's final instructions, he fiercely pushed all of his spiritual energy towards a point in the Big Dipper North Dipper formation. Boom! With a loud bang, heaven and earth changed color, and that originally impregnable formation even had a tiny crack under this blow. Just when the crowd thought they were about to succeed, the crack suddenly closed and the formation was once again as solid as ever. Failed. Chapter 41, Stealing the Limelight of the Son of Fortune. Master, what's going on? Lin Yan's heart rippled slightly as he secretly pondered. Try again. It's only close. Pale Elder's voice, as steady as an ancient bell, echoed. Seeing that the broken formation failed, discordant voices once again came from the crowd. I told you that a brat knows nothing about formations. It's just a waste of time. Are you blind? Can't you see it's almost done? Don't go in if you're capable of succeeding later. Not bad. At least there's a little bit of an uptick. It shows that the formation isn't completely unbreakable. Little friend Lin, you've done well enough. Let's try again after a short rest. Lin Yan nodded, and the unyielding fire in his eyes burned more and more fiercely, vowing to break through the dawn. The second attempt still failed. Again just missing. The third time, the same thing happened, and it ended with regret. In the original, it took Lin Yan 4 attempts before he succeeded. Just as the tension in the scene was at its peak and the skepticism grew louder, some of the elders who had previously believed and encouraged Lin Yan had also begun to doubt. Little friend Lin, I think you've done your best. We'll never be able to get in if we keep this up. Why don't us old guys do it? Alas, it's still necessary for us old things to step in. I've long said that a junior can make much of a wave. Humph. Lin Yan, are you making a fool of yourself? A mere yuan in cultivation and you still want to shake a formation laid down by a golden immortal. It's simply a joke. Especially Xiao Rin's cold laughter was particularly piercing. These words were like pouring cold water on his head, causing Lin Yan's face to become even more grave. Brother Lin Yan, go for it. White Kanji believes you can do it. Yan, I believe in you too. Bai Yotsu said from the side, his words full of encouragement. Fellow Taoists, please give little Yan one last chance. If he doesn't succeed this time, it will be us old guys who will step in. Okay, last chance. Lin Yan's heart warmed when he received the affirmation from Bai Kanji and the Bai family head, which made him feel at home. Pale Elder, is there any way to increase the success rate? Apprentice, trying to increase the success rate will incur some risks, and the risks will only be imposed on you. Risk is risk. I've been racked up here. This formation is non-breakable. Well then, we'll do as I say. Pale Elder will slowly tell the method to break the formation. No matter what, this is my only chance. For the sake of the White family, for the cloud-hidden divine sect, and even more so to prove myself. Lin Yan closed his eyes and concentrated, spiritual energy surging within his body. Prepare to use that secret technique mentioned by Pale Elder, a forbidden technique that compromised one's own meridians and longevity in exchange for a short period of time where one's power would skyrocket. As Lin Yan's spiritual energy flowed through his body in an almost frantic manner, his skin began to glow red, as if there were flames burning underneath his skin, and the amount of foreign flames converged within him, preparing for the final sprint. Aha! A hiss of pain burst from Lin Yan's mouth, resounding through the clouds. This method requires the use of foreign fire to burn inside the body, which can damage the meridians, but overall it was well worth it for him. Pale Elder had previously explicitly told Lin Yan that the immortal mound contained the secret of the walking character, and the ghostly orchid ghost flame. Together with some immortal medicines, the damage from the foreign fire burning body could be cured. Shuyi, who had been watching from the sidelines the entire time, knew that it was time for him to make his move. Wouldn't dare let him succeed. Elder Jiang, how is this formation for you? It can be broken by lifting your hand. With young lord's cultivation at the void refining stage, if my subordinate teaches you the method of breaking the formation, you will definitely be able to break the formation in one go as well. Very good. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yan had borrowed the forbidden technique of damaging the meridians to forcibly raise his cultivation, and the hope of breaking the formation was already 80% certain. I'm ready. Please ask all of you seniors to help me with all your strength later on. Junior would like to thank you all. Little friend Lin is relieved. You can just break the formation. We'll do our part. That's all you can do is pretend. Later on, you still can't break the formation. Let's see how you'll end up. Xiao Rin secretly poked and prodded from the side. Wow. Mr. Lin is so handsome. It looks like he really made up his mind this time. I have a hunch that it will work this time. Go for it, Mr. Lin. If I could form a dual cultivation couple with Mr. Lin, I wouldn't even dare to think how happy I'd be. A group of female cultivators were whispering and swooning below, obviously completely mesmerized by Lin Yan. Not long after, Lin Yan stepped down from the air with an arrogant expression, pausing for a moment with each step downward, seemingly enjoying this feeling of being looked up to very much. Although Lin Yan was not as incorrigible as Xiao Rin, but as long as one is a man, or as long as one is a human being, there will always be something in one's heart when faced with this kind of power to save the day in the limelight. Just as he was building up his momentum and preparing to break the formation for the last time, a vast and boundless aura suddenly descended to the vicinity of the immortal mound. The crowd turned their heads in shock. One could only see a handsome and elegant gentleman, who looked like an exiled immortal, slowly stepping into the scene with a group of people. It's none other than Shui. His eyes swept over the crowd, and when he glanced at Lin Yan, he even paused for a few breaths of time, his eyes filled with disdain. All the gazes were involuntarily attracted by Chuyi's extraordinary aura. Lin Yan, who had been ready to throw himself into a desperate attempt to act like a big pussy, seemed to have become a background plate at this moment, and no longer had a single gaze on him. Chuyi lightly waved his wide sleeve, and his spiritual energy was like silk, gently tearing apart the light of that Big Dipper North Dipper formation, opening a mysterious portal that led to the depths of the immortal mound. Then, without turning their heads, Chuyi and his group headed into the immortal mound without encountering any obstacles. The Big Dipper North Dipper formation had completely failed, and the gate to the immortal mound was wide open. Lin Yan's ears echoed with the marvels and comments of the people around him, and those praises and expectations that originally belonged to him now all converged on Chuyi. Even Bai Kanji couldn't help but be attracted to Chuyi's figure, his gaze following closely until Chuyi and his group disappeared into the depths of the immortal mound. Lin Yan stood in place, looking particularly forlorn and embarrassed. The arrogance and self-confidence he tried to maintain seemed to have lost all meaning at this moment, and the pride in his heart shook. Am I blind? With a flick of the hand, the formation was broken just like that? It's really not a blindfold? I didn't see it wrong, did I? A bunch of people just walked right in without encountering a single obstacle? And look at the man at the head followed by a man and a woman, two middle-aged people. Isn't this immortal mound's secret realm restricted to people under 25 years of age? Do they look so anxious? The crowd was shocked and murmured, but only Xiao Rin gritted her teeth in hatred. Chuyi and his party were not recognized by the major forces in the central state, but Xiao Rin was more than familiar with them. Chuyi, Xiao Xian, you pair of. It's a good thing they weren't looking for me though. I hid well enough not to be noticed. If I come, I'll go. This immortal mound is a must, even if it's dangerous. I've broken through to Yuaning now. I can find a chance to kill Chuyi. Even if we can't kill them, we can still take out some immortal treasures to enhance our strength. And if not, we can snatch Xiao Xian back. The crowd didn't wait and stepped into the immortal mound, not even glancing at Lin Yan as they passed him. In less than a quarter of an hour, only Lin Yan was left at the scene, frozen in place at a loss for words. He had already burned his body with foreign fire for this final blow, causing damage to his meridians. Originally, I thought that this injury was nothing for the sake of a smoother cultivation path in the future. But things are completely different now. Now the situation is injured. The force did not pretend to. The limelight is still all stolen by other people. But instead of falling into other people's laughingstock, Lin Yan couldn't stand this feeling of being ignored. Brother Lin Yan, let's go. We can go in as well. Bai Kanji's words were said with some hesitation, obviously also sensing Lin Yan's helplessness at the moment. He was still in a state of confusion. Lin Yan forced a smile, unwilling to show his vulnerability in front of his beloved. He quickly adjusted his mind, hiding the waves within with a bitter smile. Okay, let's go in too. Pust. However, just after taking a few steps, an uncontrollable injury backlash struck, and Lin Yan's body swayed as a mouthful of blood gushed out. Brother Lin Yan, you're injured. Are you alright? Lin Yan reluctantly smiled. No harm. Some small injuries, not enough to worry about. Rather, it's the kanji that's worried. Ding, detecting that you stole Lin Yan's thunder. Minus 2000 in chi. Gaining a quadruple burst rate. Hosts chi plus 8000. Chapter 42. Xiao Rin, who took advantage of the situation. In the secret realm, the scenery was strange and the aura was rich, as if it was another world. Exotic flowers and plants could be seen everywhere, and veins of spirit stones glittered tantalizingly on the mountain walls. Beneath the harmless appearance of a human being lies an endless danger. dangerous prohibitions, spirit beasts, and even backstabbing by other cultivators could be deadly threats. The young generation disciples of all the major powers, either traveling in pairs or exploring alone, all hoped to find a chance in this secret realm. Among the group, Xiao Rin's eyes were the most shady and obscene. He clenched his teeth and swore in his heart that no matter what, he would find an opportunity to either get rid of Chu Yi or recapture Xiao Xian during this secret journey. Blending into the crowd, he deliberately kept his distance from Chu Yi's group. The strength of the person beside Chu Yi was unfathomable, and once he struck, he had to strike a blow. Finding the immortal treasure first and capturing it before striking out at Chu Yi had a greater probability of success. In the depths of the secret realm, Xiao Rin traveled through this unknown land. His senses were heightened to the extreme, and any hint of faint aura fluctuations could not escape his ears. Immortal treasures were often accompanied by rich auras, so he closely followed the traces of those auras. In less than half a day, Xiao Rin found a trace of the immortal treasure next to a stream. The wisps of immortal qi emanating from the immortal treasure made Xiao Rin, who was a few miles away, clearly perceive it. If we don't say that Xiao Rin is the son of qi, the few immortal treasures in the vast secret realm could be encountered by Xiao Rin. The treasure was an ancient longsword, with a faint fluctuation of immortal power flowing above the sword. Arriving nearby, several cultivators were arguing and chattering over immortal treasures, to the point of fighting. An immortal treasure was a breeze to cross the border and break the enemy for a lower realm cultivator, even if it couldn't utilize 100% of its power. Even if you couldn't use the immortal treasure yourself, you could still use it to exchange spirit stones with the big clans. No one would naturally be willing to easily give up an opportunity that had been hard to come by. Even fellow disciples, when they encountered such a chance, they would not budge an inch. I discovered this immortal treasure first. It should rightfully belong to me. A burly cultivator roared out, his voice seeming particularly shrill. So what if you found it? It's still not up to us to take out the immortal treasure? Without us this immortal treasure wouldn't be able to come into existence. Humph. Treasures are owned by those with virtue. How can you guys hold such immortal treasures when your cultivation is still shallow? My cultivation is high. I can hold it. Talking nicely, isn't it still trying to take advantage of your high cultivation? Another female cultivator was not willing to show her weakness. With her delicate figure and torch-like gaze, she was obviously also a character not to be messed with. I don't care. Anyway, if this thing is in my hands now then it's mine. Pust. As soon as the words of the cultivator with the immortal treasure in his hand fell, a sword was thrust into his abdomen from behind himself. The cultivator spat blood from his mouth and turned around. Senior sister. You actually. He fell to the ground before the words were finished, without a trace of life left in him. As the first shot was fired, the atmosphere became tense. Finally, a cultivator couldn't hold back any longer and took the lead. A spiritual force pike shooting like lightning towards the immortal treasure in an attempt to take it for himself. The other cultivators were not willing to show their weakness, and they all cast their means, either fists or palms, swords or talismans. For a time, the entire stream was overflowing with spiritual energy and flickering with light, creating a chaotic picture. In the midst of this chaos, there was one person who seemed exceptionally calm and collected. It was none other than Xiao Rin. Xiao Rin was hidden in a dense forest to the side, staring at every detail of the battlefield. What a help! Let's just let you guys fight it out first. A bunch of wasteful things, Xiao Rin secretly said in his heart. He knew deep down that these cultivators had lost their minds for the immortal treasure and waited quietly for that decisive moment. After some fierce exchanges, the cultivators were injured and their strength was greatly reduced, and some had even fallen to the ground. Just then, Xiao Ren's figure moved and appeared above the battlefield like a ghost. His gaze was cold and cold, pointing directly at the ancient immortal treasure longsword. Humph. Treasures go to those who can. Today this immortal treasure will be mine. Xiao Ren let out a cold cry, and then his body shape surged up, rushing towards the immortal treasure like a cheetah pouncing on a meal. His speed was so fast that the cultivators present were shocked and cast fearful gazes. Soon, the immortal treasure arrived in Xiao Ren's hands. He was holding an immortal treasure, and there was an almost maniacal fervor in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. What's the point of you guys fighting for so long and fighting to the death? A bunch of losers. Several people were unconvinced and wanted to come forward to strike at Xiao Ren. However, Xiao Ren's Yuaning stage cultivation was considered to be one of the best of his peers in the entire central state. Plus there was also the sunflower scripture and other immortal realm Taoist laws to assist him. It's still easy to deal with these people. Seeing that Xiao Ren had gripped that ancient and simple immortal treasure longsword in her hand in a light manner, the remaining cultivators were both shocked and furious in their hearts. roaring unwillingly as they attempted to recapture this rare treasure. A few people looked at each other and decided to join forces. Humph. One person dares to come and grab the immortal treasure. Have the life to see if you have the life to leave. You group of mole crickets, how dare you clamor in front of me? Xiao Rin's words were very disdainful. He was a tortoise in front of Chui, but in front of this group of people, he was very confident. The leader of the group sneered and took the lead in offering a magic treasure, transforming into a black light that went straight for Xiao Rin. Seeing this, the rest of the cultivators also exerted their best efforts to envelop Xiao Rin. Seeing this situation, Xiao Rin's face did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a playful smile. His body was agile, like a swimming dragon playing in the water as he weaved between the attacks of the cultivators. You want to fight me even with this much ability? Xiao Rin dodged while provoking, full of contempt. Suddenly, his figure lurched and a cold light flashed in his eyes, only to see a wave of the immortal treasure longsword in his hand. A radiant sword chi came out of the sea like a dragon. The man at the head was shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The sword chi pierced through his chest and blasted his entire body to pieces. Don't you guys want immortal treasures? Then come and get it. Xiao Rin laughed maniacally as his body once again surged up, charging into the crowd like a tiger descending from a mountain. The immortal treasure longsword in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death, and every swing was accompanied by the wailing and falling of the cultivators. One by one, the cultivators present were sent flying, their spirit weapons shattering and their magic treasures failing, and one by one, they fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The immortal treasure in Xiao Rin's hand paired with the Sunflower Sutra was not only powerful, but also ruthless. A few people saw the situation and tried to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, but Xiao Rin caught up with them at a faster speed. No, don't kill me. The immortal treasure will be yours. Please, let me go. I won't dare to make an enemy of you again. They fell to their knees and begged for mercy. I killed so many people from your clan. Won't you go back and tell the clan? Do you take me for a little cutie? The weak are strong. This is the law of the cultivation world, Xiao Rin said in a cold voice, and with a wave of his long sword, several more heads rolled to the ground. He stood in the middle of a pool of blood, with the bodies of the cultivators lying all around him. The air was thick with the smell of blood. The eyes showed no mercy, gazing down at the ancient and simple longsword in his hand. The flowing fluctuations of immortal power seemed to be whispering about its extraordinary nature. Ha ha, what a godsend! Xiao Rin's maniacal laughter echoed in the empty valley. The immortal treasure really lives up to its name. Its power is beyond imagination. With this treasure in my hand and my yuaning stage cultivation, even if it's that Chui, what is there to fear? As soon as he thought of Chui, Xiao Rin's eyes flashed with a fierce color. Once upon a time, Chui was an existence he could only look up and down at. But now, Xiao Rin, who held an immortal treasure in his hand, was filled with unprecedented confidence. Chui, you once stood tall and regarded me as an ant, but after today, everything will be different. Xiao Rin raised his longsword high in the air and whistled wildly at the sky. I, Xiao Rin, will use this immortal treasure to pull you down from that cloud, so that you too can taste the taste of defeat. I will let you know who is truly strong. I thought it would take at least 10 years for me to get my revenge. Now it looks like it will be soon. It was as if he had already foreseen the moment when he would face off with Chui. Immortal treasures were sheathed in a single blow, completely upending the fate of the two. Humph. Chui, just wait. I'll soon find my way to your door and show you what true despair means. The words revealed a kind of determination and viciousness. Ha ha ha. Xiao Rin's laughter grew wilder. It was as if he had already seen himself standing at the pinnacle of the central state cultivation realm, overlooking those who had once mocked him and belittled him. Chapter 43, Brother and Sister Duel. Very dogmatic. On the other hand, Chui and his group had also been looking for Xiao Rin's trail in the secret realm. Chui knew that he couldn't let Xiao Rin grow any longer, and the last few strikes given to him would be enough to make his chi value collapse and die out into obscurity. Over here, Xiao Rin was immersed in the joy of revenge when Chui and his party arrived at the scene. Xiao Rin, it's also too coincidental that I can actually run into you even here. It's really a narrow road between enemies. Chui smiled gently and pretended that both parties had met here by chance. Xiao Rin looked at Xiao Xian, her own sister beside Chui, and her eyes were filled with anger. My good sister, you are really a good wife for Chui this, following his ass every day. You really disgrace my Xiao family. Xiao Xian had now completely treated Xiao Rin as an outsider, so in front of him, Xiao Xian did not have any embarrassment. Xiao Rin, the young lord has already told me that as long as you don't mess with him and don't think about revenge day in and day out, then he won't target you in the future. I advise you to be sensible and go around us. He, Xiao Xianyu. Chui killed the entire Xiao family. If you don't take this revenge, I must. Don't be whimsical, you're this meager cultivation. It's impossible to be the young lord's opponent, or you need to be a bit self-aware. I forgot to tell you that I've already been promoted to Yuaning under the young lord's cultivation. Xiao Rin was a bit surprised, but maintained his surface composure. This sister of his had mediocre talent since she was a child. How could she have been promoted to Yuaning in this short period of less than half a year? He concluded that Xiao Xian was bluffing. Ha ha ha, Xiao Xian, are you dreaming? Yuaning? Even the exceptionally gifted me has only just been promoted to Yuaning. With your three-legged kung fu, you still want to be Yuaning? Xiao Xian said disdainfully. Xiao Rin, believe it or not, if you really want to provoke the young lord 3 times, then I can't protect you. He, good sister. I know you are seeing that I am not my opponent holding the immortal weapon Shui, so you are trying to bluff. Don't be silly. I am not going to listen to your deception. Today, Shui will definitely die under my hands, and it's useless for anyone to come. But don't worry, I'll keep your life. You need to atone for your behavior of recognizing a thief as a husband by my side for the rest of your life. Ugh, why are you so cocky and arrogant? Many of the nearby cultivators had also sensed the violent fluctuations in spiritual energy here and were rushing towards this side. Soon the valley beside the stream was filled with people. Bai Kanji and Lin Yan's group had also arrived at the scene. Xiao Rin looked at Chui, his eyes filled with anger. Looking at so many cultivators around him again, he thought in his heart that taking revenge in such a large crowd would be considered to have made a name for himself. Going forward, he will be a hit in the central state himself, especially as White Kanji's sword servant himself. He would certainly be able to gain her heart by decapitating strong men in front of her. This way, the White Kanji will be snatched a few more points. Xianer, Xiao Rin is really incorrigible. I'm already merciful enough, but I can't resist him provoking me 3 times. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll never repent. Xianer has no opinion. You've just recently ascended to Yuaning, so you'll be the one to take the shot and see the results of your cultivation these days. Yes. Xiao Rin's eyes were filled with disdain as he said, Shu Yi is afraid of me? You don't dare to fight me alone yourself and push a woman out? Are you considered a man? Don't come and ask me if I'm considered a man. You can ask my Xianer. She knows best. And also, you're probably going to be an uncle soon, so don't worry about the Xiao family's bloodline being cut off. Shui, you bully people too much. I will kill you today. Will you still be able to speak so skillfully when you're dead to the world? With Chu Yi's command, Xiao Xian's figure moved like a light wind whisking a willow, instantly spanning a distance of several feet and coming straight at Xiao Rin. Her movements were smooth, and on the surface there was no trace of the pressure that a Yuaning stage powerhouse should have, but instead there was an inscrutable spirituality. The corner of Xiao Rin's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Humph, my good sister is really getting ahead. She even dares to show off in front of me. Today brother will come to properly teach you what true cultivation means. He did not immediately exert his full strength, but rather waved his longsword casually in a playful stance, intending to respond easily. When their weapons first clashed, a force came from the tip of Xiao Xian's sword, shocking Xiao Rin's arm slightly. His face changed slightly, and he realized that Xiao Xian's strength was far from what it appeared to be. Between the flashes of sword light, Xiao Xian's attack became more and more powerful, each sword containing the spiritual power fluctuations of the Yuaning stage. Xiao Rin had to put away his contempt and go all out to deal with it. It seems that you've really grown a bit, and you've actually risen to the Yuaning stage? Xiao Rin let out a low gulp as the immortal light above his immortal weapon flourished, and the heart method of the Sunflower Sutra was pushed to the extreme by him. But so what? The same Yuaning, but there is also a gap. Yuaning stage cultivation paired with the Sunflower Sutra's heart method as well as sword moves. With a bit of luck one could even cross the border and break the enemy. As for Xiao Xian, who was also at the Yuaning stage, it was even easier and more enjoyable, without the slightest difficulty challenge. In particular, Xiao Xian had raised her cultivation so much in a short period of time, she must have used the resources provided by Chu Yi. It was nothing more than a vase, not useful to look at, and only the first few moves were somewhat threatening. A person who completely used resources, pills, a so-called genius piled up with secret methods was not at all on the same level as a genius like himself who had gone through trials and tribulations to kill his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This was also the reason why Xiao Rin did not run when she saw Chu Yi. He had the backbone and strength to blast Chu Yi to death on the spot. His sword strokes became both vicious and subtle, attacking Xiao Xian's weak side from time to time while defending. But again, it doesn't seem to be laying down the law. Xiao Xian's figure nimbly weaved through the sword shadows, each dodge just right while looking for a chance to counterattack. What Xiao Ren didn't know was that the immortal realm technique Xiao Xian cultivated was the broad cold sword technique, which wasn't the least bit weaker compared to the Sunflower Sutra, and didn't have any side effects. Although her sword technique was not as flashy as Xiao Ren's, it was more practical. TSK, brother and sister fighting each other. What a great show! Chui unconsciously sighed at the sight of this scene. From each of Xiao Xian's moves, it could be seen that she had used all her strength. On the contrary, Xiao Ren was somewhat conservative, thinking that she did not want to hurt Xiao Xian's life. For the forbidden domain within himself for many years, Xiao Lin naturally could not afford to actually kill it. He wanted to control Xiao Xian to serve him for the rest of his life after killing Chui. One is already an incomplete person, but so what? Even the most common eunuchs had pear food and could satisfy their desires in other obscene ways. Now Xiao Xian was more than simply a forbidden domain in his Xiao Ren's eyes, but a kind of loot snatched from him by defeating his enemies. Every time he saw Xiao Xian in the future, he would be able to think of the majestic moment when he personally beheaded Chui. This moment was enough for him to remember for the rest of his life. The humiliation he suffered under the bed that day had become a bitter memory that could never be erased from his heart. Even though he wasn't a man anymore, he still couldn't stand that kind of output against his face. Only by letting Chui feel what it was like would it be true revenge for him. If it wasn't for Chui, he wouldn't have become this inhuman. Inside, he vowed to make Chui feel all the pain he had felt before he could relieve his hatred. As time passed, the battle between the two became more and more intense. The air in the valley seemed to be ignited by the intense battle, and the surrounding cultivators watching the battle were all holding their breath. The young generation who had cultivated to Yuaneng at the age of less than 25 belonged to the minority of the minority, and it was very rare to see two Yuaneng powerhouses dueling, so they naturally didn't want to miss it. There's a lot to learn from their moves. The sword moves of both of these Yuaneng cultivators are both splendid. Are all the cultivators from the eastern wasteland that bullish? It seems that we really can't be blindly arrogant. It's true that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Xiao Ren's cultivation level has risen considerably again compared to the last ring. It seems that this sword servant has chosen the right one, Bai Kanji secretly said from the side. Chapter 44, The Wasteful Protagonist Who Lost at the Hands of Her Sister. When Lin Yan heard that Bai Kanji had no small amount of admiration for Xiao Ren, he immediately couldn't sit still. Although the sword servant could not become a core disciple of the cloud-hidden divine sect like Bai Kanji Lin Yan, he was still able to enjoy the treatment of an inner disciple, and they are given priority to enjoy the opportunity to become core disciples. Moreover, as the sword servant that Bai Kanji had brought into the cloud-hidden divine sect, he would inevitably have a lot of contact and cooperation with Bai Kanji in the future. At that time, when he was in the ring, Pill Elder had secretly reminded him that the moves Xiao Ren used were incomparably subtle and must not be from the lower realm. And now that he saw that Xiao Ren had upgraded to the Yuaneng stage and was holding an immortal weapon and using a technique that did not belong to the lower realm, he felt even more nervous. Lin Yan had been labeled as the No. 1 heavenly pride of Qingzhou since he was a child, and even in the entire central state, he belonged to the top-ranked ones. Now a wild boy who came out of nowhere actually stole his own thunder and won the admiration of the white kanji. The neglect and humiliation he had just received at the entrance of the secret realm was something he could not endure as a man. And now, seeing that this Xiao Ren, whose cultivation was not weaker than his own, was about to become White Kanji's sword servant, it made him feel even more of a sense of crisis. Just as the battle entered white heat, Xiao Ren gradually felt that he was a bit overwhelmed. His own sister didn't seem to be just a vase as he thought she was. A flash of determination suddenly flashed in Xiao Ren's eyes. He knew deep down that if he wanted to completely defeat Chui, he had to take care of this seemingly weak sister first. Xiao Ren's words gradually became more and more hostile. Xianer, I'm sorry, but don't worry, I still won't kill you, but it's very easy to waste your cultivation, so you can stay by my brother's side and serve me from now on. I'll protect you for the rest of your life. Thus, he no longer stayed his hand, and the immortal energy above his long sword condensed into substance, transforming into a brilliant sword aura that went straight for Xiao Xian's heart vein. Just in the nick of time, Xiao Xian, however, had long since seen through Xiao Ren's intentions. With a display of her figure, she had skillfully avoided this fatal blow, while at the same time backhanding a sword and stabbing Xiao Ren's side ribs. What? Xiao Ren was shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Xian to be able to bounce back from such a desperate situation. But at this moment there was no time for him to think. He could only try his best to resist the sword. However, it was too late. The tip of Xiao Xian's sword pierced through Xiao Rin's left rib with unerring precision, and blood instantly dyed his lapel red. Xiao Rin's face instantly turned pale, without the same arrogance as before. Incredulously, he looked at his sister. His eyes filled with a multitude of emotions. Why? Why did you? Xiao Rin's voice trembled as if it would break at any moment. Xiao Xian did not reply. Not a single fluctuation of emotion in her eyes. She knew that the love between herself and Xiao Rin had long since ceased to be a brother and sister. Xiao Xian turned around and ran straight to Chui, never again looking at the heavily injured Xiao Rin underground for even a single glance. As soon as he saw Chuyi's relieved face, his face immediately changed. Young lord, how is Xianer's cultivation level? Is it progressing very fast? Chui smiled faintly. Xianer is awesome, but there's still room for improvement, so we still need to work harder in the future. Xianer knows. Thank you for the young lord's cultivation, and thank you for Aunt Zhang's unstinting advice. Aunt Zhang, Xianer's cultivation talent is still good, so whatever she needs in the future will satisfy her. Thank you, young lord. Xiao Xian's heart felt like it was filled with honey as she gave Chui a big hug. Chui could clearly feel that her smile was from the heart, without a hint of disguise. While the two of them were in love, Xiao Rin was kneeling on the ground, his entire body stained red with blood. He really didn't expect his sister, who once had incomparably mediocre talent, to actually be able to defeat himself head-on. What was even more unacceptable to Xiao Rin was the fact that her own sister did not have even a trace of emotion in her eyes when she faced herself. On the contrary, when he looked at Chui, his eyes were all drawn together, full of pleasing and heartfelt love. Ding! Detected that Xiao Rin has completely lost her kinship. Minus 1000 chi value. Gained quadruple burst rate. Host's chi value plus 4000. Good. Only the last 4,000 left. No one can bail him out today. I said. Young lord, what are you going to do with Xiao Rin next? Xianer, although Xiao Rin has repeatedly provoked me and still harbors a hatred for me that comes from nowhere, he after all shares a bloodline kinship with you. For your sake, I still can't bear to kill him. Young lord, you've already done enough for me. Xianer is truly very touched. Ding! Xiao Xian's favoritism towards the host plus 5. Xiao Xian's favorability towards the host, 85 out of 100. With I don't want our children to be without an uncle in the future. Anyway, Xiao Rin, this invalid can't even beat you. It's even more unlikely that he'll be the slightest threat to us in the future. Chui deliberately raised her voice when she said this to ensure that Xiao Rin, who was kneeling on the ground, as well as the surrounding onlookers could hear her. When this statement was made, the CPUs of the people in the surrounding area were dry burning. Did you hear what they said? It's uncle and kinship again. So the two who just struck are brother and sister? What's going on here? My guess is that the younger sister is in love with the mysterious fluttering gentleman, but the kneeling brother disagrees and wants to beat the lovebirds. What I say? Xiao Rin is also too ruthless in his outburst. The moment he opened his mouth he wanted to kill his brother-in-law, completely disregarding his sister's happiness. Does he want to make his sister a widow? Being defeated in such a sorry state now is purely deserved. This kind of person who can't see others happy really deserves to die. On the contrary, that fluttering gentleman was very generous. Xiao Rin mouthed off to kill him 3 times, but he spared his life. Comparing the two, Xiao Rin is really useless. If I were his sister, I would have definitely cut ties with him a long time ago. Serves you right. So what if you have a high cultivation level? So what if you're at the yuaning stage? Still not a damn scum. Seeing this dog-blooded scene, even by Kanji, who had previously been very appreciative of Xiao Rin, changed his opinion. Alas, it now seems that although this person, Xiao Rin, has a high cultivation level and plenty of room for growth, his character is really poor. Bai Kanji slowly walked up to Xiao Rin and said with a look of contempt, Xiao Rin, whether it's me, Bai Kanji, or the Bai clan, from now on it has nothing to do with you. You are no longer my sword servant. Miss White, don't, it's not what you think. No, it's really not. Don't explain, we've all seen what you've done, and with all this energy for sophistry, you might as well reflect on yourself. After saying this, he left without looking back, leaving the helpless Xiao Rin alone in the same place in a gloomy mood. From start to finish, Chui always had a calm smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Xiao Rin, you can leave, don't let me see you again, and you shouldn't bother Xianer anymore. Chui, you shall not die. Despite being very heavily injured, Xiao Rin's head was very clear and was not overwhelmed by humiliation. He also knew that at this moment, he couldn't even defeat Xiao Xian, so how could he talk about defeating Chui? You have to get out in one piece before you can think about anything else. However, after this incident, even Bai Kanji had a misunderstanding about himself, and he could not worship the cloud-hidden divine sect in the future. Xiao Rin stood up very unwillingly and gritted his teeth at Shui. Shui, today counts as a win for you. You wait for me. Shui didn't say anything, just looked at him silently and sighed softly. Wait, just a few steps out, Xiao Rin was shouted at by a voice. The sword in your hand is an immortal weapon, and you, Xiao Rin, are not worthy of using an immortal weapon. Leave the sword before you go. Right. What qualifications does such an inferior person have to use an immortal weapon? I'll be the first to be unconvinced. Chapter 45, Xiao Rin who was endlessly humiliated. In the past, Xiao Rin, as a Yuaning powerhouse, held an immortal weapon and was so powerful that no one dared to oppose him. However, this time is different from the past. With the power of Chu Yi as a backing, the group of cultivators' boldness doubled, the former fear into today's flame of anger. Just as Xiao Rin staggered his steps and attempted to take advantage of the chaos to flee the scene, a group of cultivators who had originally been onlookers suddenly swarmed up and surrounded him. Among these cultivators, some showed indignation, while others were purely taking advantage of the fire, and the human hearts were all over the place. Xiao Rin, you oppressed the weak. Today is your retribution. A righteous-looking cultivator raised his arms and took the lead in swinging a fist at Xiao Rin's abdomen. It immediately caused Xiao Rin, who was already heavily injured, to bend over, and more blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Others joined in this righteous atrocity. Fists and kicks rained down on Xiao Rin's body, accompanied by his cries of pain. Xiao Rin's hands were tightly bound, and his immortal energy was difficult to condense due to his serious injuries, so he could only let the group vent their anger. Snatch his immortal weapon. Such an evil person doesn't deserve to have an immortal weapon. A shout pierced through the clamor, and several cultivators like hungry wolves pounced on them, heading straight for the sword sheath at Xiao Rin's waist. Xiao Rin's eyes were wide open and he struggled as hard as he could, but in the end, he was powerless to return to heaven. Eyes watched as his sword was gripped by a dirty hand and then roughly pulled from its sheath. No, that's my sword, Xiao Rin hissed, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. But the sword, along with the last of his dignity, was taken from him and thrown on the ground far away, covered in dust and dirt. Cultivators around the situation are not laughing. The sound of ridicule, like a cold wind blowing through the withered branches, more show the sadness of the Xiao Rin. He fell to his knees powerlessly, blood stains and tears intertwined, his face twisted, the humiliation in his heart unspeakable. You guys just fall in line. Xiao Rin fell to his knees powerlessly, his face covered in blood stains and tears, his heart filled with humiliation and despair. What's the point of bullying the few with the many? You guys wait for me. One day I will seek revenge on you, Xiao Rin hissed, still not losing his pride in the midst of despair, and his roar echoed. The wish of the heart is like a candle in the wind, extinguished again and again, and the wound of the heart of the road is deep and visible. Originally, I was still thinking that I had at least gotten an immortal weapon on this trip, and that it was somewhat rewarding, but now that even his last hope was about to be dashed, he was considered completely desperate. He couldn't help but wonder why he was always in this sorry state in front of Chui. Like a clown on the stage for people to make fun of? Time and time again, hope is rewarded not with great vengeance, but with despair. If you guys ever touch me again, I'll make you regret it. Xiao Rin raised his voice to the sky, and his voice shook the four fields. The spiritual power of the Yuaning stage suddenly erupted, like a furious dragon coming out of the sea, shaking back the people surrounding the siege by several steps, leaving behind a mess. He was alone, staggering away, his back looking particularly forlorn. With the immortal weapon in hand, the remaining people did not come forward to stop them. Lin Yan was originally standing with his arms wrapped around him, a smile of watching a good show hanging at the corner of his mouth, his heart secretly rejoicing at Xiao Rin's downfall. Seeing Xiao Rin in this state, and then recalling the arrogance he had previously displayed after winning the white kanji in the ring, he could not help but feel an inexplicable sense of coolness. This feeling of exhilaration made Lin Yan's previous wretched inferiority complex of being robbed of the limelight suddenly weaken quite a bit. Compared to me, it turns out that Xiao Rin is that one true clown. However, Lin Yan was not completely at ease in his heart. Just now, although Xiao Rin was defeated in the battle, the cultivation and moves he displayed gave him the possibility of a comeback. Lin Yan would not allow such a person to become his opponent down the road. When he was about to plan a countermeasure, he suddenly heard a section of sound transmission through the air, which entered his ears in an ethereal manner. Lin Yan, Knowing a secret might make you more enjoyable. Xiao in reality, is a eunuch. The person who transmitted the voice was none other than Chui. Chui was at the back, taking in Lin Yan's knitted brows in every move. Lin Yan's face suddenly changed when he heard this voice transmission, and in shock, he quickly looked around, trying to find the source of the voice. Doubts abounded in his mind as to who had revealed such an amazing secret to himself at this critical moment. But soon, reason returned. After associating Xiao Rin's repeated provocations and slights against himself in the past, a fire of vengeance blazed in his chest. Good Xiao Rin. So there is such a hidden agenda. Lin Yan cursed in his heart, but the corners of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, and his eyes flashed with viciousness. He no longer hesitated and decided to take this opportunity to give Xiao Rin a lesson he would never forget. Xiao Rin just killed so many righteous disciples. We can't let him leave so easily. Lin Yan raised his arms and shouted, his voice sounding like thunder, instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. Even Bai Kanji was shocked at Lin Yan's actions. In her memory, the usual Lin Yan wasn't such a person who liked to drive people to their deaths and drop stones. Senior brother Lin is right. It's time to teach Xiao Rin a lesson, or at least waste his cultivation. Otherwise there will be endless troubles in the future. Cultivators were furious and responded, fearing that Xiao Rin would seek revenge in the future. So they took advantage of this good opportunity to get rid of it once and for all. That's right. Who knows if Xiao Rin will sneak around and seek revenge on us? He just killed so many people. All of you ask yourselves, if we were to fight alone, would we be able to beat this Xiao Rin? If you don't want to be avenged, go up and waste his cultivation now. Yes, take him while he's sick. A large group of cultivators once again swarmed up and surrounded Xiao Rin, who had originally thought that he had escaped with his life. Once again, what are you doing? Why are you guys trying to rush us like this? What have I done wrong? You have taken everything from me. Do you really want me to die before you are satisfied? The current Xiao Rin was truly flustered. He couldn't accept that he had died here, much less that he had died in such a shabby way. He longed to fall on the path of proof rather than be surrounded to death by a group of mediocre people here. No one paid any attention to Xiao Rin's helpless hiss as punches and kicks rained down on him. Xiao Rin was beaten all over his body, and blood once again stained his lapel. On the other side, Lin Yan pretended to blend into the crowd that surrounded Xiao Rin without thinking. He deliberately avoided those parts of the body where fists and feet were exchanged, and instead silently approached Xiao Rin's lower body. In the chaos of the crowd either beating or cursing, Lin Yan saw the right moment and violently tugged. Xiao Rin's pants instantly slipped down. This scene was like a thunderstorm rising from the flat ground, instantly silencing the entire scene. Being punched and kicked, Xiao Rin's whole body had lost consciousness, and froze without realizing that his pants had been ripped off. Gradually, Xiao Rin felt the fists that landed on his body become fewer. All eyes were incredulously focused on this scene. Shock, derision, contempt, a mix of emotions. What's going on here? Why is it empty there? Could Xiao Rin be a man dressed as a woman? No way. He doesn't look like a woman either. I have heard that there is a vicious secret method that can enhance power, but it comes at a great price. No wonder he's so jealous of Chui. So it's because he can't do it himself. For the sake of cultivation, to actually cultivate this kind of evil skill, when it's really damned. Chapter 46, Xiao Rin whose life hangs in the balance. Xiao Rin gradually sensed that something was wrong. Although I couldn't quite hear what the crowd was gabbing about, I still felt a hint of my body devolving to be visually raped by the crowd. It was an alertness that originated from the depths of the soul, the third sense of having been a man. He struggled to open his eyes and look downward. His eyes rounded as if trying to break free of their sockets. The face that had already lost its blood color was now even paler like white paper. His eyes were filled with panic and humiliation. For him this moment was like a million thoughts. The sky had collapsed. He desperately tried to cover up, but it was no longer helpful. You can only watch your secrets exposed in broad daylight and allow your last dignity to be trampled on mercilessly. No, don't look. You guys close your eyes. What are you guys doing? This is my privacy. How could you guys go so far? Who took it off? Step forward and we'll fight one-on-one. Who the hell is it? Xiao Rin asked a series of desperate questions, further revealing his emptiness and helplessness at this moment. Hearing Xiao Rin's defense-breaking insanity, the crowd at the scene no longer chattered in whispers, but instead directly erupted into a burst of laughter. Every face twisted into a look of derision and contempt. They were pointing and talking recklessly, not hiding their contempt and mockery. So our young Master Xiao is actually Miss Xiao? What a disgrace. How can he still have the face to lie here? It's me, I'll kill myself on the spot. He actually has the face to live in this world? It's really shameless. It seems like he's exchanged all his cultivation for this kind of price, so he really doesn't deserve any sympathy. To be able to accept even such a price in order to become stronger, really isn't a man. You're mistaken. He wasn't a man in the first place. I told you how a nobody could have a yuaning cultivation, so it's because he used this kind of evil magic. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, Xiao Rin felt as if she had been abandoned by the entire world. Xiao Rin's entire body was trembling and his heart was dripping blood, feeling that he could no longer face the world. What do you know? It's just some small price to pay for getting stronger. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. In response to him, the crowd erupted once again with even more wanton, maniacal laughter. On the other side of Chuyi's group, no one was laughing at the moment. Chuyi was actually holding back her laughter. In front of Xiao Xian, she still had to establish a good persona. Xiao Xian stood in the crowd, her gaze cutting through the laughter and mockery and fixing on Xiao Rin's body. The initial shock in his eyes had quietly turned into deep disappointment. His brows knitted tightly and a flash of pain flickered under his eyes. Although she has long regarded Xiao Rin as a stranger, the kinship of blood is thicker than water, making it difficult for her to witness this scene without chilling her heart. She didn't understand what made Xiao Rin take this road of no return, and looking around at the faces of ridicule and contempt, she felt even more chilled. He only felt a pang of heartache, for Xiao Rin's degradation, and also for the fading affection between their siblings. What made him willing to pay such a terrible price for a moment of power? Disappointment eroded Xiao Xian's heart like cold ice. She had perhaps never truly understood Xiao Rin. Xiao Rin how did he become like this? Chuyi put her hand on Xiao Xian's shoulder and gently patted it, speaking with regret. Alas, your brother really wanted to become stronger too much and eventually went off the deep end. That obsession in his heart still harmed him. Unlike Xiao Xian, Bai Kanji's face was filled with contempt at the moment. After all, Xiao Rin was going to be her swordsman at one point. There was still a tinge of regret in his heart when he saw that one of the best of his peers was actually such a depraved and despicable person. Just as he was thinking, Lin Yan's gloating voice came from his side. Such a deviant person should be spurned by the entire continent. Hang Xiao Rin from a tree. That's right. Such a person deserves to be severely humiliated. Hang up. Hang it. Lin Yan stood aside, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smug smile. He walked slowly to Xiao Rin, his gaze filled with coldness and pleasure. Xiao Rin, don't you always think you're above the rest? Today, I'll let you taste what it's like to be the laughingstock of everyone. With that, he waved his hand. A few cultivators stepped forward and utilized special magic weapons to lock Xiao Rin's spiritual energy, making it impossible for him to use any more resistance. Then without mercy, Xiao Rin was tied up in 5 pieces, ready to hang him up as a punishment. Don't you dare! How dare you all! Who gave you permission to do this? Snap! Lin Yan slapped Xiao Rin hard in the face. You eunuch! Gave you face, didn't you? He laughed maniacally without any concealment, clearly inflicting all the humiliation brought to him by Chuyi on Xiao Rin. As the rope tightened, Xiao Rin's body slowly rose. His face became even paler, and his eyes were filled with resignation. When the body was finally hung from the tree, it was as if it had been turned into a trophy captured by a hunter with no dignity whatsoever. The surrounding cultivators continued to let out bursts of laughter and mockery, and the laughter sounded so cruel to Xiao Rin. Lin Yan, on the other hand, stood on the sidelines, watching with satisfaction what happened to the person who provoked him now. At this moment Xiao Rin, completely reduced to a clown and laughingstock in the eyes of the crowd, dignity and pride was trampled to pieces. The originator of all of this, Chuyi, stood by coldly and watched it all happen, enjoying the pleasure of teasing the son of Qi. You guys have the guts to kill me. Why bother humiliating me here? Kill me, kill me, kill me if you have the guts. Let me live, and I'll definitely seek revenge on you. Ha ha ha. Once again, there was relentless jeering from the crowd. Can you male or female thing stop mouthing off? Can you die without blowing awesome? Lin Yan said without the slightest bit of avoidance, completely forgetting that such a move would leave a bad impression in front of Bai Kanji. Wastes like you deserve to be hung here for people to dislike and dogs to loathe. Humiliated and ridiculed by everyone. Don't worry, I recorded everything that just happened with the shadow retention bead, and as soon as I get out I'll make the contents of the bead public. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Ding. Detecting Xiao Rin's complete loss of dignity. Minus 2,000 in Qi. Gaining 5 times the burst rate. Hosts Qi plus 10,000. Amidst the crowd's endless ridicule and mockery, Xiao Xian's heart felt as if it was being burned by a blazing fire. Even if they are no longer strangers to Xiao Rin, also cannot endure their blood relatives by a group of clowns who fall into the well of cruel humiliation. Her gaze went to Chuyi, who was coldly watching from the side. In those eyes, a rare hint of determination and killing intent showed. Sensing the unusual gaze, Chui slightly sidestepped her head and met Xiao Xian's eyes. After a moment of silence, Chui gently nodded his head. The movement was almost imperceptible, but it was enough for Xiao Xian to understand what he meant. Go to. Receiving Chuyi's acquiescence, Xiao Xian took a deep breath as complex emotions flashed in her eyes. She made her decision. It was the last thing she, as a sister, could do for Xiao Rin to let him leave this world in a relatively decent way. Xiao Xian silently circled around behind Xiao Rin. The roar of laughter from the crowd continued, no one noticing her movements. Chapter 47, Despicable Lin Yan. The night was low, and the moonlight was as sparse as a thin thread, spilling down on the quiet and dark forest, reflecting a tragic picture scene. Under the night sky, Xiao Rin's body was tightly bound by ropes and suspended above the treetops, becoming an object of play. At this moment, the appearance is simply a living tree clown show, which is not only physical torture, but also the soul of the lingering. His face had completely distorted into various exaggerated expressions, staging a free emoji conference for the onlookers. While being tortured, he recalled how he had gotten to this point along the way. Every twist of the body, every struggle, was only rewarded with deeper strangulation from the ropes. Blood slowly seeped out from his scaly body, dripping down to the soil under his feet, gradually swooshing out, coloring the earth into a shocking scarlet. With every twist and turn of the naked Xiao Rin in the tree, the cultivators below would let out even more wanton jeers. Ha ha, I still remember that this one was almost about to enter the cloud-hidden divine sect, right? It's fortunate that senior brother Lin found out that this Xiao Rin is a misogynist. Otherwise, if we gave him a chance to mix into the sect, we wouldn't know whether to call him senior brother or senior sister. Wouldn't my sect be one more laughingstock? Ha 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 ha. What is said is said is said. Exactly. Exactly. Everyone, why don't you take a gamble and see how long this punk can survive? I assert that he will die here tonight. Xiao Rin thought back to this series of strong duels with Chui, and how he had always been played by him. Whether it was from the perspective of cultivation, background, means, or urbanism, one was always at a disadvantage. One could even say that they were completely and unceremoniously crushed. He didn't regret it when his whole family was killed, and he didn't regret it when he learned that Wen Wanrui was nowhere to be found. Even ruthless self-communion, in order to seek a ray of hope, he has not had the slightest wavering. But at this moment, Xiao Rin admitted that he regretted it, regretting stealing Chuyi's fiancée, regretting that he kept provoking him even after he knew he was outmatched. It is this lack of self-knowledge in oneself that has pushed oneself into this situation of doom and gloom today. At the moment, he was like a clown without any dignity. At this moment, it finally dawned on him. The fluke of escaping the Xiao mansion that day was not due to one's own cultivation, but was in fact an intentional forgiveness on Chuyi's part. What made him most desperate was that Chuyi wasn't the only one who had gotten himself into a desperate situation. There was also his own sister, Xiao Xian, these dogfighting cultivators, and Lin Yan, who had fallen into a well. On the contrary, it was Chuyi, whom he had always hated the most, who had let himself live 3 times. So it turns out that he truly doesn't see me as a rival. So it turns out that I'm just a drop in the ocean and insignificant in front of him. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Xiao Rin relieved himself, let out a bitter smile, and the obsessive clinging in his heart dissipated at this moment. He finally bowed to fate and submitted completely to Chuyi. Ding! Xiao Rin's heart is completely shattered. Her luck value is minus 2000. She gets 5 times the explosion rate. The host's luck value is plus 10,000. The protagonist, Xiao Rin, is already dead to the public and can be killed at any time by the host. Taoist heart has been destroyed. Xiao Rin only left the sadness of not being able to live, not being able to die, and now only want to end their own ridiculous and pathetic worthless life. Kill me, you bastards. Kill me, please, please kill me now. Xiao Rin had completely lost the strength to hiss loudly at this moment, and could only shout softly in a hoarse voice that fluttered in the night wind. Snap, snap. Several whips viciously lashed at Xiao Rin's body. Xiao Rin, weren't you high and mighty when you won in the ring? How do you feel now? Are you still arrogant? Still pretending? Still dare to stare at me? Lin Yan's words were always tinged with a bit of disdain, and his laughter was very piercing, contrasting with his previous lack of words when provoked by Xiao Rin. This change in detail perfectly illustrates his flamboyant and dogged character. That's right, why should I kill you? Wouldn't it be cheaper to kill you? We want you to live and suffer humiliation. The cultivators gathered at the scene, Especially Lin Yan did not seem to intend to let Xiaorin be relieved so easily. What they wanted was not only his immortal weapon, but also Xiaorin's mental breakdown, to be tortured both physically and mentally. The deeper the night, the more intense the cold wind. Xiaorin's pleading in despair did not seem to touch these cold hearts. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth hooked into a cruel smile, and the whip in his hand raised again like a viper, landing on Xiaorin's bruised and battered body. There was a crunching sound, accompanied by Xiaorin's muffled grunt of pain. As he whips, he taunts with even meaner words. Xiaorin, you're not even as good as a dog now. It's so painful to see you in this state. Someone picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at Xiaorin, each blow accompanied by a burst of laughter. Some even mimicked Xiaorin's voice and shouted exaggeratedly, "Come kill me! Ha ha ha!" The surrounding cultivators chimed in. Laughter and mockery intertwined like a gust of dark wind. Creepy. In the midst of the noise, a gentle but firm voice rang out abruptly like a clear spring. Lin Yan, that's enough. The crowd followed the sound and saw that Bai Kanji had stood in front of the crowd at some point. The moonlight poured over her, adding a bit of coolness and nobility to her. She frowned tightly, her eyes filled with shock and disappointment at Lin Yan's behavior. She had not expected that the young man who had made her heart adore her, who was optimistic and gentle, who was kind to others, and who was full of a sense of justice, would now become so despicable and unpleasant that he would take pleasure in tormenting others. Even if Xiaorin had more faults than deserved to die, he was already in enough of a mess now. What's more, Xu Yi, who was the party involved, hadn't even shown any indication that she was willing to let Xiaorin off the hook. And Lin Yan, an outsider who had nothing to do with the matter, became a pioneer and was more active than anyone else. In her eyes, once upon a time Lin Yan was optimistic, gentle, kind to others, and had a sense of justice, which is why Bai Kanji liked Lin Yan. But now Lin Yan is petty, vicious and insane. Lin Yan's image in front of Bai Kanji had completely collapsed in a day, and what was once good seemed to have become a passing cloud. She couldn't help but compare Lin Yan with the mysterious young man who was always calm and self-effacing and extraordinary, and suddenly felt that Lin Yan was as small as a mayfly. The gap between man and man is indeed quite a bit wider than the gap between man and pig. White Kanji had begun to have some shaking in his heart. Do you really want to live with a man who takes pleasure in abusing others and go to the road together? This was the first time in the 10 years they had been together that White Porridge's heart had wavered. Chapter 48, The Tragic Death of Xiaorin. The moment Lin Yan saw the White Kanji, his heart suddenly panicked, realizing that what he had done just now had all fallen into the eyes of the White Kanji. That's the man he's been trying to impress for 10 years. He immediately panicked, his own in order to join the Bai family. Embracing such a big thick leg but in front of the White Kanji to hide so long, although it was true that he also loved Bai Kanji deeply in his heart. For the time being, the two of them were not completely equal, and he himself was not yet capable of conversing with Bai Kanji on an equal footing. As a central state immortal cultivation family, the cultivation resources that the Bai family could provide for themselves were not comparable to any other power. Even after arriving at the cloud-hidden divine sect, one was just a core disciple, not a personal disciple of the patriarch and elders. The resources that can be obtained are inferior compared to those who are truly the pride of heaven. Becoming the son-in-law of the Bai family was different, and would receive the cultivation of the Bai family who poured their entire clan's efforts into it, not to mention the White family ancestor who was about to descend from the immortal realm. The chances and blessings that he would bring would be extraordinary. Now overwhelmed by hatred and anger, he actually forgot that what he did would leave a bad impression in front of Bai Kanji. His eyes flickered, not daring to meet Bai Kanji's cool gaze. Flustered, he discarded the blood-colored long whip in his hand, forced out an innocent look, and whispered, "Porridge, I just felt that Xiaorin was too deviant and wanted to teach him a little lesson. I promise it's already never going to happen again." Bai Kanji sighed softly, seemingly with endless emotions, and finally softly said, "Alas, come over, we should go. After all, they are lovers who have been in love for many years, and have also been engaged to be married. So even if they have more grievances, they need to use time to observe and test them." Lin Yan's face showed embarrassment as he slowly walked towards the White Kanji, gently lifting her catkin and whispering, "Ma'am, can you forgive me this time? I was too out of line just now. I forgot that this move might cause a bad effect on the Bai family. Next time, you will soon be a member of the White family, and your every word and action out there represents our family." "Good. I'm sorry, ma'am. It definitely won't happen next time," Lin Yan promised repeatedly. At this moment he was like a tamed deer in front of the White Kanji, and no longer had any trace of wildness. After Lin Yan left, the others had no intention of letting Xiaorin go, and proceeded to punch and kick Xiaorin. Right at this moment, a clear and cold sword intent quietly approached. Xiao Xian stood behind Xiao Rin with a long sword in her hand and complex emotions flashing in her eyes. She looked at her brother's desperate look with both sadness and some hatred. Previously, the reason why she wished her brother Xiao Rin to live was not because they still had the love of brother and sister, but because Xiao Rin, as the only remaining male member of the Xiao family, was the only hope for the Xiao family to continue their progeny. Leaving him behind would be a way of returning what little affection was left for his family. But the current Xiao Rin had obviously lost that ability completely. She knew that she had to make a choice, to draw a conclusion for this once brother-sister love, and also for Xiao Rin's dignity. Brother, I'm sorry. Xiao Xian's voice sounded behind Xiao Rin, accompanied by the icy coldness of a sword blade entering his body. Pust! A sword was thrust into Xiao Rin's back. Blood dripped straight down. Xiao Rin spelled out his entire body and turned around. And what met his eyes was Xiao Xian's kind of hesitant face filled with murderous intent. At that moment, Xiao Rin did not feel any incredulity or pain. Instead, a smile of relief actually surfaced on his face. He felt his sister's determination. Even out of that long-lost affection. At the end of his life, he was finally relieved. Xianer. The corners of Xiao Rin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a forced smile. There was no more anger in his eyes. No more resentment. Only deep gratitude for his sister. Thank you for relieving me. As the words fell, the light in Xiao Rin's eyes gradually dimmed and eventually returned to calm. The body slowly drooped, as if all the burdens had been lifted and it was finally at rest. Xiao Xian stood in place, the long sword in her hand slowly dropping. She had wanted to scold Xiao Rin angrily a few more times at the last moment of his life, scolding him for hurting his own body for the so-called obsession to make the Xiao family extinct, scolding him for disregarding the face of the entire Xiao family, and scolding him for his narrow-mindedness and wanting to be the enemy of Chui. But in the end, it was held back. She didn't want her brother to hear her own sister's accusations of anger before he died after all the inhuman torture he had gone through. At this moment, Xiao Xian's feelings for her brother came in small part from affection and more from sympathy. The surrounding cultivators looked at each other. The original jeers and taunts had long since dissipated, replaced by a dead silence. They might not be able to understand Xiao Xian's choice, but at this moment, all of them felt that complex emotion. As the dust settled, the surrounding cultivators gradually dispersed and left this valley. Let's go too. Baikanji watched everything that happened here the entire time, his heart filled with emotion. Before leaving, Baikanji looked toward Chui, who was standing with his feet in the void and his hands in the back. There was both curiosity about his life and a heartfelt admiration in this look. With so much going on here, how is it that this teenager is so unfazed and unfazed, so calm the entire time? It was as if everything that happened here had nothing to do with him, and as if everything was expected of him. Chui always maintains that transcendent calmness and aloofness. Xiao Rin had already surrendered all of his qi luck value before he died. The current him would have been a physically crippled invalid, and seeing the protagonist of the original die such a miserable death, his heart could not help but sigh. Although this all came from his own calculations, Shui's face did not show the slightest bit of sympathy. As the crowd at the scene gradually dispersed, the valley returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only a few murmurs of the distant mountain wind. Xiao Xian stood beside Chui, her face pale, her eyes still lingering with undissolved complex emotions. Chui gently turned his head sideways, his gaze softly falling on her, and said softly, "Xianer, things have come to an end here, so you can go with Auntie Jiang to rest first." Auntie Jiang sniffed and silently stepped forward, casting a comforting look at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian nodded and walked towards the outside of the valley, her back looking a bit forlorn. When Xiao Xian and Aunt Zhang's figures disappeared from sight, the gentleness on Chu Yi's face instantly converged, replaced by an expression so calm that it bordered on indifference. He walked slowly towards the tree where Rin Sha was hanging. There, Xiao Rin's body had already lost its vitality, and only a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy remained in the air. Chui operated the heaven-swallowing demon technique, preparing to extract the origin within his body. As the protagonist, the origin on Xiao Rin's body was naturally not to be spared. As the heaven-swallowing devil technique operated, the residual spiritual energy and origin in Xiao Rin's body gradually converged into a thin stream, which was guided by Chu Yi to be drawn into his body. Upon completion, Chui took out the human emperor flag. The banner instantly unfurled and took Xiao Rin's soul that was about to dissipate into it. Finally, Chui took out the white bone tower again, and a suction force drew Xiao Rin's bones into the tower. Dust to dust, earth to earth, Xiao Rin's despicable and worthless life has finally come to an end. Chapter 49, The Ghostly Orchid Ghost Flame. On the way back, Lin Yan's mood rose and fell like the surface of a lake blown by the wind. His previous behavior had already caused White Porridge's impression of him to be greatly diminished, and he had to find a way to redeem himself. So he looked for opportunities along the way to show his gentleness and thoughtfulness to Baikanji. Porridge, I know that my behavior today disappointed you, but I promise that it was just a momentary lapse. I will definitely be more mindful of my behavior in the future. Lin Yan's voice had a hint of urgency in it, and when he finished speaking, his eyes were deep as if they could see into the hearts of the people, filled with determination to reform. Baikanji sniffed and looked at Lin Yan with a slight sideways glance, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. She knew that Lin Yan truly liked her, but she also needed time to digest everything that had happened today. Baikanji didn't respond immediately, but didn't refuse either, and this attitude gave Lin Yan hope. I've heard that there are rare elixirs and foreign fires hidden in a deep mountain in the extreme north of the secret realm, and once I have the two kinds of foreign fires, I'll be more than a little sure of refining a high-grade elixir to cure the Bai family master's illness. Baikanji's eyes lit up at the words. One of the major reasons why the Bai family had taken a fancy to Lin Yan was not just his cultivation, but also because he had shown an ability in alchemy that far exceeded that of his peers. Even some of his pills were unique in the entire desolate ancient world. This was certainly not because Lin Yan was earth-shattering in his alchemy talent. It was simply because the medicine old man in the ring came from the immortal world's Dan Pavilion. Under Pill Elder's guidance, Lin Yan was able to refine some immortal realm spiritual pills using a Dan formula that was only available in the immortal realm. Although the quality could only be considered inferior, it was far superior compared to the pills of the lower realms. The Bai family's head, Bai Yuchu, had a residual bitter sea of evil disease inherited from his family and his body. And if it wasn't eradicated in time, even Baikanji would have the possibility of suffering from it in the future. This, coupled with the added power of the foreign flames, allowed the pills Lin Yan refined to become indispensable for the Bai family head to treat the maladies of the Sea of Bitterness. Once it really was as Lin Yan said that he could get yet another foreign flame on this trip to the secret realm, then the efficacy of the pills he refined would increase greatly again. A foreign fire? How do you know that there are foreign flames in the secret realm? Baikanji asked in a hurry. The foreign flames can sense each other. I can clearly feel the presence of foreign flames in this secret realm. Lin Yan immediately replied when he saw that Baikanji had come to be interested. Let's go together. One more person for a little more security. No, it's enough for me to go alone. There are still many immortal treasures in the secret realm that are valuable. Let's split up into two. I'll go look for the foreign flames, and you guys go look for the immortal treasures. Okay, brother Lin Yan, you have to be safe too. Don't worry. I have immortal treasures to protect me. It's still easy for me to retreat in one piece. After saying that, the two groups of people flew in two directions. Lin Yan was alone as he sped towards the profound depths of the extreme north of the secret realm. After flying for 500 miles, I finally found some eyebrows. As the figure gradually went deeper and deeper into the dark mountain forest in the far north, the surrounding scenery became more and more mysterious. In the ring, Pill Elder's calm voice rang out at the right time, like a guiding light, guiding Lin Yan. Kid, pay attention to your feet. The place where the foreign fire is located. There will be a heaven and earth phenomenon. You have to observe it carefully. Pill Elder's voice carried a bit of seriousness and anticipation. Lin Yan followed Pill Elder's instructions, his eyes watching and ears listening in all directions, not sparing a single subtle abnormality. Between the mountains and the forests, the fog lingered, and occasionally a few unknown beasts roared, adding a bit more treachery. As he went deeper, an unusual aura gradually filled the air, a power that was both fiery and ethereal, as if it could scorch the soul yet make the heart fearful. Lin Yan's heart fluttered, knowing that he was close to his target, the phantom ghost flame. As he went deeper into the deep forest, the eerie atmosphere became more and more intense, making people unconsciously chill. Lin Yan carefully explored, and the aura that was both fiery and ethereal grew stronger. Pill Elder's complexion suddenly changed as he said in a deep voice, "Little fellow, be careful. I sense a powerful demonic beast aura approaching us." When Lin Yan heard this, he immediately became alert, his spiritual energy surging around his body as he prepared for a possible crisis. He looked around, but the dense forest obscured his vision, making it difficult to catch a glimpse of the demonic beast's true appearance. Pill Elder, what is that demonic beast? Lin Yan asked urgently in his mind. That's the heavenly green bull python. Its strength is strong and extraordinary. What's even more crucial is that the phantom orchid ghost flame aura I sensed was actually emanating from within it. There was a bit of gravity in Pill Elder's voice, It seems that this foreign fire wasn't naturally nurtured between the mountains and rivers, but was obtained by this demonic beast and integrated into its body. The most crucial thing is that this heavenly green bull python is at the refined void stage of cultivation. Lin Yan's heart couldn't help but sink when he heard this. The original thought was that the foreign fire was hidden in the deep mountains, just like other unusual immortal treasures. As long as it was found, it could be taken away, and then even if there were demonic beasts guarding the surrounding area, it could be lured away and then secretly taken. The current situation was something he hadn't anticipated. He knew that it would be difficult to take out the foreign fire from such a powerful demonic beast, and that he had to defeat this azure bull python head-on to have a chance of getting the phantom orchid ghost flame. The heart couldn't help but feel a hint of withdrawal, but thinking of the anticipation in Baikanji's eyes, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Pill Elder, is there a countermeasure? Lin Yan asked, his gaze firm. There is a countermeasure, but it requires you to go all out and not slack off in the slightest. Pill Elder mused for a moment and continued. Although the heavenly green bull python is strong, it also has its weaknesses. You need to look for opportunities to utilize your speed and agility to avoid its frontal attacks and look for opportunities to attack it. At the same time, I will possess my kung fu in your body, and at that time, your cultivation will be able to temporarily break through transformation god perfection. Pill Elder, your soul power is already very weak. This will make you even weaker. Lin Yan's words were more than a little worried. This worry included both the feelings of master and disciple towards Pill Elder, as well as the worry about his own future. After all, Pill Elder was one's greatest reliance, and if there was an accident here, it would be a great loss both to him and to oneself. Little fellow, the orchid ghost flame is very important to your growth, and besides, there have been some cracks in your relationship with Miss White, so you must have a second foreign flame to enhance your alchemy abilities. Although this decision is tough, it must be done. Alas, it can only be this way. Then it will be a hard day's work for Master. Lin Yan nodded and took a deep breath, adjusting his entire body's spiritual energy to its optimal state. This was a tough battle for both himself and Pill Elder. Little fellow, next I will infuse my life's power into you. It can only last for 2/4 of an hour. Make sure to find the opportunity to defeat the heavenly green bull python within that time. As Pill Elder's words fell, majestic power surged out from the ring on Lin Yan's chest, instantly surging into his body. This power was like a river entering the sea, quickly fusing with his own spiritual power. Lin Yan only felt his entire body's meridians expand and his spiritual energy boil. His cultivation level skyrocketed in a very short period of time, directly crossing the original bottleneck and reaching the realm of transformation spirit perfection. Is this the transformation god perfection? Chapter 50, Shameless Peach Picking. Lin Yan was shocked in his heart as he felt as if there was a mountainous and heavy spiritual energy surging within him. Time is running out. Lin Yan, prepare to meet the enemy. Pill Elder's voice rang out at the right time, carrying a hint of urgency. Walking forward through the jungle, the celestial green bull python finally appeared in Lin Yan's line of sight. The whole body was covered with green-colored scales, and a fierce light flashed in its eyes. The huge body seemed like a moving mountain. Intimidating. Fortunately, the heavenly green bull python hadn't realized that Lin Yan was nearby for the time being, and Lin Yan quickly collected his mind and looked towards the heavenly green bull python. The heart knows that it is difficult to win by brute force alone, and must be taken by force, rapidly mobilizing the newly acquired powerful spiritual energy within his body, as well as the first foreign fire he had mastered. His fingertips jumped with a bright flame glow. Buddha's Wrath Green Chrysanthemum. Lin Yan let out a low gulp, only to see the flames between his hands converge violently, forming a huge green chrysanthemum, with greenish-blue flames burning in the center of the chrysanthemum. It was the Buddha's Wrathful Green Chrysanthemum, a technique that he had condensed by utilizing his own special fire, the Spirit Bone Blue Flame, and the power imparted by Pill Elder. This flaming chrysanthemum slowly rotated in the air, emitting a palpitating pressure, as if even space was distorted by it. Lin Yan held this flaming chrysanthemum in his hand, and opposed the huge body of the azure bull python without the slightest fear in his eyes. Buddha's Wrath Ching Ju. Go! The heavenly green bull python also finally sensed Lin Yan's threat, and its huge body slowly stepped out from the depths of the dense forest. The eyes glittered with an eerie green light, echoing Lin Yan's eyes. The huge body of the heavenly green bull python gave a slight lurch, and before he could regain his senses from Lin Yan's sudden appearance, the Buddha's Wrathful Green Chrysanthemum had already silently cut through the air and closed in on the heavenly green bull python. The huge body of the heavenly green bull python trembled violently, obviously sensing the terrifying might contained in this flaming chrysanthemum. It instinctively tried to dodge, the body covered in green scales leaving a deep gully in the ground in an attempt to avoid the fatal blow. However, the Buddha's wrathful green chrysanthemum's speed and power reached unprecedented heights under the enhancement of Pill Elder's power, only to see the flaming chrysanthemums make a splendid trajectory in the air. Finally, with a loud bang, it ruthlessly hit on top of the scales of the sky green bull python. The green flame instantly spread out on the scales of the heavenly green bull python, emitting a snorting sound, accompanied by a pungent burnt smell. The celestial green bull python let out a deafening roar, and that sound was filled with pain and anger. Its massive body twisted violently as it tried to extinguish the flames on its body. But the power of the Buddha's wrathful green chrysanthemum made by a perfected god of transformation powerhouse could not be so easily diffused. Characteristics were on full display at this moment, searing matter and eroding souls at the same time. Even a powerful demonic beast such as the heavenly green bull python would have difficulty resisting its might. On the other side of the deep mountains, Shui and his group had also arrived at this deep mountain based on their previous memories as well as tracking Lin Yan's trajectory. However, he did not intend to make a move. Instead he would wait for Lin Yan and Pill Old Man to fight to their last breath to defeat the heavenly green bull python before picking the fruit himself. Shui remembered that in the original story, both Lin Yan and Medicine Old Man had exhausted their spiritual energy and paid a huge price to get the phantom orchid ghost flame. Jiang Woya had hidden his party's aura, and even Pill Elder was unaware of their appearance. Lin Yan was overjoyed when he saw that the heavenly green bull python had been dazed by the chrysanthemum blast. But he didn't let up. The real battle had just begun. He clenched his fists and his spiritual energy surged within his body as he prepared for the counterattack of the heavenly green bull python. And after struggling briefly, the heavenly green bull python realized how difficult Lin Yan was to deal with. The pair of ghostly green eyes flashed with a fierce color. Then they opened their bloody mouths and a powerful demonic force gushed out from their bodies, forcing Lin Yan to come straight at them. Lin Yan didn't retreat. His body flashed, weaving through the forest, looking for an opportunity to attack. On the other hand, the celestial green bull python roared angrily, opened its bloody mouth, and lunged at Lin Yan. With the roar of the heavenly green bull python, the entire mountain forest seemed to tremble as powerful demonic energy swept towards Lin Yan like a raging wind and rain. Lin Yan's body was agile, and with his cultivation of the perfection of the transformation spirit, he was weaving between the dense trees, skillfully dodging every attack of the celestial green bull python. Boom! With a loud sound, a heavy tail sweep from the sky green bull python flattened a forest. In the midst of the dust, Lin Yan used his sharp intuition to rise up in the air at the last moment to avoid the attack. Although the spiritual power had been boosted a lot, it still seemed overwhelming when facing the void refining stage demonic beasts. Pill Elder's voice resounded in his mind with a hint of exhaustion but firmness. Little fellow, next, you can only rely on yourself. Lin Yan no longer held back, gathering all the spiritual energy in his body into his palm, and the flames at his fingertips grew fiercer and fiercer. It was the extreme bloom of the spirit bone blue flame, burning sky flame palm. Lin Yan shouted angrily, his hands pushing out violently. A huge palm of flame mixed with blue and golden rays cut through the sky and blasted towards the heavenly green bull python with destructive power. The sky green bull python roared up to the sky. The green light around his body flourished, and even condensed a huge demonic power to fight with him head-on. Boom! The two forces violently collided in the air, erupting with dazzling light and deafening roars. In the mountains and forests, flying sand and stones were flying, and trees were broken, as if it was the end of the world. Lin Yan was shaken back 100 meters under the impact of this force. Even the massive heavenly green bull python was shaken to the ground by the impact. Lin Yan seemed to have transformed into an unyielding beast. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes became more and more determined. He knew that this was the battlefield he shared with Pill Elder, and he absolutely could not back down. If he once retreated, then Pill Elder's efforts would be in vain, and his own white family's entry into the family would also increase instability. In that instant, Lin Yan saw the break revealed by the sky green bull python and flashed his body. Like a ghost, he appeared on the flanks of the heavenly green bull python. His body's spiritual energy boiled and turned into a stream of powerful punches that struck the heavenly green bull python's head. Wind and thunder fist. Lin Yan roared lowly, each punch carrying the sound of wind and thunder, carrying the aura of a perfected transformation god. Although the celestial green bull python was strong, it could not help but be a bit confused under this life-threatening attack of Lin Yan. It roared angrily, desperately waving its giant tail and sharp claws in an attempt to force Lin Yan back. Finally, this stream of heavy fists fused with the spirit bone blue flame fiercely blasted onto the head of the heavenly green bull python. Woo woo! The heavenly green bull python let out a heartbreaking scream, and the huge body that had just barely stood up once again fell to the ground with a loud bang. Boom! 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 Lin Yan didn't hesitate, and blasted out a few more punches in succession to make up for it. Fearing that the heavenly green ox python would stand up again, he would not allow any uncertainties to exist in this battle and had to make sure that nothing was wrong. At this moment, the heavenly green bull python had no trace of life left under Lin Yan's successive heavy blows, and was dead beyond death. Lin Yan also shook his body a few times due to overdrafting his physical strength, and eventually fell to his knees powerlessly, severely injured, his blood staining the lapel of his coat. Pill Elder's soul body had also suffered great damage in this battle, and his weak voice rang out in Lin Yan's mind. Little guy. Finally won. But now is not the time to relax. Quickly go and take out the foreign fire. Lin Yan lay on the ground panting heavily, and when he heard Pill Elder's heartfelt advice, he stood up with all his might. Master, you have worked hard. I have seen all your efforts. When I grow up I will definitely help you remake your flesh and return to the immortal realm. Pill Elder laughed shallowly. You little fellow, think you don't talk about this? Quickly go and absorb the foreign fire. Chapter 51, Lin Yan absorbs the phantom orchid ghost flame. Lin Yan forced himself to endure the severe pain in his body, his gaze firmly looking towards the heavenly green bull python that had lost its breath. Every next step is crucial. Not only was it about his own strength improvement, but it was also the best reward for Pill Elder's selfless dedication. Slowly approaching, he first probed with his spiritual energy to confirm the location of the spectral orchid ghost fire within the heavenly green bull python. Only in its heart area, a touch of ghostly blue light loomed, which was precisely the foreign fire, phantom orchid ghost flame. This flame is different from the mortal fire, although it is a flame, but it exudes a kind of coldness that takes the heart. Lin Yan mobilized the remaining spiritual energy in his body and prepared to guide this foreign fire. He knew very well that touching the foreign fire directly was tantamount to asking for death, and that he must use special methods and techniques to safely draw it out and absorb it. Pill Elder, what should we do next? Lin Yan murmured in his heart. Although Pill Elder's voice was already weak, he was still the most reliable guide. Little one, concentrate on building a channel with your spiritual energy and slowly approach the phantom orchid ghost flame from the outside. Remember not to be impatient. Meanwhile, prepare your spirit bone blue flame as a guide to gradually fuse the two. Pill Elder's voice sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Light but clear. Lin Yan did as he was told and closed his eyes. Spiritual energy extended out from his fingertips like fine threads, gently touching the scales of the heavenly green bull python, carefully avoiding those sensitive areas that might trigger an explosion of foreign fire. As his spiritual energy went deeper, he felt a cold energy surging through his body. It was the unique scent of the phantom ghost flame. He followed Pill Elder's instructions and used his spiritual energy to construct a slender passageway that led straight to where the phantom orchid ghost flame was located. At the same time, he mobilized the spirit bone blue flame in his body, letting that blue flame jump in his palm as a guide. Slowly approaching the phantom orchid ghost flame, Lin Yan could feel the repulsion and attraction between the two flames in a silent battle. He gritted his teeth and continued to increase his output, while adjusting the flame strength of the spirit bone blue flame to achieve a delicate balance with the phantom orchid ghost flame. As time passed, the phantom ghost flame seemed to be attracted by this gentle force and began to slowly move outward along the passageway Lin Yan had constructed, each step filled with unknowns and dangers. Finally, under Lin Yan's persistent efforts, the phantom orchid ghost flame was completely detached from the body of the heavenly green bull python. At that moment, the entire mountain forest shook. The shape of the phantom orchid ghost flame was unpredictable, suspended in mid-air, reflecting everything around it, tinted with a layer of mysterious and deep blue. Lin Yan looked at the spectral orchid ghost fire above his palm, his eyes flashing with excitement and thrill that was hard to hide. He could feel the infinite possibilities contained in this power. Sweat and blood intertwined on his face, but could not hide the joy and pride he felt at this moment. Master, I did it! Lin Yan cheered loudly. He knew that this moment of achievement was not only his personal efforts, but also the result of Pill Elder's selfless teachings and sacrifices. Pill Elder's soul body gently trembled in Lin Yan's mind. His voice, although weak, was filled with relief and pride. Little fellow, you really didn't let me down. This orchid ghost flame will be a great help on your future cultivation path. Lin Yan nodded heavily, knowing that he had now taken an important step on his cultivation path. The next step was to channel the phantom ghost flame into his body. As long as he fused the two types of foreign flames in his body, he would explode with a power he could hardly even imagine. The foreign fire was originally a rare treasure for pill refiners. The current Lin Yan possessed two types of foreign flames at less than 20 years old. so one could imagine how high his future achievements would be in the path of a pill refiner. Lin Yan was filled with confidence and focused all his mind on the phantom orchid ghost flame in his palm. The next process of absorption would be more difficult and dangerous, but he was ready for that challenge. As Lin Yan's spiritual energy guided him, the phantom orchid ghost flame began to slowly integrate into his body. A wave of energy raged within him, as if it was going to tear him apart. However, Lin Yan clenched his teeth and with his firm will, he withstood the impact of this force. Within his body, the spirit bone blue flame and the phantom orchid ghost flame began to fiercely exchange and fuse. The two intertwined and collided with each other, erupting with dazzling light and deafening roars. However, as time passed, this force gradually became docile and eventually fused with Lin Yan's spiritual energy, becoming a part of his body. When everything returned to calm, Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes. Just as the majestic power of the foreign fire in Lin Yan's body was about to merge perfectly with him and his cultivation was about to step into a new realm, the sky suddenly cracked open. A vast, boundless, and majestic immortal power was like a heavenly river hanging upside down, violently descending on top of this mountain forest. The force was so powerful that the entire space trembled. Lin Yan's body was even instantly fixed in place under the suppression of this immortal power. Unable to move, he looked up at the sky in shock, his eyes filled with horror. This sudden power was far beyond his imagination, as if it was the wrath of the heavenly god descending. Pill Elder, this power is so strong. Is it some kind of demonic beast coming? Little one, calm down first. This force is very powerful, far stronger than us, and it definitely doesn't belong to demonic beasts. We can only take one step to see what happens next. At that moment, a sound of footsteps came from the depths of the dense forest. Shui and his group slowly walked out with a few moments of complexity and joy on their faces. After waiting in the dense forest for a long time, he finally waited for this moment when Lin Yan absorbed the foreign fire. In reality, there was no need for Elder Zheng to make a move, as long as he himself could easily strangle this heavenly green bull python. However, Shui didn't do this because it would make Lin Yan no better from the start and give up the foreign fire initiative to Shui. What Shui wanted was to strike and snatch the phantom ghost flame when Lin Yan was about to obtain it, so that the humiliation brought to him would be the most sufficient. It's you guys, dare I ask what is the purpose of Mr. Shu following me all this way? Lin Yan asked as he knelt on the ground in dissatisfaction. This secret realm is originally a masterless land, so on what grounds can you say that we followed you here? You're a bit too shameless, aren't you? Shui said lightly from the side. Oh, dare I ask why the gentleman has fixed me in place? The foreign fire you just absorbed doesn't belong to you. I see. Your Excellency originally wanted to come and reap the benefits. I worked hard to kill demonic beasts to take down the foreign flames. Why should I say that they don't belong to me? When you killed the heavenly green bull python and got the foreign fire, it naturally belonged to you. So if I kill you now and then take out the foreign fire in your body, doesn't that belong to me? Oh, what kind of crooked ways are you talking about, Your Excellency? I'm not convinced. I don't care if you're convinced or not. Elder Jiang, go yank out the foreign fire in his body. Lin Yan, you really do have some skills to be able to induce such a powerful foreign fire. The thing called a foreign fire could be encountered but not sought, and it was very precious even in the immortal realm. This phantom orchid ghost flame ranked 56th on the list of foreign flames, and it was also a rare treasure for those in the immortal realm. Jiang Woya also didn't expect that two types of foreign flames had actually appeared in this tiny desolate ancient, and if they were not stopped, then both of these foreign flames would belong to Lin Yan alone. Chapter 52, Shui forcibly takes the flame. Jiang Woya sneered, his tone full of contempt and disdain. But alas, this immortal treasure is not something a little person like you can possess. After he said that, a wave of immortal power surged out from his palm, transforming into an invisible giant hand. Hardly, he yanked the phantom orchid ghost flame, which hadn't yet fully fused with Lin Yan, out of his body. Lin Yan only felt a force being violently withdrawn from his body. Under the severe pain, he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Aha! His body was still imprisoned by the immortal power, and he could only watch as his achievements were taken away. His heart filled with unwillingness and anger. Mr. Shu, you guys don't be too. Lin Yan's eyes widened in anger, but he realized that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. In a short while, the orchid ghost flame was exported outside Lin Yan's body intact by Jiang Woya. Unlike the previous roaming in Lin Yan's hand, the orchid ghost flame was very honest in Jiang Woya's hand. It was thought that the foreign fire, which already had some spiritual intelligence, had sensed Jiang Woya's powerful cultivation and knew that it could not escape the fate of being absorbed, so it gave up its resistance. Soon the foreign fire arrived in Chu Yi's hands. He laughed softly in triumph, feeling the majestic energy contained within. His heart filled with ecstasy. This smile was both in satisfaction that he had obtained a rare foreign fire, and even more so for Lin Yan's lost chance. Chu Yi was fully focused on channeling the phantom orchid ghost flame into himself, and the mysterious blue flame found a new home. The foreign fire leapt gently at him, eventually turning into a thin stream that silently merged into his bloodline. When Chu Yi opened her eyes again, her eyes flashed with an even more dazzling light. Obviously, the power of the orchid ghost flame had already fused with him, adding a non-trivial boost to his strength. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smug smile, and his eyes were filled with a victor's stance as he looked at Lin Yan. Congratulations, young lord. With the help of another foreign fire, your strength will definitely be able to go to the next level. Xiao Xian spoke first, with a few compliments in her voice. Li Xian also followed closely behind, arching his hand and saying, young lord is truly a heavenly talent. Even this rare and exotic fire can be easily subdued. It is truly admirable. These words of congratulations sounded like sarcasm to Lin Yan. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were almost embedded in his palms, and jerked his head up to look directly at Chu Yi. You guys, this is bandit behavior. This foreign fire was obtained by me first, so what gives you the right to just take it? When Chu Yi heard this, the smile at the corner of his mouth increased as he glanced at Lin Yan contemptuously, as if he was looking at an unworthy ant. Strength is everything. If you were strong enough, how could you have let me win so easily? As for banditry, meh, say what you like. After saying that, Chu Yi deliberately made a wink to Li Xian, who understood and immediately took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Lin Yan. The corners of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Then without hesitation, he swung out both palms and heavily slapped Lin Yan's face. Snap! Snap! 2 crisp thuds echoed through the mountains. Lin Yan was staggered back by this sudden attack, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with humiliation. Mr. Chu, if you want the foreign fire, you can ask me directly for it, and I will gladly let you have it. But for you to forcefully grab it without discussion like this is really not what a gentleman would do. This sentence was the truth. If Chu Yi had asked Lin Yan for the foreign fire in good words, Lin Yan wouldn't have refused. On one hand, he really didn't have the ability to compete with Chu Yi, and on the other hand, he could use this foreign fire to climb into a relationship with Chu Yi. With Chu Yi's relationship, the path of cultivation would be smoother thereafter, and such a deal would not be a loss. Don't pretend to be generous to me. The celestial green bull python probably thought the same thing. Did you discuss it with him when you killed him to grab the foreign fire? Didn't you still do it directly? If you yourself are still like this, how do you have the face to ask others to sell you face? Who are you? Chu Yi was condescending, and his words were full of disdain, completely failing to place himself on an equal footing with Lin Yan. Mr. Chu is wrong. The heavenly green bull python is a demonic beast. They've been running amok in the forest, and I'm merely doing the people a favor. But the two of us are both human celestials. We should support each other. Chu Yi was not surprised that Lin Yan had said these words. Lin Yan had never been a similar image to his third brother in his eyes. It would have been fine to take the soul rings from the demonic beasts themselves. After all, the world of immortal cultivation was supposed to be a place of the weak and the strong. But both Sango and Lin Yan like to legitimize what they do within themselves, put themselves on the moral high ground and play the saint. And some don't want billion. Ah shucks, what a dirtbag you are to get close to me. Lin Yan never expected that he, who had been a dog in front of Xiao Rin yesterday, would be treated in the same way today. There didn't seem to be any difference between himself and Rin Xiao. This Chu Yi in front of him had ruthlessly stolen his own thunder at the entrance of the secret realm. He himself, at the cost of injuries all over his body, was preparing to break the formation in one fell swoop, but Chu Yi stole the show. Now, the phantom orchid ghost flame that he and Pill Old Man had fought so hard to obtain was once again plucked by Chu Yi. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Even though rationally Lin Yan knew that he was definitely not a match for Chu Yi's group, emotionally he no longer wanted to endure it. Chu Yi, do you dare to suppress your realm to the same level as mine and then fight me one-on-one? Whoever wins the foreign fire goes to Vu? Get out of here. Who likes to play this boring game with you? Li Xian, go up and disable him. Li Xian sniffed and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Lin Yan, you asked for it. Li Xian's figure swayed and appeared on Lin Yan's flank, a fist carrying a whistling wind sound, striking Lin Yan straight in the ribs. Lin Yan barely managed to dodge sideways, but he was still grazed by the wind of the fist, his clothes rupturing and his skin burning with pain. The second move came immediately after. Li Xian's figure turned around, a whip leg like a viper coming out of a hole, directly to Lin Yan's waist and abdomen. Lin Yan tried his best to cross his arm to block, but only heard a click. The arm bones could not withstand this huge force, let out an unbearable wail. The entire person was also shaken by the tremendous force and flew out, falling heavily on the ground. Without waiting for Lin Yan to have the slightest chance to catch his breath, Li Xian had already followed him like a shadow. Several consecutive heavy kicks landed on Lin Yan's body, each one landing precisely on the vitals without being fatal. Rubbish! How dare you provoke the young lord with this much skill? Li Xian's eyes were filled with contempt. Each of his strikes seemed so casual, yet so deadly, completely taking the initiative of the battle. Lin Yan was lying on the ground, his clothes broken and full of wounds, blood staining his clothes red. He tried to struggle to get up, but the excruciating pain in his body made it incredibly difficult for him to even move a finger. Why? Why? Lin Yan roared in his heart. He didn't understand that he hadn't offended Chui at all, so why was he targeting himself like this? He is at least a famous pride in the Central State, and his alchemy ability is famous in the Central State. Does Chui not have the slightest intention to draw in and get acquainted with himself? Chapter 53, The Secret of the Lines. Ding! Detected that you have severely humiliated Lin Yan. Minus 2000 in luck value. Gained 5 times the explosion rate. Host's luck value plus 10,000. As Chuyi's group gradually faded away, only Lin Yan's lonely figure remained in the mountains and forests. He lay on the ground, ragged and bloodied. Lin Yan's tears finally couldn't help but slide down, dripping onto the cold ground. A breeze brushed by, bringing with it a trace of imperceptible warmth, and Pill Elder's silhouette quietly appeared beside Lin Yan. He looked at the once spirited young man in front of him who was now in such a sorry state, and a complex emotion could not help but well up in his heart. Little one, get up. Pill Elder's voice was somewhat gentle, penetrating the haze in Lin Yan's heart. Alas, on the road of life, there are inevitable setbacks and injustices, but these are the trials and tribulations of our growth. Lin Yan lifted his head with difficulty and looked at the Pill Elder's silhouette, tears and incomprehension flashing in his eyes. Master, I don't understand. I've never messed with Chui. Why is he treating me like this? Pill Elder let out a light sigh and slowly said, the forces behind Chui are far beyond your imagination. They act in an overbearing manner, disregarding morality and sentiment. Although you are talented, in their eyes, for the time being, you might just be an ant that can be trampled on at will. Lin Yan clenched his teeth and forced himself to support his body. Although his body was in unbearable pain, his eyes gradually regained their determination. Pill Elder nodded in delight at seeing Lin Yan's change and continued. You don't have to despair too much. As far as I know, this secret realm also hides one of the 9 secrets of the lineage secrets, the value of which is in no way inferior to that of the foreign flames, and if you can obtain it, it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. Lineage secret? A light of hope flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he sniffed. Then how can I find it? I will guide you. What you need to do now is to immediately pull yourself together. Unlike the way of obtaining the foreign fire, the 9 mysteries transmission needs to pass a complicated test. This can only be relied upon by yourself. I can't help you. Lin Yan nodded heavily. The haze in his heart swept away. In his heart, he secretly vowed that one day he would surpass Chui, and obtaining the secret of the line is the first step. Although he was in the lower realm, Lin Yan had seen the mighty name of the 9 secrets in books. If one really obtained the Rho character secret, it would be worth even more to him or her than the alien flame that he or she already had. For several days, Lin Yan traveled through the secret realm. Finally, in an early morning, Lin Yan arrived in front of a lofty and upright mountain peak. The mountain peaks towered over the clouds as if they went straight up to the sky, giving people a sacred and inviolable feeling. Above the 5,000-meter mountain peaks, shimmering lights could be seen faintly, contrasting with the surrounding natural scenery, making it unusually mysterious. Lin Yan stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the peak with both anticipation and apprehension in his heart. This mountain peak was the place where the lineage secret was passed down. After a few days of calming his mood, at this time, Lin Yan thought that he was no longer that teenager who was easily knocked down by Chui. Little fellow, the place is here. This mountain peak is the place where the linear character's secret is passed down. Great! Master, I can fly up there, right? Lin Yan's words carried obvious excitement. Having been suppressed twice in a row by Chui, the current Lin Yan treated the Xingzi secret as his saving grace. Previously, he had already boasted with Baikanji that he would definitely get the second foreign fire, and now that he didn't get it, if he returned empty-handed, he would only leave an impression of his own boastfulness at Baikanji's place. and getting one of the 9 secrets whose value was in no way inferior to that of the foreign fire, as usual, could prove one's ability. Little fellow, don't be in a hurry. This peak is called Stone Dragon Peak, more than 5,000 meters high. The highest peak is the inheritance place of the lineage secret. There you will face the test alone. Whether you can get it or not depends on your own ability. I can't pass the cultivation on to you again. Don't worry, master. I will definitely be able to. I've already prepared myself, and my injuries have almost healed after eating the pills you taught me to refine over the past few days. Don't be in a hurry. Before you get to the top of the mountain, you still need to climb this mountain in 12 hours without relying on any spiritual power, just by your body. This is also considered one of the tests. The test is the perseverance and speed of the inheritor. 12 hours? And you can't use any spiritual energy? Yes. The first step of the inheritance tests whether you have the perseverance and potential. The 9 secrets can all be supreme Dao laws founded by great emperors, and each inheritor needs to possess a strong potential to qualify. Fortunately, my master often urges me to cultivate as well as alchemize pills when I also have to refine my body from time to time. And although I can't say that I'm the strongest of my peers in terms of physical cultivation now, I'm still considered to be one of the best. When Lin Yan heard that he had to complete the first AO test without using his spiritual power, he was a little worried at first, but on second thought became glad. Previously, I didn't understand Master's intentions and had some resistance to physical cultivation, but now it seems that Master is really far-sighted. Thank you, Master. I just did what I was supposed to do. It's your own efforts that count. Pill Elder was very pleased to see Lin Yan immediately come out of his previous setback. Plus this disciple knew how to be so grateful. He felt even warmer inside, compared to the few sinful disciples who had betrayed him in the immortal world. Although Lin Yan's natural talent was inferior to theirs, he was far superior in terms of character. After a period of preparation, Lin Yan began his mountain climbing journey. However, just the first step was much tougher than he expected. As soon as he landed on the ground, a heavy and invisible pressure of spiritual energy poured down from the top of the mountain like a tidal wave, as if there were 10,000 pounds of weight pressing down on his shoulders, making him almost breathless. Lin Yan's knees trembled slightly, and all of a sudden, his entire body fell to its knees, staggering a bit and almost falling to the ground. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to stabilize his body, knowing that this was only the beginning of the test, and it would be a great irony to himself if he gave up at this moment. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and tried to adjust the rhythm of his breathing, slowly mobilizing the power in his body to fight against this pressure. As he continued to climb upwards, the pressure became stronger and stronger, as if the entire mountain peak was silently resisting him. Every step was like walking on the edge of a knife, and every step was accompanied by severe pain and sweat. Lin Yan's clothes had long been drenched in sweat and clung to his body, making him look even more wretched. But every time he heard his master's encouraging voice from the sidelines, Lin Yan felt filled with strength. Even though at this time, Medicine Elder was already very weak, he still held himself together and did not fall into a deep sleep for the sake of Lin Yan, his most valued disciple. He needed to give Lin Yan guidance and encouragement along the way. The trail is rugged and covered with sharp rocks and slippery moss. Lin Yan had to carefully look for a place to land. Each time he landed, he had to think deeply about it, fearing that if he was not careful, he would fall off the cliff. His fingers gouged into the cracks of the rock so tightly that his nails broke from the excessive force, and blood stained his fingertips, but he was oblivious to it, and focused even more on climbing upwards. Chapter 54, He just flew up? As time passed, Lin Yan's body gradually reached its limit. The muscles throughout his body began to ache from the prolonged tightness, and his breathing became heavy. The closer to the top of the mountain, the closer to the inheritance of the lineage secret. He constantly reminded himself that he must persevere, in order to prove himself, in order to surpass Chui, and even more so, to live up to the expectations of his master, Pill Elder. There were also bad weather changes during the climb. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, the wind gusted, and torrential rain poured down. The cold rain hit his face, mingling with his sweat and blurring his vision. The rain washed away his body, as well as the exhaustion and despair in his heart, leaving behind only that strong faith and desire for success. After 10 hours of climbing, Lin Yan had now climbed 4,000 meters, with only the last 1,000 meters remaining. There were still the last 2 hours left, so Lin Yan couldn't stop to rest before he continued to start climbing. As the sky darkened and the thunder roared, Lin Yan's climb became harder than ever. Every clap of thunder seemed to test his will, and every flash of lightning illuminated his stoic face. This part of the trail seemed like a rift valley. Every rock was like a knife and axe, so steep that it was almost perpendicular to the ground. The sky is more than ever the most unpredictable enemy. Amidst the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if it were nature's sternest warning to intruders. Lin Yan clung to the cliffs, and each step was exceptionally difficult. Eyes constantly searched for tiny bumps and crevices where they could lend a hand. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning cut through the sky and landed around him. It was followed by a deafening thunderclap that seemed to tear the entire valley apart. Several more lightning strikes came next. Little fellow, this lightning is specifically struck towards you. Quickly find a place to hide. Lin Yan's heart snapped and he quickly scanned the surrounding area, finding a narrow cavern not far away. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yan used his hands and feet like an agile monkey, moving in a lumbering manner as he flew across the almost vertical cliffs. Just moments before a thunderbolt was about to hit him, Lin Yan finally rushed into that cavern. With his back against the cold stone wall, he gasped for air, his heart beating wildly. Inside the cavern, apart from the sound of his rapid breathing, there was the constant thunder and torrential rain outside. Rainwater seeped into the cave along the rock crevices, forming a trickle that wet the corners of Lin Yan's clothes. Time passed by, and the thunder and lightning didn't seem to stop, but instead became more frequent and violent. Trying hard to calm his breathing, he allowed his mind to become one with this raging force of nature, searching for that faint glimmer of life. The mind silently calculated the gaps in the lightning, looking for the best time to move next. Half a quarter of an hour later, he noticed the pattern. Every 20 breaths a few lightning bolts would strike, and it was necessary to climb as high as possible within those 20 breaths. Without hesitation or too much thinking, Lin Yan rushed out of the cavern and utilized the gaps in the lightning to jump and climb between the cliffs, narrowly missing each time. Lin Yan's heartbeat resonated with the thunder, and every lightning and thunder was like a countdown for him, forcing him to race against time. Every one of those fatal 20 breaths drew a merciless trial by lightning. In this narrow gap of survival, Lin Yan showed a potential that he had not shown before. On top of the cliff, he was like a lone eagle being chased by a storm, each landing very precise, each leap full of desire for the secret of the word line. 5 breaths before another round of lightning was about to descend, Lin Yan raised his head to look at the near mountaintop. He was only 10 meters away from the top of the mountain, but it was this 10 meters that would have taken at least 7 breaths of time before. If there was plenty of time, Lin Yan would choose to take shelter in a cavern to the side first, waiting for the thunder and lightning to pass before arriving at the departure. But now there were only 5 breaths left before the end of the 12 hours. Spell it out. Lin Yan was roaring as an unprecedented power erupted from within him. It was the obsession with victory, and even more so, the adherence to the promise made by Master Medicine Elder. His legs stomped violently, and his entire body was like an arrow off the string, sprinting towards the top of the mountain. 5 breaths, 4 breaths, 3 breaths. Every breath that passes is like a blade cutting into the heart. Lin Yan could clearly feel the destructive lightning approaching, and the air was filled with a scorching scent. But he didn't flinch, didn't fear, only moved forward, until that final pinnacle. 2 breaths, 1 breath. Just moments before the lightning was about to slam into his body, his feet finally hit the solid ground at the top of the mountain. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the thunder and the rainstorm stood still. He stood at the top of the hill, ragged and bruised. I did it! Ha 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 ha, I won! I won! Lin Yan cried out loudly. This journey of wickerwork had almost suffocated him, and now he could finally free himself. All the hardships of the journey were released in this moment. Standing at the top of the mountain, looking down at the valley below, which was shrouded in thunder and lightning and torrential rain, his heart surged with endless feelings of emotion and pride. At this moment, he had not only conquered the mountain, but also the fear and despair in his heart. In this moment, he metamorphosed and ascended, and the thunder and lightning in the air also lost its power at this moment and gradually calmed down. The dark clouds were gradually dispersed, the sky gradually revealed its original clear blue color, and the sunlight pierced through the clouds, shedding a warm glow. After the rain passed, a rainbow crossed the sky, seemingly crowning Lin Yan's victory. Lin Yan stood at the top of the mountain, bathing in the freshness and coolness after the rain, feeling the unprecedented tranquility and freedom. I did it! The ups and downs of this journey will eventually become a valuable asset on my cultivation path. Shuyi, I will definitely surpass you one day. Porridge, I'll show you that you weren't wrong to choose me. The shouts echoed across the valley, not only as a celebration of their victory, but also as a release from the hardships and trials of the journey. The voice was full of determination, as if it was conversing with heaven and earth. proclaiming its growth and transformation. Pill Elder's eyes, however, shone with relief and pride. He could feel Lin Yan's inner turmoil. That courage and determination to struggle out of despair and finally stand at the peak made Pill Elder doubly pleased. Just as Lin Yan was immersed in the joy of self-transcendence, a dark shadow at the foot of the mountain unexpectedly caught his attention. At first, he just thought it was the mountain breeze that brought up the mist from the mountains, or an illusion he had created from his excitement. But as those black shadows gradually approached and became clearer and clearer, Lin Yan's brows couldn't help but tighten. "What's that?" he muttered, his gaze fixed on the rapidly climbing black shadows. When they flew to a height of over 4,000 meters, Lin Yan finally got a good look at them. It was Chuyi and his party. They were rapidly approaching the summit. At this moment, Pill Elder was confused. Lin Yan was even more shocked that he couldn't even speak. His eyes were wide open as he stared at that mass of black shadows. Didn't medicine man here say he couldn't fly? Chapter 55, Look at you fawning. Lin Yan's line of sight was frozen on those several figures that rose up into the air, especially when Chuyi's figure gradually became clearer in the flock of birds. Lin Yan's heart surged with waves that had not been there before. Pill Elder had previously said that climbing this mountain without using spiritual energy was considered one of the tests. Moreover, he had tried it himself, with his strength, not to mention flying 5,000 meters. It would be difficult to fly 5 meters within the confines of this stone dragon peak. How the hell did Chuyi do that? Moreover, how could he find this place as well? Could it be that he also came here for the secret of the line? Didn't Pill Elder previously say that the place of inheritance of the lineage secret was very hidden? The scene in front of him was completely contrary to Pill Elder's words. Chuyi and his party lightly violated this rule as if they were above all rules. The group continued to fly upwards and had almost reached the top of the mountain. They flew through the air with great grace, in stark contrast to their own woeful attempts to climb with their bare hands. In particular, Chuyi, dressed in white, stood with his arms folded, staring ahead. The spiritual pressure of the mountain peaks was as if it never existed to them. When the group reached the top of the mountain, Lin Yan clearly saw Chuyi's eyes reveal an innate sense of superiority. When Li Xian saw Lin Yan, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a clearly visible cold smile that hid disdain for Lin Yan's efforts. Xiao Xian's gaze skimmed over Lin Yan without stopping, without ripples, just as if Lin Yan was nothing more than a speck of dust in the mountains, unworthy of the slightest bit of attention. Chuyi, on the other hand, was even more exaggerated, flying all the way up until he passed by Lin Yan. He didn't even look at Lin Yan from start to finish. In Lin Yan's mind, this was a complete neglect of himself. The heart was deeply pierced by this scene. It was a complex emotion mixed with shock, resentment and inferiority. When I think back to the hardships of my journey, every step was filled with sweat and blood and tears, climbing thousands of meters unaided by myself, using up all my strength. Rack your brain to dodge lightning and find patterns just to get to the top in 12 hours. And at the moment, Chuyi's easy crossing was like a merciless mockery of the effort being nothing but futile. He felt that his existence had been greatly devalued, and that all the sufferings he had gone through had become insignificant in the face of Chuyi's understatement. Feelings of inferiority come in like a tidal wave, drowning out the pride and resilience of the heart. Lowering his head, he looked at his scarred hands and soaked shirt, and suddenly all this effort seemed lost. Everything that had just been said with such bravado seemed so ironic at the moment. In a trance, Chuyi and his group walked to the inheritance location of the row character's secret. The place of inheritance of the secret of the walking character was hidden at the top of Shilong Peak, amidst a cloudy landscape. It seemed like the most mysterious secret place between heaven and earth. As Chuyi and his group slowly stepped into it, an ancient and simple scene slowly unfolded in front of everyone's eyes, only to see that in the center of the peak, there was a huge lapis lazuli disc, on which there were complicated and mysterious runes engraved, flowing with a faint spiritual light, in harmony with the surrounding natural forces. This disc is the key to the secret transmission of the word line. It carried hundreds of thousands of years and the supreme Tao of the ancient immortal emperors, quietly waiting for the arrival of a person of destiny. Around the disc, a fresh breeze came, driving the surrounding grass and trees to sway gently, making a rustling sound, adding a touch of vitality to this solemn occasion. And above the disc, it was filled with subtle organs and traps, so that if one was not careful, one could be plunged into a place of no return. Chuyi stepped into the air with a white coat of snow. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of gravity and anticipation when he touched the lapis lazuli disc. He knew that this was the real purpose of the trip. Chuyi was fully prepared before he came. It was after failing 4 times in the original that Lin Yan succeeded in his inheritance under Pill Elder's secret method. There were detailed descriptions of the points and techniques that needed to be taken care of during the process of the secret transmission of the line character in the original text, but Chui had pretty much forgotten about them by now as well. But even so, such an opportunity was not to be missed. Without the slightest hesitation, Chui transformed into a stream of light and instantly landed on top of the lapis lazuli disc. Seeing Chui land on the stone disc, Lin Yan was even more convinced that Chui had come to pass down the secrets of the Xing character. Compared to the way Chui had climbed the mountain, Lin Yan was a little bit grateful inwardly even though he had some inferiority complex. The previous foreign fire belonged to a unique one in the universe. The inheritance of the 9 secrets, on the other hand, is something that anyone with the right destiny has the chance to obtain, and it is not as if one person takes the inheritance and the others don't have a chance. Coupled with the fact that Chui hadn't even bothered to look at himself squarely since arriving at the top of the mountain, he must not have put himself in his eyes at all. Although Lin Yan was saddened by his low status in Chuyi's eyes, it now seemed fortunate that Chui simply looked down on him. If Chui saw himself as a threat, it was likely that he would not give himself the chance to pass on his legacy at all. Don't worry, little one. The inheritance of the lineage character secret has many points that need attention. Even if Chui is talented again, it's impossible for the inheritance to succeed without the guidance of someone from the immortal realm. As he was thinking, Pill Elder's voice came from his mind. Previously, in order to prevent the 2 superpowers behind Chui from discovering it, Pill Master had deliberately hidden his aura. That's great, Master. But if Chui didn't succeed in his inheritance, with a careful eye like his, surely he won't let me succeed in my inheritance either, right? Don't worry. I come from the immortal realm, and I've previously heard a lot about the techniques of the lineage secret inheritance even in the immortal realm, so when the time comes for Chuyi's inheritance to fail, you'll be able to share the techniques I've taught you with Chui. With your favor, Chui will definitely give you the opportunity to pass on the inheritance, and when the time comes, you'll have obtained the Rho character mystery transmission, and you'll have also hooked up with him by the way, so it belongs to a 2-for-1 deal. Master Teacher is wise. Why didn't I think of that? It's still Master Teacher who thinks well. Little one, you quickly reorganize your language with the line character secret transmission technique I taught you on the way and prepare to speak to Chui. As Chui landed on the disc, it was instantly activated and began to sway. The pace went from slow to fast, and Chui almost threw him out of bounds when he missed his footing. Suddenly the disc braked sharply, and Chui was thrown out of the disc and landed on the ground. As the 9 secrets created by the Immortal Emperor, it was naturally not that easy to obtain. When Lin Yan saw this, he was unperturbed on the surface, but inwardly, he was already ecstatic. At this moment Chuyi's failure made him happier than his own success, because Chuyi's failure meant that Lin Yan would be able to leave a good impression on him and the family behind him. Once Chuyi accepted the kindness, it meant that Chuyi owed himself a big favor. Climbing into a relationship with such a large family could be more reliable than the White family as a backer. In the next attempt, every time Chui stepped onto the lapis lazuli disc, it was accompanied by a more complex flow of runes and a more violent impact of spiritual energy. Despite previous preparations, he was never able to find a stable foothold in the midst of those ever-changing organs and traps. Twice in a row, he was thrown out by the disc and landed on the ground, his clothes flying, looking quite wretched. Chapter 56, Gathering the Protagonist. Lineal Character Secret Transmission Successful. Lin Yan watched the battle from the sidelines with mixed feelings in his heart. There was both gloating over Chuyi's repeated failures, as well as unease and nervousness that he was about to take action. He secretly glanced at Chui, only to see that the other party's eyes contained both reluctance and doubt. It was the right time to take advantage of the situation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan gathered his courage and piled up a fawning smile on his face as he carefully walked towards Chui. Brother Chu, I see that your repeated attempts have been unsuccessful, and my heart is very anxious. Truth be told, I was once instructed by a high person by chance, and I have a slight understanding of the inheritance of the Xingzi secret. If Brother Chu does not abandon me, I would like to teach you the methods I know, and perhaps I can help Brother Chu. Chui, who was on the side, raised her eyebrows slightly at the words, her gaze sweeping over Lin Yan. I didn't realize that this Lin Yan is also a person who tends to the trend. It was true that he had forgotten almost all of the secret method of passing the level in the original, so it wasn't a bad idea to let Lin Yan remind him of it. A moment later, he let out a light hum, a slight hint of condescension in his tone, and, oh, what kind of high opinion can you have from a mere casual cultivator? However, since you are so confident, I might as well listen. When Lin Yan heard this, his heart was delighted, but his face was even more humble. As he hurriedly transformed the secret method taught by Pill Elder, combined with his own understanding, into a more understandable language, and slowly explained it. Brother Chu, the key to the inheritance of this lineage secret lies in conforming to the heavens and the earth and living in harmony with the forces of nature. Look at the runes on this disc. They are not disorganized, but secretly contain the principles of heaven and earth. When stepping into the disc, one needs to be free of distractions, perceive the flow of spiritual energy around them, and guide one's own spiritual energy with one's mind to resonate with the runes. As Lin Yan spoke, he observed Chu Yi's expression, only to see the other party's brows gradually stretching as a glimmer of dawning realization flashed in her eyes. He carefully continued his explanation, trying to be as exhaustive as possible in every detail for fear of missing something crucial. Chu Yi listened to Lin Yan's explanation, nodding from time to time and occasionally asking a question or two. Lin Yan, on the other hand, patiently answered each and every one of them, with a respectful attitude and cautious words, as if he was facing a supreme honored one. In the end, Chu Yi's tone was still slightly condescending. Fine, I'll believe you for once. When Lin Yan heard this, he just smiled even more humbly and said, Brother Chu is overstating things. It is my honor to be able to help Brother Chu. With that, he stepped aside and quietly waited for Chu Yi's fourth attempt. This time, Chu Yi appeared more subdued. After getting onto the disc, Chu Yi tapped his toes and his body was like a swimming dragon as it traveled across the disc. Eyes as sharp as eagles, always observing every subtle change on the disc, searching for the best balance. As the disc swayed more and more, but Chu Yi was not the least bit flustered, his figure leaving a trail of residual shadows on the disc. Under the guidance of the secret method, there was some sort of inexplicable tacit understanding between Chu Yi and the disc. Chu Yi managed to find the balance point of the disc, and his figure stood steadily on it, unable to shake the disc even by how it swayed. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with this lapis lazuli disc. Half an hour later, Chu Yi still managed to stand on top of the stone disc. A dazzling light suddenly erupted from the lapis lazuli disc, completely enveloping Chu Yi's figure within it. An aura surged out from within the disc, as if it was going to devour Chu Yi. However, Chu Yi was undaunted, closing his eyes and concentrating, feeling the baptism and inheritance of this power. A moment later, the light faded. Chu Yi slowly opened his eyes. From the look on his face, he knew the inheritance was successful. When Lin Yan saw this, he thought carefully. Just now, Chu Yi was able to fly up, relying on the two super powerhouses behind him. It wasn't impossible for a strong person to have a way to break the spiritual pressure. Since Chu Yi didn't have a physical body to climb Stone Dragon Peak yet still succeeded in his inheritance, it meant that it wasn't as Pale Elder had said. That physical body climbing was the first test. What chilled Lin Yan's heart was why did Pale Elder lie? This spiritual pressure needed to be broken by a super strong person. But with Medicine Old Man's current strength he wasn't able to bring himself up. Then you could have told the truth. Why did you lie? It was thought that Pale Elder was unable to bring himself up, so he falsely claimed that flesh climbing was the first test to save face. Although the outcome wouldn't change much, Lin Yan was still a little dissatisfied with Pale Elder's lies to preserve his face. After the inheritance was successful, the light faded. Chu Yi's figure was steady, his face overflowing with a sense of accomplishment that was hard to hide. The atmosphere around them became unusually warm due to this major breakthrough, and even the air seemed to be filled with an element of joy. Xiao Xian and Li Xian stepped forward almost simultaneously with sincere smiles on their faces. Young Lord, congratulations! As expected, you have successfully obtained the inheritance of the linear character secret. Xiao Xian's voice was crisp and pleasant, full of congratulations. Lin Yan also took a break from his accusations and quickly replaced it with a fawning smile, quickly stepping forward and grabbing Li Xian before he could speak. Brother Chu, this is truly a joyous occasion. You are truly young and talented. Lin Yan's words were full of currying favor. Then his words changed. Next, isn't it my turn? Lin Yan's heart was full of confidence. He had helped Chu Yi with such a big favor. Chu Yi should have returned the favor immediately. However, Lin Yan also secretly decided that the number of times he had passed on his inheritance must be greater than Chu Yi's 4 times. The more times the better, so that he could obtain Chu Yi's appreciation again without stealing his thunder. However, Chu Yi did not respond to Lin Yan's request, but instead turned to look at Xiao Xian. It seemed that in his mind, new considerations had been made. Xiao Xian, you go up. You memorized the inheritance secret method just now, right? I still have some insights to impart to you. Xiao Xian was slightly stunned, and then understood Chu Yi's intentions. A look of surprise mixed with excitement swept across her face. She knew deep down that being able to receive Chu Yi's recognition and obtain the opportunity to pass on her legacy was undoubtedly a great affirmation of her potential. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Xian respectfully answered and slowly walked towards the green stone disc. Lin Yan's face instantly turned ugly as a strong sense of frustration surged in his heart. He had originally thought that after Chu Yi's success, he would at least be able to fight for the next inheritance, but he had never expected Chu Yi to choose Xiao Xian so directly. He clenched his teeth in secret, his mind calculating his next step. It doesn't matter. This Xiao Xian and Chu Yi's relationship is very unusual. It's not unacceptable to let her inherit first. A good dish is not afraid of being late. He himself had just gained Chu Yi's trust after all, so he couldn't be in such a hurry. After 5 attempts over the course of an hour, Xiao Xian also obtained the inheritance of the lineage character secret. Xiao Xian's face blossomed into an overwhelming beauty after she managed to obtain the inheritance of the linear character secret. Almost subconsciously, she ran towards Chu Yi and hugged him without regard to her image. With a few moments of excitement and gratitude in her voice, "Young lord, thank you." Chu Yi was slightly stunned by Xiao Xian's sudden embrace, but then the corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile and gently patted her back in response. "Congratulations." This scene made Lin Yan, who was watching from the side, gather his courage once again and carefully walk towards Chu Yi. "Brother Chu, since Miss Xiao has already succeeded in her inheritance, then the next." Speaking here, he deliberately paused for a moment, looking at Chu Yi with anticipation in his gaze. However, Chu Yi did not seem to notice Lin Yan's hints as his attention remained on Xiao Xian. Lin Yan's face stiffened slightly when he heard this, and the sense of loss in his heart increased. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and barely managed to squeeze out a smile in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Brother Chu's next legacy could be my turn?" Chapter 57 Eating and Smashing Pots. When Lin Yan saw that Chu Yi did not directly respond to his inquiry, the uneasiness and embarrassment in his heart gradually spread. He gritted his teeth and decided to try again, his voice a few moments more humble. "Brother Chu, you see, Miss Xiao has successfully completed the inheritance. Is it my turn next?" Chu Yi still ignored it, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him, including Lin Yan's almost begging eyes. The two of them were in love with each other, as if the whole world was just the two of them. Lin Yan stood on the side, looking at this scene, his face becoming even more embarrassed. Right at this moment, Chu Yi finally averted her eyes from Xiao Xian. However, his gaze did not fall on Lin Yan, but instead turned to Li Xian. "Li Xian, it's your turn. Go up and try." "Thank you, young lord." With Chu Yi's gesture, Li Xian felt flattered and immediately went forward happily. As he walked forward, he even deliberately glanced back at Lin Yan, as if demonstrating at him in a merciless mockery. On the other side, Lin Yan's face completely darkened, but he still forced himself to hold back his inner discomfort and continue to act in a very respectful manner. He could only console himself with the fact that his turn would come next anyway, and that he could afford to wait these few hours. Despite constantly consoling himself, he was still very dissatisfied inwardly. The secret method was clearly provided by himself, but he was still ranked behind the other two people who had contributed nothing, especially since Li Xian had previously beaten himself up and was now once again being stepped on by him. As time passed by, Li Xian kept adjusting his breathing and posture on the disc, trying to find the force that resonated with the disc. Sweat slid down his forehead and dripped onto the lapis lazuli, where it was instantly absorbed. 10 attempts were made, and each failure brought Li Xian closer to the edge of success. He is constantly learning from his experiences and revising his methods. Finally, in an attempt that took almost all his strength, he felt the subtle resonance. Light once again erupted from the disc, wrapping Li Xian in its entirety. He made it. Li Xian stepped off the disc and deliberately slowed his pace, walking towards Lin Yan step by step, his gaze sweeping through the crowd and stopping on Lin Yan. It was a look that was a mixture of provocation and dejection. With a faint smile on his face, Lin Yan's face became even more gloomy. He could feel the provocation in Li Xian's eyes. It was a stance of a naked victor. He once again gathered enough courage to look at Chu Yi. Chu Yi, Xiao Xian, and Li Xian, who were present, had all successfully obtained the inheritance of the linear character secret. At this moment, only Lin Yan was left to try. He coughed lightly and asked in a tone as calm as possible but slightly hyped, "Brother Chu, since all of you have finished your inheritance, next, is it my turn?" When Chu Yi heard this, he slightly raised his eyebrows, the corner of his mouth hooking up into an elusive smile, but he did not immediately reply. Seeing this, Lin Yan secretly rejoiced in his heart, thinking that Chu Yi's silence was acquiescence. He secretly thought that this inheritance was bound to be in his pocket. After all, He was also instrumental in this inheritance. Just as Lin Yan stepped away, ready to confidently walk towards the lapis lazuli disc to begin his inheritance trial, Chui suddenly made a move. He didn't respond to Lin Yan directly, but instead gave a wink to Zhang Wuya and Zhang Yu on the side. The two old men had always been Chuyi's capable subordinates by her side, and they understood every subtle movement of Chuyi by heart. Seeing Chuyi's gesture, Zhang Wuya and Zhang Yu moved almost simultaneously. The moment Lin Yan was about to touch the lapis lazuli disc, a wave of immortal power suddenly surged in the air. It was as if all the yuan qi in heaven and earth was being pulled and condensed at this moment. Zhang Wuya and Zhang Yu, two golden immortal powerhouses. Their figures instantly appeared on both sides of the green stone disc. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the surroundings, and that was when they unreservedly released their entire cultivation. The two majestic spiritual power pressures were like two moving mountains, carrying the momentum of destroying the sky and earth as they violently smashed towards the green stone disc. The lapis lazuli disc, as the place of inheritance of the lineage secret, contained power and defense from the immortal realm. At this moment, facing such a shocking blow from the second old man, he even looked shaky. Layers of ripples began to rise on the surface of the disc, a vision produced by the power of space under extreme compression, and it was as if the surrounding space was about to be torn apart by this power. However, the two old men did not hesitate or withdraw their hands in the slightest because of this. They were well aware of the power of the 9 mysteries transmitted objects and had long been prepared for it, and they were also clear that the sturdiness of the lapis lazuli disc was far from being comparable to an ordinary object. As a result, the spiritual energy in the two old men's bodies surged even more, like a river breaking its banks. Click, click. Tiny but clear cracking sounds came from within the lapis lazuli disc, signs that the internal structure was beginning to crumble under the immense pressure it could not withstand. As time passed, the shattering sounds became denser and louder, until they finally converged into a deafening roar. On the lapis lazuli disc, the originally flowing spiritual light began to become disorganized and dim, and eventually went out like a candle in the wind. The disc itself, under the attack of the two old men, also shattered into countless pieces of stone of varying sizes, splashing in all directions, and the entire inheritance land was instantly shrouded in a cloud of dust and rubble. At this moment, it was as if the entire space was shaken by the two old men's earth-shattering power, and even the air was filled with a heavy sense of oppression that left people breathless. This scene came too suddenly, and Lin Yin froze, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. The body stood stiffly in place, with despair in his eyes. He had never expected that the chance of his dream inheritance would be completely destroyed in such a way. As for Chui, he maintained that bland, self-contained demeanor since the beginning, and everything was in his plan. Lin Yan turned his head and looked at Chui in anger and shock, but he only saw Chuyi's calm expression. "Brother Chu, what do you mean by this?" Lin Yan roared, his voice filled with anger. Chui gently shook his head, his gaze deep. "By destroying the inheritance, no one will be able to get their hands on the raw character secrets again. I don't want the secret techniques I've mastered to rot on the street." "Then why don't you wait until I'm done with my inheritance before destroying it?" Chui asked back. "Who are you? I didn't even recognize you before. Why would I give you the chance to inherit? When did I promise you that I would give you the chance to inherit? Prince Chu, if it wasn't for the secret method I gave you, how could you all have obtained the inheritance so easily? Now that you've used my secret method, not only are you not grateful to me, but instead you're returning the favor with a vengeance. Such an act is truly somewhat incomprehensible." Chui smiled faintly. "You're the one who licked your own face and came over to tell me about the secret method, aren't you? It's not like I forced you." Lin Yan was struck by lightning as he heard this, and his face turned pale. Chapter 58, The Exasperated Lin Yan. He then realized that since Chuyi's intention to destroy the lapis lazuli disc was not a sudden idea, but rather he had planned from the start to not give himself the opportunity to pass on his legacy. Lin Yan couldn't believe why he remained unmoved even though he had repeatedly curried favor with Chui. As the number one genius of Qingcheng, previously it was others who licked themselves, and when they faced compliments from others, they would give them some sweetness no matter what. After all, reaching out was not a good idea. Giving the lickers something sweet satisfies your own vanity and desire for control, and allows a group of tendentious lickers to become your own enablers. But now you put down your pride to lick someone and this is what you get? Lin Yan really couldn't accept it. He didn't understand what kind of brain circuits Chui had, why he kept treating himself so badly. Anger erupted like a volcano, and his face turned from pale to crimson. He clenched his fists. The aura around him became violent and disorganized, and an uncontrollable impulse drove him to want to rush up and reason with Chui. even at the cost of a battle. Just as he was about to make his move, a figure flashed between him and Chui. It was none other than Li Shen, who had just obtained the linear character's secret inheritance and was in high spirits. Lin Yan, do you want to seek death again? His figure was as steady as a rock. His footsteps were light, each step stepping on top of the ripples of the air, and the wonders of the lineage mysteries had been revealed. Lin Yan glared angrily at Li Shen and growled, "Get out of the way. This is between me and Chui. Come to your senses. Chui has never put you in her eyes, and your currying favor is nothing more than a self-inflicted insult. Moreover, the way you look now, you look more like a pissed-off loser." As soon as the words fell, Lin Yan could no longer hold back. He violently charged forward. The wind of his fist whistled, carrying a sound of breaking air, and pushed straight into Li Xian's face. However, Li Xian only slightly sidestepped and easily avoided the strike, while his right foot swiftly raised and kicked at Lin Yan's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Yan flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. He struggled to stand up, but a sharp pain came from his chest, making it difficult for him to get up for a while. Li Shen did not capitalize on his victory, but stood in place, looking at Lin Yan in a condescending manner, and faintly said, "This is the gap between you and I. If you dare to provoke again, the result will only be worse." Lin Yan lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Li Xian's confident figure. He realized that the cultivation gap between himself and these truly powerful people was like a chasm. He was now completely out of his mind. Originally, he had boasted in front of Bai Kanji that he was going to take down the first foreign flame, thus solidifying his position in the Bai family. However, the foreign fire that had already arrived and was even a few breaths away from being successfully fused was forcefully yanked out of Chuyi's body and snatched away. Lin Yan endured it, because there were even more valuable line secrets behind it. Being the first to arrive at the lapis lazuli disc, but being robbed of the first inheritance by Chui, Lin Yan still endured, taking the initiative to curry favor with the enemy that had disgraced him, respectfully offering the inherited secret method. But before Chui had the slightest gratitude, Lin Yan still endured. Now, after Chuyi's people had finished their inheritance, they actually let someone take the initiative to destroy the inherited lapis lazuli disc, depriving themselves of the opportunity to inherit forever. This time, Lin Yan really couldn't bear it at all. If that's tolerable, you can't call yourself a man. Now after all that work, nothing at all has been accomplished. The others who entered the secret realm must have harvested many other immortal treasures for so many days, and he himself had spent all his time on the foreign fire and the secret of the word line, and had gotten nothing from the other immortal treasures. If he went out empty-handed, he would definitely be belittled by the Bai family and ridiculed by the crowd. Lin Yan's anger was like a flame ignited by a raging wind and rain, burning so brightly that it almost consumed his sanity. He struggled to get up from the ground, each step looking incredibly difficult, but the determination in his eyes grew stronger. Staring tightly at Chui, blood dripped down his fingers, but it did nothing to alleviate the anger within him. Just as he was about to recklessly rush towards Chu, a calm voice suddenly rang out, piercing through the tyrannical aura. "Don't be impulsive, little one." The voice came from Pill Elder, who had been silently observing everything. The reason he had been concealing his breath before was to prevent those two super powerhouses from discovering it. But seeing that Lin Yan was going to go up and fight for his life, Medicine Old Man knew that he definitely couldn't ignore anything anymore. Not caring if the storm was exposed or not, Lin Yan would surely perish if he really rushed up there. And along with him, he would also die. Pill Elder still has unfinished business and doesn't want to give Lin Yan a burial so early. Lin Yan's movements lurched at the words, the anger in his eyes unabated. But with a few more moments of doubt, Pill Elder, "Don't stop me. The big deal is death." Pill Elder sighed softly and said in a serious tone, "Lin Yan, calm down. Do you know that the terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy that just destroyed the stone disc was beyond the reach of anyone not from the immortal realm?" "What? Someone from the immortal realm? Pill Elder, are you sure you're not talking nonsense?" "That's for sure. The inheritance stone disc of the 9 secrets, although after hundreds of thousands of years, the immortal energy has greatly dissipated, but after all, it's something left behind by the quasi-emperors and even the immortal emperors back then, and it can't be destroyed by non-immortals. Furthermore, those 2 terrifying strands of immortal power just now represent that the 2 of them are not ordinary Shen immortals, but golden immortals. The clan behind Chui is by no means comparable to the hidden ancient clans of the lower realm. They are most likely the young masters of the great clans from the immortal realm who have come here to practice." When Lin Yan heard this, his heart shook violently, as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chui. the unwillingness in his heart instantly replaced by fear. The immortal realm. That was a place that the current him could not even dare to think about. Any one of the strongest people there could easily crush a lower realm cultivator. This also allowed Lin Yan to completely figure out why Chui was able to ignore the formations outside the secret boundaries and directly break them, as well as ignoring the first test to fly directly from the bottom of the mountain to the top. How? How is that possible? Lin Yan's voice trembled slightly, and even speaking became difficult. Seeing this, Pill Elder continued to advise, the current Chui is the one who doesn't see you as a threat at all, so he didn't kill you bitterly because in the eyes of these young masters of their immortal realm, the current you is not worth mentioning at all. But if you have to go up and fight him to the death, not to mention being useless, you might completely piss off this immortal realm's young lord, and the family behind you, everyone including by kanji, will be buried with you. Lin Yan heard Pill Elder's words. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and a sense of inferiority permeated his entire body. He lowered his head and remained silent for a moment, eventually slowly unclenching his tightly clenched fists, the anger in his eyes gradually extinguishing. He finally understood that the gap between himself and Chui was not just as simple as cultivation, but also the power and resources behind him. Many thanks to Pill Elder for his guidance, Lin Yan said in a low voice in his head, with a little more sincerity and awe in his tone. Chui's face is obviously a bit grim, and your behavior just now has likely pissed him off a bit. What should I do then? Medicine Elder, save me, please save me. I don't want my family and by kanji to be implicated because of me. Alas, there is no lack of ways. It is up to you to decide if you are willing or not. Medicine Elder quickly said, as long as I can save my life without involving my family in white porridge, I'm willing to do anything. You now immediately go up and kneel in front of Chui. Pretend that what just happened didn't happen, and congratulate Chui as well as the people around him for obtaining the inheritance. After all, you just gave them the secret method of the inheritance, and there should still be a chance of keeping you alive. Chapter 59, A Rift Between Master and Disciple. Lin Yan's heart was like a lonely boat that was constantly being pounded by the gale force winds and waves, experiencing a violent struggle. He knew deep down that his impulsiveness would not only fail to undo any of the damage, but might instead drag the entire family and white kanji into a situation of no return. Every word of Pill Elder hit his heart like a heavy hammer, causing him to face the cruel reality. If the family and white porridge are involved because of me, I will not rest in peace even if I die. Staying green is not a worry. Even though Chui was from the immortal realm, the Bai clan's ancestor who was about to descend to the next realm was also from the immortal realm. It wouldn't be too late to ask about Chui's family background from her mouth later on. With the help of Pill Elder, in the future, he might not be able to ascend to the immortal realm, and at that time, he would settle the score for today's humiliation. In the end, Lin Yan clenched his teeth and made the most humiliating yet sensible decision of his life. Slowly, he stood up, and though his body was still trembling, the determination in his eyes had shifted to a deep compromise. Adjusting his posture, he took one step towards Chui, even though each step seemed unusually heavy. When Lin Yan finally stood in front of Chui, he could almost feel the air around him freeze. Lowering his head, he dropped to both knees, his forehead lightly touching the ground with a dull thud. This kneeling was not only a reverence for Chui's strength, but also a helpless act to save his family's lives. Duke Chu, Lin Yan has eyes without a pearl and has taken many offenses. Please be generous and spare Lin's life. The voice was low and shaky, and every word felt like it was squeezed through his teeth. He tried to sound as sincere and humble as possible, hoping to get Chui's sympathy. Congratulations to Mr. Chu and his party for obtaining the secret law inheritance. Lin Yan slightly raised his head to look at Chui after he finished speaking. Observing his face, Chui's reaction, however, was unexpected to Lin Yan. He didn't show any sympathy or pity, he just glanced lightly at Lin Yan. The corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful shallow smile. Chui hadn't said a word, so he quietly watched Lin Yan kneel in front of him, seemingly directly ignoring him. Lin Yan was kowtowing like garlic, but Chui was unmoved and walked straight forward. Chui turned away directly without stopping at the humble pleas for mercy. The back reveals a kind of transcendental indifference, just as Lin Yan's heart sank to the bottom, thinking that this was how it would all end. Xiao Xian, who was on the side, stopped in her tracks. She turned around and looked at Lin Yan with a complicated gaze that was filled with contempt for him. Lin Yan, Xiao Xian's voice was clear and cold as she condescended to scrutinize him. On account of your offering the secret method, I will spare your life today. If you dare to show the slightest disrespect again, you will suffer the consequences. The words were short, but they were like pins and needles, piercing his pride deeply. Also, That one immortal sword doesn't belong to you. You snatched it from Xiao Rin. Now give it to me. Lin Yan froze for a moment and immediately reacted. The foreign flames were gone. And so was the Xingzi secret. And now this immortal sword that was snatched from Xiao Rin's hands was the only thing that he had gained from this trip to the secret realm. If this immortal sword was also taken away, then he would have gained nothing from this trip to the secret realm. But since Xiao Xian had opened her mouth, Lin Yan didn't dare to have any second thoughts. Very reluctantly, he took out the immortal sword from his storage ring and respectfully handed it to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian had wanted to kill Lin Yan with her own hands. A few days ago, the scene of Lin Yan's perverted general torture of Xiao Rin was still fresh in her mind. His own brother, no matter what unforgivable mistakes, also have to be handed over to Chu Yi and their own disposal. How can not turn this villain overstepped his role? But Chu Yi hadn't given the word, and Xiao Xian didn't dare to kill him without making a decision on her own. But it was only right to take back what belonged to Xiao's pride. Receiving the immortal sword, Xiao Xian also followed Chu Yi's lead and slowly left. The group continued to ignore the spiritual pressure of the mountain peak and flew down from the top. The scene only left Lin Yan kneeling in place, unable to get up for a long time. Only when he was sure that their figures had completely disappeared did Lin Yan gather his trepidation and slowly stood up. The heart is mixed, both the celebration of the aftermath of the robbery, but also the confusion about their own future. Originally, according to the plan, his trip to the secret realm would have obtained the Phantom Orchid Ghost Flame and the secret of the lineage character. Two opportunities that were both very valuable in the immortal realm. But now, not only had he gained nothing, he hadn't even kept the immortal sword that was already in his hands. All the grievances converged together, and Lin Yan finally couldn't help himself. Tears were pouring out like a flood from a broken dike. He knelt where he was, tears blurring his vision, choking and becoming broken. The cries echoed across the empty hilltop, each one filled with heartbreaking agony. A few days ago, he himself was still the first heavenly pride of Qingcheng that everyone admired. I remembered that at the engagement banquet with Baikanji, all the forces in the central state had given face and treated themselves with respect. And some of them had even taken the initiative to pull themselves together. In just a few days, the situation was completely reversed, and it turned out that all it took to go from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley was to meet one person. This sense of contrast was something Lin Yan could not accept in any way. It turned out that the so-called heavenly pride, the so-called family power, was so ridiculous under the truly strong and heavenly background. Nonetheless, the process was very humiliating, but at least it saved his life. The current Lin Yan was filled with anger and desperately needed an outlet. After searching in a big circle, Lin Yan intended to take his anger out on Pill Elder's head. Master, do you have anything to say to me? Why did you say that climbing unarmed is the first level test? Why is it also possible for Chu Yi to fly straight up and succeed in the inheritance? Apprentice, this is indeed my fault. To ignore the spiritual pressure of this mountain peak requires at least Mahayana stage cultivation, but no matter what I say, it doesn't change the reality that you need to climb up step by step. Does it matter? It's not a matter of results. I trust my master so much, but my master is not being honest with me. Disciple, I'm really very chilled. You are hiding from me on this small matter. How can I guarantee that you won't hide from me on the big matters that concern life and death in the future? Alas, disciple, I know you're very sad right now, but it's not because of this one small thing that caused you to be so miserable right now, is it? Of course it's more than just such a thing. If it wasn't for you telling me that you took the initiative to offer the inheritance mysteries to Chu Yi, perhaps Chu Yi and his party would have voluntarily given up because they couldn't succeed in the inheritance. And at that time, I could have succeeded in the inheritance even if I had sneaked back, and your bad idea had allowed my enemy to obtain the lineage mysteries, while I had lost the wife and the army. Apprentice, Master is making the best choice based on the situation at the time, and you didn't refute it when I made the suggestion. So how come you're coming to hindsight now? Are you avoiding your own failures like this? After all I've done for you, even going so far as to compromise my soul power to help you, is this how you repay me? I'm afraid you're not helping me simply for my sake, right? It's not because I can nourish you with my spiritual energy. The stronger I am, the faster you recover. The stronger I am, the sooner you can return to the immortal realm. Apprentice, a gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart. Even if everything I did for you was good for myself, you also got a lot of benefits with my help, didn't you? Do you have to be satisfied only if I get nothing? Chapter 60, The End of the Secret World Trip. Pill Elder's words were word for word, disliking Lin Yan and rendering him speechless. Thinking about it carefully, what Pill Elder said was not without reason, even if the medicinal old man told the truth. Then as usual, He himself would have to slowly climb up step by step, and would not change anything because of the medicinal old man's lie of saving his own face. Moreover, at that time, when Pill Elder proposed to impart the inheritance secret method to Chui, Pill Elder had only made a suggestion, and the final decision was still in his own hands, and it was he himself who felt that it would please Chui before he finally chose to do so. At the thought, the anger inside was doused by a sudden shower of calm. He took a sharp, deep breath, letting his boiling emotions settle down. The silence around him seemed to amplify his inner voice, making him begin to reflect on his lapse. A complex emotion welled up in Lin Yan's heart, feeling a slight remorse for his out-of-control behavior just now. Not to mention that Pill Elder's words had a few points of truth. Even if Pill Elder could also profit from the process of assisting himself, in the final analysis, he himself had gained a greater benefit. When he was a child, his talent was mediocre, being neglected by his family and bullied by his peers. If it wasn't for the old medicine man who had been helping him to change his fate against the heavens, he would never have been able to become the #1 heavenly pride of Qingchang, let alone obtaining the foreign fire, refining the immortal dawn, and getting the favor of the Bai family. What's more, in the future on the road of cultivation he also can't do without the help of the medicinal old man. If he forces the medicinal old man to leave now, it will do more harm than good to himself. Mastermind. Lin Yan's voice was low, and he opened his mouth intermittently, desperately searching for the right words to express his apology. I was too impulsive in my party and said something I shouldn't have said. Please forgive my disciple's recklessness. Pill Elder sighed softly, but more than anything, he was tolerant and understanding of Lin Yan. He slowly shook his head and said, "Alas, disciple, one is not a saint, who can't make mistakes. The important thing is that you can wake up in time and realize your mistakes." Hearing his master's father being so generous, Lin Yan felt even more guilty in his heart and lowered his head, his voice even lower. "Master teacher, you are right. It's me who was too impatient. I shouldn't have said those hurtful words. I hope that master teacher won't take it into account in the future. Disciple, it is fate that you and I are master and disciple. Master will naturally do my best to help you grow." Lin Yan nodded heavily. "Thank you, master, for not abandoning me." Pill Elder nodded in satisfaction, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Good disciple. Gather up your feelings. It's time for us to return. What to explain to Miss Bai? You should think of a countermeasure in your mind ahead of time. Lin Yan's injuries were so severe that he was still unable to fly down against the spiritual pressure of the mountain peak, and he could still only climb down one step at a time if he wanted to go down. If the inheritance had succeeded with the secret of the lineage, he would have been able to easily descend the mountain with the secret method, but he didn't. The current Lin Yan's injuries hadn't healed yet, so if he went down rashly he was bound to fall to pieces. Sitting alone in the humble tent, the dim candlelight flickered, reflecting his locked brow and complicated state of mind. He knew that after returning to Qingchang, the hardest thing to face was Bai Kanji's expectant eyes. Lin Yan knew in his heart that with Bai Kanji's emotions towards himself, even if he returned empty-handed, he wouldn't blame himself and would only be concerned about his injuries. How painful it would be for Bai Kanji to learn that instead of bringing back the foreign fire and the secret of the line character, he had nearly lost his life. But that wasn't what the rest of the Bai family thought. They would only think that Lin Yan was a waste and couldn't be used. Lin Yan knew that if he directly told the truth, not only would he lose face, but it would also cause the Bai family to lose confidence in him and even affect the relationship between the two. He decided to make up a lie that would preserve his dignity and convince the white porridge at the same time. After 2 days, Lin Yan's injuries were getting better and he finally went on the road. Standing on the edge of the cliff, looking at the steep stone wall, he seemed to see the way he had come. The sunlight shone dappledly on this wall through the sparse clouds, adding a bit of warmth to the cold stone wall. However, this warmth could not relieve Lin Yan's physical exhaustion and pain in the slightest. Hands pressed against the rough rock wall, searching for every tiny bump that could lend a hand. Every inch he moved was a struggle against his limits, and the tearing sensation of the wound grew stronger with each muscular exertion. Carefully, he tested the landing below with his toes, quickly shifting his body weight over each slightly smoother spot he found before looking for the next support. Sweat slid down his forehead and dripped onto the rocks, where it was instantly vaporized, leaving only a patchy trail. As the altitude gradually decreased, the wind became more violent. The sound of the whistling wind was like the devil's roar, echoing in his ears. Time passed and the sun began to slowly sink in the west, coloring the sky with a golden hue. Lin Yan knew that time was running out. He had to speed up. Finally, after experiencing countless difficulties, Lin Yan saw the ground below. After several days of flying, Lin Yan returned to the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, the sky was colored orange by the evening sun, signaling the urgency of the secret realm's impending closure. The entrance was bustling with people. Everyone was basking in the afterglow of their secret adventure, with expressions of either excitement, regret, or triumph on their faces. Have you heard? Li Wanner of the Li clan actually found a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma in the depths of the secret realm, and that aura is so thick that it's almost condensed into substance. A young man dressed in brocade clothes excitedly said to his friend beside him, his eyes filled with envy. 10,000-year-old Lingji? That's an excellent material for refining high-grade immortal pills. Li Wanner has really gotten lucky this time. In a hidden cave, I accidentally triggered an organ and obtained an ancient artifact refining secret book. The method of artifact refining recorded in it is simply unheard of. I reckon that as long as I can penetrate one or two of them, I will be able to become a top artifact refining master. A secret book of weaponsmithing? That's a treasure that countless refiners can only dream of. Congratulations! On the other side, a few female cultivators gathered together, whispering, Bijou Yulan, not only the fragrance of the flowers can clear the mind, its petals are the best material for refining the residual face pill. I personally saw Zhao's sister picked one. That look, simply too beautiful to be a mortal object. Face resurfacing pill? That's an immortal elixir that female cultivators can only dream of. Senior sister Zhao is really lucky. Lin Yan stood at the edge of the crowd, listening to these discussions about immortal treasures with mixed feelings in his heart. He knew very well that instead of bringing back any immortal treasures, he had nearly lost his life on this trip. How could he face Bai Kanji and the expectations of the Bai family with such an outcome? Chapter 61, Lies. The atmosphere of the scene grew higher and higher, with discussions rising and falling, each person proving the extraordinary nature of the trip with the immortal treasures they had acquired. The sunlight was winding down, coloring the sky a pale violet. Have you heard? Bifrost of the Bai clan found the remnants of the Ice Heart Jade Dew Pill formula by a cold pool. This elixir can greatly enhance the purity of a cultivator's ice spiritual root, and will greatly aid in the cultivation of ice attribute techniques. Ice Heart Jade Dew Pill? That's a legendary elixir. The Bai family has really gotten lucky this time. The surrounding people cast envious gazes. I came across an ancient trial formation, and although the process was arduous, I ended up obtaining a flowing cloud sword, which is as light as a feather and has a powerful sword aura, which couldn't be more suitable for the wind shadow sword technique that I cultivate. A young disciple of the Bai clan spoke excitedly, gently caressing a long sword in his hand, the tip of the sword trembling slightly. No less than the one Lin Yan had just been robbed of. I also harvested quite a lot. I found a volume of the Heavenly Dipper body refining technique in a secret relic, and it's said that if you cultivate it to a great extent, your fleshly body can be compared to a magic treasure. In the midst of the heated atmosphere, a slightly abrupt figure attracted the attention of the crowd. Lin Yan stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, without much expression on his face, in stark contrast to the surrounding clamor. Bai Kanji's gaze finally caught him, and a look of worry appeared on his face as he walked through the crowd and walked quickly to Lin Yan. Lin Yan, why are you coming out now? I've been waiting for you for a long time and I've been worried to death. Bai Kanji's voice carried a bit of reproach, but it was more of a concern. She looked Lin Yan up and down, noticing his slightly tired look and the slight bruises on his body. Her heart became even more uneasy. Lin Yan smiled faintly, and despite the mixed feelings in his heart, he did his best to look relaxed. I had some trouble, but it's all worked out. How about you? How was the harvest from this trip to the secret realm? A smile blossomed on White Kanji's face as he sniffed. I've certainly gained something as well. Not only has my cultivation improved, but I've also obtained a purple sky spirit grass, which is greatly beneficial to refining pills. Saying that, she took out a spirit herb that emitted a faint purple light from her storage ring and displayed it to Lin Yan. With these spirit herbs and your foreign fire, the pills you'll refine for Grandpa in the future will be even more powerful. Lin Yan looked at the spirit grass in Bai Kanji's hand and felt even more bitter about the failure of his trip. He quickly adjusted his mood, but his speech broke off. Well, too, great. You're in luck. Bai Kanji could see that Lin Yan's reaction was unnatural, and coupled with the fact that he had left the secret realm late, sensed that he must have had an accident. Brother Lin Yan, besides getting the foreign fire, how about the other rewards from this trip? You also sent me a message saying that there was a trace of the Rou character secret. Bai Kanji asked with a smile and an expectant face. Lin Yan had an embarrassed look on his face. He really didn't know how to speak. Previously, when he himself had taken out the foreign fire from the body of the heavenly green ox python, he had hastened to report to White Kanji that he had taken the foreign fire. As a result, Just after sending the message, Shu Yi, who was halfway killed, picked the fruit. After failing, he rushed to send a message to Bai Kanji that he would get the secret of the line. As a result, the foreign fire did not get. The secret of the word line did not get. Even the original immortal sword was lost, but also landed in a wound. In the final analysis, it is still to be blamed on his own inability to control his mouth, boasted before the dust had settled, making it difficult for him to ride the tiger now. Facing Bai Kanji's eyes that were full of expectation, Lin Yan's heart was like being pressed by a heavy stone, making it difficult for him to speak. Porridge child. Yes, sorry. There were some mistakes in the process of transmitting the row character secret, so the inheritance didn't succeed. Lin Yan's voice was low. It's fine. The inheritance of the 9 secrets is already very difficult. It's only normal to fail. Don't be discouraged. Bai Kanji froze for a moment and comforted. Are there any other immortal treasures? I've encountered a lot of accidents on this trip, and most of my time was spent on the road, without the rest of my energy to find other immortal treasures. Lin Yan's voice was getting smaller and smaller. He didn't even dare to look directly into Bai Kanji's eyes, and kept dodging, looking very vain. It's okay, these other immortal treasures in the end are foreign objects, and also cannot come to our junior's hands, or to hand over to the family. And you get the foreign fire but belongs to your own. No one can snatch away. Will also accompany you for life? This is the real big chance. Those things are not counted as anything. When Bai Kanji heard this, a trace of doubt flashed between her eyebrows, but it was quickly replaced by gentleness as she gently held Lin Yan's hand and said. The heavy stone in Lin Yan's heart seemed to lighten a few points as he felt the warmth in his palm. Previously, Lin Yan's mood had sunk to the bottom, but hearing Bai Kanji's constant comfort gave him the courage to confess. No matter when, one always has such a gentle woman behind him or her to support him or her silently. Countless touches surged through his heart, and Lin Yan decided that he would confess to Bai Kanji. I thought I could bring you good news, but I didn't realize. I ended up worrying you along with me. Lin Yan's voice was filled with self-reproach, and his eyes were slightly red. He sighed softly, his eyes flashing with mixed emotions as he recalled those thrilling moments. When I was about to absorb the foreign fire, I met a few fellow Taoists who were being chased by a group of demonic beasts in a critical situation, and after a mental struggle, I finally decided to give up on absorbing the foreign fire and save those fellow Taoists instead. When he said this, Lin Yan's eyes became deep and his voice was tearful, as if it was true. The battle was exceptionally fierce, and I tried my best to maneuver around the demonic beasts. Although I eventually managed to send those cultivators safely out of harm's way, I was imprisoned as a result and was besieged by a swarm of demonic beasts. It was only after a bitter battle that I managed to escape from the demonic beasts and return here. Speaking here, Lin Yan deliberately paused for a moment, a trace of imperceptible sadness flashing in his eyes, and continued. I tried my best to maneuver around it, but in the end, I was still seriously injured. During my escape, I used up almost all of my spiritual energy and could only desperately try to avoid it, not having time to care about the whereabouts of the foreign flames and the secret of the Xing character. It wasn't until my injuries improved slightly recently that I found the opportunity to escape. Lin Yan's narration was filled with thrills and tragedy, making everyone around him sweat. As Bai Kanji listened to Lin Yan, the light in his eyes gradually changed from anticipation to admiration. What about those Taoists? Did they survive? Alas, despite my best efforts, I was unable to save the lives of a few of my fellow Taoists. Ultimately I was too useless. It's done, so don't beat yourself up too much. Although Bai Kanji was a little sorry that Lin Yan hadn't been able to bring back the foreign fire, he didn't bother about anything else when he heard about Lin Yan's thrilling experience in the secret territory. Chapter 62, Pretending to be Generous. While the crowd was casting admiring gazes at Lin Yan's heroic rescue, a few cultivators dressed gorgeously but with provocative faces slowly approached. Their eyes revealed obvious ill will. Obviously, having seen Lin Yan's clothes torn and covered in injuries, they expected that he must have planted his head in the secret realm. Previously, Lin Yan had earned a lot of attention when he broke the formation outside of the secret boundary, drawing the displeasure of the other peers, and now that they saw him suffer a defeat, they naturally wanted to go up and mock him. One of them had a playful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he deliberately asked in a loud voice, "Brother Lin Yan, I heard that your trip to the secret realm adventure was quite rewarding. I wonder if I could have the honor of seeing the immortal treasure you acquired." At these words, the atmosphere around them was subtle. Many people waited with bated breath to see how Lin Yan would respond. Lin Yan's face changed slightly as he stammered at his words. He was willing to fabricate his heroic deeds in front of his acquaintances such as Bai Kanji, naturally because they were all trustworthy people. In front of acquaintances, a filter exists, and coupled with the persona one usually portrays, anyone who says anything will believe it. But this group of unsuspecting people were no little darlings, and if they learned that they had nothing to show for it, they would certainly try to laugh at themselves. Going forward, one's position in Xinjiang, the Bai clan, and the cloud-hidden divine sect would be in tatters. Just when Lin Yan was in an awkward situation, Bai Kanji stepped forward. Lin Yan has gained a lot on this trip. If you all are interested, I can show you all one by one. Saying that, Bai Kanji took out several items one by one from his storage ring. This is a volume of the clear wind transportation technique obtained by Lin Yan. After cultivating it, one's body can be as swift as the wind. As for this bottle of rejuvenation dew, it's even a holy medicine for healing wounds. Just a single drop will restore a lot of injuries. The gazes of the people around her brightened a few points more with each thing Bai Kanji said, but her tone was always calm, without the slightest intention to show off. Finally, she gazed tenderly at Lin Yan and continued, as for that legendary Ice Heart Jade Dew pill, I actually discovered it together with Lin Yan, but he knew the importance of this pill to the clan, so he took the initiative to let me have it. As soon as the words fell, the attitudes of the surrounding people instantly changed. From the original watching and eating to admiration, they all cast admiring gazes at Lin Yan, and even those who were originally unsuspecting shut their mouths. These things were indeed of great value, far exceeding what their group had gotten in the immortal realm. Mr. Lin is indeed as sentimental and righteous as the legend says. Such a precious immortal treasure was given away. I heard that the Ice Heart Jade Dew Dam was guarded by an ancient sword formation in a cave, and many of the fellow practitioners who created the formation unfortunately perished, but I didn't expect it to be obtained by Mr. Lin, so it's true that it's still Mr. Lin's skill that's superior. That ancient sword array is extremely difficult to crack. People who go in 9 deaths. I heard that the sword is also poisonous. By the sword rubbed on a bit are likely to die soon. Lin Yan gentleman but no sword wound all over the body. Cultivation of the depth of the really deep. Passers-by opened their mouths to praise Lin Yan, and he once again became the center of attention throughout the entire process. Saying that, Bai Kanji quietly covered the wound on his right arm that was still oozing blood with the sleeve of his left arm. No one else cared about this little gesture, only one person saw the whole thing. It was Lin Yan. At this moment, Lin Yan didn't know what to say. He also didn't expect Bai Kanji to actually be willing to go this far for himself. At this moment, there was both emotion in his heart and worry about Bai Kanji's injuries. Looking at the right arm of the white kanji that was still vaguely oozing black blood, he was very disturbed inside. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Lin Yan and Bai Kanji. Lin Yan didn't know how to face the white porridge. Though the white porridge relieved himself, the pride that had always been inside struck him. He also didn't expect that he, who was supposed to suppress his peers, would now have to rely on women to maintain his face. This situation is like, it's okay, 3 breaths is pretty awesome too. Feelings of inferiority surged to his heart, while making him even more determined to be good to Bai Kanji for the rest of his life. Fortunately, after this incident, Bai Kanji finally let go of his previous prejudice against himself, which was a blessing in disguise. Lin Yan looked at the white kanji, gratitude and guilt intertwined, making him unable to find the right words to express his feelings at this moment. Gently pulling over Bai Kanji's left hand, his eyes fell on the deliberately hidden right arm, where the undried blood still remained, particularly harsh. White porridge, your injury. Bai Kanji smiled slightly, a few moments of relief hidden in that smile. It's fine. It's just a small injury. Let's quickly go and see what's happening over there. Everyone's gathered over there. Lin Yan nodded, and the two of them walked side by side towards the place where the crowd was gathered, which was bustling with people forming a circle. The two approached, only to see the crowd gathered around a single person. It's none other than Shui. Shui's group attracted everyone's attention when they entered the secret realm. The people of the lower realm are not all cuties. Seeing that this group of people were able to break the formation so easily, they naturally guessed that Shui was bound to have a terrifying background. The fact that even one of Chuyi's female henchmen was able to hang Xiaorin, who was also at the Yuaning stage, had even spread throughout the entire mysterious realm. In the secret realm, a group of people were all walking around Chui. What he looked at no one dared to grab with him, even destined to kneel down and offer immortal treasures with both hands. Lin Yan was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Chui. Why didn't he leave when he got the stuff? A young master from the upper realm who was actually willing to talk and laugh with these lower realm bumpkins? Lin Yan's original default was that Chu Yi and his group would definitely go away after leaving the secret realm and would not stay in Xinjiang for long. so he fabricated that lie of giving up his life. But if Chui made public the news that he had gotten the secret of the lines of the phantom ghost flame, then wouldn't his own weepy story that he had just told in front of the white kanji be wearing thin? Lin Yan was afraid of being recognized by Chui and deliberately hid behind the crowd. In the center of the crowd, Chui was dressed in a light robe, standing between the stars. He had a handsome face and a gentle and elegant temperament, just like a fluttering gentleman coming out of a painting. In his hands, he lightly rested a few treasures that shimmered with spiritual light. Fellow travelers, on this trip to the secret realm, I was fortunate enough to obtain quite a few immortal treasures, which are all the essence of heaven and earth. Chuyi's voice was warm and moist like jade, and it reached everyone's ears, his eyes full of sincerity. I am well aware that the path of cultivation is difficult, so I would like to share these treasures with everyone here in the hope that it will be beneficial to your cultivation. After saying that, Chui began to introduce the treasures in his hands one by one. He first displayed a jade pendant emitting a faint blue light, explaining, "This is the clear heart pendant, worn on the body. It can clear the mind and calm the spirit, resisting the intrusion of the heart demons, and is greatly beneficial to the cultivation of the state of mind." With that, he threw the jade pendant into the air, and several cultivators coaxed a piece of it. Then, Chui took out another bottle of elixir that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. This dan is called the Heavenly Fragrance Life Renewal Dan. It's a rare treasure that I found from the secret realm. Taking a single capsule can give life to the dead and flesh to the bones, and it has a miraculous effect on those who are dying from serious injuries. After saying that, he distributed the pills to a few cultivators who seemed to be more seriously injured. The so-called immortal treasures in this secret realm, in addition to the secret of the word line and the orchid ghostfire, so that the protagonist is only worthy of knowing the chance, in Chuyi's eyes, are all garbage without exception. These things are all rotten goods in the immortal world, so Chuyi would not feel the slightest bit of heartache in distributing these things at all. Just as Chui continued to distribute the treasures, his gaze pretended to fall on Bai Kanji without thinking, noticing the wound on her right arm that she had deliberately hidden. Chapter 63. Pill Elder. Disciple has an urgent inquiry. Lin Yan's voice carried a bit of urgency as he contacted Pill Elder, who was resting. Through his mind voice transmission, Pill Elder's voice resounded in Lin Yan's mind. "Little fellow, what's the matter with being so flustered? It's about Bai Kanji's injury. The injury on her right hand. What kind of poison is it caused by? What kind of elixir is needed to heal it?" Lin Yan described the condition of Bai Kanji's wound in detail, including the dark blood that was faintly visible and the speculations of the people around him. Pill Elder pondered for a moment, quickly flipping through the vast pharmacopoeia in his mind. "Listening to what you said, this poison is not trivial. It should be the spectral bone eroding scatter from the ancient sword formation. This poison is extremely insidious and can erode the tendons and bones of cultivators. If not treated in time, I fear for my life. As for the elixir, it needs to be a 9-yang antidote elixir made with the extremely rare 9-yang soul restoring grass as the main medicine, in order to completely remove this poison and restore the injuries." Lin Yan's heart tightened even more when he heard this. 9-sun soul restoring grass. That was a heavenly treasure that even he had never heard of, let alone refining an elixir. "Don't worry, little guy. I have a way to get the 9-yang soul restoring grass. You only need to follow my Dan formula and use the foreign fire to refine the 9-yang antidote Dan. You only need to take it for 7 consecutive days. The injury on Miss Bai's hand can definitely be healed. It's a pity that the 9 Suns antidote pill is best refined with the Yulan Ghostfire for a higher quality, but it's not impossible to use other foreign fires. In fact, this wound is described in the original. In the original story, it was Lin Yan who used the elixir made from the second foreign fire to cure her poison. Now without the phantom ghost flame, the only thing left was the spirit bone blue flame, which was much less effective. But even so, he himself was the only one on this continent who could cure white porridge. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Yan was in a better mood. His role was really still irreplaceable. On the other side, Chui, who saw the wound, understood in seconds. He frowned slightly and spoke gently. "This girl, you seem to be injured?" Bai Kanji froze and looked up at Chui, only to see that the other party had already taken a step toward her. Her eyes filled with concern. She wanted to hide it, but it was too late, so she could only nod slightly, her mind on guard. After approaching, Chui gently pulled up Bai Kanji's right hand, and his face instantly became grave. Faced with Chuyi's sudden move, Bai Kanji didn't react. "This wound is poisonous and needs immediate attention." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of golden ointment from his storage ring. "Mr. Chu, this injury unusual pills don't work. It has to be an immortal medicine to be useful. I don't need Mr. Chu to bother. Bai Kanji softly thanked him, her cheeks slightly flushed, and turned back to look for Lin Yan, realizing that he was nowhere to be found. At this moment, Lin Yan was hiding in some unknown corner, secretly observing all of this. Seeing that Chui had touched his fiancée's hand in public, his face was filled with loathing and his entire face twisted. He took out a bottle of golden ointment from his storage ring and applied it. As soon as the ointment came into contact with the wound, it turned into a warm current that quickly penetrated into the skin. Miraculously, the wound that was still vaguely permeated with black blood began to heal at a speed that was visible to the naked eye under the cover of the ointment, and the black blood gradually dissipated. The white kanji only felt a coolness come over it, and the pain was greatly reduced. This, Miss White, feeling better? Good. Much better. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Chui smiled faintly. There is no need to be polite. On the path of cultivation, it is proper to help each other. This scene made Bai Kanji feel good about Chui. She had never seen such a gentleman with a scary background. What's even more rare is that he treats everyone with such sincerity and kindness. This good feeling quietly took root in her mind. As the miraculous effects of Chuyi's golden ointment unfolded in front of everyone's eyes, the surrounding passers-by cast awe-inspiring gazes and murmurs rose and fell. This gentleman is really a great healer. To have such a treasure. Yeah, that wound was shocking to look at, and it healed most of the way in the blink of an eye. It's unbelievable. It must be from a famous family. This kind of magic potion. How can an ordinary person get to see it? There were endless voices of praise, and a few people even went up to get close to Chui, hoping to get some favors or get to know this extraordinary gentleman. Chui, on the other hand, responded with his usual gentleness, neither arrogant nor detached, making the people around him even more respectful and favorable. In the midst of this praise, Lin Yan's mood hit rock bottom. He hid in the shadows, his gaze like a torch, staring at Chui and Bai Kanji, his face so gloomy that it could drip water. The jealousy in his heart was like a wildfire that could not be contained. Why? Why can he easily do what I can't? Am I really no better than him? Lin Yan roared angrily in his heart. His face twisted with extreme unwillingness and anger, and his eyes flickered with complex emotions. There was jealousy, resentment, and a hint of imperceptible inferiority. Lin Yan didn't expect Chui to have such means, and even more so, he didn't expect that golden ointment to have such a miraculous effect. If he were to do it himself, a pill that took great effort to refine would need to be taken for 7 days in a row. While this golden ointment of Chuyi's actually had an effect in less than 5 breaths, just now, he had wanted to show his own role by virtue of detoxifying the white kanji. But he didn't expect that even this small plan would fall through in an instant. That medicinal ointment, if I'm not mistaken, should be a product of the immortal realm, named Immortal Dew Jade Muscle Ointment. It has a miraculous effect on treating external injuries, and even if it's a poison such as the underworld bone-eroding scattering, it's still able to suppress its spread within a short period of time. It seems that this Mr. Chu's identity is even more uncomplicated than I imagined. After the trip to the secret realm, Chui was invited by Bai Yotsu to the Bai family's celebration banquet. At the White family's carefully arranged celebration banquet, the lights were brilliant and the crowd was abuzz with the pride of all the lower realms gathering to celebrate the event. In the midst of the lively and extraordinary occasion, Chui looked a bit out of place. He weaved his way through the crowd, politely responding to all manner of pleasantries and compliments, but deep down he felt a twinge of boredom with the socializing. Chui disliked interacting with a group of people from the lower realms from the bottom of his heart, but Chui had already calculated in his mind how to suppress Lin Yan's chi, and everything was under control. If not for that, he would never have argued with a group of so-called heavenly prides from the lower realms. How boring that would be. Playing this kind of boring pussy is also very degrading. Casually finding an excuse, Chui quietly left the noisy hall and strolled through the White family's back garden. The moonlight was like water, spilling over the path, and the scent of flowers and the night breeze intertwined into a peaceful nocturnal song. Strolling in the middle of it, the rare calmness in his heart made him temporarily forget about the day's disturbances. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a light footstep broke the peace of the night. Chui turned around, only to see Bai Yotsu, the head of the Bai family, walking towards him with a smile on his face. Bai Yotsu's eyes were filled with gratitude and respect, and unlike other people's currying favor, he had clearly come on this trip to test Chui. Chapter 64 Master of the White Family. Duke Chu, I, Bai Yotsu, have come to thank you for saving my life. Bai Yotsu arched his hand in salute, but his tone carried a hint of dejection and pride. Bai family master is overstating it. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. It's nothing to worry about. Miss Bai's good fortune will come from heaven, and even without me, she will definitely be able to turn her luck around. In Bai Yotsu's opinion, this Chui was a youngster worth drawing in, but no matter how much more, compared to the current Bai family, it was absolutely inadequate. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Yotsu slowly said, I heard that it was Prince Chu who personally gave Kanji's medicine during the day? Yes. Bai Yotsu's face clouded over. Although Mr. Chu has been kind to my family's Kanji, but Kanji is already married, so I would also like to ask Mr. Chu to show some self-respect. Please also ask Mr. Chu to stay in the Bai mansion for a few more days. Tomorrow my Bai clan's old ancestor will come down to the realm, and if the old ancestor brings back any immortal treasures from the immortal realm, I'll be sure to pick them out properly for you as a return gift. Bai Yuchu's meaning was simple. He wanted Chui to stay away from Bai Kanji. Every time an ascended person returned to the lower realm, it meant that in a short period of time, this family would become a top-ranking power in the desolate ancient. So no matter how terrifying the family behind Chui was, it was absolutely inadequate in front of the people of the immortal world. Cultivators who had ascended to the upper realm needed a boundary-breaking talisman in order to rejoin the lower realm, and this boundary-breaking talisman was very precious. Of course, as a first-class power in the immortal world, the Heavenly Devil Sea has as many of these boundary-breaking talismans as it needs, but for ordinary cultivators, they could only get 1 or 2 in their lifetime, and they could only stay for 7 days each time they went down to the world. These ascended cultivators, even if they were once existences that called the shots in the lower realms, were but a drop in the ocean and insignificant when they arrived in the immortal realm, just like a person who had gone through hardships to become one of the 100,000 celestial soldiers that surrounded the Monkey King. Ascended people in the immortal world do mostly miscellaneous work. Can mix to a small clan's outer door deacon is already considered a good mix. Coincidentally, this Bai clan ancestor, the location of his ascension was precisely in the Sky Demon Sea. Although the Heavenly Demon Sea was mostly demonic cultivators, the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress did not stipulate that all cultivators in the realm had to be demonic cultivators. There were also some so-called righteous sects that would be blessed by the Demon Emperor and Demon Queen. It is said that not returning to one's hometown when one is rich is like walking in the night in brocade. Cultivators who had suffered from a bellyful of anger in the immortal realm regarded going to the lower realm and pretending to be a bully as one of the few pleasures in life. They are very helpless. Their lifespan is up, and if they don't ascend, they have no choice but to die. So even though they know that they can only be minions when they go to the upper world, they still have no choice but to ascend, and often just after ascending, they give up on the idea of doing something in the immortal world. Every time an ascended person returned to the lower realm, they would bring some magic treasures from the immortal realm to the younger generations of the family. It was only in the lower realms that they could retrieve that feeling of being admired by 10,000 people and satisfy their emptiness and vanity. Seeing this smug look on Bai Yotsu's face, Chui was curious to see where exactly this Bai family's family head had ascended to in the immortal realm, and whether he was working as a handyman or a miner in the immortal realm. Seeing Chuyi's faint smile, Xiao Xian followed by Chuyi's side and said, Young lord, do you have some kind of intention for Miss Bai? Chui heard the jocularity in Xiao Xian's words, and he knew it wasn't jealousy. Although Xiao Xian had been following Chui for this period of time, she was still very self-aware. Chui such a horrible background. Want to do what she naturally cannot manage. Since it cannot be managed, why not go with him, and will even choose to take the initiative to play assistance on the sidelines. That's right, Chui said faintly. The next morning, at the dawn of the sky, the inside and outside of the Bai family residence was already bustling with people's voices. The celebrities and dignitaries of the entire central state, and even the side branches of the Bai clan that had traveled from afar, were all dressed in fancy clothes and wore a look of awe as they gathered in front of the Bai clan's door, waiting for the arrival of that legendary man who has returned from the immortal world, Bai Xiao. With a long bell ringing, a vision suddenly appeared in the sky, with auspicious clouds and golden light piercing through the clouds and cracking rocks, slowly descending from the 9 heavens above. The crowd raised their heads and looked up, only to see a figure stepping on the clouds, his clothes fluttering, just like an immortal approaching the earth. Bai Zhao's figure was even more transcendent under the morning light and auspicious clouds. Her body was delicate and curvy, and every inch of her skin contained the most exquisite carvings in heaven and earth. The long hair was like a waterfall, gently hanging down behind her back, dancing gently with the wind, carrying a faint immortal aura and unspeakable temptation. It was none other than Bai Xiao, the White family's oldest ancestor, who carried a transcendent majesty and mystery. As Bai Xiao slowly landed on the ground, an invisible pressure emanated from her surroundings, causing everyone present to involuntarily bend their knees. Even those bigwigs who usually had their eyes high above the ground were all respectful, bowing their heads and dropping their eyes as a sign of respect. The air was filled with an unspeakable solemnity, as if even time was frozen at this moment. Welcome back, old ancestor. The entire Bai family, with gratitude, Bai Yotsu, as the head of the family, took the lead in bowing and shouting, his voice filled with excitement. The rest of the people also echoed in unison, their voices shaking the clouds. The scene was grand and majestic enough to be recorded in the annals of the central state. The rest of the crowd, and even all of Qingzhou City, were kneeling in the direction of the Bai clan. As a god of the immortal world, a casual blow of breath and a spit of phlegm would be enough for the people of the lower world to have a good drink. So it wasn't just the Bai clan's people, but everyone else knelt down and welcomed this Bai clan ancestor as well. This appearance was something Bai Xiao had been planning for a long time. Bai Xiao secretly pleased in his heart. Many years of trials and tribulations in the immortal world, although suffered from cold eyes and oppression, but today returned to his homeland, finally got to raise his eyebrows. His heart is full of unprecedented satisfaction and pleasure. When she first ascended to the immortal realm, she brought with her an unbeatable impulse, and as a result, she had suffered a lot of defeats and lessons just after she had ascended. Ascendants in the immortal realm were at least at the cultivation level of Xian immortals, which was comparable to her cultivation level. Though there were also those who were born in the immortal realm and had not experienced ascension whose cultivation was far weaker than hers. But these immortal 2, immortal 3, immortal N generation all had untold power behind them. Not something she should mess with as a first-timer. She had scrubbed plates in taverns, dug for spirit stones in mines, and even had the urge to go to sea at one point. After more than 400 years of crawling around, he was finally able to become a disciple of the outer door of the Green Cloud sect at a place in the Sky Demon Sea. After 3,000 years of experience, finally became the deacon of the outer door of the Qingyun sect, which is considered to be half of the immortal world dream has been realized. But even so, the face she looked at was aggravated in no small way. After saving up immortal treasures for years, he finally saved up the boundary-breaking talisman. So he definitely had to enjoy this feeling of being worshipped by the crowd. She gently raised her eyes, her gaze piercing through the layers and layers of kneeling crowds, eventually landing on top of the elegantly decorated attic in the distance. Inside the attic's elegant room, behind a half-open window pane, a group of figures could be vaguely seen sitting leisurely. Instead of kneeling to greet them like the others, they seemed to be observing it all with a bemused attitude, sipping their tea and observing it with disdain. It's none other than Shui. A hint of curiosity flashed in Bai Zhao's eyes. She didn't think there was anyone who could remain so calm in this moment of public attention. Eyes lingered on the group for a moment, trying to read something into their demeanor, but too far away, plus the window pane cover, can only vaguely feel an unusual temperament. That is a kind of not belong to this world of calm and transcendence. Chapter 65, The Doubtful Ancestor of the Bai Family. Bai Zhao's gaze pierced through the crowd and shot straight within that attic elegant room. A gust of wind blew through, lifting the curtain and allowing her to meet Shui's eyes. Looking into his eyes and feeling the demonic aura emanating from him, a strange familiarity surged in Bai Zhao's heart. A subtle connection that transcended time and space. Why is this breath so familiar? Bai Zhao couldn't help but frown slightly and said in his heart. Thoughts quickly rummaged through his mind, trying to dig up bits and pieces from the depths of his memory that matched the scent. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be any memories directly related to this in the thousands of years of immortal world career she had experienced. However, this sense of familiarity was unusually strong, making her unable to help but feel a strong curiosity about Chuyi's identity. As the young lord of the Sky Demon Sea, Chuyi was usually a god, naturally not something a small sect's outer deacon like Bai Xiao was worthy of seeing. Bai Xiao was puzzled in his heart. This fluttering gentleman he had never seen before, but why did he have a vague sense of awe when he saw him? He was clearly just a person from the lower realms. What makes her even more puzzled is that why this person saw himself not the kneeling ceremony, and even in the expressionless face of a calm face sipping tea. Just as Bai Xiao froze in place and wondered, the rest of the kneeling people followed the direction of Bai Zhao's line of sight to look above the attic's elegant room. Seeing Bai Zhao's puzzled look, the crowd felt bad. Who are those people? How dare they be so rude at the moment of the immortal's return? Have they no respect at all? How dare they? Even if they don't kneel, they actually dare to sit and sip tea. Humph. A mere mortal who dares to defy an immortal, truly living beyond his means. Looking at the immortal's expression, it's obvious that he's pissed off. This is going to be a good time for them. Don't get too happy. Maybe the immortals will still be angry with us. Alas, Duke Chu was quite generous to us previously, and I really don't wish to see him killed by the immortals. So what if he's generous to us? This lack of proportion may harm more than just himself, possibly even us. Bai Yotsu was even more colorful. As the head of the family, he was well aware of Bai Zhao's position and prestige in the family, and was even more aware of the temperamental nature of immortals. When an immortal is angry, millions of corpses are ambushed and rivers of blood flow. Shui dared to provoke the majesty of the immortals on such an important occasion, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sweat for Chui, and was even more afraid of the subsequent collateral liability he might suffer. Although Bai Xiao served as the oldest ancestor of the Bai clan, thousands of years had passed, so hell knows how much affection she still had for her descendants now. If he were to let his anger be directed at the Bai family and even the entire Qingcheng, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, under such a large public, he didn't dare to go forward, and could only secretly pray in his heart, hoping that this guy who didn't know the heights of heaven would be more sensible. While the crowd was talking, Chui seemed to be in another world, not caring about the outside world's comments and stares. He was still sitting at ease, a faint smile on his face, as if none of this mattered to him. Isn't he afraid at all? This extraordinary attitude deepened the curiosity and doubt in Bai Zhao's heart, unlike the worries of the crowd. At this moment, Lin Yan was kneeling in the crowd, the corner of his mouth hooked into a gloating smile. Chui, no matter how arrogant you are in your day-to-day life, you'll have to fall in front of a true immortal today. Let's see how you end up. Lin Yan was waiting for an opportunity. When Bai Xiao vented her anger on Chui, she herself went up to the front and took the initiative to mention to the fact that she was feuding with Chui. One could deepen his impression in front of Bai Xiao, and the other could fight for the opportunity to deal with Chui from Bai Xiao. At that time, there would be revenge for revenge, and injustice for injustice, and he would make Chuyi's end be the same as Xiaorin's. He had even brainstormed the sorry state of Chui being hung from a tree and flogged. On the other hand, Bai Kanji pursed her lips tightly, her gaze filled with worry. Although she knew that Chuyi's background was terrifying, even if it was more terrifying, could it still be as terrifying as an immortal? Even if your family also has an old ancestor who ascended to the immortal realm, your old ancestor isn't in the lower realms right now. Now the strongest battle force in all of Desolate Ancient is standing in front of you. If you don't bow down now, when else are you going to bow down? In his heart, he secretly pinched a sweat for Chui, fearing that Chui would offend the old ancestor because of his momentary unawareness and lead to unnecessary trouble. Oh Duke Chu, why are you so confused? Bow your head at this moment in order to avoid a storm. Bai Kanji recited silently in his heart, but on his face, he did not dare to show the slightest bit. The atmosphere in the air became unusually tense due to Bai Zhao's puzzled look and Chuyi's blandness. The scene was so silent that one could even hear the sound of sweat dripping on the ground and the ragged breathing of people due to their nervousness. Everyone's gazes were focused on Bai Xiao, ready to immediately move away from here the moment he made his move to avoid being affected by the waves of immortal power. The ones who were in the attic with Chui were some of the famous characters in the central state. They scanned Bai Xiao with their after-images, fearing that this immortal would suddenly lose his temper and completely raze the attic to the ground, affecting them. It was at this moment that the elders of the Bai clan, led by Bai Feng, finally couldn't hold back. This atmosphere of everyone being at risk cannot last forever. They knew that the majesty of the Bai Xiao ancestor was inviolable, and even more so, they didn't want to see the family disgraced as a result. Bai Feng stood out, his voice booming, "Bold fanatic, how dare you be so rude in front of an immortal? Why don't you quickly kneel down and apologize? Maybe we can still save your life." Chui, quickly kneel down and stop being insensitive. Do you know that you're not afraid of an immortal's wrath? The other elders chimed in with curses. They either accused Chui of disrespect or worried that the old ancestor's anger would spread to the Bai family, and the entire scene became chaotic for a moment. As the elders shouted angrily, the atmosphere that was originally tense to the point of freezing seemed to be instantly ignited. The kneeling crowd also stood up, their gazes turning in unison to the attic elegant room, pointing and cursing in Chuyi's direction. This brat Chui has really eaten his bear's heart and leopard's guts. How dare he be so unbridled in front of the immortals? A person from the lower realms. How dare you provoke the immortal's might? You simply don't know how to die. Look at his laid-back look. Who does he think he is? It's ridiculous. Voices rose and fell, mixed with anger and disdain, and the entire square was instantly overwhelmed by a cacophony of sound. Chui, however, still maintains that aloofness, and the clamor of the outside world is completely isolated from him. Gently putting down the teacup in his hand, his gaze calmly swept over the crowd. The corners of his mouth curved up in an arc, and his smile seemed to contain some kind of deep meaning that was inscrutable. Bai Xiao's brow furrowed even tighter, and the strange familiarity in his heart grew stronger. Some important memory was about to be awakened. It was at this moment that Bai Yotsu, as the head of the family, finally couldn't hold back his inner anxiety. He understands the seriousness of this fiasco and understands that he has to step up and do something about it. Chapter 66 Lin Yan who complained. Bai Yotsu forcibly calmed his inner panic before striding forward and bowing deeply and respectfully to Bai Xiao. Old ancestor, calm your anger. There must be a misunderstanding in this matter. Please allow us to find out the truth before making a decision. Why? Bai Xiao ignored it and whispered to himself, trying to search his mind for any clues that might be related to this familiar scent. But the long river of memories seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog, and nothing could be seen. His expression gradually became grave, and his eyebrows knitted into a chuan. Those eyes that had once seen countless landscapes in the immortal realm could not even see a person from the lower realms at this moment. The cacophony around her was like a tidal wave, each accusation like a sharp dagger trying to pierce her inner peace. The noise was so loud that Bai Xiao felt a wave of irritation that went straight to her heart, and she could only close her eyes to calm the waves inside. When she opened her eyes again, however, that impatience had reached its peak. Enough! She violently bellowed, her voice containing an irresistible force that instantly penetrated all the clamor, causing the entire square to fall into a brief silence. Immediately afterward, with her eyes like a torch, she looked straight ahead and said in a single word, "Kneel." As these two words fell, there seemed to be an inexplicable resonance between heaven and earth. The originally calm sky was suddenly agitated, pouring down with a heaven-destroying aura. Pure immortal power was applied directly to everyone who had just stood up. Regardless of their cultivation level, they all involuntarily fell to their knees under the pressure of this force, without even a hint of resistance. Above the square, for a while, only the heavy breathing of the crowd and the sound of knees touching the ground remained, and a sense of oppression filled the air. She stood in place, surrounded by rich immortal energy, her figure elongated in the daylight, appearing exceptionally lonely and majestic. Bai Xiao decided not to let the disturbing thoughts upset her mind, but to unravel the mystery herself. With her mind made up, the air beneath her feet solidified into solid steps, slowly stepping into the air, each step accompanied by a faint immortal radiance. He stepped towards the elegant room of the attic. The moment Bai Xiao was about to step into the elegant room, the atmosphere of the entire Bai clan and even Qingzhou city suddenly tensed to the extreme. Just as Bai Xiao was about to step into the threshold of the attic's elegant room, an untimely sound suddenly cut through the taut air. Immortals, wait! I have something to say. Lin Yan's words were tinged with a bit of urgency, coming from the crowd below. He forced himself against the pressure of immortal power that permeated the surroundings, using all of his strength with every word he spat out. It was Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't want Chui to die that easily. He knew that once the immortal struck out, that Chui would be slapped into a bloody mist in a matter of moments, and not even a single bone crumb would be left behind. However, Chui's body still had the presence of the phantom orchid ghost flame that originally belonged to Lin Yan. Lin Yan wanted to inform Bai Xiao of this matter, thus drawing Bai Xiao's attention. At that time, if Bai Xiao had taken a fancy to the phantom ghost flame, then Lin Yan could be credited with a merit, and if the foreign fire was useless to Bai Xiao, then Lin Yan's merit of denunciation could rightfully be withdrawn from the foreign fire. Pill Elder's voice rang out from Lin Yan's mind. Little fellow, are you sure you want to say it? Although the benefits of this move are great, the risks are equally great. If you're not careful, it could put you in a situation where you'll never be able to recover. Don't worry, master, I'm very confident. When Bai Xiao heard this, her footsteps lurched, and her gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on Lin Yan, who had fallen to his knees but was still attempting to hold his head high. A trace of curiosity welled up in his heart. What kind of guts did this seemingly inconspicuous person from the lower realms have to dare to speak out at this moment? Thus, she slightly relaxed the pressure of her immortal power on her surroundings, allowing Lin Yan to catch his breath. Lin Yan took the opportunity to take a deep breath and stabilize his mind as he began to recount his conflict with Chui in the secret realm. Immortal Mingjian, the name of that person who disrespected you is Chui. Immortal, don't be surprised. This Chui think has always been so rude. I even suspect that he's a member of the Devil's Way. At this statement, the people in the scene chattered again. Is there some sort of conflict between Chui and Lin Yan? Why did Mr. Lin suddenly lash out? This Chui is so rude. I see that it really isn't a good thing. But what's this got to do with Mr. Lin? Give me the whole won't. Seeing that he had mobilized the crowd's emotions, Lin Yan was secretly happy in his heart and decided to tell the truth about everything that had happened in the secret realm. In this way, Not only would there be a chance for him to show his face in front of the immortals, but he would also be able to raise his prestige among his peers. And even more so, it would give him a chance to get back the foreign fire. I have no grudges or hatred with Chui, but that day in the secret realm, Chui saw the ghost fire of the phantom orchid that I found, and even forced to snatch it despite everything. Although my heart is not willing, but also know that their own cultivation is not as good as, can only bear the pain. The moment these words came out, the entire room was shocked. Bai Kanji, in particular, looked at Lin Yan with a curious expression. This statement of his could be completely different from his previous statement that he had voluntarily given up the phantom ghost flame in order to save others. Brother Lin Yan, are you telling the truth? Bai Kanji couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Yan gave Bai Kanji a look of certainty, then continued to shout loudly, what I said is 1,000 times true. That day I had indeed already taken out the phantom orchid ghost flame from the demonic beast's body, but when I was about to absorb the foreign flame, Chui suddenly appeared and snatched it away from me. It can't be? Mr. Chu is actually such a person? Mr. Lin's reputation has always been very, very good, and I don't see him as someone who would lie. Indeed, the fact that Mr. Lin already has a foreign flame means that it is indeed possible for him to obtain a second foreign flame with his talent. I see suspicion in this matter. How can it be so coincidental? Just about to absorb the foreign fire Chui arrived? I am not quite convinced. Indeed, Duke Chu doesn't seem like someone who would take away someone's love either. Previously he also gave us so many immortal treasures. Why didn't you say something that big before? Had to wait until now? Is this sure it's not a fall from grace? Speaking here, a trace of indignation flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he continued. After snatching my foreign fire, Chui also followed me to the inheritance location of the row character secrets, forcing me to hand over the secret method to be used for the inheritance of the row character secrets, and I had to do it from the consideration of my family's and my own safety and security. But who would have thought that Chui, after learning of the secret method, would call out for someone to crush the stone disc inherited from the Xingzi secret in front of me? Such behavior is simply a great insult to the foreign flames and the 9 secrets. Hearing Lin Yan's accusation and the 3 words Xingzi secret, the people at the scene were even more directly boiled. This was one of the 9 secrets, the Xing character secret, and this heavenly chance was actually hidden in the secret realm? The crowd was divided on this sudden big surprise. Some believed it, some didn't. What made them even more curious was why all this chance had been met by Lin Yan. Moreover, with such a great chance, why didn't Lin Yan say so previously? And now when he was complaining and selling his misery? Chapter 67, Magic Skills? Is what Mr. Lin said true? The Xing character secret has actually appeared? Yes, if that's true, then Chuyi's behavior is too much. Robbing the foreign fire, not to mention destroying the 9 mysteries transmission. Such behavior is simply the scum of the cultivation world. But then again, why did Mr. Lin not say a word about this before? To come forward and say this only now that Chui is in trouble is a bit of a downer. Perhaps Mr. Lin was holding back because he was in the way before, or because he was worried about attracting unnecessary trouble. But didn't Chui generously share so many immortal treasures before? If he's really that kind of person, why would he do that? Knowing people, perhaps those immortal treasures are just a means he uses to buy people's hearts, and actually has other plans. No matter what, the appearance of the lineage secret is a big deal for the entire cultivation world, and Bai Xiao listened with a frown on his face. If what Lin Yan had said was true, then this mysterious male was very different from the extraordinary aura she had felt before. She once again turned her gaze to Chui, only to find that he still maintained the same aloofness, his face unchanged in the face of such an accusation. Bai Xiao's heart couldn't help but become even more puzzled as he continued to walk towards Chui. Seeing Bai Xiao move, Lin Yan, who was suing below, was overjoyed in his heart. Hey, finally someone will come along and cure this despicable little man. With such a flurry of denunciations, the immortal must have known that Chuyi's body was harboring quite a few secrets. The foreign fire was very precious even to those in the immortal realm, and Bai Xiao would definitely not just casually erase Chui. Even if he couldn't get the foreign fire himself in the end, he would still leave a good impression in front of the immortals, and any immortal treasures and chance rewards would naturally be out of the question. Seeing Bai Xiao proceed to walk towards Chui, those celebrity nobles from Central State panicked even more. They had already been overwhelmed by Bai Xiao's aura, and now they were even more terrified to the extreme. They knew deep down that once they let this immortal make a move, then even if they were caught in the slightest aftershock, they would either die or be crippled. Quickly! Do it quickly! We can't let the immortals make a move! An old Taoist shouted urgently in a low voice. When the crowd heard this, they exchanged an unspoken look, and then unanimously took a step forward, each of them activating a magic treasure or spiritual energy in their hands, ready to control Chu-yi and his party before Bai Xiao stepped into the elegant room. Immortal, we'll take this ungrateful little wall sconce for you, no thanks to you. Saying that, the two Mahayana stage cultivators stood up and walked into the elegant room where Chu-yi was. Just after entering, a palpitating fluctuation suddenly erupted from the elegant room. The strength of this force was so strong that even these profoundly cultivated Mahayana cultivators felt their hearts flinch, as if an invisible force was tearing through space. Immediately afterward, several mournful screams cut through the air, their voices filled with panic, causing the rest of the crowd present to involuntarily stop in their tracks and look at each other in disbelief. Next thing you know, several bodies are flung out the door. The crowd immediately looked toward the body. For a moment, all sound disappeared, leaving only the faint sound of two corpses convulsing in agony on the ground, and the horrifying sight of blood gurgling out. Even more shocking was the fact that their heads had disappeared, leaving only their headless bodies twitching on the ground, blood spurting out of their necks like a spring. Didn't you tell them to go in and put Chu-yi under control? How did you kill Chu-yi? Alas, just kill it, as long as the bones are still there, that foreign fire can be taken out. It's good to be dead. If the immortals really made a move, maybe the entire attic would be razed to the ground. Some others secretly lamented in their hearts, feeling that Chu-yi shouldn't have lost his life to a few Mahayana stage cultivators in such an unexplained manner. After all, the extraordinary temperament and the secrets Chu-yi had previously displayed and possibly possessed had caused people to hold great curiosity towards him. Some, on the other hand, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once Chu-yi died, the immortals' anger would no longer be unleashed for no reason, and it was also considered to have saved the lives of the others. Bai Kanji stood in the crowd, looking at the headless corpses, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. She originally held some sort of complex emotion towards Chu-yi, both curiosity and admiration, at this moment, but saw that he had met with an untimely death. His heart could not help but surge with an inexplicable loss. After all, the day before, Chu-yi had also used the immortal medicine to save his own life. Lin Yan's attitude was even more complicated. On the one hand, he didn't want Chu-yi to die so easily, but on the other hand, a hint of coolness welled up inside of him as his great revenge was avenged. That's what happens now, isn't it? Several cultivators were discussing this when two heads, accompanied by splashes of blood, were violently kicked out from within the door of the elegant room and landed heavily on the aisle. These are not Chu-yi, someone exclaimed, breaking the silence of the scene. It was only then that everyone fixed their eyes to take a closer look, and without looking, they realized that they were actually the two Mahayana cultivators who had just rushed into the elegant room. But at this moment, they no longer looked like mighty and powerful men, but their faces were distorted and their eyes were round. It's hard to imagine what horrors have befallen them in a very short period of time. Scared. At this moment, they were both dumbfounded and horrified, as if a nightmare had suddenly descended upon them, sending all onlookers into extreme shock. They couldn't believe that the person in the room was able to kill several Mahayana stage cultivators in an instant. The air was thick with the chilling scent of blood and death, and within the elegant room, there was still a dead silence, as if nothing had happened just now. As a matter of fact, the life preservation means of the Mahayana stage cultivators were so many. Even if they were to die, they shouldn't die in such a suffocating manner that they didn't even have the slightest movement to resist. People outside the door neither dare to go forward to check, nor dare to easily leave, can only stare wide-eyed, waiting with bated breath, for fear that the next disaster is their own. Like everyone else, Bai Xiao was also very shocked at this moment. However, unlike the others, Bai Xiao wasn't shocked that the person in the room could easily decapitate a Mahayana stage cultivator. Rather, the immortal chi fluctuation that had just been generated from killing these two Mahayana stage cultivators was a demonic feat from the heavenly demon sea. Although she was not a devil cultivator, but the heavenly demon sea had more than 10 million devil cultivators, and as she spent time with devil cultivators day in and day out, she was naturally very familiar with the devil skills of the immortal realm. She finally understood why those Mahayana cultivators had fallen so easily, without even a single chance to resist. It turned out that the force that was strong enough to tear through space was actually a demonic skill from the heavenly demon sea. And who else but the demonic cultivators of the heavenly demon sea could be able to wield such a terrifying power? Bai Xiao's eyes were violently propped open by an invisible force at this moment, and his pupils flickered with shock and dawning realization. Her heart raced involuntarily. An inexplicable shock tumbled through her. She stared hard at the closed door of the elegant room. Heaven! Heavenly Demon Sees Magic Skill? Chapter 68, Heavenly Demon Seal. Bai Xiao's voice trembled slightly, each word squeezed out from between her teeth with difficulty. If it was an unusual demonic cultivator, it wouldn't have made Bai Xiao so afraid. Suddenly, Bai Xiao's face instantly became paler. A fine layer of cold sweat even oozed from his forehead, realizing something far more frightening. At this moment, all the doubts and unanswered questions seemed to be instantly clear in her mind. She finally recalled what the haunting wave was that had struck her as familiar from the start. The sinister coldness contained in that sinister power was similar to the heavenly demon seal of the heavenly demon sea in her memories. As far as she knew, there were only 4 masters of the heavenly demon seal in total. The first was the demon empress, the second was the demon emperor, the third was the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sea, and the fourth, the young lord of the heavenly demon sea. Plus, listening to what that tattletale Lin Yan said, this Gongzi, as it happens, has the surname Chu, and that demon emperor of the heavenly demon sea, his surname is also Chu. This discovery that shook her to her core sent a wave of penetrating fear through her. It seemed like a large invisible hand was tightening around her throat. Although she hadn't seen the demon emperor and demon queen, she had seen their portraits. So this fluttering gentleman in front of him could only be the young master of the sky demon sea who had never shown his face in front of the world and whose name no one even knew. Bai Xiao's body involuntarily trembled. She had never expected to cross paths with the young lord of the sky demon sea here. In this way, the heavenly devil sea, that's a forbidden place that everyone in the immortal world talks about. Its young master was even rumored to possess the immortal demon chaos body and heaven-swallowing demon technique that subverts the heaven and earth and destroys all things. Suddenly, a gentle breeze inadvertently traveled through the cracks of the building, gently ruffling the curtains and drapes. Light flooded in with the wind, illuminating the originally dark and elegant room and causing Bai Xiao and Chu Yi's gazes to meet inadvertently. Chu Yi sat in front of the case, playing with an exquisite teacup in his hands, the tea aroma curling up, complementing the extraordinary temperament around him. He sipped his tea carelessly. All the noise and disturbance of the outside world could not disturb his inner peace. Eyes through the curls of tea fog appear both deep and lost, as if they are gazing at the distant 9 heavens above, but also seems to be savoring the tea contained in the mundane world. Even the fall of several Mahayana cultivators failed to stir a ripple in his eyes. His lightheartedness was not just an indifference to the changes in the outside world, but also a kind of aloofness that transcended the mundane. Unlike Chu Yi, the fear in Bai Xiao's eyes had almost condensed into substance. It was a profound fear of the unknown, an intuitive reaction to the supreme might of the young lord of the sky demon sea and the legends of the sky demon sea. Reflected in his pupils, there was Chu Yi's handsome and extraordinary face, which at the moment appeared unusually mysterious. She deeply realized that the gulf between the two was not just a gap in their status, but also a world of difference in their state of mind. At this moment, she was no longer that high and mighty immortal. It was clear in his mind that every next step would be crucial, and the slightest mistake could lead to the end of all life. Seeing the change of heart, Lin Yan was once again ready to come out and arch a fire. Chu Yi, you ungrateful thing, you're still so arrogant with an immortal here. Do you think you can escape today? The medicine old man in the ring wasn't like this dilettante who didn't know how to read people's words. Sensing Lin Yan's impulsiveness and recklessness, Pale Elder hurriedly transmitted his voice to dissuade him. Lin Yan, do not be impulsive. This matter is not trivial. You must not add to the chaos. However, Lin Yan was already overwhelmed by anger at the moment and ignored Pale Elder's warning, continuing his shouting as he did. The surrounding people of the Bai clan also chimed in when they saw that a guest had been killed in the Bai clan. Dare to kill someone in my Bai family. Chu Yi, just who gave you the guts? Chu Yi, you really don't know the heights of heaven. And you actually dare to be so reckless in front of the old ancestor. Quickly bind your hands. Stop struggling. In the midst of the chaos, a cold and resolute voice suddenly spread throughout the entire Qingzhou city. It was Bai Xiao. Shut up. Then she raised her hand and with a flick of her fingertips, immortal power instantly erupted out, sweeping across the entire Bai family like a violent wind and rain. A few of the cultivators who screamed and cursed the most fiercely didn't even have time to react before they were enveloped by this force. Their bodies instantly collapsed under the impact of the immortal power, their heads flying high, blood and broken flesh splattering everywhere. A few people were even worse, directly slapped into a blood mist under the sweep of immortal power and disappeared without a trace. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone present froze. The air was thick with blood and fear, and it was chilling. These are all the late generations of the Bai family, whose family's oldest ancestor is this Bai Xiao. How dare he even kill his own offspring? Bai Xiao slowly walked into the elegant room where Chui was under the gazes of the crowd's horrified foreign fire. Seeing this scene, the crowd at the scene no longer dared to make a single sound, nor did they dare to make any more movements, and each one of them stayed in place not knowing what to do, fearing that a wrong word or even a movement would be affected by Bai Xiao's wave. Seeing Bai Xiao walk into Chui's elegant room, everyone at the scene inwardly pronounced a death sentence for Chui. Even a few noisy white family juniors did not escape death by a hit. Chui a main offender? How to live? Every step Bai Xiao took to walk into the elegant room seemed unusually heavy, seemingly carrying endless fear. Fearing that this never-before-seen, mysterious and unpredictable young lord of the Sky Demon Sea would be angry because of his descendants' rudeness. Just now, when he shot out to obliterate those few Bai family juniors, it wasn't because of a moment of excitement, but rather, he intentionally killed for Chui to see, as a way to take out the anger for Chui. This is the young lord of the Sky Demon Sea. With a casual word, he could cause someone to tear open the void and cause an entire family to raise their clan and ascend to the immortal realm. Letting her, an outer deacon of a small sect, go to the peak of her life and soar to great heights was even more of a matter of moving his fingers for him. On the other hand, of course, a casual remark could cause himself along with his entire family in the lower realms to be vanished without a trace. When he walked into the elegant room and saw Chui's still bland and self-contained demeanor, Bai Xiao's heart was a bit puzzled. She wasn't sure how Chui was feeling right now, and whether or not she would be angered by the offense of these lower realm ants. Bai Xiao didn't hesitate any longer, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, he flung himself down on his knees, his voice trembling and respectful. Young Lord, Bai Xiao has no eyes, and has offended your majesty. Please forgive me. This kneeling not only knelt out the heavenly difference in identity, but also knelt out the awe of absolute power. How could Bai Xiao not be nervous in the face of such a handful of young masters? This short sentence was like a thunderbolt that exploded in everyone's ears, instantly blowing their minds to smithereens. The people at the scene, whether they were members of the Bai clan or other guests, all of them had their eyes wide open, their mouths wide open, and shock written all over their faces. They saw the most incredible image of their lives. An immortal that they had once thought to be high and untouchable was now kneeling so humbly before a person less than 20 years old in the lower realms, begging for forgiveness. Chapter 69 Young Lord of the Immortal World? Lin Yan's eyes were even wider, his heart filled with shock. A trace of fear couldn't help but grow in his heart, knowing that he might have messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with. Chui's gaze faintly swept over Bai Xiao without the slightest fluctuation on his face. It was all going as he expected, on the track he had envisioned. Elder, please rise. Bai Xiao thought she had heard wrong. Seniors? The young lord of the Sky Devil Sea calling himself senior? Although in theory he was indeed considered a senior to Chui, a child under 20 years old. But in terms of the identity of the two of them, this voice of senior Bai Xiao is in any case not dare to be. What puzzled her even more was that this young lord was so offended, yet he still had a clouded face and did not show any anger. From her experience in the immortal realm over the past few thousand years, the people of the immortal race, even if they were only side branches, were all bossing around those of them who had ascended from the lower realms without any respect. But Chui not only didn't rebuke her, but instead called her senior? Bai Xiao's body trembled slightly. Her voice still full of fear. Bai Xiao's poor tutelage failed to discipline her descendants. She shouldn't have been disrespectful to young lord. Although this was Bai Xiao's first descent into the realm in thousands of years, and the Bai clan's disrespect for Chui had nothing to do with Bai Xiao. But at the moment, Bai Xiao was already stunned. She knew that even if this matter was not directly related to her, the offender was after all her descendant. If shirking responsibility would in turn cause Chui to be displeased, it would be better to take the initiative to take the fault. On one hand, he could leave a good impression in front of Chui, and on the other hand, he could also preserve the family. Chui sipped his tea and nodded. Nothing, get up. Yes, young lord. Bai Xiao slowly stood up and stepped back. When everyone within the Bai clan heard Bai Xiao's words, their pupils had shrunk violently and they sucked in several mouthfuls of cold air in their hearts. The old ancestor who was extremely majestic just now was actually so humble in front of Chui? Young master? She actually called Chui young master? Both Bai Kanji and Lin Yan were also wide-eyed. So what kind of existence was Chui? Who could make even an immortal call himself a young lord? It was hard to imagine just how terrifying Chui's background was. Previously, everyone, including Bai Kanji, had only thought that Chui was the young master of some hidden ancient clan of the desolate ancients. Now it seems that Chui could be from the upper world? Seeing that old ancestor Bai was so respectful to Chui, one would think that Chui's status in the upper realm must not be low either. But the strange thing was, Why would such a person with a horrible background come to the lower realms? On the other hand, Lin Yan on the other side was directly dumbfounded. Although previously, Pill Elder had reminded Chui that he was likely to come from the upper realm. He originally thought that Chui was just an ordinary person from the immortal realm who couldn't make it in the upper realm, so he could only come to the lower realm to find a sense of existence and act like a pussy. Turns out Chui is that powerful in the upper world too? He himself had already had a conflict with Chui, and just now he even directly complained in public. Such behavior must have angered him as well. The current Lin Yan was incomparably regretting that he hadn't just listened to Pill Elder and said less. Bai Xiao got up and walked out of the elegant room, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below like cold ice, exuding a majesty around him. Chui didn't care about it, but as the head of the Bai family, he definitely had to show his attitude in front of this young master. Every Bai clan member and guest who was gazed upon by Bai Xiao involuntarily trembled, enveloped by an invisible weight. Everyone, kneel down immediately. The voice clearly spread throughout the entire Bai family. As her words fell, the Bai clan's clansmen and guests fell to their knees, none of them daring to hesitate, and a solemnity filled the air. For the person who just disrespected young lord, Bai Xiao, will punish him severely. Bai Xiao's voice was cold, with a determination that could not be questioned. Especially Lin Yan. As an outsider, not only did he not know how to restrain himself, but instead he openly planted evidence in the land of the White family to frame the young lord. His crime should be executed. Lin Yan's face instantly turned white after being named by Bai Xiao, and his entire body couldn't stop trembling. Master, what to do? Save me, please. At the moment of crisis, Lin Yan could only look for Pill Elder for help, hoping that he had something up his sleeve. Master, where have you been? Quickly, give me a trick. Pill Elder did not give the slightest response. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to make a move, but Lin Yan had already played a good hand to pieces, and was now even at a point where he simply couldn't recover. Not to mention the fact that the current Pill Elder was only at the god transformation stage of cultivation. Even when he was at his peak, he was only a medium power vice sovereign in the immortal world, and by the looks of it, this Chui was also at least a young lord of a medium power in the immortal realm, or else he wouldn't have made Bai Xiao treat him with such respect. Quiet, deadly silence. Pill Elder did not respond in the slightest to Lin Yan's plea for help. I can only say that I counted myself as unlucky for having such a cerebral palsy Don's disciple. The current medicine old man was also ready to die. Seeing that Pill Elder was slow to respond, Lin Yan could only raise his head to look at Bai Xiao, his heart flipping over in panic. Lin Yan wanted to defend himself, but realized that he had no idea what to defend. Despite the fact that everything he said was true and there was not a single lie. But does the truth really matter in a situation like this now? Would the crowd present believe in a young lord of the immortal world? A terrifying existence that could make an immortal kneel in humility? Or would they believe in themselves? Even if someone is really willing to believe in himself, would anyone dare to stand up and speak out to speak for himself in this situation? After all, other than Chui and Lin Yan himself, no one knew of Pill Elder's existence. And naturally, no one would believe Lin Yan's words. Now Lin Yan belongs to the Yellow River, cannot be washed, can only eat this dumb loss with hot tears. Thinking of this, Lin Yan's throat felt like it was blocked by something, and he couldn't make any powerful sounds. He knew he was in a desperate situation at the moment, and any sophistry would be futile. When Bai Xiao saw that he was silent, she gently raised her hand, and an even more terrifying immortal power surged out from her palm, sweeping towards Lin Yan like a furious sea. Lin Yan only felt an irresistible immortal force locking him firmly in place, as if his body was being pressed down by 1,000 pounds of stone, unable to move. Seeing that Pill Elder was unreliable, Lin Yan could only pin his hopes on the other Bai family members. After all, his own elixir was very important to the Bai family. He waited for a long time, but there was still no Bai family member on the scene to come out and speak for him. That's it, too. He was only the unmarried son-in-law of the Bai family. And the Bai family members would definitely not offend the great god Chui for himself. Anyone who dared to speak for themselves might be wiped out in an instant in the next second, just like those Bai clan members just now. Like Pill Elder. At this moment, he had also given up struggling. The master and disciple are thus gripped by despair, preparing for their own deaths. Chapter 70, You're Loaded Again. Just as Lin Yan closed his eyes in despair, preparing for the moment when the immortal power would completely obliterate him, a slightly trembling but firm voice suddenly rang out, piercing through the silence of the scene. Old ancestor, please listen to me. Bai Kanji stepped forward, his voice thin but with determination. Old ancestor, although Lin Yan he has made mistakes, He is after all my fiancé, and his alchemy skills are an invaluable aid to the Bai family. I implore old ancestor to give him a chance to reform. Bai Kanji's words were filled with a sense of responsibility towards the family, as well as complex emotions towards Lin Yan. She was well aware of the seriousness of Lin Yan's crime, but it was equally clear that it would be a great loss to the Bai family if they lost an alchemy prodigy because of it. The most important thing was that Bai Kanji still had emotions for Lin Yan left inside, even at the risk of being killed. She couldn't bear to see the man she had loved for so many years die like that. In the beginning, Lin Yan made some accusations about Chu Yi in the secret realm, and Bai Kanji had reservations at first, but after Chu Yi's identity was leaked, it was equivalent to putting a lid on Lin Yan's words. How could a young master of the immortal world do such a thing? The rhetoric of robbing the alien fire makes sense, at least in theory, but how could someone from the immortal realm need Lin Yan, a person from the lower realms, to provide the inheritance secret method of the Xingzi secret? Isn't this the inverse Big Dipper? No matter which way you looked at it, Lin Yan's words were not logically tenable. 80% of it was just Lin Yan trying to take advantage of the opportunity to get the foreign fire in Chu Yi's body. Most importantly, this lie of Lin Yan's also showed that the words that he had said when he first came out of the secret realm, that he had given up absorbing the foreign flames in order to save the other people, were most likely a lie as well. Never lied before, but now two big lies in one day. Lin Yan had indeed disappointed White Kanji. Sure enough, it takes a million lies to round out a lie, but even so, Lin Yan was not guilty enough to die in White Kanji's eyes. Chu Yi quietly observed the scene from the side. The corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. He did not interrupt, and seemed quite interested in the courage and determination of the white porridge. More than 10 years of emotion. Surely it wouldn't be completely cleared up by such a single incident. So Chu Yi expressed her understanding of Bai Kanji. If Bai Kanji had sold Lin Yan right away, Chu Yi wouldn't have dared to accept such a person. Chu Yi is too invisibly. Step by step, the rift that appeared between the two widened more and more. Bai Xiao frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Bai Kanji and Lin Yan as if she was weighing the pros and cons. After just 2 breaths of thinking, Bai Xiao made up his mind. So what if you're the White family's son-in-law? So what if you're gifted? How was he not gifted in the first place? I thought that when Bai Xiao suppressed his peers in the desolate ancient continent, he killed his way through the lower realms, which gave him the opportunity to ascend to immortality. But so what? When you became an immortal and went to the upper world, you were still forced to go into the sea. Isn't the so-called genius the last thing the immortal cultivation world lacks? Which of those who could ascend to the immortal realm were not geniuses who had killed their way through their respective starfields? Genius? It's just the threshold for meeting young Master Chu. Do you know what kind of person you are pleading with? He has openly slandered the young lord, and his crime is unforgivable. Bai Kanji sniffed. Her eyes reddened slightly, but she remained firm. Old ancestor, I naturally know. Lin Yan was only blinded by impulse. I am willing to guarantee with my life that he will definitely clean up his act and do his best for the Bai family in the future. No one is obligated to pay for his mistakes. So back off, and if you dare to plead for mercy again, you'll die too. After saying that, Bai Xiao's immortal power surged around his body. Seeing that Lin Yan was about to be put in his place, suddenly, Chu Yi moved. He stood up slowly and walked through the stunned gazes of the crowd to the center of the aisle. Elder Bai, please listen to me. Bai Xiao gently raised his hand, and a gentle force emanated from his palm, dissolving the original killing intent of the immortal force. That originally raging energy instantly calmed down, as if it had never existed. Although Lin Yan is at fault, but on account of my acquaintance with Miss Bai, let's give him a chance to reform. Bai Xiao's face changed slightly when she heard this, clearly surprised by Chu Yi's sudden intervention. Looking at Chu Yi, his eyes were very complicated, both in awe of Chu Yi's identity and in disbelief of his tolerant attitude. But after a few moments, she nodded, with more than a hint of respect in her tone. Since young lord has spoken, Bai Xiao will comply. Considering that you are a first-time offender and the husband of the Bai family, you should have been severely punished, but the young lord is merciful and will let you live. Chu Yi smiled faintly, seemingly quite satisfied with the result. Bai Kanji was listening in fear from below, and it was only at this moment that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. She did not expect Chu Yi to be so generous. This tolerance and temperament made Bai Kanji respect Chu Yi a few more points. Thank you, young lord. Chu Yi gently nodded her head, her gaze gently sweeping over the White Kanji as if she could see through her inner struggles and gratitude. As for Lin Yan, after experiencing the great contrast from hope to despair and back again, his entire being was rebaptized. He stared blankly at Chu Yi, his heart filled with complex emotions. Shock, gratitude, shame, remorse, all kinds of emotions are intertwined, making him unable to speak for a while. Despite having recovered his life, Lin Yan's heart would not be grateful to Chui. He hated Chui a few more points inside. Most importantly, Chui was actually willing to let himself off the hook because he was familiar with Baikanji. It was clear that what he had said was the truth. And it was clear that Chui had indeed despicably snatched away his own foreign fire and the 9 mysteries transmission in the secret realm. But he was so hypocritical at the moment in front of the crowd, pretending to be generous. This kind of moralistic person. But Lin Yan couldn't do anything about him. He even had to kowtow and thank him for his so-called forgiveness. How could he swallow that? But the situation was such that at the moment he could do nothing but suffer all this in silence. Lin Yan was as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly kowtowed to thank him. He knew that it was for the best. The white kanji on the other side was also never expecting his face to be so big. Just because she had a one-sided relationship with Chui, she was willing to forgive her fiancé's faults. What the hell for? Is Mr. Chu interested in me? That's not right. If he's really interested in me, then killing Lin Yan would be more beneficial to him, right? Besides, how could such a male from the upper world, who had never seen any female, look at himself? Soon White Kanji was self-conscious enough to dismiss the idea. Perhaps Mr. Chu simply has a good heart, nothing more. Thinking about it, this Chu Gongzi's temperament is indeed the world is hard to find the warmth. Like an ancient jade through the years, the luster convergence and do not lose the splendor. Although in the clouds unattainable, but its demeanor, and not the slightest overlooking the world of arrogance, but through a stream of easygoing elegance. People have respect and do not feel alienated. Look at its culture, deep as the sea, as wide as the sky, showing the gentleman's elegance. Mannerisms are all magnificent. Although Baikanji was the pearl of the Bai family in Central State, and had been accustomed to seeing the world's talents since she was young, at this moment, she couldn't help but relax her mind, and was deeply attracted by this temperament. And on the contrary, Lin Yan on the other side. I can't believe I made up a whole bunch of lies and slandered others for my own selfish reasons. Such behavior is really disgraceful. On second thought, if Chui wasn't a male from the upper realm, then the foreign fire in his body might have already been obtained by Lin Yan. Although Baikanji had maintained his relationship with Lin Yan for more than a decade, Lin Yan had never shown such a despicable side during those 10 years. What was wrong with Lin Yan in recent times? How did his mind become unbalanced for no reason? The white kanji was very puzzling. Chapter 71. In the evening, the guests dispersed and the Bai family residence returned to tranquility. The moonlight spilled down, casting a silver veil over the old mansion. Several core members of the Bai family, including Bai Xiao and Bai Kanji, as well as several respected elders, gathered in the courtyard. It was the first time for all of the Bai family to come into contact with an adult from the immortal realm, so it would definitely be a lie to say that they weren't nervous. Old ancestor, may I ask what power in the immortal realm this young lord is the young lord of? It's actually so terrifying. Bai Yotsu's face was very complex as he respectfully asked with emotion. Upon hearing this question, the entire core of the Bai clan perked up their ears and waited for the old ancestor's answer. The people of the lower realm knew nothing about the distribution of forces in the immortal realm, but a figure that could make the family head, an immortal, respect him so much was bound to have an origin that was not low. They were really very curious about the identity of this Duke Chu, and even more so, they wanted to do something to climb up to this lord, and perhaps make the Bai family soar. Bai Kanji was also very curious about Chuyi's true identity. From the contact he had made these days, this Duke Chu was not only graceful, but also good with people, and worthy of deep friendship. Bai Zhao's face remained serious, not having slowed down at all from the shock of the day. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The young lord's identity is so honorable that it's not for you to know. Bai Xiao knew that Chui had been hiding his identity because he didn't want the people of the lower realms to know about it, and if he exposed his identity rashly, he might cause some trouble. Upon hearing the old ancestor's reply, Bai Yotsu recalled that he had spoken out against Chui in a moment of impulse during the day, and a wave of remorse could not help but well up in his heart. However, when he saw that Chui, instead of taking it into account, spared Lin Yan because of the white kanji, his heart was enlightened, and a thought quietly grew. Chui may have an unusual affection for white porridge. The fact that Duke Chu was so generous and so attached to Bai Kanji might be a great blessing for the Bai family. Bai Xiao, as the oldest ancestor of the Bai family, was well-read and discerning, so he naturally caught this detail. The mind also secretly began to calculate how to facilitate this possible chance. After all, Chuyi's status was extraordinary. Even being a maid by his side would be a supreme honor for the Bai family. As for Bai Kanji and Lin Yan's original engagement, for the sake of this heavenly riches, they would naturally not be foolish enough to be bound by this district's marriage contract. Even if Lin Yan had more talent and potential, he was now nothing more than a waste beggar. On the contrary, Shu Yi, as the young lord of the heavenly demon sea, even if Bai Kanji was fortunate enough to be a concubine or even a maid by his side, it would be more cost-effective than marrying Lin Yan. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't figure out Chu Yi's preferences and didn't know if he only liked those younger than herself, Bai Xiao would have even wanted to coiffure her hair and do it herself, although she was already several thousand years old. Under the nourishment of the immortal realm's aura that was thick as water, both her face value and figure were in no way inferior to those younger juniors. However, the Bai family members also knew that before that there still needed to be a valid reason for Bai Kanji to break off her engagement with Lin Yan. If it was too abrupt for Bai Kanji to abandon Lin Yan for Chu Yi's embrace, it would not be good for the reputation of the Bai family, and it might fall into the name of a tendency. Plus, judging from the daytime, Bai Kanji still harbored some emotions towards Lin Yan. The matter still needs to be considered in the long run. Bai Xiao glanced at the white kanji standing at the end of the crowd. Those who could stand here to face the old ancestor were at least figures who held real power in the Bai clan. Even the previous Bai family heads who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years were among them. As a rule, a junior like Bai Kanji was not qualified to stand here, but today she is the main character. How can she be absent? Porridge, come here. Bai Kanji's heart moved slightly at these words, and under the gaze of the crowd, he slowly took a few steps forward from the end of the line and marched up to Bai Xiao, saluting and then answering softly, "Old ancestor, Porridge, what kind of interactions do you have with Mr. Chu? Do the two of you know each other well?" Returning to the old ancestor, "I did have a few encounters with Prince Chu, and yesterday he had helped me heal my wounds with an immortal medicine, but as for deeper encounters, there have been none." Bai Kanji's voice was as thin as a swimmer, and her cheeks were still tinted with a faint scarlet color. "Oh, tell me in detail about him giving you the immortal pill." "Oh, do you mean that it wasn't you who begged Chu Yi for the medicine, but that Mr. Chu took the initiative to gift it, and even personally administered it to you?" White Kanji nodded, the scarlet on her face deepening a bit. Bai Xiao revealed a faint smile at his words, his gaze deep, and gently nodded his head, seemingly with some deep meaning. Things were going better than she had anticipated. She sort of understood why Chu Yi, a young master of the immortal realm, would want to observe immortals descending to the earth in the White House. So it's the drunkard who's drunk. "Oh Porridge child, do you know that in this cultivation world, choice is far more important than effort, and Mr. Chu may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Bai family." Speaking here, Bai Xiao deliberately paused for a moment, her eyes darting over Bai Kanji to assess her mind. Seeing that Bai Kanji looked serious, she continued, "Prince Chu's status is honorable and extraordinary. If you can form a good relationship with him, it will have immeasurable benefits for you personally, and even for the entire Bai family. It's not just an increase in cultivation, it's a turnaround in the fate of the family." Although Bai Xiao's words did not directly mention the matter of abandoning Lin Yan, the implication was already self-evident. She sighed softly and continued, "The road to cultivation is long and arduous, and the choice of a Taoist couple also needs to be careful. Although Lin Yan has outstanding qualities, but today's incident, you have also seen his true colors. As for Mr. Chu, not only is he strong and has a horrible background, what's even more rare is his broad-mindedness and temperament. Of course, the matter of marriage still requires you to make your own decisions. You must understand that if you can take this opportunity to establish a deeper connection with Duke Chu, or even," Bai Kanji could hear the old ancestor's words. His heart was a little complicated, and he also understood the family interest considerations behind this, but she was equally aware that her feelings were just as important. She bowed her head slightly and after a moment of contemplation, she softly replied, "Old ancestor's teachings, White Kanji is mindful of them. I will handle this matter properly." Bai Xiao sniffed and nodded in satisfaction, approval flashing in her eyes. Bai Xiao knew this kind of thing couldn't be done with white porridge. It still requires that the white porridge is not rejected within itself. Once Bai Kanji really became Chu Yi's pillow in the future, then the entire Bai family would look up to her. If it was to make Bai Kanji go against her own heart, it might cause her to develop a rebellious mentality, causing her to be unwilling to help the Bai family in the future. Bai Xiao and the core of the Bai family deliberately walked towards where Chu Yi was strolling, preparing for a pretend chance encounter. "Young lord, our Bai family's number one of the younger generation, Bai Kanji, has admired you for a long time, so I wonder if I could exchange some words with you, may?" Bai Xiao revealed a faint anti-smile as she listened. "In that case, Then we old guys will take our leave first. Porridge, you take Mr. Shu around the back of the mountain properly. After saying that, a group of old ones immediately turned around and left, leaving space for the two of them, leaving only Chu Yi, by Kanji, and Xiao Xian at the scene. Chapter 72, Rating Yourself. Bai Kanji led Chu Yi and his group to wander around the back of the Bai family's mountain. The night was low, and the back of the mountain was covered in moonlight, making it seem especially quiet. White Kanji and Chu Yi strolled side by side on the winding path, surrounded by gently swaying bamboo shadows and the occasional chirping of insects, adding a bit of vividness to this quiet night. Bai Kanji's steps were slightly hesitant, stealing glances at Chu Yi beside her from time to time, her palms breaking out in cold sweat. She really couldn't calm down, fearing that one of her movements or one of her words would upset this Duke Chu. Chu Yi, on the other hand, appeared subdued, occasionally looking down and smiling softly, as if she could gain insight into the subtle changes within her. The scenery here is quite something else. Chu Yi was the first to break the silence. Bai Kanji nodded gently, barely squeezing out a smile as her gaze drifted into the distance, searching for the right words to express her feelings. Yes, the back of the mountain has always been my favorite place, quiet and peaceful. Chu Yi always kept a faint smile on his face when he spoke. Every time he smiled, it made the white porridge a little fangirl. Even with every word spoken to this young male, his heartbeat would accelerate wildly and his face would become flushed. The emotion arose instinctively, beyond even her control. This feeling made Bai Kanji very torn inside, and a hint of guilt was born. How could she feel such emotions for an outsider when she was a woman in a marriage contract? But despite that, it really couldn't resist Chu Yi's overwhelmingly handsome face. Plus, the words that old man Bai Xiao had just said to her on behalf of the clan were so close to explicitly kicking out Lin Yan for following Chu Yi to her. Only White Kanji is really unable to get past his own heart right now. Lin Yan's character was even worse, but he was still sincere and honest with himself. This White Kanji could see that. Chu Yi looked sideways at Bai Kanji and could see what was going through her mind at the moment. The tangle was almost written on her face. Mr. Chu, are you really an adult from the immortal world? Which side of the immortal realm's forces do you come from? What? It doesn't look like it? Bai Kanji laughed, the scarlet on her face still not fading at all. My little daughter wouldn't dare. But I've heard that the adults in the immortal realm are all high and mighty, especially towards us people from the lower realms, who are always disdainful and bossy. But your son is different, and always has a smiley face that's kind to people. Miss by this is a bit of a misunderstanding. My son is also only to you always a smiling face, to others but very fierce. Oh, Xiao Xian joked behind the duo. Dare I ask if Miss Xiao is Mr. Chu's? Me? Don't get me wrong, Miss Bai. I'm the sister that the Gengzi recognized in the lower realms, and the Gengzi has always treated me like a sister. The smile on Chu Yi's face intensified when she heard these words. This was not a pre-arranged two for him. However, Xiao Xian taking such an initiative to give herself an assist was something Chu Yi hadn't thought of beforehand. Sister? Maybe everyone has a different definition of sister. Anyway, Chu Yi had never seen siblings who shared the same bed every day. Bai Kanji didn't know why, but when he heard these words, there was actually a trace of joy in his heart. After all, as the proud daughter of the Central State, her suitors lined up from the Central State to the Eastern Wasteland. Among them were some descendants of the immortal race from the lower realms, young masters of hidden ancient clans, and holy sons of holy lands. Throughout, she had never wanted to share one person with another woman, even if it was an adult from the immortal realm, whose status was 100,000 miles away from her own. She still wasn't mentally prepared for it. Miss White, that fiancé of yours in the secret realm did have a few faces with me. When I absorbed the foreign fire he was on the sidelines. If he had said in advance that the phantom orchid ghost flame was something he had his eye on, I would have definitely let it go to him. But he had been only spying in the dark and didn't open his mouth. So I didn't think about it so much and directly absorbed the foreign fire. I didn't think that my momentary lapse would almost cause a bloodshed in the two families. I'm really sorry. Truly ashamed. Also, when I was passing down the secret of the lineage, your fiancé had also been hiding in the shadows, thinking that he was secretly learning my secret method of inheritance, and he came out to try to pass it down before I had gone far. But after several unsuccessful attempts, I heard that the stone disc of the inheritance of the secret of the lineage had been destroyed. Alas, if Mr. Lin had told me earlier that the secret of the row characters was so important to him, I would have definitely taught him the secret method word for word so that the 9 secrets wouldn't have resulted in the inheritance being cut off. Ultimately, I didn't count on this step. When Bai Kanji heard these heartfelt words from Chu Yi, she only felt her face burning. In his mind, He wondered how he had gotten himself into such a fiancé. This Lin Yan, even if he was not as skilled as he was, he had repeatedly slandered people who were better than him with lies. Gongzi, do not blame yourself. This matter, and the daytime I apologize to you on behalf of my husband. Husband, he is also a moment by the interests of the mind. I will go back to teach him a lesson. Bai Kanji stammered a bit when she said this, especially the word husband, and I could feel that it was a bit difficult for her to say it out loud. The previous Bai Kanji, when she mentioned that this first genius of the southwestern part of the central state, the first teenage pill refiner of the desolate ancients, Lin Yan, was her fiancé, her words were full of pride. Now, mentioning that Lin Yan was her fiancé was like a very hot mouth. To produce such a huge contrast in just a few days, it was bound to be that her fiancé had made Bai Kanji feel a bit humiliated. It's also true that in front of everyone to slander the upper world prince, slander failed to eat a big defeat, but also rely on his fiancé to plead on his behalf to barely save a small life. This kind of disgraceful thing put on the blue star. There have to be a group of women flirting with each other. Your husband. Shudi was happy to see such a shift, which showed that his plan was moving towards the right track step by step. You don't have to be too bothered by what happened during the day. And don't mention it again. Don't mention it again? I'm wondering if you didn't bring it up first. Xiao Xian, who was on the side, really didn't strain herself a bit when she heard these words, and even inwardly rolled her eyes. So inverted is black and white, and the deer is called a horse. That black can be hardened into white. The most important thing was that Chui spoke these words so naturally, without blushing or skipping a beat, and even with some genuine feelings. If she hadn't seen what happened with her own eyes, Xiao Xian would have wanted to believe it. Ding! Detected by Kanji's emotion towards Lin Yan is shaken. Lin Yan's luck value is minus 2000. Gained quadruple explosion rate. Host's luck value plus 8000. Chu Yi, who had read the original, knew that white porridge was Lin Yan's greatest chance. After digging into Lin Yan's corner, he would naturally be able to obtain countless amounts of chi luck values. Chu Yi naturally knew how to eat Lin Yan's chi value dry, taking away his cultivation opportunities, taking away his beloved, and in the end, making him lose his name and become the laughingstock of the world. Everything was under control. Lin Yan couldn't make a single wave no matter what. Shuyi looked over at White Porridge, and her personal panel floated up in front of her. Name, White Porridge. Identity, Daughter of Destiny. Age, 18. Cultivation, Early Yuaning. Destiny, Purple. Luck value, 20,000. Physique, 9 Desolate Robber Body. Technique, Purple Electricity and Divine Thunder. Vision, none. Miss Bai. Is it the thunder system technique you cultivate? The white kanji froze, and his heart beat faster. Mr. Chu actually knows the technique I practice? Was it known in advance from other people? Could it be that Mr. Chu really has a crush on me? Thinking about this, White Porridge felt so honored that the deer in his heart went wild. In fact, the entire central state knew that the people of the White family practiced the thunder technique. But at this moment, the White Porridge is completely out of control. Completely forgetting about this, a hard brainstorming in the mind. Raiders themselves.